This audiobook contains 3 censored sentences and 108 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. This thing started as a way to use other people's sword intent to sharpen hers, but eventually, it also turned into collecting sword from competent swordsmen. You should have branded it like that, Wang Wei added. Make the mountain public for others, and make it look like an honor to be remembered by you. Had you done this, your reputation in the sword Dao world would have been better. Brother Qi once said the same thing. There are quotas every generation for swordsmen to visit this place. And despite how they talk behind my back, most of them know a sign of a mighty swordsman is if their swords are here. Oh, Wang Wei asked, anyone who wishes to test themselves can summon my projection at any cultivation stage in this place to test whether they are worthy. Of course, these cunning bastards will cultivate a second sword to leave here, Yanhai revealed. Don't tell me you've never been defeated? I have, but it's usually during the lower realm, Yanhai admitted. Do the winners get a prize or something? Yes, they get to take a sword back or receive direct instruction from me, Yanhai explained. Many people who know they cannot get their swords from me cultivate the younger generation to try. That makes sense? Wang Wei nodded before looking at this sword monument with a daze. What's wrong? I was just thinking that my father would love this place. Yanhai patted his shoulder. His soul flame is burning bright, meaning he's alive, and that's all that matters. We will find him. I know, Wang Wei nodded, taking a moment to control himself. They slowly flew toward the mountain's top. How are things going with the Sword League path? I've started the negotiation, but I'm delaying things until the catastrophe. They should be more desperate by then and willing to pay a higher price. So, you decided to cheat them? It's the best approach, isn't it? Zanhai's my... True. Have you started planning for the other sword paths? I have activated our previous dormant agents, and they've revealed the ultimate sword path has appeared in 5 other chaos worlds. Only 5? After so many years of dormancy, our exterior shadow agency has been damaged, and that's all the information we can gather for now, Yanhai explained. Should we be doing something about this? Shadow Ruler will be taking care of it, but as you know, many eyes are on us now, so it's dangerous for him to travel through primordial chaos at this time. Wang Wei nodded. Under normal circumstances, Shadow Ruler's skill was enough to evade even primals, but his ability would be useless before any first-step quintessence try to catch him. He should send Carmelus clones and wait until the last section of the Heaven Scroll is open, and we buy him something for protection. That's what Brother Qi suggested. I've also sent a new proxy avatar to protect his clone, but I doubt that would be of much help, Yanhai replied. They had arrived at the mountain, and Wang Wei looked around. The mansion was simple, with 1 layer and 4 rooms. One was for guests, the other for her cultivation. It was also the place she kept the top 10 swords. The 3rd room contained a sword collection, but this one appeared to be the one refined by Yanhai and nourished by her sword will. Wang Wei reckoned these swords were rewards for the sect's disciples. The last room was a dimension of its own with numerous bamboos, probably from other chaos worlds since Wang Wei couldn't recognize many of them. The bamboos were beautiful and of different varieties, and based on a preliminary observation. They were well taken care of. Ancestor, I didn't know you loved bamboo this much, Wang Wei commented. What exactly do you think of me? Wang Wei's body paused. For my safety, it's best I don't answer that question. Yanhai stared at him, making Wang Wei embarrassed. And not just a swordsman or your ancestor. I have my own life and hobbies. She has been cultivating bamboo gardens since she was young under Gao Zhu's care. One of the reasons she regretted turning her into Sword One and leaving her in the lower dimension because the experience was never the same without her. Sorry about that. Yanhai didn't got it. Most people think she's one-dimensional anyway. She led him to the guest room, but did not offer tea, which made Wang Wei think the ancestor was a little petty. After all, he had apologized. Yanhai waved her hand to summon 2 people, a man and a woman. Them? Yes. Of all the Ma clan, they are the most talented. Zanhai, note that? Wang Wei observed them. They had dreamy eyes, which is usually a sign of people with high spirituality, dream, or illusion talents. They resembled each other and wore blue, except Ma Honghua had a red flower on her hanfu, and Ma Wen had a butterfly on his robe. Their body language indicated they were closed and strict competitors. Duyi Realm, Nine Leaf Foundation, Emperor Taboo Battle Realm, Peak Empyrean Cultivation, and a Paragon Soul, Wang Wei muttered. You went above and beyond. Thank you, Ancestor. You should thank me, Yin Hai said with slightly gritted teeth. These Ma clan people used to be protected by the memorialized luck of creating the Void Illusion Realm, yet they were reduced to such a terrible state. Do you know how many terrible decisions they made to reach that level? Decisions I had to deal with when purifying their bloodline. Ma Wen and Ma Honghua blushed in shame for their ancestors' actions, while Wang Wei was ashamed for letting her do all the work. I didn't expect it would be this challenging. Yin Hai caressed her temple. I really hope her descendants won't be so stupid if something happens to us. The entire process stressed her out as she thought this may be the fact of the Tao opening sect. Wang Wei wanted to reassure her, but couldn't find the words. If all of them were gone, the Tao opening sect might face the same situation. Despite the sect's rules and spirit, nothing can resist the erosion of time. So, without guidance and protection, it's highly likely their fate would eventually be the same as the Ma clan. We just have to ensure nothing happens to us, Wang Wei said before focusing on the two heaven chosens. He pondered briefly before pointing at Ma Wen. I choose you. Ma Wen was body tensed, and she secretly clenched her fists. However, she immediately controlled herself and cupped her hands together. Congratulations, Brother Wen. Thank you, Sister Honghua. I promise you to lead our clan to glory and even find the resources for your Paragon tribulations, Ma Wen replied with a salute. But his eyes did not hide his contentment and mockery. Wang Wei looked at them with an odd look. Ma Wen did not know being chosen was a death sentence. He chose him not because he was better, but because he thought it would be funny for Ma Liqiu to revive herself in a man's body. He handed Ma Wen one of the mortalhood trials tokens. Take a few years to calm your mind and reach your peak state before activating the token. I will, Ma Wen said, having calmed down from the previous excited state. Wang Wei nodded in acknowledgement before looking at Ma Honghua. While he's away, you're in charge of the Ma clan. As you wish, Lord. Chapter 1513. The State of the World, unedited. Chapter Wang Wei dismissed the Ma clan people, had a brief chat with Yin Hai before returning to his mountain. Matriarch Xie Huang was already waiting for him. Where's Wang Qi? He's preparing for his immortal king tribulation, she replied. So, he finally listened to me and took his cultivation seriously, Wang Wei muttered. Follow me. He headed to his fishing pond and summoned the fate rod to test his luck. Wu Hong should still be reuniting with Mithriya, meaning he had some time. What do you need to report? The first thing is about the flame blacksmith, Xie Huan said. His memory was perfectly erased, and before he returned to the association, he left a note. Wang Wei took the note. It was mainly about thanking him for everything he's done for him. The flame blacksmith also suggests their alliance continued and be expanded to their respective faction. I wonder if you would feel this way if you knew the thing was in my hands. He put the note away before asking, what happened with copying the tablet? I don't know, but Sir Wang Bo said to see him once you were out. He'll go see him in a while. Wang Wei nodded. Continue. 3 main events occurred during your retreat. The first one is about the increasing confrontation between the demons and innate demon gods. The sacred mountain publicly slaughtered all the heaven primarchs before accusing the temple of hiding traitors. Then, they launched a campaign to turn the world against the temple. Interesting. Did the temple kill their primarchs or fall into civil strife? Wang Wei asked. He caught some rubbish material for Saint Tier Cultivator, so he tried again. Internal strife, Xie Huan replied. They refused to kill their heaven primax, leading to infighting. How bad is it? About 3,000 yuan epochs ago, there was a full-scale battle between 2 paragons and heaven primarchs in the temple, and someone had to stop them forcefully. And you're sure this was not a show to deceive the public? Wang Wei asked. Our information indicated a 95% chance of this fight being real. What is the public's response to this campaign? Wang Wei asked. The loose cultivators are in an uproar, but it's more because they see this as a chance for chaos and plunder. Many have even attacked the resource centers of the temple. The Limitless Exchange Hall has publicly denounced the actions of these people. The other overlords? That's where the second major event comes into play, Xie Huan replied. The tribal sacred mountains have called for a grand assembly, calling for all the overlords to discuss the possibility of the temple being a liability. Wang Wei squinted. The grand assembly was a meeting of all the overlords and lineages with a primal paragon. It can only happen when 7 out of the 13 overlords agree. How many have agreed so far? 5, Xie Huan replied. Every few years, someone publicly announced their willingness to discuss this issue. So, they're trying to put pressure on the temple to deal with this matter internally, Wang Wei analyzed. Have we said anything yet? Not yet, but the demon race came and talked with Ancestor Yin Hai. However, I don't know what the final decision was. Wang Wei took out his primal seed token and accessed the Elder Council Communication Hall to check Yin Hai's decision on matter. As expected, Wang Wei was right. The consensus is that it would be best for the temple to deal with this internally, but if necessary, a grand assembly will be held to discuss whether to intervene. Things are not so simple, Wang Wei muttered. The assembly has the power to intervene in a faction's affairs, but only if the faction's affairs are a security threat to everyone else, and the majority decides to enforce the ruling. The temple knows this, and the existence of the Primarchs can be argued to be a threat with the upcoming catastrophe. So, why haven't they solved the problem yet? The temple could have easily alleviated the situation by temporarily sealing the Heaven Primarchs. Is indeed odd. Their temple lords are primal paragons. So why haven't they forcefully suppressed the situation? Xie Huan nodded. Unless they can't, at least, without paying a price, Wang Wei said with squinted eyes. How is that possible? Their faction is called the Pre-March Origin Temple, but Emperor Path cultivators control 90 of its power. So why not change it to the innate Demon God Temple? Isn't it because of luck? Xie Huan asked. The Heaven Primarch's luck is ancient and has existed since the world began. I figured since it originated from the time when they ruled above the Emperor Path, it was more beneficial to them to keep it. You would think so, but how much of that luck remains after so long? After their defeat in the innate acquired war? Wang Wei asked. In the current era, it's more beneficial for them to change their name and refine a secondary luck artifact to continue benefiting from the remaining luck of the Primarchs. You may be right, but the only logical reason the temple lords haven't changed the name would be because it would be detrimental to them. Does that mean the Primarchs have something capable of hurting a primal? No, that doesn't make sense. The demon race has had an overwhelming advantage after they created the Bloodline Slaughter Talisman. If the temple had such a thing, they would have used it long ago. The demon race did not have 2 primals, but 2.5. The Bloodline Slaughter Trial allowed a peak paragon the true strength of a primal, with the restriction that it could not leave the primary domain of the tribal sacred mountain. The talisman has allowed the sacred chiefs to attack the temple without worrying about someone infiltrating their bases. Wang Wei knew Xie Huan was right. If the temple had any effective, true primal strength in reserves, they would have used it already. He looked in the distance, and his eyes turned completely gray as he channeled the power of fate. It's a curse, Wang Wei revealed. Every innate demon god must swear an oath before they absorb the heaven will. The backlash for breaking this oath is a curse of resentment woven through their existence and through the temple's luck. These Primarchs were not stupid. They knew the Emperor Path was the future, and they would eventually rule their temple. So, they made preparations to protect their lineage. Xie Huan looked at him. Such secrets cannot be calculated, and even if someone were successful, the backlash for such divination would kill them. However, her lord did it so casually, and he showed no signs of being affected, as expected of a Fate Dao cultivator. A curse? Xie Huan said. How terrifying must it be for even primals to have no solution? It's indeed brilliant. As long as the oath is broken, the temple's entire key luck will be instantly destroyed, and the backlash is enough to kill 70 of all their cultivators. Moreover, the higher the cultivation, the greater the backlash. However, it's not foolproof. The assembly? Xia Huan asked. That's right. The demon's move was brilliant, but it also provided an opportunity for these primals. If the overlords can deem the Primarch a threat and decide to eradicate them, they only need to show slight resistance to fulfill their oath and acquire their freedom. That would explain their inaction. Xia Huan nodded. But isn't this plan risky? They have a large population of Primarchs, and their death will weaken them. Maybe in their eyes. The Primarchs have always been a liability to the temple, a sickness to their control or the temple's prosperity, and something it's best to cut off the cancerous part for the body to heal. Maybe you're right, but seems too risky to me, Xia Huan said. That's because your thinking is too narrow. Wang Wei uttered, a catastrophe where no one is safe. The last thing any faction wants or needs is liabilities or hindrances. While this move will weaken the temple against their enemy, the demons, it also has its upside. As long as they can buy enough until the catastrophe begins, the demon will not have the opportunity to take advantage of their plight. But no one knows when the catastrophe is coming. What if they make an error and the demons do take advantage of their situation? No plan is guaranteed success. And you seem to be operating under the notion that they must wait for the catastrophe to arrive. You mean they would forcefully bring it out? Xia Huan asked in surprise. Yes, if they're desperate, it's possible. But wouldn't that make them traitors? Only if they're caught. Better yet, they only need to sacrifice someone to wash their hands of everything. Wang Wei sneered. There's also the fact that Heavenly Tao wants this catastrophe, meaning it could use the innate demon god's hands to do its dirty job. Chapter 1514 Confirmation and Supreme God Tian has been changed to Supreme God Shun Tian. Let's see how things proceed with the assembly, Wang Wei said. However, if things proceed as I said, you need to keep an eye on any paragon from the temple that suddenly leaves or is kicked out for any reason. I understand, Xia Huan nodded. So, what's the third major event? It's about Emperor Kong. Oh, Wang Wei said, suddenly more intrigue. Not long after your retreat, a small-scale battle occurred between the Emperor Enlightening Academy and the Grand Sect Alliance, Xia Huan revealed. Di Tsu Yasen? Wang Wei immediately asked. As wise as ever, Xia Huan praised. Lin Fan tracked her as soon as she ascended. Unfortunately for him, the people from the Yin Moon Palace were also anticipating her arrival. They met and fought. The person from the palace was a paragon, but he hadn't returned to her peak, so Lin Fan killed her. However, she bought enough time for Suya to return to the alliance, albeit with only her soul. Wang Wei smiled strangely after hearing this. How did the alliance respond to this attack? They sent 5 peak paragon puppets, and with a brilliant array, Paragon Kong and his people were able to hold on and push the enemy. Xia Huan revealed. 5? In some ways, they still underestimate the academy, he commented. Knowing these people, they wouldn't give up after the first attempt. Did we intervene? No, Buddhism did. Oh, Wang Wei was not expecting that. They publicly announced Paragon Kong's status as the destiny chosen of the catastrophe, and the fact that he was under their protection until the foreseeable future. So, Mithria protected him? As the chosen one of this catastrophe, his existence is crucial to the world. However, her actions might also be because she didn't intervene and increase the tension toward the Grand Sect Alliance, Wang Wei analyzed. It was already bad for the world's unity that the demons and innate demon gods were fighting. It would be catastrophic if the Tao Opening Sect and the Grand Sect Alliance also started showing their fangs. Wang Wei checked his token for a second time, and as expected, he found the news that the sect chose Kong as an ally, allowing him early access to the benefit of the Merit Scroll. This meant Kong, Lin Fan, and Su Shi should have the highest cultivation among the people from the trial. Did you ever find out what Kong did with Paragon Jimin? We did, Xia Huan replied before handing him an information talisman. A new shadow agency called the Stealers has recently shown its head. and they've been growing at an alarming rate. According to our investigation, they're from the Academy, most likely created from Paragon Jimin's Tao. Interesting, Wang Wei muttered. One of his plans was to study Jimin's Tao and incorporate it into his Fate Shadow Guards. However, it seemed Kong had gotten his power before him. Send Kong a message. Tell him I'm cashing in one of my karma debts. I want all the information he gathered about Jimin's power. Since Kong had done most of the work for him, he would gladly accept the fruit of his labor. Now, he only needs to wait for Red Mask and Wang Ju to perfectly incorporate his thief Tao into his guard. I think he'll call them Fate Stealers. Yes, that's an excellent name, Wang Wei thought. As you wish, Xiaohuan nodded. Anything else to report? Yes. First, Grand Elder Wang Bo wishes to see you. However, he refuses to tell me why. That's understandable, Wang Wei nodded. Secondly, we've received news from Red Mask. She said her mission was a success, but something went wrong, and she was injured. She asked whether to take the risk to return home or wait and observe for a while. Take a risk? Has she been compromised? Wang Wei muttered with squinted eyes. The only way it would be risky for her to return home from an injury was if she noticed someone might be trying to use her as a pawn. Wang Wei closed his eyes to sense his connection with her. He did not approach, but observed from a distance. Then, without hesitation, he used his dominion over her to forcefully annihilate Red Mask. Wang Wei opened his eyes and raised his hand to condense a shadow cocoon. Feed her the best shadow materials to ensure she's revived as soon as possible, he ordered. Yes, Lord. Once she's back, put her through the existence observing artifact. Although he killed Red Mask's previous body, Wang Wei wanted to be careful in case he missed something. Yes. By the way, what happened to the artifact? Did the ancestors find other people with problems? He created an artifact for the sect to observe people's existence and find people with problems. Yu Kai had discovered a few people, but the cultivators from the ultimate taboo hadn't been checked yet. Such information is above my status, Xiaohuan replied truthfully, forcing Wang Wei to check his token. A few people were contaminated, but Qiyuan and the others haven't decided how to deal with them. There will probably be a meeting to discuss what course of action to take. Xiaohuan's subsequent report was about minor things. For example, Jia Ping did an excellent job of establishing his dynasty. The puppet demon was locked somewhere, with his sole purpose in life to build as many puppets as possible. The divine Faith Haven has been eerily quiet since the return of Supreme God Shun Tion. The Skill Path Association has been increasingly bold and direct in its demands for its artifact, and the Grand Sect Alliance has controlled its outward desire for Blackheart. After finishing her report, Xiaohuan left, and Wang Wei chose to catch on more fish before seeing Wang Bo. A small amount of purple merit? I wonder whose faction has been saving this thing for an emergency. Wang Wei chuckled before an idea struck his mind. Merit will become crucial in the next few years, especially since there are some items that he wants to buy. For example, there are a variety of time rooms for exchange in the scroll, and these things have an acceleration of over 10 times. Although they're only for one-time use, they're still valuable. According to the description, there's also something called the Primal Room, which can train and increase a person's chances of becoming a Primal Paragon. Those two are just a few things that are useful for Wang Wei. Unfortunately, these items belong to the very best of the Paragon section, making them extremely pricey. With an evil smirk on the corner of his mouth, Wang Wei started robbing the factions without any primal of their merit. The process was smooth, with a few lineages that had a somewhat challenging protective array, requiring him to be careful before bypassing their defenses. What a great haul, Wang Wei grinned. The merit was enough for him to exchange something called the Origin Essence from the scroll, allowing him to reach the Elder Fiend God Realm 7 Heaven in record time. The wife's food and my Essence Flower talent should allow me to reach the 8th Heaven. I haven't used the reward from Causal Feedback Sutra that copied Old Man Tianji. The feedback should give me another heaven with plenty leftovers, and finally, he'll only need to take an ascending essence pill to instantly reach the 10th heaven. Wang Wei smiled. Of course, he needed to solve his bloodline problem first, But it was a thing to celebrate that he had all the resources for his flesh to reach the peak as soon as possible. While this is good news, there's also bad news, Wang Wei analyzed. My willpower is technically only 98, and all this rapid increase in cultivation may not help me reach the peak. There is no way to instantly raise his willpower, and even if there were, Wang Wei would not use them. Once his 12th revolution is perfected, his bloodline will have the ability to temper his mind. But unlike the other aspects of his cultivation, it will be a slow process. Ultimately, all my problems are because things keep happening and am forced to grow as fast as possible, Wang Wei complained. If not for the fact that he has to participate in event after event, he would have plenty of time to temper his body and cultivate. This situation is why he's still contemplating the feasibility of his plan to travel to the past and use the time wisely to train all his skills and make up for his young age. No point in complaining. He sighed as he slowly stood up from his fishing spot. He stretched before sending Wu Hong a talisman to tell her he may be slightly late. Then, he teleported away to see that old man with a small filter. Chapter 15:15:15:15. Wang Boss Update Boy, you're finally here, Wang Bo said as he finished putting a rune on a boat. Yes, I am. Hold on. Wang Wei looked at him. You're healed? Wang Boss cultivation was stuck because of a Dao injury. But now, Wang Wei noticed his realm had increased by 1. Partially, Wang Bo replied. Did you get something from a scroll? Wang Wei asked. That's right, Wang Bo nodded. I didn't want them to waste the resources on me. But Miscellaneous and Yin Shurong insisted. It was the first time he had met his disciples in person, and they insisted on helping his injuries. Qiyuan immediately accepted their proposal, but Wang Bo was adamant that they didn't need to worry about him now and focus on the other talents of the sect. Ultimately, Miscellaneous and Yin Shurong had to insist that it was a gift to their teacher, forcing Wang Bo to accept the pill that can alleviate his injuries. As for the one that could completely heal him, it was currently too expensive. Well, I guess I don't have to do anything, Wang Wei nodded. What did you do? Wang Bo asked. I had an experimental treatment I was going to try, but there is no need now, Wang Wei explained. Hold on, we can still try. If it were before, Wang Bo would never have believed these words. But he took the time to learn more about this boy and understood that he was capable of making miracles. Aren't you fine? Just wait a while, and we'll get you a problem-free healing pill, Wang Wei persuaded. I saw the prices of these things. If you have a method that can save us some money, why not use it? Wang Bo stated. You have a point, Wang Wei nodded. During his retreat, he not only focused on his primal soul ring art. His 3 arts 3 cells allowed him to multitask, so he also completed the Causal Feedback Sutra based on the outline from Wu Hong, and upgraded his existence acupoint technique. Let's get down to official business first. You're right, Wang Bo nodded. Although he now saw hope for his previously destroyed future, he knew how to control himself and focused on what was important. Wang Bo waved his hand, and they teleported to another dimension full of boats. Wang Wei glanced at the top and saw numerous floating mountains, volcanoes, and other natural phenomena, with individuals creating the exact same boat as the one from Time Eater. You've reverse-engineered it. We did, Wang Bo nodded. Boy, I don't know what existence you saved in your past life to have such a woman in your life, but you better not mess things up. If I didn't know that, you think I would have gotten this far with her? Wang Wei replied. That's what I'm talking about. Wang Bo patted his shoulder. He still remembered when this woman's projection showed up and systematically disassembled the runes behind that boat. Wang Bo and his team had been using the Dao Path tablet to increase their skills, but they learned as much from her short time here as the thousands of yuan epics they spent with the tablet. How many have we built so far? Wang Wei asked. About 20,000. That's it. They'll have you know that's a lot, Wang Bo complained. According to the agreement, a quarter of our production will be handed to your wife as long as she provides the materials. And the real issue is the material. We've found a substitute for most of them, except for the primary material, which we had to synthesize artificially. You can imagine the headache behind that process. Wang Wei's brow furrowed after hearing this. No need to worry. We knew we could not manufacture more boats than the enemy. So we chose the elite route. Wuhong helped us update the blueprint. One of our boats can probably deal with more than 1 million of those cheaply manufactured ones. That's only if the enemy does not have their own elite version of the boat, Wang Wei grunted. We also considered this and created some weapons for this possibility, Wang Bo revealed. That's good to hear. What about the cheap boats? Wang Wei asked as he pointed to the boats being created at lower altitudes. We've built more than 10 million of the CT boats. CT? Code name for cheap time boat. Wang Bo explained. You said we could sell these things? Yeah. Is there a problem? Are you sure this is a good idea? We might barely have enough for ourselves, depending on the invasion scale. You may have a point, Wang Wei nodded. His priority should be protecting his sect and not making money. It would be best if he could have his cake and eat it too, but that's not possible. Wait, there might be a way. What if we sold the blueprint to Heavenly Dao to put on the scroll? Wang Wei suddenly said. Wang Bo's eyes lit up. The scroll's purpose is to increase our chances of surviving the catastrophe. And the OT boats, or CT boats, could be immensely beneficial. Give me the blueprints, Wang Wei asked, and Wang Bo condensed a talisman for him. One more thing. You've seen the prices on the scroll. How much do you think our design is worth? Wang Bo immediately started calculating. He took into account the materials, their labor, the price for the ideas, and many others before giving Wang Wei the minimum and maximum value of the blueprint. As for the actual price, it will be up to him to negotiate. What about the countermeasures we discussed to deal with these foreign boats? Wang Wei asked. Ask the Empress. Wang Bo said before handing him another talisman. She left a basic explanation of her plan, but said she would take over the project and add it to the Hong protection system. I can always trust her work, Wang Wei nodded. His gaze shifted to a floating continent a few distances away. He saw countless disciples being trained on how to use the boats. You should add puppets to the training regimen. In fact, they should be the core. Why would we want these things? Wang Bo said uncomfortably. By your tone, I'm guessing you're not a fan? Wang Wei asked. The old man sighed. I once found a tomb of a puppeteer who died because his creation successfully revolted against him. I've never trusted these things since. That's a rare thing, Wang Wei commented. Puppets can have souls and intelligence, so, understandably, one might escape their bondage. However, it was rare for such an event to occur. No matter how low the possibility, it's still possible, Wang Bo said. Our disciples and elders will become even more valuable in the catastrophe, so we must ensure we protect them to the best of our ability, Wang Wei said. I would rather lose a puppet than one of them. Their sect was not a puppeteer faction that considered puppets with souls as real individuals, so Wang Wei would put the lives of flesh above metal and wood. You have a point, Wang Bo groaned. Despite his feelings, he sent the order to train the puppets to control the Time Boat Legion. I hope we don't regret this. We just need to take precautions to combat any future regrets, Wang Wei said. Puppets are more easily corruptible than humans, so create a protocol that they will self-detonate if shown any signs of being manipulated by the enemy. Wang Bo looked at him. It seems you're not just more greedy than that boy Qian, but you're also more cautious. Well, I stand on the shoulders of giants, Wang Wei smiled. Wise words, Wang Bo nodded. They'll do the protocol myself. Once it's done, ask the Empress to check if she can make any improvements. Old man, why do I feel you have a crush on my future wife? Hey boy, if I knew I had even a one chance, I would have fought you to the death for her hands, Wang Bo replied with a sneer. Wang Wei was speechless. If not for the latter's seniority, he would have fought him. He shook his head before proceeding with helping Wang Bo with his injuries. Wang Wei placed more than 1,000,000 needles on his body, and he ensured each of them hurt like hell. Wang Bo stared at him, but Wang Wei acted ignorant. Regardless, the old man learned another side of Wang Wei. Pet and vengeful. How do you feel? Wang Wei asked. Peaceful, Wang Bo said truthfully. It was the same feeling after taking the healing pill for his injury. There was some residual power from the pill, and I've used it to alleviate your injury further. You should be able to increase your cultivation by another one. However, from now on, the healing process will be slow. That's fine by me. Wang Bo nodded. How often do I have to receive acupuncture from you? Every 1,000 yuan epoch is sufficient. All right, now that he confirmed his method was correct, Wang Wei had nothing else to do with this old man. He left, heading directly to Yin Heist Mountain to fetch the scroll before returning to his mansion to contact Heavenly Dao. They met face-to-face in her human appearance again to negotiate the price of the blueprints. The result was in the middle of Wang Ba's estimation, while Wang Wei wanted to sell it as high as possible. Heavenly Dao wanted people to use and benefit from the blueprint. In the end, they had a compromise. After this negotiation, Wang Wei discovered a new change to the scroll. Other people can add their inventions for others to purchase for merit. There was also a spirit to negotiate the price. That was fast, he muttered. Such a swift action revealed that Heavenly Dao was putting all its attention on the world and the upcoming catastrophe. It won't be long before the scroll is made public, Wang Wei thought. According to his prediction, Emperor Kong should be getting access to the scroll about now. And in a little while, everyone in the world will too. Wang Wei exhaled. He left his mansion to return the scroll to Yin Hai and explain the new changes. Then, Wang Wei teleported to the Origin Seal continent. Chapter 1516. Uncle Master's authority. As soon as he arrived, Wang Wei realized he couldn't sense Wu Hong's aura. Is she still with Mithria? I guess I'll make myself comfortable before she returns, he muttered. He was about to find a place to relax and wait when two people suddenly appeared before him. Who dares intrude on our continent? A woman said. Do you know who you are offending? Said a man. Wang Wei looked at them. You're Song Luli and Song Jiang? How do you know us? Song Jiang asked. Oh, you're the one the master talked about, his sister added. So it's him. Song Jiang looked at him up and down, as if he were a predator scrutinizing its prey. You're handsome enough, so I can understand why the master would like you. But why are you so young? Song Luli asked. Plus, aren't you a little too weak to be the master's husband? Song Jiang asked. Wang Wei was momentarily speechless. Love has no boundaries or limitations of age or cultivation level. That sounds like something a pervert would say, Song Luli said, baffling him even more. Are you a pervert? Song Jiang asked. I think he is. Look at his eyes. It's the eyes of someone who has some terrible thoughts in his mind, Song Luli added. Do you think the master knows? Maybe we should warn her? She's usually good at discerning people. Maybe she's been blinded by love. We can't allow her to marry a pervert, Song Jiang said. Don't worry. She will see him for who he is eventually. However, we can't meddle, or she'll think we are trying to hinder her happiness. You have a point. But I feel bad how she'll be with a pervert for such a long time before he sees him for who he is. Song Luli sighed deeply, her voice full of melancholy. Even the master cannot escape the curse known as love. Don't worry. We will be beside her once the perv is gone. Are you guys done? Wang Wei asked, still baffled. Wu Hong warned him about the playful nature of her disciples. But this went beyond playful. What do you mean by done? Song Lili asked. All right, it's my time now to speak. Wang Wei raised his hand. First of all, you should address me as Uncle Master. What? You must be out of your mind, Song Jiang sneered. As your master's future husband, isn't that my official title? His words immediately made them speechless. He was right. I'm not a person who cares about hierarchy and status, so I couldn't care how you address me. But unfortunately, you offended me. So, go ahead, address me properly. Song Luli and Song Jiang's lips twitched. They glanced at each other before looking back at Wang Wei. Their eyes were firm, and their mouths even firmer. Rebels, aren't you? My favorite pastime is to break rebellion spirits. Wang Wei chuckled as a bamboo stick slowly materialized on his palm. In my clan, there is this ancestral bamboo that can discipline all the members of the Wang clan as long as it's in the ancestors' hands. The one in my hand is a projection and modified based on my status as your Uncle Master. In other words, I can beat you up and you can do nothing about it. Of course, I encourage you to resist so I can tell your master, and she can truly punish you. The twins' face changed. Is there a need for you to do this? Song Lili asked. Uncle Master, there is no need for such humiliation, Song Jiang added. Traitor, why are you calling him that? Song Lily snapped. Stupid. Do you really want to be beaten? We will never have the face to stand before him from now on. What happened to our solidarity? Song Lily sneered. Enough, my little nephews, Wang Wei said. This beating is inevitable. However, it'll be more lenient toward you since you call me Uncle Master. Thank you, Song Jiang said with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Song Lily stared at him as if her eyes were daggers. As for you, well, the more rebellious you are, the more I'll enjoy myself. Wang Wei rushed over, and the screams echoed in the room. The twins soon proved to be faster than he, but it didn't matter. The bamboo will hit its target as long as Wang Wei swings. Half an hour later, they knelt before Wang Wei with bruises on their faces. How dare you call me a pervert? Wang Wei said, even if it's true, but that's something between me and your master and what we do behind closed doors. Don't speak about the master like that, Song Lily said. You want some more? And no. No what? No, Uncle Master. That's a good girl, Wang Wei nodded. I'm a chill guy. My original plan was to be the fun Uncle Master who secretly helps you when your master is too strict with you. But look what you made me do. It's all her fault, Song Jiang said as he pointed at his sister without an ounce of shame. Spineless traitor, Song Lily cursed. I'll never forget you for this. I won't speak to you for the next 10,000 yuan epoch. And I'm tired of being dragged into your shenanigans. And 10,000 yuan epoch is too long. Make it 1,000. No, it has to be at least 9,000. 2,000 is as far as I can accept. How can you understand the severity of my anger with only 2,000 yuan epoch? No, I want to talk to you for at least 8,000, Song Lily countered. All right, you guys are giving me a headache. I don't know how she can deal with you for so long, Wang Wei said. Don't you have anything better to do? We still have training to do, Uncle Master, Song Jiang said. Well, get to it, you Uncle Master. Song Lily uttered, her voice almost a whisper with the last part. Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss them, and the twins disappeared as if they were running away. However, he suddenly jumped as he sensed something. By the fate's blessing, how long have you been here? He asked as he held his heart. Long enough, Wu Hong replied with a smile. You should have said something. Wang Wei approached and kissed her before they sat in front of each other. These two have been with me for a long time, and I know their personalities. You did the right thing by establishing your authority, Wu Hong nodded. You did a great job. If I'm not mistaken, they're only a breath away from becoming primals. If nothing unexpected occurs, they should reach that level in the next few yuan epochs. Thanks, but you also have some credit. The nourishing core? Yes, but also because you reminded me of the absolute killer, Wu Hong explained. For the training, I recreated the absolute killer's reign of terror, sealed the twins' memories, and forced them to fight for their lives against him. Wang Wei nodded. Life and death are consistently among the best forms of training, no matter the cultivation stage. I always wonder, would the absolute killer be as terrifying in our current era? Oh no, Wu Hong replied. After his disappearance, paragons came together and dissected his ability. They learned and improved from it, and I believe the first primals appeared after that event. So, he would be nothing special unless he learned and adapted from modern techniques. I figured as much, Wang Wei nodded. Although it appeared the cultivation had remained stagnant with no improvement, that's only on the surface. Skills and techniques have drastically improved from the old era. And a sign of this improvement is the number of primals and paragons that exist in the modern age. Once the twins become primal, you can finally avenge your grievance, Wang Wei smiled. That's right, Wu Hong sneered. Her experience in the lower dimension forced her to develop a strong and prideful personality. Now, no one in the world can underestimate her. However, one of her sore spots was that everybody called her origin seal continent the weakest overlord because her second primal is a puppet. However, once the twins become primals, she can finally hold her head proudly and no longer be humiliated. Let's not talk about these brats. How was your talk with Mithreya? It was good, Wu Hong nodded. She sincerely apologized, and I stopped being hard-headed and accepted her apology. It was good to have my old friend back. Wang Wei looked at the smile plastered on her face, and his mood improved. Do you want to go to the beach? Why all of a sudden? I don't know. but I suddenly felt like experiencing a beach day. Are you asking because you want to see me in a bikini? Wu Hong stared at him. While that would be appreciated, I promise this time, my purpose is pure. I just want to spend some time at the beach with you. Wu Hong believed him. If that were his motive, he would have just stated it or asked directly. I don't see why not. Do you want to build one here or use the Grand Mist Wheel? Chapter 1517. Taking a significant step forward Wang Wei and Wu Hong walked in the sand with bare-naked feet while holding each other's hands. They felt the sun hitting their skin, the smoothness of the sand, and the gentle caress of the waves. The atmosphere seemed perfect for a simple date. It's indeed beautiful, but it's not the same, Wang Wei said. You can create other people and make it livelier if you want, Wu Hong suggested. I know, but it's not the same. Are you feeling nostalgic for an authentic beach experience from Earth? She asked. That's right. I think this is the first time since I was young I missed home so much, Wang Wei nodded. You can visit now that you're a paragon. It's too dangerous. You can at least send a projection to check things out, Wu Hong said. That may not be a bad idea, Wang Wei nodded. He would need some preparation, but it's possible to visit Earth and the prehistoric world for a short period. The couple enjoyed the sand before looking at the sunset. It's beautiful, Wu Hong said. Although they can control the concepts that make up realities themselves, it's always good to ground themselves by enjoying the purest form of nature. If only we could enjoy this kind of thing together for all eternity. Why can't we? Wang Wei asked as he turned to face her, his palm still closely grasping hers. Wu Hong looked him in the eyes. Tell me, you want one day suddenly ask me to dim my light so you can shine? If one day I need you to do that, it means I've failed as a husband and as a cultivator, Wang Wei replied. Wu Hong was arrogant, but so was he. If he ever needed her to shrink herself for him to shine, then his pride and arrogance must have been abandoned, making him a failure as a husband and a cultivator. You promised? I do, Wang Wei said firmly. Good. I hope you won't forget today's words. I want. Wang Wei smiled as he kissed her forehead. They continued walking in the sand. No more hypothetical? Is your curiosity satiated? Since you asked for more, it'll give you. Let me think. What if one day you had to choose between your absolute freedom and me? What would you choose? Wang Wei stopped walking and looked her in the eyes as he answered. My obsession is too deep. I'm afraid it'll choose my ambitions. Is that a deal breaker for you? No. Ultimately, we are cultivators first, driven by our obsession and ambitions. I would do the same, Wu Hong replied. She also has her ambitions and dreams and would not give them up for anyone else. Wang Wei smiled. I'm glad to hear that. Let's continue, she uttered while they continued walking. Let's say I was captured and you needed to save me. But you know there is absolutely no way to save me, and you would 100% die in the process. Would you still come? I'm assuming in this scenario, I cannot just cultivate to a higher realm to revive and avenge you. That's right, Wu Hong nodded. In that case, I would come to save you. Why? Aren't you giving up on your dream by rushing into a sure death situation? She asked. It's one thing for me to end things between us for my ambition, but another for someone to force it to happen, Wang Wei explained. I will fight until the end to save you and continue living. You know that's illogical, right? They stopped, facing each other once again. So, I would never forgive myself if I allowed you to experience true death without doing everything in power to prevent it, Wang Wei admitted. Wu Hong looked him in the eyes, looking at its purity and clarity. She smiled before kissing him. My hero, of course. Wang Wei grinned. What about you? What's your goal in life? I know when you were young, you wanted to prove to the world you were worthy. Now, you're the famous Empress Wu. You should have proven your worth to the world. No, to the chaos universe. I have indeed outgrown my previous goal, Wu Hong nodded. Currently, I only have one obsession, unraveling the world's mysteries. I want to know all the taboos, find what happened in the Lost Age, what the Genesis Age was like, discover the essence of all the grand constructs, study the operation mechanism of Grand Tao, and more importantly, I want to see with my eyes what lies beyond the chaos universe. That's an excellent goal, and one very fitting to you, Wang Wei praised. Wu Hong was probably the most knowledgeable person he knew due to the nature of her Tao. So, it made sense that she would be interested in discovering all the secrets and knowledge of the universe. Of course it's great. Don't you see whose goal it is? She replied with a proud smirk. Wang Wei looked at how adorable she was, and he suddenly had an idea. He knelt on one knee and summoned two small boxes, one with a diamond ring and the other a jade bracelet. This ring belonged to my mother, the one from Earth. It's a family heirloom that she promised to give me, but in the end, she went back on her word and gave it to my little brother. I've created it and planned to give it to you in the lower dimension, but felt it was inappropriate. Wang Wei looked at the ring as he momentarily lost himself in his memories. The jade bracelet is from my mother. It's not a family heirloom of anything, but something she made for her future daughter-in-law. Apparently, she made it as soon as she was pregnant with me. Well, look at me rambling. I didn't expect to be so flustered. What I'm trying to say is, would you spend eternity with me? Wu Hong glanced at him, and for a brief moment, she saw their life until the end of time and beyond. She smiled because she was more than happy with what she saw. I do. Wang Wei's beating heart finally eased as he exhaled deeply. He slowly put the bracelet and ring on her finger. You may need to refine them again to prevent breakage during battle. The last time these things were updated was during the Great Emperor realm. I feel they would lose their sentimental value if I modify them. I think I'll wear them as is and put them away during fights, Wu Hong said. It's up to you, Wang Wei nodded. By the way, do you want a wedding? And if so, on what scale? Something as small as we did in the lower dimension, or something extravagant? It has to be extravagant. Grand weddings are the best way to amass resources from all the factions, Wu Hong said. Are you sure? Given the current situation, this may not be the best idea, unless you want to rush the wedding as soon as possible. However, I was hoping we could wait until I became a primal. What? Feeling the pressure? How can I not? I'm just a little nobody marrying the beautiful and powerful Empress Wu. Wang Wei smiled. Wu Hong shook her head. Grand weddings require time to prepare. Since we expect others to give us lavish gifts, the wedding must be of a certain caliber. Wait, I just had a brilliant idea. What if we had a heavenly wedding? A heavenly wedding? That's not a bad idea, Wang Wei said. Heavenly weddings will be blessed by heavenly Tao, and they will receive luck and merit, which is crucial with the existence of the scroll. However, you would need a karma position first. Wang Wei is a three-realm emperor, which is a karma position, meaning he's fine, but that's not the case. It should be easy to get a guardian position from heavenly Tao because of the Hong protection system. You're right, but do you think it's a good idea to bind yourself to the eternal ascension world when a catastrophe is coming? It's not as serious as you think. I've just updated the system for the invasion. And such an achievement is enough to get a position with too much karma attached to it, Wu Hong explained. That's fine, but there is still the time issue. We don't know when the catastrophe will happen. It'll start preparing for the wedding. You focus on becoming a primal as soon as possible. And once you've reached that level, we will send the invite. As for when the wedding will happen, we'll decide then. If push comes to shove, we'll have it during the catastrophe and use it as bait to lure the enemy to cause trouble. You would risk ruining our wedding? Wang Wei asked. The best kind of wedding is the type that is followed by small bloodshed, Wu Hong replied as she licked her luscious lip. That's my girl. Wang Wei smiled before kissing her cheek. Chapter 1518. Kong's blessing. Emperor Kong sat on his throne, calmly looking at the ambassador before him. Being Wang Wei's friend had many benefits, but there was also the downside, karmic debt. He sighed to himself before waving his hand to condense a talisman. Master Wang Wei will be pleased by your decision. Xia Huan bowed before slowly leaving. Emperor Kong sighed to himself a second time. The sad part is that he still owes some debts after paying this one due to the use of the scroll, or Wang Wei bowing out and recommending him for the Chosen One position. I didn't expect it would be interested in the Steelers, Lin Fan, who was standing to the right of the throne, commented. He was not surprised Wang Wei had already heard the news and deduced it originated from their academy. But the latter's interest surprised Lin Fan. Our shadow agency has tremendous potential, Su Shi commented from the left. Most factions used invisibility or shadow for their faction, and a few had unique agencies like the Stealers. His fate Shadow Guard is nothing to sneeze at. The fact that he wants our knowledge might indicate he plans to fuse the two's powers. That's scary to think about, Lin Fan uttered. The advantage of the Stealers is that they can directly steal information or steal a person's identity to facilitate an easier time gathering information. He could imagine how much more efficient they would be if they had access to the power of fate. We need to start preparing to deal with them, Lin Fan suggested. Agreed, Su Shi nodded. In due time, Emperor Kong said, let's continue our previous discussion. He teleported to a beige room where everybody sat on a cushion with small tea tables on the side. Emperor Kong summoned a scroll, the merit exchange list. Right before he was disturbed, Kong suddenly received this item from Heavenly Dao. Heavenly Dao is truly unfair, Lin Fan sighed. By now, they had figured out why the Dao opening sect allowed them to exchange rare and unknown resources with merit. You can say that louder, Emperor Kong thought. He was prepared to fight Wang Wei for the chosen one position for the upcoming catastrophe. Who knew Heavenly Dao did not even consider him until the latter rejected the offer. On top of everything else, Heavenly Dao gave them access to the list years ahead of him, the chosen one. Emperor Kong kept a calm exterior despite how he truly felt. There is no point in focusing on the negative. We have the scroll years before everybody else, and we must take full advantage of it. Our primary concerns should be how to acquire more merits. After receiving the Dao opening sex notice, Emperor Kong used all his merit. Most of it was from his actions at the end of the Two Suns, Seven Moons era, a small reserve from the Academy, and by activating his luck and acquiring a fortunate encounter with merit. The merit has allowed him to reach a cultivation of 97 and a 98 soul. However, it's not enough since he had to share with his two talented disciples. In fact, he even had to sacrifice the benefits of Paragon 9 death. Besides a great contribution to heaven and earth, I can't think of another way right now, Lin Fan said. After Empress Wu started selling significant information about the catastrophe, all those factions used small methods of gathering merit, like helping the weak and poor. It could be argued that the Eternal Ascension world has never been so peaceful and prosperous because of these people's actions. That would be the ideal solution, Emperor Kong nodded. He had an idea, but it was still brewing. I think I may have a plan, Su Shi said. Oh, Kong looked at her. Both his disciples were bright, but Lin Fan had developed the habit of letting his wife think for him, serving as the muscle in their operations. By now, all the Paragon lineages know of the catastrophe, but it cannot be said for Empyrean and weaker lineages. We can contact them and sell the news for merit. Their reserve should be small, but if you consider the large number of these factions, it's still a significant number of merit. That's not a bad idea. Emperor Kong's eyes lit up. We can even take advantage of this situation to form alliances and partnerships with these small lineages, even investing in the ones with potential. Exactly, Su Shi nodded. Should we contact them immediately? Lin Fan asked. No, if we start moving openly, the other factions will stop or copy our method. It would be best to use the Stealers to contact these factions secretly. That's what I was thinking, Kong nodded. One of you should take charge of this assignment. I have something I must do. They'll do it, Lin Fan said. No, they'll do it, Su Shi refused. Although the mission requires discretion, someone has to secretly meet with these factions, meaning you can't take the risk. You're worrying too much. After Buddhism's warning, the Grand Sect Alliance won't dare touch us. They won't touch the teacher. We are irrelevant, Su Shi warned. Su Shi's right. No need to take the risk, Emperor Kong said. Buddhism's words can protect him as long as he remains the chosen one. But the protection does not extend to other Academy members. In fact, even he was not completely safe, as someone might take his destiny. However, Emperor Kong felt reassured because Heavenly Dao was quite selective about the catastrophe, meaning not everyone who killed him would receive the destiny. All right, Lin Fan sighed as a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. He was determined to become a primal and even go beyond that so he could avenge his little girl. More importantly, He needed strength, so he could get enough merit to buy a true resurrection stone from the exchange list, which would allow him to revive his daughter despite the fact that she died during a supreme outlaw trial. Emperor Kong looked at Su Shi. Ask if you need something. No problem. She nodded before suddenly pausing. I just thought of something. The Empress is not fond of devil cultivators. Do you think she sold the information to the Devil Caucus? The chances are low, Emperor Kong replied. It's common knowledge that Empress Wu is not fond of the devil race or devil cultivators. So it's possible she did not sell the news to the Devil Caucus, which is an alliance of all devil cultivators. The caucus has no primal, but they have a significant number of paragons. They should have a good reserve of merit, Su Shi analyzed. Maybe we can get it from their hands. You may be right, but these people do not trust non-devil cultivators. So, let's send 9 Death instead, Emperor Kong suggested. After the defeat of the primogenitor devil, the devil cultivators experienced a severe culling from the overlords and other factions. The process was so harsh that it severely destroyed their key luck, resulting in their faction not giving birth to even one primal despite their large population. Susi note that she hoped her deduction was correct. Their academy looked safe, but that was only on the surface. As long as the Grand Sect Alliance has the means to resist Buddhism in the slightest, they will attack the academy. Normally, it would be virtually impossible for them to acquire such power, but the exchange list has opened endless possibilities for everyone. We need to improve as fast as possible, Su Shi thought. The only way to get out of the situation is for them to grow as fast as possible until they can fight head-on against the Alliance without anyone else's protection. The meeting soon ended, and everyone dispersed. Su Shi contacted 9 Death. Lin Fan went to train his skills, and Emperor Kong started tinkering with his grand idea to gain merit. While alone, he began designing a formation. As soon as he started, he entered a mysterious state where things went smoothly for him. His mind was free, his creativity flowing, allowing him to innovate as much as he wished. Emperor Kong did not know this was one of the benefits of being a chosen one. Most things he does will go smoothly because of the blessing of destiny. Wang Wei did not need this benefit because he was a Tao overlord, meaning his mind was already in a state of freedom and creativity. However, Kong needed that slight boost. For this to work, I will need a way to link everyone, he thought. It would be too challenging to build an array that covered the entire world unless I get the Overlord's approval. The Grand Assembly might happen soon. I could propose the idea. However, there is a better way. What place can already connect all mortals' minds and souls? The Void Illusion Realm. Emperor Kong paused before smiling wryly. His idea eventually led to Wang Wei. His idea was inspired by the latter's mortal civilization. Kong noticed how their civilization had reached the state where they could confront immortal venerables. Inspired by mortals' ability to contribute to high-level battles and the upcoming catastrophe, Kong pondered another way mortals could help. He thought of creating a way to combine their souls for battle. Mortals are weak, but their greatest advantage is their numbers. If trillions upon trillions of them linked their souls, they could create a devastating soul attack that could affect great emperors. Unfortunately, Kong must rely on Wang Wei's Void Illusion Realm, or wait until the Grand Assembly to ask the Overlord's permission and help to finish this project. If I wait until the Grand Assembly, all these lineages will try to get a piece of the pie. Meanwhile, I only need to share a small portion with Wang Wei. The choice was obvious, so Kong no longer mulls over it. He focused on creating the formation needed for this Mortal Soul Legion idea. Once that is perfected, he can contact Wang Wei for access to the Void Illusion Realm and negotiation for the Division of Merit. Chapter 1519. What's the plan? Wang Wei and Wu Hong sat facing each other while looking at a cube between them. They were playing civilization chess. Wang Wei chose to make a race of vampires or humans with blood manipulation abilities. In response, Wu Hong chose a civilization of werewolves, half-human and half-wolf demon races. They enjoyed themselves as they enacted this eternal battle between those two warring races. Really? A seal that targets all blood abilities? Wang Wei said. I haven't broken any rules, she replied. He shook his head before making his move. Since she wanted to target the essence of his civilization, he would do the same for hers. Wang Wei tasked someone to develop a virus that nullified all demon bloods. You never told me what happened to the Foundation techniques? He asked. You mean the techniques which were your idea, but you left all the work for me to do? I promised I'll make it up to you. Wang Wei SWFTLY said. I won't let you forget these words. Wu Hong snorted before answering the question. It's completed. Already? At first, I was going to invent them one after the other, starting with the 10th to the 13th. However, I figure it would be best to create the 13 Transcendent Foundation, and people who failed in completing it, if they have enough talent, can achieve the lesser versions. That makes sense, Wang Wei nodded. If someone fails at cultivating this technique, they could still achieve the 12 Ultimate Foundation, the 11 Hegemony Foundation, and even the 10 Supremacy Foundation. How does the technique work? Wu Hong did not immediately answer. She waved her hand to materialize 3 items, a golden orb, a red crystal, and a blue light. Wang Wei observed and identified them. A divinity core. This crystal should be the purest essence from the exchange list, and that light reminded me of the power from the Grand Tao source. Is the essence of the technique spirit, essence, and key? That's right. The divinity core represents the highest and purest form of soul energy. The pure essence is the purest essence of the flesh, and I took time to purify the power of the Grand Tao source to represent the key aspect. Wu Hong nodded. Everything is connected, meaning that her technique perfectly matches the quintessence realm, which is a manifestation of her understanding of the universe. I was inspired by the concept of condensing the 3 flowers on the crown, Wu Hong continued. The cultivation process requires condensing 3 seeds of potential into the existence based on a deep understanding of spirit, essence, and ki. The seeds would not only grant a mortal combat power on par with eternal emperors, but also serve as a foundation to enter the quintessence realm. So, the technique is now an official, transcendent foundation like the perfection method? Wang Wei asked, do I need to absorb these materials, or just understand the knowledge they contain? Both, Wu Hong said before handing him the items. This is your share. He'll accept them, but he'll pay you the merit for the pure essence, Wang Wei said as he placed them away. Do you even have any merit left? No, but I'm about to be rich again, Wang Wei said. Wu Hong was about to ask when a talisman appeared before him. Wang Wei checked with his divine sense and smiled. What is it? Information about the Stealers. Kong's Shadow Agency? What do you need that for? I plan to fuse them with my Fate Shadow Guards, Wang Wei explained. Don't tell you're going to ask me to do your job for you again. No, that's Wang Ju, Red Mask, and Xia Huang's job, Wang Wei replied. Once they have a prototype or a working technique, he'll review and improve it. Wu Hong stared at him. By the way, you never told me what your shadow agency is called? They are called the Rune Observers. The core members are all rune life forms I have granted sentience, guaranteeing their loyalty. Rune Observes, not a bad name. What's their specialty? Wang Wei asked. There are a few arrays in the world that they cannot disarm or break, Wu Hong explained, making Wang Wei's eyes lit up. Interested in incorporating our respective agencies? No. Why not? Firstly, you are still in the stages of growing your agency, unless you swallowed the sect's existing foundation. Secondly, even if we marry, it's not good to do everything together or share all our assets. We can cooperate, but there is no need to fuse. You have a point, Wang Wei nodded. He had no plan to swallow the sect's agency since it did not belong to him, and he still needed to hand it over to the next sect master. Of course, he would use their infrastructure to help his Fate Shadow Guards reach the peak as soon as possible. Well, let's talk about something else. I've never experienced Tao re-establishment before. Do you have any advice? The hardest part is the pain and sense of dread, but that should be no problem for you. However, I'd recommend you wait until your body reaches the peak to do it. Is it because the imbalance might cause problems? Yes. The process is basically forcing your body to a prior state, which is before you become an immortal, modifying it, and ensuring the modifications guide the changes to your body as you return to your normal state. I see. Wait, did you already re-establish your foundation? How could I have enough time? That's true, Wang Wei nodded. She had to cultivate the perfection foundation and create the technique, leaving her without enough time to cultivate the technique. Wang Wei was about to say something else when he received a second talisman. His brow furrowed as he read the content. What is it? Read it yourself. Wu Hong checked the content with her divine sense. Mortal Soul Legion? It's not a bad idea. Yes, but his plan is flawed. While the power of mortals can be utilized, it will also put a target on their backs. Unless we can relocate all of them into protected dimensions, Wu Hong said. An act that would require the Grand Assembly's decision, Wang Wei added. So, Kong's attempt to prevent others' interference or sharing the pie is pointless. We can remove everybody's share if we give Methria a portion and use her name to introduce the proposition of relocating the mortals. Look at you thinking like a greedy, capitalist businessman, Wang Wei said proudly. Your greed has rubbed off on me, and I'm profoundly ashamed for allowing it to. She rolled her eyes. Don't resist. Give in to your desires. Wang Wei chuckled as he sent a talisman to Buddhism to explain the situation. He then sent one to Kong to explain their plans while also granting the latter access to the void illusion realm. So what's the plan? Wu Hong asked. For what? For your training. Oh, that. I have to visit the lower dimension, but immediately afterward, I'll enter seclusion again to cultivate my flesh. Once that's completed, the next target is primal. Wu Nuded. The nurture core is a fascinating material that I've only unraveled a small part of its mystery. According to my calculation, this thing might accompany us for a long time in the quintessence realm. Wang Wei listened and did not interrupt. I'm testing my research on the twin, and once it's proven successful, I can use it in your primal training. No problem. I can even enter my retreat here, Wang Wei nodded. However, I may need another favor. You wouldn't. Listen to me. The soul technique is more than half done. Why can't you finish it? This is not just a retreat to cultivate my flesh. I was thinking of using this opportunity to deal with my past and even visit Earth through a projection, Wang Wei swiftly explained. Wu Hong stared into his soul. I promise it won't take you too much time. Will you even have enough time? Only 2 more people need to agree, and the Grand Assembly will begin. So, you also think the innate demon gods will allow the Grand Assembly to take place? Don't try to change the subject, she sneered. Even without what happened to the temple, someone else would have called for an assembly to discuss the catastrophe. Those 2 things shouldn't take that long, Wang Wei said. He only needed to review his memories after his death and before his reincarnation, deal with all the negative karma, and review all his life to see if he can find out what time nexuses are, and finally, Hell sent a projection to Earth to check on things and talk to Hongjun. Wait, I just realized I forgot to ask Mithreya about the time nexuses. Didn't you remove the spiritual hint? No, even I forgot to ask. The 2 looked at each other, letting the silence speak for itself. We'll try to find the answer myself, but if I fail, we must ask the next time we see her. They'll put a mental note in my sea of consciousness. Wu Hong nodded. So about that favor? Wu Hong glared at him. You're lucky that I think you're cute. Thank you. I promise I'll make it up to you twice. Chapter 15, 2015-20. Visiting old friends while you're retreating. Don't forget to think about the wedding. This is as much your celebration as mine, Wu Hong reminded. Of course. You know how flamboyant I can be when I need to, Wang Wei replied. Since they've decided on a grand and lavish wedding, he will go all out for the event. He already had a few ideas, especially for his entrance as the groom. Good. Do you think Wang Wei's direct communication talisman trembled, forcing him to stop and check it? The people from the Skill Path Association came to see me again. Are they there for their artifact? Yes, Wang Wei nodded. What's the situation? Miscellaneous said he was almost done copying it, Wang Wei said. He once saw the latter's message on the Elder Council Communication Hall about that situation. Then, you need to buy more time by pretending you're in retreat. They probably came because their spies noticed my appearance. It would be too suspicious if I entered seclusion just after leaving. Wang Wei shook his head. Then reveal that you're here. Are you sure? That might reveal our relationship. People are already suspicious, Wu Hong shrugged. She never underestimated the overlords or top lineages. The existence of her clone in the lower dimension was plenty enough for people to raise eyebrows. Then, they'll be bothering you. Wang Wei nodded before answering. He told Yu Kai not to hide the fact that he had left for the Origin Seal continent. The association might ask to deal with someone of higher authority, but the excuse that the ancestors were recuperating is still valid. Wang Wei kissed Wu Hong before teleporting to his cultivation room in the continent. The setting was no different from the ones in his Transcending Fate Mountain, and it was even better in some areas. However, Wang Wei insisted on using his own third-rank Dao sources for the array. After sitting down on the purple cushion, he looked at the white walls that calmed him down before deeply exhaling. Wang Wei closed his eyes before summoning a projection to the lower dimension. The first thing he felt as soon as he arrived was how stifling it was. Wang Wei felt like he was an enormous shark forced to shrink himself so he could fit into a small fish tank. No wonder no one wants to visit this place, he thought. He felt that he might destroy the entire lower dimension if he snoozed wrongly. It also did not help that Heavenly Tao was staring at him ever since his arrival. Let's check the current situation of the Myriad Emperor world, he thought before scanning everything with his divine sense. He had arrived during the 27th generation of the Heavenly Emperor era, and after more than 20 generations, the Tao opening sect had finally chosen to partake in the Heavenward battle. So, this is the time that Kai Song ascends? Great timing, Wang Wei thought. Her talent for puppetry will be greatly appreciated for the upcoming catastrophe. Why can't Fin Liyun and Dong Lifan should have already ascended, but there was no news of her. Wang Wei checked this world's past and future, but he could not see why the latter disappeared. He shook his head, blaming the 6 paths of samsara for hiding all his information. Wang Wei took a step to teleport to the Guardian world. Yin Liling, dressed in a white robe, sat before a cauldron with purple flame coming out of her hands. She was deeply concentrated on the pill she was refining, not even noticing someone else was here. Of course, Wang Wei did not want to be found so as not to disturb her. Luckily for him, the pill was on the verge of completion, so he only had to wait a few days. Impressive skills as always. Who's there? Yin Liling roared as she summoned a defense and attack cauldron to surround her. Big Brother Wang? She rushed to hug him, and Wang Wei made his projection corporeal so she could succeed. I didn't expect to see you until I ascended, she said with a gentle smile. Then, she frowned as she remembered something. Is everything all right? The sect said your soul lamp went out for a few minutes. I'm fine. I was facing a tricky enemy and had to fake my death. Someone forced you to fake your death? How powerful was such an enemy? I could tell you in detail in a little while. Before that, I need to know what happened with Li Jun and Dong Lifan. Juner was rewarded for his good services, and he's participating in some kind of program. I don't know much since he had to keep it a secret, but he did tell me the next time we met that his strength should enter the battle taboo realm. As for Dong Lifan, she ascended a while ago. Did something happen to her? It appeared so. Wang Wei nodded. He was glad that Li Jun was doing all right. He plans to meet his grandmother afterward and ask about Li Jun's situation. Dong Lifan's situation will be handed to the sect. If they don't solve the problem, he'll deal with it after leaving seclusion. Don't worry about Dong Lifan. Tell me what you've experienced while I was gone, Wang Wei said. They sat together, and Yin Liling offered her invented pill tea, which was quite delicious. Then, she told him everything she had experienced. His reign drastically influenced the Heavenly Emperor era. The cultivators have evolved to divide a Heavenly Emperor into 2 categories, primary Heavenly Emperors and secondary Heavenly Emperors. The title of primary Heavenly Emperor means a person is the strongest Heavenly Emperor and reigns above everyone else, just like Wang Wei did. After someone becomes a primary heavenly emperor, they will try to leave a lasting impact on the world by inventing things like the dream world, the Sordao River, the darkness world, etc. Then, after reaping all the benefits of the lower dimension, they will have a Dao banquet before ascending. Yin Liling's position as the guardian was relatively free. Her greatest threat was the rebellions from the Hell Court, and a few heavenly emperors who allowed fame and power to get to their heads and attacked the myriad emperor world. But for the most part, she focused on cultivating and refining pills. "I can see how much effort you've put into your craft," Wang Wei praised. He could tell Yin Liling's cultivation was the peak of the great emperor realm, and she was preparing for the taboo battle realm. Furthermore, it appeared she could refine Empyrean pills, but she hasn't done so because she lacked the materials, and these pills took too long to concoct. "The peace and quiet have done wonders for my skill and state of mind," Yin Liling nodded. "What about you? What have you experienced after your ascension?" She was dying to know what he experienced or how strong he had become. Based on her current strength, all Yin Liling saw when glancing at him was an infinite emptiness. "Well, that's a long story," Wang Wei said before telling her everything that happened to him, leaving out only a few secrets that were too important or something that her low cultivation cannot yet access. "I knew you would flourish, but I didn't expect you to grow so quickly," Yin Liling sighed, her voice laced with a hint of sadness and a sense of inferiority. "Do you want to end your duty early and ascend with me?" Wang Wei asked. "I've already prepared a clear and rapid path to the Paragon realm for you and Li Jun." According to Wang Wei's prediction, the 27th, 28th, and 29th generation Heaven Wills will belong to the Dao opening sect as Kai Song, Jin Mingyao, and Li Wenling. Yin Liling and Li Jun's reign will be in the 33rd generation, which is a short few hundred million years from now. With a bit of merit and Wang Wei's bargaining, he should be able to release her from her duty. How fast are we talking about? The greatest obstacle to cultivators is the Paragon realm. Even the most talented individuals will spend hundreds of thousands of yuan epochs in preparation before attempting a breakthrough. I have a method that will reduce the time to a few thousand years as long as you become a peak Empyrean. How long will it take to reach the Empyrean peak? You are quite talented, but you also need to achieve the Empyrean taboo battle realm. So, I'd say over 100,000 yuan epoch, but that's only 10,000 yuan epoch with time formations. Can I reduce that time if I receive merit and benefits from being a heavenly emperor? She asked. It would, Wang Wei nodded. Right now, merit is more extremely valuable in the upper dimension, so the more the better. In that case, I want to wait, Yin Liling said after mulling it over. That's fine by me, Wang Wei nodded. Her choice was the most optimal in this situation. Chapter 1521. Visiting Old Friends 2, and the Foundation's name has been changed. Check the chapter for the new names. Additionally, there's a plot hole in previous chapters. Wu Hong said the events after the Absolute Killer created primals, when I previously said the Absolute Killer was killing primals like chickens and dogs. What Wu Hong meant to say is that this event created the modern form of primals, meaning primals were different during the Soul Age. Wang Wei thought briefly. Since Yin Liling did not want to leave with him, he would do his best to help her now. I can't directly give you resources, but I can give techniques and valuable information. He raised his palm to condense 3 talismans. The first one is all my knowledge about entering the taboo battle realm. The second is a soul technique that should help you condense an Empyrean soul. It's best to modify it to fit your physique. Lastly, this is the 13 Transcendent Foundation technique. I don't expect you to cultivate this thing in the lower dimension with a lack of resources, but you can start preparing when you ascend. Yin Liling's eyes lit up with each introduction, and she squinted after hearing the last item. Transcendent? As in? Yes, it's a technique to improve your foundation and increase your chances of entering that realm, he explained. Yin Liling has already found her transcendent path, putting her ahead of everybody. Additionally, she can also travel a semi-traditional path. She can first condense her soul quintessence, which would improve her pill refining skills. Then, instead of focusing on her body, she can focus on condensing her Tao quintessence and using its power to nurture her body. Wang Wei is ready to suggest this path to her, but she is still in the Great Emperor realm and is not ready for those conversations. All she needs to do now is establish a firm foundation until she's ready for that step. Thank you, Yin Liling smiled. It seems you've already cultivated the 10th revolution of your bloodline. What about Li Jun? Wang Wei asked. The same. In that case, it'll leave you with the 11th revolution, so you can also prepare in advance. Wang Wei nodded before handing her another talisman. He then looked at the sky. Leaving already? I probably shouldn't have spent a few days waiting for you to finish your pill. Wang Wei smiled wryly. Heavenly Dao's eyes on him are becoming more impatient, and the warning to leave as quickly as possible is intensifying. You're not going to check on the sect? There should be time for a short conversation. Wang Wei nodded. One more thing. Have you already started the process of choosing the next guardian? I have prepared the selection test, but I haven't chosen anyone yet, Yin Liling replied truthfully. Choose someone from our sect and start training them now. Is something wrong? The catastrophe is coming, and the lower dimension should be protected. However, the power level involved might be beyond Heavenly Daos. Are you saying the lower dimension might suffer? Yin Liling asked. Yes. And since the Myriad Emperor world is the destiny center of the lower dimension, it will be one of the primary attack targets. Wang Wei nodded. The next guardian needs to be prepared for this possibility, and if they are from our sects, they can also ensure its security in case things go awry. Yin Liling squinted. Are you being cautious or just prepared? Prepared, Wang Wei replied. Mithria is technically on the same level as Heavenly Dao. There may be some difference in strength, but their realm or life levels are the same. So, if Mithria could be injured, Heavenly Dao was not safe. I understand. Don't forget to get as much merit as possible before ascending, Wang Wei said to her before teleporting to the sect. The general atmosphere was peaceful, with a hidden sense of nobility and detachment. Since his departure, the Dao opening sect's key luck has prospered beyond words. Especially since they're the de facto rulers of the lower dimensions. They just don't show it. A perfect example of their status is when the sect announced they would be competing in this generation's Heaven Will Battle. 90% of factions immediately decided to send their Heaven Chosen to other world communities to compete. The remaining 10% decided to face the beast and try to weaken the Dao opening sect's momentum. Some foreign worlds or lineages even chose to send their best people to compete in the Myriad Emperor World's battle to try and stop Kai Song's rise. Unfortunately for them, the following 3 generations will be crushed under the Dao opening sect's supremacy. There are few noteworthy talents, Wang Wei commented. He was slightly worried that the sect wouldn't have any new talent after Li Wenling, but he seemed to be overthinking. Countless unparalleled geniuses have been born in the 3 clans due to the sect's luck and the human fiend god bloodline. Furthermore, most of the best talents in the lower dimension want to join the strongest sect. He teleported to the hidden dimension of the sleeping ancestors, immediately revealing his presence. Origin 1, Sword 1, Desolate 1, and all the others teleported before him. They looked at him with hesitation, not knowing how to address him. Wang Wei was about to say something to appease the situation when Origin 1 acted. He bowed 90 degrees and said, "Welcome back, ancestor." The others did not hesitate and followed him. Wang Wei looked at them. The cultivating world was all about strength, and age was irrelevant. Those people might have been his elders before and even watched him grow, but now they had to respect him, not to mention him technically older than them, Wang Wei thought. He glanced at Ancestor Wuxing. He knew that even if he tried, it would be hard to have their former relationship. You can rise, Wang Wei said softly, accepting his new title and position. Is everything all right? Origin 1 asked. If you're talking about me, then I'm fine. If you mean the ancestors above, they're also all right, Wang Wei revealed. The last update these people had about the upper dimension was that chaos was spreading, and their ancestors had disappeared after the ultimate taboo. That's good to hear. Origin 1 sighed in relief. I came to warn you of a few things, Wang Wei continued. The upper dimension is about to experience a catastrophe on a scale unlike anything we've seen before, and this time, the lower dimension may not be protected. Everyone squinted their eyes. This was major news. Most of you have reached the limit of the lower dimension and are probably considering ascension, Wang Wei continued. Before leaving, he left enough resources and opportunities for these people to become Tao rulers or immortal sovereigns. He also left a system to train replacements to ensure the sect was still strong and protected. This disaster is terrible news, but also an opportunity. For example, there is something called the Path Transfer Mandante, which can allow you to transfer from the Tao or Immortal Path to the Emperor Path, with the limitation that you can only be a pseudo-eternal and drop one cultivation realm. Wang Wei was slightly shocked when he saw that thing in the exchange list. Heavenly Tao went all out for the catastrophe, including creating a way to make the Emperor Path more prosperous. He believed there might even be a way to change into a true eternal, but that resource is in the transcendent tier of the exchange list. Such a thing exists? Sword 1 asked. I don't know if it did before, but it does now, Wang Wei explained. His knowledge was limited, but he had never heard of such a thing until he saw it on the exchange list. So, there's still hope for us, someone muttered, and everyone felt resonance with these words. It did not matter that they could not be eternal, as pseudo was more than enough for them. These people did not know that being a pseudo-eternal was the minimum requirement to become a primal. And if they knew, the ambitious ones would be even happier. Unfortunately, before these people could celebrate for long, Origin 1's next words immediately curbed their enthusiasm. Such a thing must be extremely rare or priceless, right? He asked. Everyone knew reincarnation was the only way to change path, but most people did not want to take the risks associated with it. Priceless, but not rare, Wang Wei replied. As long as you have enough merit, you can exchange it. And the upcoming disaster will have plenty of opportunities to acquire merit if you have the strength and are willing to risk your life. These people did not care about the danger. In fact, most of them were bored ever since the sect became so powerful that most people dared not fight against them. Of course, a few people were calmer about this news and weighed their decision. Wang Wei looked at Desolate One. I know you despise the Emperor Path, but there is no room for prosperity for the other paths in the upper dimension. It's extremely challenging to become an insurgent the higher your cultivation. I've been there countless yuan epochs and have never met an insurgent worth remembering. Desolate One frowned, but did not say another word. Wang Wei did not try to convince him again and said his last words. You can choose whether to stay to pass the catastrophe or ascend to participate. There won't be any repercussions for your decision. Chapter 1522-1522. The Heavenly Emperor Era's significance. Wang Wei teleported away after warning them. The trip to the lower dimension was underwhelming due to the vast difference in cultivation. First, he notices the subtle emotions of Yin Liling, and when he meets his ancestors, they treat him with only awe and reverence, removing all personal connections between them. I understand why the ancestors rarely visit. Wang Wei sighed as he took one last look. He probably won't return here for a long time, if at all. He took one last look at everything before him. The lower dimension was full of hidden dimensions with the sole purpose of helping others. These emperors went above and beyond to replicate his success and get as much merit as possible. Wang Wei suddenly realized something. I think I may have accidentally started these people on the path of constructing minor constructs. Something like a dream world might have just been his way of creating the cultivator world version of the internet. But for people like Dong Lifan who cultivate Dream Dao, that world is a prototype to a dream construct, which is something only Dao quintessence cultivators will have. No wonder Heavenly Dao went all out on protecting the lower dimension, Wang Wei thought. He realized the true importance of his Heavenly Emperor era. I was basically training and preparing these people for the quintessence realm. Just as the information from Earth has proven crucial to Wang Wei's way of thinking. The cultivators of the lower dimension will also have a similar mindset that will benefit them immensely when they try to enter the quintessence realm. This also means the lower dimension is even more valuable than I thought. Wang Wei frowned. In a moment, he realized the implications of this information. Ideas are valuable, and when quintessence realm powerhouses learn of this place's existence, they will all want to experience it to see if they can be inspired. These people will do everything possible to get their hands on this place, or destroy it to prevent others from having it. They will also try to recreate their own version. Then, there are the cultivators from the lower dimension, Wang Wei thought. It won't show up now, but in the future, when the transcendent age is fully developed, people will notice that it is easier for people born in this place to reach the quintessence realm. Just as people with information from Earth have an advantage in their thinking, the cultivators born from the lower dimension will also have an advantage, albeit at a lower difficulty. In other words, just as Hong Jun started a training program through media for the people of Earth, I've done the same thing for the people of the lower dimension by setting the Heavenly Emperor era, Wang Wei thought with a wry smile. He knew he had been played. There was no way this was an accident. Grand Tao's ultimate purpose has always been the prosperity of the world. The Heavenly Emperor era was an excellent tool to ensure that as many quintessence realm powerhouses were born as possible, thus assuring the prosperity of the upcoming transcendent age. Everything is connected, Wang Wei thought with a deep sigh. The eternal ascension world was about to become the true destiny center of the chaos universe, and this Heavenly Emperor era had greatly contributed to that effort. A world that is the center of destiny should have something unique about it, such as the capability of numerous quintessence realm powerhouses. Heavenly Tao would need the blessing or permission of the Heaven Cardinal to release many of the items in the exchange list. So, how did it get the permission? Wang Wei thought. What Heavenly Tao did with the Tribulation Era, Golden Era, and Ultimate Taboo should have helped. Still, Wang Wei also believed the existence of his era greatly contributed to the latter success. Everyone is a pawn, Wang Wei thought to himself as he resisted the urge to destroy his creation. He peered at the future and saw numerous possibilities. As expected, his era would end. But the ideas of creating minor constructs became an essential aspect of the lower dimensions culture or society. Had I known all of this, I would have created a fate minor construct. Wang Wei shook his head. He wanted to do something, but did not dare act since Heavenly Tao's stare had intensified. So, he took one last look at the world, his secret vault, and finally, the Hell Court. These guys might be useless soon, Wang Wei thought. After analyzing the situation, he had decided to enter the quintessence realm as soon as possible and prolong his era, maybe even make it eternal. The question is what to do with the Hell Court by then. They are still useful in prolonging the existence of the era, so let's leave them be for now, Wang Wei thought before canceling his projection. As he opened his eyes in the seclusion room, he activated his status as a minor Earth Emperor to enter the afterlife. Wang Wei once again found himself above the Forgetfulness River and the Soul Bridge. As he was about to say something, he sensed an invitation, followed by a portal opening before him. The world changed, and Wang Wei found himself in a small cottage in a small village. A gentle woman with an aura of serenity was calmly treating a villager with a minor burn by applying an ointment. "Thank you, Dr. Mao. You should be more careful in the shop," she said. "I'm usually careful, but the mayor has made a rush order of more than 1,000 weapons," the patient said. "Rest, and your arm should be fine in a few days. How much do I owe you? Focus on your healing first. Then, we'll talk about paying," Mao Yu said before sending him out. She then turned around to look at Wang Wei. "I think this is the first time we are meeting officially. How are you doing, Grandma?" Wang Wei smiled. She looked slightly different from the image talisman his grandfather showed him. She was still beautiful, but looked middle-aged. She was not wearing all black, but a simple white robe with no decorations or display of her status. Her serene and peaceful aura now contained a hidden power, the power to rule over death. "Come, let's have some tea," Mao Yu offered as they moved to a small room next door with a simple brown tea set. "Your grandfather said your favorite tea is Longjue, so I've been growing it." "Thank you," Wang Wei said as he took the teacup with both hands before slowly sipping it. A tea's taste was not just based on the leaves, but on who prepares it, and with one sip, Wang Wei could feel and experience his grandmother's state of mind. He became as cold and serene as death, looking at everything from a detached perspective. This is the perfect state to cultivate some Sara Dao, he thought. It seems you haven't lost your roots, Wang Wei commented. Yes, my position can be hectic at times, so I created this place to escape it all, Mao Yu nodded. It's good to have a quiet place, Wang Wei nodded. How is Grandpa doing? He's doing great. He just passed his Paragon tribulation. So fast. To you, maybe. That's true, Wang Wei uttered. Boundless? I would accept nothing less from him, she smiled. I imagine he got drunk and loud afterward. He threw himself a party, Mao Yu said. He wanted to drink with you and Wang Tian, even boldly proclaiming he would beat you up. I had to remind him that he was still not your match. That's like him. Wang Wei grinned. When can I see him? My original plan was to let him leave after he became a paragon, but with the state of the world, I think it's best if he waits until he's at the peak, or better, becomes a primal. That's understandable, but can I see him even if he doesn't leave? I would love to do that. Mao Yu sighed. However, the place he is at is sensitive, and you have a not-so-good reputation among my peers, so I don't think I can get permission. I haven't done anything, Wang Wei complained. You draw trouble, and that's enough for many of the Yama kings to want you to stay as far away as possible from us. Mao Yu shrugged, making Wang Wei's lips twitch. All right, Wang Wei sighed. Have you heard news about my parents? Mao Yu calmly said. Nothing so far. She has a wide network and asked for news, but nothing so far. The good news is they are definitely alive. As long as someone dies, she can know the news. That's good to hear, Wang Wei said. There were methods or times when Soul Lamp was wrong. However, with his grandmother's words, he can be completely assured that they were alive somewhere. I came here for 2 reasons, well, 3 reasons, Wang Wei said. The first was to see you, and the second was to ask about Li Jun chapter 1523. Netherworld Emperor, what's his situation? Wang Wei asked. He has done an excellent job, Mao Yu praised. He worked with the mortal world to preserve the balance between the world of the living and the dead. He improved our system by creating a redemption program. Oh, the karma system used to judge a person's reincarnation is fair, but too strict. People who have neutral karma have a higher chance of reincarnating as animals, which is somewhat unfair. There are also people with negative karma, but they have a change of mind at some point in their life, and they died before they could make up for it. Mao Yu sipped her tea. Li Jun proposed that we redeem these people instead of judging them harshly. They can sign a contract and work for us until they meet the karma requirement for a better reincarnation. We ran a mock trial in the lower dimension with Li Jun as the leader, and once he perfected the system, his idea was incorporated into the larger system. That sounds like the concept of purgatory, Wang Wei thought. However, he never mentioned such a thing to Li Jun, meaning he thought of it on his own. Is that why he was rewarded? Wang Wei asked. He was first offered the position of a Yama King seed. However, he was not a fan of all the rules and restrictions. So, he was rewarded access to our training grounds. It's a shame. He would have made an excellent Yama King, Mao Yu praised. He might have calmed down because of his position, but battle and war runs through his blood, Wang Wei said, not surprised that Li Jun rejected the offer. True, Mao Yu nodded. When Li Jun was not doing his job, he spent most of his time fighting in the battle tower in the dream world. His calm temperament might fit the position of Yama King, but his nature was that of a warrior. It's a shame I can't see him, Wang Wei muttered. Li Jun was the only person he could count on not to care about his status or difference in cultivation. Wang Wei had been chasing the warm atmosphere before his ascension, and Li Jun was probably the only one who could give it to him. I'm glad he's thriving, Wang Wei smiled. He finished his tea, and his grandmother filled his cup. On to the main topic. I came here for this. Wang Wei summoned a cube on his palm, which was the modified Nether Hell he stole from Ing Zheng and the Earth Emperor. This is, Mao Yu muttered as she looked at the world inside the cube. She waved his hand to block this world from all sight. With his move, Wang Wei finally confirmed that she was indeed a primal, and probably one of the best. Paradise, Wang Wei said. Life is an eternal cycle of reincarnation. Most mortals will only experience a few reincarnations before their souls are recycled into the purest soul energy to create a brand new soul. Mortals with enough positive karma will have blessed lives, not having to worry about food, wealth, health, or love prosperity. If virtuous enough, they can reincarnate as devas and reach the peak of the cultivation world with their unparalleled talent. However, those outcomes do not have to be the only path. While devas are the highest reward for a virtuous life, considering how chaotic the cultivation world is, it's not as good a reward. Many mortals probably do not care for eternal life and powers, especially if they had to acquire them through years of struggle and bloodshed. I created this place as another possible reward for a karma-positive life, a utopia where mortals, and maybe even cultivators' souls, can rest in eternal bliss. Wang Wei's paradise was created to keep a soul in a worry-free state. It also ensures the souls are immortals, allowing the people who enter paradise to achieve an alternate form of immortality. He also considered the possibility that these souls might eventually become bored, so he granted them the power of the Grand Mist, allowing them to play God as they wish. Of course, he also understood the paradise might be drastically changed once he hands it over. Mao Yu looked at the cube, and her aura suddenly fluctuated. She exhaled deeply before closing her eyes and entering deep meditation. Wang Wei frowned, but waited. The session lasted more than an hour. Mao Yu sighed with a wry smile. I thought my state of mind had reached perfection, but even I couldn't resist the temptation. I guess I'm no different from Maitreya. Grandma, do you know what your invention means to people like me? Wang Wei did not hide his confusion, and Mao Yu took a moment to gather her thoughts. A while ago, we received major news. During the upcoming Transcendent Age, the Chaos Universe will be divided into 5 quadrants. The Eternal Ascension World, with destiny at the center of the universe, will be the primary world of the Central Quadrant. With this division, a new karmic position called Netherworld Emperor will be created to oversee the 6th path samsara of an entire quadrant. Wang Wei squinted. Could this position allow you to condense your soul quintessence? You know about that name? Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Mao Yu uttered, the competition is fierce among the Yama Kings, especially for the Central Quadrant. It also doesn't help that only 5 positions are available. It's almost guaranteed that one position will go to one of the kings serving in the Eternal Ascension world. While I've done a great job, a few people have seniority over me and greater credentials. However, I'm guaranteed that position if I can present this paradise and further perfect our system. Mao Yu felt fate was at work. Her connection to Maitreya allowed her to be considered for this position. After all, the Central Netherworld Emperor will have to pay close attention to the Eternal Ascension world, even if their jurisdiction is the entire quadrant. A good relationship with a powerhouse on Maitreya's level would make the job of the Netherworld Emperor easier. Despite this connection, Mao Yu's consideration was not that crucial. Then, Li Jun's work raised her to the top 10 contenders for the position. Now, with Wang Wei's contribution, she knew the position was guaranteed. Grandma, I don't want to burst your bubbles, but my relationship with the Cardinals is not ideal. You might lose this opportunity because of me, Wang Wei said slowly. Well, maybe that's not entirely true. They might give you the position to keep you under their control and use you against me. Mao Yu looked at him. You're only a paragon. Why do you have any kind of relationship with anyone from the tribunal? It's complicated, but you only need to know it started with the Fate Cardinal. And I think all the others are now involved, Wang Wei explained. Mao Yu groaned softly. She would not believe it if anyone else said it. But she knew the reputation of her grandson as a trouble magnet. You don't have to worry about that, Mao Yu reassured. Grandma, this is serious. Let me ask you something. Mao Yu continued calmly. If time were linear, the tribunal has existed since the end of the Lost Age. For countless years, the 6 cardinals have managed the grand constructs and the chaos universe without an issue. So, why do they suddenly need assistance? Decentralization of power. Wang Wei replied. Someone thinks they haven't been doing a good enough job or have too much power, so it's stripping some of it from them. Exactly. The process has grander complications, and while your grudge will be a factor, it will not be as big as you think, Mao Yu said. Wang Wei understood that his grandmother did not understand the conflict of his future self and these cardinals, but her words did have some truths. Grand Dao's decision to affect the chaos universe on such a grand scale to prepare for the transcendent age was not made lightly. Grand Dao has to consider things that neither Wang Wei nor the cardinals can fathom until they reach that level. The confrontation between them is probably one of the considerations, but its importance and how it will affect the selection of the Netherworld Emperor position is not something they can readily stipulate on. While I don't have enough information or strength to think about the ramifications of Grand Dao's decisions, what about my other selves? Wang Wei thought. According to his deduction, he has met two versions of himself. The one who stopped Old Man Tianji and even scared the cardinals should be a future version of himself in the second step of the quintessence realm, meaning he has condensed the soul and flesh quintessence. Then, there's the version fighting with Grand Dao and probably responsible for the all-heaven fate calamity. This one should be in the third step, having already condensed his Dao quintessence. Chapter 1524-1524. The Transcendent Ages Framework and unedited chapter. Mao Yu looked embarrassed. Is something wrong? Wang Wei asked. Well, if I want to ensure the position is mine, I must take the credit for the suggestion instead of benefiting from it. Because you are my grandson, she said with some hesitation. That's not a problem, Wang Wei said as he directly handed the cube to her. I feel bad for taking your things, Mao Yu said apologetically. It's fine. We're family, aren't we? Wang Wei smiled. Even so, I can't take advantage of your hard work, Mao Yu replied. You probably wanted to submit this to get merit. However, I used most of mine for myself and your grandfather. You don't have to worry about it, Wang Wei reassured. Mao Yu waved his hand to open access to her space ring. My position has granted me access to a few things that are only traded internally. You can choose whatever you please. I know this is not enough, but it will have to do for now. Once I take office, he'll prepare a better reward for you. Well, all right, Wang Wei agreed before using his divine sense to scan the dimension. Most of the things available were samsara-based, which is understandable. More importantly, he saw many things that were indeed rare or that he hadn't heard of before. The first thing Wang Wei chose was something called the Samsara Training Talisman. According to his grandmother, this is one of the methods used to train Yama Kings. By activating the talisman, Wang Wei will face a version of himself with mastered skills, and by fighting it, he can learn the skill. Wang Wei's talisman was used to train Ultimate Dao, with skills for primals. His eyes shone after choosing the talisman. His path toward the primal level had shortened. The second item he chose was a rare material called Karma Jinx Stone. The material had many purposes, but Wang Wei wanted it for its ability to boost karma abilities and its great protection from karma technique detection or other forms of divination. He had a plan for the catastrophe, and this metal would be incredibly beneficial for him. Last, Wang Wei's eyes glued to a black diamond inside the space. He sensed the essence of samsara from it. What's that? Samsara Genesis Stone, Mao Yu replied. It's what we use to understand all Daos associated with samsara without being Dao lords. She then frowned. Your cultivation has already reached the peak. Why do you need that? There's a hidden aura in that stone that reminded me of something, Wang Wei revealed. As soon as he saw that thing, he remembered Wu Hong's incomplete Dao quintessence seals. He had a feeling the hidden aura of this thing might increase his chance at condensing his incomplete Dao quintessence. Do you have a more potent one? Or more than one? He asked. There is a greater stone used to train ultimate skills, but I don't have one. Wait, I think I can borrow one, Mao Yu said before she closed her eyes. A few minutes later, she raised her hand with a slightly darker stone. Wang Wei's eyes immediately lit up as the hidden aura he sensed was much more concentrated. He'll take it, Wang Wei immediately said. As you wish, Mao Yu nodded as she handed the stones over. As I said, I will prepare a better reward for you once I have the position. In that case, I'll wish you success. Wang Wei nodded. The two chatted for the next few hours before Wang Wei left the underworld, returning to his seclusion. He immediately wrote 2 talismans, one for his sect and the other for his fiancée, telling them the news he had just learned. He also asked the sect to check on Dong Lifen's situation. Lastly, he sent the Samsara Genesis Stone to Wu Hong so she could confirm whether he had sensed correctly. Although he trusted his senses, she was the one with the actual incomplete Tao quintessence and could probably detect more than he. Now that he was alone, Wang Wei took this opportunity to analyze the information from his grandmother. There is no way the Netherworld Emperor position is the only one being created. The division of the chaos universe into quadrants will mean a more controllable system. It's very likely that each quadrant will now have a new position based on the cardinals. The Heaven Cardinal Envoy will be responsible for all the chaos worlds in their quadrant and maintaining the heaven laws of these worlds. The Primordial Cardinal Envoy will manage the primordial chaos in their respective quadrant. And probably the same for the Fate, Time, and Key Cardinal Envoy. Wang Wei frowned. He was not entirely sure about Fate, Time, and Key. These constructs may be better left alone, as fracturing their current structure might weaken their overall power instead of boosting it. It's especially so for Fate and Time. Well, even if those structures are not divided, there will definitely be envoys, Wang Wei analyzed. The purpose of these envoy positions was not just to optimize the grand framework, which is the name for the system of all the grand constructs. Their purpose is for better control. The Transcendent Age will be full of quintessence powerhouses, and Grand Tao needs law enforcers to keep these people in check, Wang Wei thought. And the existence of these people might not just be to weaken the Cardinals' power, but also free their hands so they can more readily intervene in the affairs of the chaos universe. Wang Wei could already predict how chaotic the future will be. The more powerful a cultivator, the more unruly they become. However, Grand Tao is all about order, about controlling the chaos. It has seen what happens when these people are left alone to pursue the path of true transcendent, and it will not allow them free rein. This is not good news for me or any other cultivator, Wang Wei thought. The more perfect Wang Wei system is, the more challenging it will be to achieve transcendence, because Grand Tao wants people to do so within the constraints of its rules. The transcendent path is already challenging. Now imagine attempting it with all these rules and limitations. Wang Wei groaned. There was nothing his current self could do to stop the upcoming oppressive system, but he could analyze the possible shapes it would take and prepare beforehand. If I were Grand Tao, how would I establish this system? Using absolute force is the worst approach, as it would most likely result in a backlash of more people revolting against it. So, I would need a more subtle way, like slowly integrating them into the system. Wang Wei squinted. The Samsara Cardinal Envoy's position might be chosen from internal staff, but that doesn't need to be the case for others. Grand Tao can offer the position to people who are ambitious and willing to do its dirty job. No one can guarantee they will enter the quintessence realm, meaning such an offer is tempting to 99 of cultivators. Now, not everyone is willing to sell their souls and freedom to Grand Tao. So, I would create a second tier of the system with more freedom to lure more people to incorporate, for example, the Earth and Heaven Emperor position. While the Netherworld Emperor and Heaven Cardinal Envoy are in charge of Quadrant, they might have subordinates in the form of Earth and Heaven Emperors that control individual source chaos worlds, further decentralizing power. No, I was wrong. The second-tier system is not to lure people with the allure of more freedom. It's the opposite. The Earth and Heaven positions can be a similar situation to Supreme Unity, where they have to fuse themselves with Heavenly Tao or Samsara to gain the strength of the Soul Quintessence. Such an approach would limit their strength and bind them to one place, making them more manageable. And Grand Tao's target for these positions is people without the talent or drive to walk the transcendent path. These people would be willing to sacrifice their souls and freedom and become Grand Tao's watchdogs for a chance at power. Wang Wei was not happy with his deduction. If he's right, Grand Tao will have 3,800 Earth Emperors and 3,800 Heaven Emperors, all in the soul quintessence realm, at its disposal to establish order in the transcendent age. And that's not mentioning the 30 envoys above them, who are more powerful and have greater authority. What about human emperors? What role do they play? Wang Wei asked himself. They are the transcendent path of sages, of merit. They represent one of the correct or acceptable methods of transcendence that Grand Tao allows or encourages. If someone contributes enough to a source chaos world to gain the title of human emperor and has a third-rank golden body of merit, they will meet the qualification for the sage emperor position, which should be equal to the soul quintessence realm. Chapter 1525, the 12th Revolution, and the title of true human emperor has already been used. What Wang Wei meant in the previous chapter is the position of sage emperor. The sage emperor position is all about doing good deeds and improving the world for the better. Then what about Yingzheng's path? Wang Wei thought, the human earth and heaven karmic position is divided into 4 tiers. Lesser for one heaven will world, minor for the entire lower dimension, greater for a normal chaos world, and true for source chaos worlds. The sage emperor position is the transcendent tier level of the human emperor path, meaning there should be another position for the earth and heavenly emperor spot as well. Yingzheng's path is about getting the true tier of these positions, understanding their essence, and using them for himself. The path of human can help him condense a soul quintessence, and the path of earth can condense his flesh quintessence as he uses the power of death to transcend his flesh from the mundane. Lastly, the path of heaven can help him condense his Tao quintessence as he gains access to all the laws of heaven and earth. Yingzheng's path is an alternative path outside of Grand Tao's rules, which will make things interesting in how the latter will try to restrict Yingzheng. Wang Wei wanted to rejoice about Yingzheng's future struggle, but he couldn't. He realized the latter had once again become more dangerous. Wang Wei's previous deduction was that Yingzheng needed all 3 positions just to condense his soul quintessence. But now, he realized the latter's path was a complete one that reached all the way to the 3rd step. As soon as he learns the name of the quintessence realm, he'll know how precious his path is and figure out. Wang Wei frowned. He still believed his wife would be the first transcendent of the eternal ascension world, but he did not like how close Yingzheng kept coming. I really need to put him in his place, he thought. Wang Wei could upgrade his title to the tier of true human emperor after saving the eternal ascension world from the 7 moons and supreme unity's grasp. He hasn't done so because heavenly Tao is being petty, according to the rules. He did not need to manually do it, as the title would be handed to him after his achievements. However, now, he needed a tedious ceremony for the upgrade. I already have a 3rd-rank golden body of merit, and with the human emperor position, maybe I can use Yingzheng's path of human to increase my odds of entering the soul quintessence realm, Wang Wei analyzed. He had the soul quintessence technique, but he could also increase his odds with another path. Better yet, it may increase my strength in that realm if I use more than one path of condensing my soul quintessence. Regardless of the future potential, or just to mess with Yingzheng, Wang Wei had no argument not to try this approach. So, he put that as one of his tasks for the future. Wang Wei had finished with his deduction, meaning it was time for his cultivation. However, he did not immediately start, but used rare resources to condense a clone. According to the laws of heaven and earth, most cloning techniques decrease the productivity of cultivating. Grand Tao created those rules to probably prevent people from abusing the method for their cultivation. However, as usual, the rule is not absolute. Some powerful and unique clones can be used, but they always have some restrictions. Mostly only the person who creates them can use them without limits, or the resources required are astronomical. Wang Wei usually did not need to use such a thing, but he had a feeling that time was in a hurry, so he used it. Wang Wei tasked the clone to refine an artifact for him using the Karma Jinx Oregon. He had a plan on how to act from the shadows during the catastrophe, and this will become crucial in the plan. So, once that was dealt with, he focused on cultivating. He had plenty of Tier 12 Fiend God bloodline to study, whether from Wu Hong or his sect. While Li Ming was obsessed with battle, Wang Chang's passion was body refining, which meant he had plenty of materials from Fiend Gods, which were considered the epitome of body refiners. Of course, Wang Wei found this statement to be one of Grand Dao's greatest propaganda, considering the second true transcendent of this universe was a human body refiner. Without hesitation, Wang Wei started to comprehend the secrets of the Tier 12 Fiend God bloodline. The first secret he discovered was the bloodline's ability to remove flaws. It's rare for a Fiend God's flesh to have any flaws from the gate of flesh tribulation, as their bloodline will slowly remove these flaws. This ability made sense since humans and other races can also slowly cultivate to remove these flaws. However, Fiend Gods had mastered this ability since their bloodline meant they could only grow slowly, and the process would be completed automatically. Their bloodline is so potent at removing flaws because of its ability to perfect itself using the primordial chaos will, Wang Wei concluded. This revelation should have been a problem for him, because the Wang clan's human Fiend God bloodline was flawed. When Wang Wei modified it, he replaced primordial chaos with nothingness, but not everyone could face such an entity without dying. He planned to add the ability to condense the physical manifestation of whatever characteristic the clan members used. For example, if someone uses Immortal Flame as their characteristic, they could summon the manifestation of all immortal flames as the source of their bloodline and condense something like Immortal Flame will to replace the primordial will. Wang Wei did not have the ability yet and planned to wait until later. However, it seems someone had finished what he started. It should be the work of Wang Chong and Qiyuan, he thought. As he observed the clan's bloodline source, he detected the Tao of origin on top of his power of nothingness. The Wang clan members can access the origin of whatever characteristics they use and summon the physical manifestation. For example, someone with an Immortal Flame characteristic would summon the origin of Immortal Flame to replace primordial chaos. Wang Wei even saw someone had perfected his method of condensing other wills to replace Fiend God's primordial will. That makes my job easier, Wang Wei thought before starting the modification. He knew enough about perfection to add it to their bloodline core to give the clan the same ability as Fiend Gods to remove their flaws. The following step was to improve on previously existing abilities, like the passive increase of strength that allowed people born with a Tier 12 bloodline to reach the Paragon realm. Of course, Wang Wei went further and wanted a Tier 12 bloodline that reached the Elder Fiend God 10 Heaven. However, even Fiend God's bloodline does not guarantee reaching such a realm. After becoming Elder Fiend Gods, the members of the race are also limited by their bloodline and must actively cultivate to reach higher levels. So, this is the limit of the bloodline? Wang Wei muttered. Tier 12 is the dividing line. People with better concentration of blood can reach the peak, but others with weaker talents probably won't survive opening the gate of flesh. Bai Longsheng was right. I should be using Chaos Demon Gods as the source, Wang Wei thought. His plan was always to use the best, and since Fiend Gods were the most readily available, he had to use them. He did not dwell on this for too long and focused on the task at hand. How can I break this bloodline limit or reduce its effect? Wang Wei thought. He wanted his clan to reach the peak, or at the very least, increase the probability. After pondering briefly, Wang Wei had an answer. What was the major difference between humans and Fiend Gods? We are born weak, Wang Wei answered. The human race had to rise to the occasion to be able to compete with those top races, meaning they never had to rely only on their bloodline. In that case, it'll reduce the passive growth ability of the bloodline in exchange for more potential, Wang Wei thought. The Wang clan might take twice as long to grow from Fiend Gods, but their ceiling will be much higher. Additionally, it's only passive growth, not taking into account active cultivation and struggle. A double growth time seems too small, Wang Wei thought. He contemplated for a while, calculating that a 10 times difference was the optimal number. The human fiend god bloodline will reach its optimized state in terms of potential, while the slow growth will not be so outrageous that it's detrimental. Of course, the Wong clan won't accept such slow growth, meaning its members would have to work 10 times harder than fiend gods from now in the future for the same growth rate. Let's use 5 times, Wong Wei ultimately decided. Chapter 1526, The 12th Revolution, 2. The next secret Wong Wei discovered was interesting. When he was young and ignorant, he assumed that fiend gods needed their primordial loss and the boost from the primordial will to help them fight against paragons. However, as he grew more knowledgeable, he understood that fiend gods can rely on their flesh to fight equally with paragons. So, what was the purpose of the primordial law and primordial will boost? It was to give them the advantage. Primordial chaos was their home, meaning fighting a fiend god meant always losing the home advantage, unless the battle took place inside any chaos worlds. While studying the bloodline, Wong Wei discovered a unique talent granted to a few extremely talented elder fiend gods, known as the primordial egg. In simple terms, this ability allows certain fiend gods to condense a source of primordial chaos inside their heart. More importantly, the primordial egg, or the primordial chaos source, can carry the primordial will. Fiend gods with this ability can use the blessing and boosting of the primordial will at anything or anywhere. In other words, they are not limited when battling inside a chaos world. On the contrary, they retain their advantage even in foreign environments. While this is an interesting ability, I don't really need it, Wong Wei thought. His source of power is nothingness, and this power is not affected by any environment. Nothingness is ubiquitous, meaning Wong Wei can access its power or boost in any place he travels to. There is no absolute in the world, so maybe I should prepare a similar flesh ability just in case. Plus, while I don't need this boost, other clan members do not have my advantage, Wong Wei analyzed. Once again, the crux of the update is the fact that not everyone can utilize his power of nothingness, so he needed to make the bloodline upgrade applicable to as many people as possible. Wong Wei decided to add this upgrade. The sun and moon rose and fell, but time was meaningless to him when he was in a state of deep meditation. He regained his consciousness when the process ended. Someone else has modified my previous work, Wong Wei thought as he noticed new changes to the bloodline source. He checked, and he smiled in schadenfreude. Someone had increased the growth speed of the bloodline by 10 times instead of the 5 times he chose. I bet Yanhai was the one who suggested using such a cruel approach, Wong Wei thought. He could imagine that from now on, the training intensity for all the clan members would be 10 times harsher. The disaster was approaching, meaning the sect would be more lenient in its use of resources while also being harsher in its training. Now that the entire sect had access to such a potent bloodline, it made sense to squeeze these people's talents and ensure they grow as fast as possible to meet whatever disaster is ahead. Well, good luck to everyone, Wong Wei thought before continuing his training. The next secret he discovered from the bloodline greatly excited him. Fiend gods could not escape the importance of the River of Time. Primordial chaos is their mother, so they need to use the River of Time to navigate, but they cannot escape the battle of chronospirits and time marks. The primordial will instinctively protect a fiend god's time mark, making it more challenging for others to discover it. And this protection is passive, not counting the individual fiend god's skill or talent. Additionally, Wong Wei discovered in some peak bloodline an ability similar to his sage's protection. The ability is called Chaos Embrace, and it grants some genius fiend god's protection from time erasure for as long as 30 seconds. This number paled in comparison to the 30 minutes of sage's protection, but it required no merit to recharge. Only time was needed to recondense after use. I'm definitely copying that, Wong Wei thought as he started. The sect had no more third-rank longevity resources, as they had all been used for the ultimate taboo. So, Wong Wei would not miss any opportunity to gain life-saving abilities. His knowledge from the sage protection made the process easier. So after an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei had recreated the fiend god's passive ability to strengthen their chrono spirit and protect their time mark using his nothingness will. The upgrade was almost finished. The last thing Wang Wei had to do was improve certain abilities from the 11th revolution to a higher level. However, he discovered a part of the fiend god bloodline that was a mystery to him. Even if he observes the blueprint, he could not understand the purpose of that part of the bloodline. Wang Wei did not dare simply copy it for his bloodline, so he decided to keep an eye on it and maybe experiment with it later, if he had the time. Now that his bloodline has been sublimated, it was time for him to cultivate. He immediately took out the origin essence he had purchased from the exchange list using the mare he stole while fate fishing. He absorbed them, and while they were doing his work, he summoned the nothingness will to temper his willpower. As he faced the vast, all-encompassing conceptual existence that represents a state of non-existence, non-being, of nihility, he resisted with all the strength his feeble mind could summon. Time passed, and Wang Wei's flesh reached the seventh heaven of the elder fiend god realm. His willpower only needed a short period to reach 99. Not enough, Wang Wei thought as he activated his pain talent on himself. He employed a dual approach to ensure he could cultivate his willpower to its peak as soon as possible. Green veins appeared on Wang Wei's neck, along with his face turning shades of purple. He gritted his teeth as he summoned a plate of pork. Normally, he would have immediately enjoyed the scent, but the olfactory presentation of the food was the farthest thing from his mind. Wang Wei could not even remember what kind of special pig was used for this food despite Wu Hong explaining to him in detail. Wang Wei tried to take small bites with a chopstick, but his hand trembled too much. He had no choice but to open his mouth and swallow the meal with motion. His essence flower ability activated and transformed the immense flavor into a nourishing power that travels to every part of his body. The nourishing sensation provided temporary relief from the pain, but it was not nearly intense enough to overcome it. On the contrary, the constant rotation of pain and relief made the situation worse. Luckily, the drastic and sudden increase in strength made the process more bearable. Wang Wei's flesh reached the 8th heaven, and his willpower reached the peak of 99. As Wang Wei was about to continue his cultivation, he had to stop himself briefly as the power of nothingness had intensified. He was on the verge of reaching the peak of emptiness, which is the peak of the 3rd stage that he divided nothingness into. I need to be more careful, Wang Wei thought as he momentarily stopped cultivating and focused on raising his willpower and absorbing more power into his nothingness wheel. Time was meaningless to him, so he did not pay attention. He did not know how much time had passed, but his willpower was finally tempered to the pinnacle, and his emptiness stage reached the peak. This feeling, Wang Wei muttered. He now had this strange affinity with the power of nothingness. Just like fiend gods were the darlings of primordial chaos, he was now the son of nothingness. It's probably better to be the son of nothingness than the son of fate, he commented. His new affinity would bring him many advantages, whether in battle or for his future cultivation. Wang Wei muttered as he noticed something else. My fate seed status has further decreased, Wang Wei analyzed. It seems his increased affinity to nothingness has removed some of the shackles of fate from him. Excellent, Wang Wei shouted out loud. He saw another way to ensure his freedom. When he condenses his flesh quintessence and enters the realm of true nothingness, he should remove all the remaining effects of a seed, or most of it. Wang Wei took advantage of his excellent mood to continue his cultivation. He activated the Causal Feedback Sutra, summoning a projection of the River of Fate, a gray bridge constructed from the river, leading directly to Wang Wei. Scenes of everything that he experienced since ascending flashed in the river, releasing an unknown power through the bridge during the process. Wang Wei absorbed the power into his flesh. The power is not as versatile and potent as the one from the trial, but it's also excellent. Maybe I can combine the two, he commented. With his causality power, Wang Wei's cultivation soon reached the 9th heaven, and he had plenty of energy left. What to do with you? Wang Wei had predicted the harsh requirement for energy power to cultivate in the quintessence realm. Grand Tao has learned from its mistake after what happened with the founder of the primeval body mansion, so it does not think the latter will allow cultivators to absorb energy from the Grand Tao source to facilitate their transformation to a higher self. I have my Likius soul energy reserve, meaning I won't have an issue for my soul quintessence, but I should prepare for the future, Wang Wei thought. Like always, he was ahead of his peers. Mithria had to use the energy from the souls of countless her variants, and she probably stole from the river of time. Supreme Unity was lucky and had access to Heavenly Tao's world source, but he also had to wrestle control over it. However, Wang Wei already had plenty of energy saved up for his ascension, and they might be enough for more than one person. The causality power from this technique was an additional source of power for his future cultivation. The interesting thing about this resource is that it's renewable and karma-free, Wang Wei thought. The causality power was derived from him, changing the world, mostly in a positive direction. In exchange for this power, there's a high chance that Grand Tao will strictly manage high resources, and karma-less sources of power like this will become extremely valuable, he thought. Wang Wei decided to conserve the energy reserve for future use and update his technique after condensing his soul quintessence. Chapter 1527 Myriad Devourers Experience. Wang Wei labeled the Causality Feedback Sutra as the highest importance in his mind before moving on with his cultivation. His flesh had reached the 9th heaven, so he only needed to swallow a pill to instantly reach the peak. The advantage of a great background took place as Wang Wei swallowed the profound essence pill, raising the cultivation of his flesh to the peak. Wang Wei slowly stood up from the lotus position. He clenched his fist, feeling the power coursing through his veins. Wang Wei smiled as the imbalance from his lack of flesh cultivation was finally solved. He activated the formations to test the full extent of his strength without destroying everything around. After a few hours of adaptation, Wang Wei activated his dream battle technique, condensing an image of a fiend god. He spent days fighting with his opponent, slowly adapting to the strength of his flesh. Once he had adapted, he watched as the dream construct dissipated, but he did not care since he was deep in thought. Fiend gods are not as weak as I imagined, Wang Wei thought. He was living in the mindset that humans, or the paragons, had won the three-way competition against fiend gods and primarchs. While this was true, he realized the defeat of fiend gods was not the same as primarchs' defeat. Primarchs have mostly become irrelevant. From the records he read from Wuhan's library, he knew the situation of the pre-march path was the same in most chaos worlds. Meanwhile, while fiend gods are no longer the most powerful race or path, they're still not weak or irrelevant. On the contrary, it could be argued that they're still the rulers of primordial chaos. Fiend gods are the epitome of the flesh. Paragons are the epitome of the key path. So by that logic, shouldn't Primarch have walked the path of the soul? Wang Wei thought. He felt the Primarchs may have walked the wrong path, focusing on their bloodline instead of their souls. Grand Tao allowed this competition to see which path will become mainstream. However, it appeared Grand Tao had long known the result of this competition before it even started. Wang Wei thought of that because of two people, the primeval body mansion ancestor and the G-clan ancestor. The mansion ancestor took most of the luck of destiny from the essence path, meaning the fiend gods had little chance at prospering in the competition, especially when there were so many limits to body refiners. And the G-clan ancestor did the same for the spirit soul path. But even worse, his actions seem to have fundamentally hurt the soul path for the entire chaos universe. It has long been fated that the future of the chaos universe belonged to the key or paragon path. However, Grand Tao still allowed everyone to compete to see if things would deviate from its natural course. Sadly, it did not. Well, maybe it did, since the Primarchs did not even walk their destined path of the soul. If my theory is correct, the Grand Assembly should be more interesting than I thought. Wang Wei smirked. He no longer focused on these thoughts. and continued his training. He condensed a dream construct of his fiancée to fight. They fought for hundreds of years, only using their flesh, until Wang Wei was satisfied. He did not become arrogant, because he defeated that dream construct, since it was created based on her strength before the perfect foundation, not to mention the 13 transcendent foundation. Wang Wei had now achieved his training objective for the retreat, but he did not leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged and entered his sea of consciousness. He reached an area that was heavily sealed. "It's time," he finally muttered. Wang Wei felt the pain of his flesh being disintegrated by the power of void, leaving him a white cloud state that he deduced might be his soul. "Damn, I'm in big trouble this time. I need to find a way out of this situation, or I will definitely die." His intuition was screaming of danger everywhere. It did not help that his small, cloud-like body was rapidly dissipating. He looked around him while suppressing the negative emotions. He noticed these blue spots that required intense focus to observe. He pondered what they were and why they were here. "No time to think now. This may be my only chance." Wang Wei focused on moving forward, and his soul followed his intent. He rushed to the closest blue spots, and it immediately fused with him. The feeling of weakness rapidly dissipated, followed by a sense of warmth and power. It worked, Wang Wei thought before flying toward the next one. He felt the same sensation and joy, so he continued his actions. However, as he headed toward the third blue spot, Wang Wei's intuition activated by overwhelming his mind with a sense of dread. He did not hesitate to turn around and choose another blue spot. He repeated the process a few times, and after swallowing 10 spots, Wang Wei felt his soul no longer needed any aid to stop dissipating. Such a revelation should have been enough for him, but he understood this may be an opportunity for him. So he continued chasing after the blue spots with the utmost focus. He did not know how many he swallowed, but there were many. By the time he finished, his soul had turned purple, and it was the size of a king-size bed. No more? Wang Wei thought to himself as he looked around. He had long discovered his senses were now extraordinary. He could see thousands of miles away with a thought. Well, I guess it's time to return home. However, his soul suddenly froze. He realized there was nothing around him, meaning he was far from home. No, I can't be lost here. I must return home, return to civilization. Unfortunately for him, his panic was useless. He was now in primordial chaos, meaning he could not use forward and backward to navigate. All he saw was endless darkness with a tinge of purple. "I need to calm down," Wang Wei talked to himself. "It's unlikely I can find home by traveling without direction. So, I need a way to navigate this void. I should just choose a path and hope to find a place with life. They may have a navigation system, or better yet, extraordinary powers." Wang Wei had always believed in extraordinary powers due to his intuition and spent some time and money searching for news. However, the result has always been a failure until what happened to him. Now that he knew the soul existed and could even be controlled, there must be other extraordinary means that could help him return home. His only focus now should be to find any form of life or civilization. Wang Wei then closed his eyes and sensed any threat around. After finding the less dangerous direction, he flew toward that area. His plan was sound, logical, and the best course of action he could take in his situation. However, the execution soon proved how terrible his situation was. Previously, Wang Wei was so focused on surviving by swallowing these blue spots that he never felt the passage of time. But now that he was conscious, his nightmare began. He could tell how long it had passed, but it felt like an eternity. Left alone with only his thoughts, the boredom and loneliness immediately crept in. Wang Wei started doing mental math to pass the time, but once the numbers reached in the quintillion, he could no longer keep going. He knew he needed a solution as soon as possible, or the loneliness would drive him mad. So he chose to sleep. Every time he felt his mental capacities deteriorate, he would shut off all his senses and sleep for countless years before waking up to continue his journey. This method worked for a period, but not forever. Wang Wei realized his periodical sleep became longer each time. Soon, the fear that he might sleep for eternity overtook his mind, and he refused to use it again. So, he bore the brunt of the boredom and loneliness until he could no longer. His state had deteriorated to the point that he could not even detect the danger warning of his intuition. So, Wang Wei was almost scared to death when a demon god appeared before him. The creature had a humanoid shape, but its face was carved from a green crystal. More importantly, the creature was a giant, and when it gazed at Wang Wei with its eyes, his soul felt an instinctive fear. For a few seconds, Wang Wei forgot his madness, as fear replaced all his other emotions and thoughts. Am I going to die here? He thought. Every inch of his soul screamed this was the end for him. No, I can't accept such an end. He did the soul equivalent of biting his tongue to use the pain to awaken him from the fear suppression. Then, Wang Wei turned around and ran away. Chapter 1528 Myriad Devourer's Experience 2. The crystal-headed creature looked at this high-level soul with intrigue. As he reached his hand to catch it, he suddenly paused. Its body trembled before a look of shock and fear manifested on its rigid face. Then, it bowed in a direction before disappearing. Wang Wei paused the memory. His soul was running for its life, meaning it barely saw what had happened. But after pausing the memory, he saw everything. That fear and respect in its face, someone warned him. He unpaused the memory and continued experiencing everything. The little soul ran like a chicken with its head cut off. Nothing was following him, but he felt something was always on its tail. Wang Wei ran until he was exhausted, like he had run a marathon without pacing itself. The good news is that the emotion of fear had taken over all the others. When Wang Wei stopped to recuperate his soul energy, he realized no one was after him. However, this news was not as reassuring as he would have liked. This event led him to doubt his intuition. Wherever direction he chose, the fear of another terrifying entity finding and eliminating him was always in the back of his mind. His fear was soon replaced by paranoia. Wang Wei kept changing directions out of an unknown fear. However, such sudden changes made navigating primordial chaos pointless, as he was essentially running in circles. I can't keep doing this, Wang Wei thought. His mind had reached the breaking point. The endless darkness, the boredom, the loneliness, the fear, the paranoia, and the lack of rest were too much. He needed to do something, or he would go mad. What's the best way to tackle this situation? Wang Wei analyzed. Keep running away. No, this is the fear talking. I need a good strategy. Running away and surviving is the best strategy. Shut up, I'm trying to think. Why do you need to think? That creature could be here at any moment, and we have nothing to rely on. Keep running until we're lucky to find someone to help. Luck? Do you think luck will help us? You've read novels, so I'm sure we've had an idea of where we are. Do you think running is the solution? Do you have a better solution? I'm trying to think of one. Then try harder. I would if you would keep your thoughts to yourself. I'm just trying to help and keep you alive. Don't be ungrateful. Wait, why am I talking to myself? No, I need a plan now. What about shut up? Plan. What about meditation? It's supposed to be excellent for the mind, and it's also the way cultivators train. Wang Wei closed his soul eyes and isolated all his senses, focusing on his inner self. However, he immediately ran into another trouble: how to meditate. He had no knowledge of cultivation, so he focused on what he knew about regular meditation. Let's remember what the book said. It's not about emptying your mind of all thoughts, but confronting your thoughts and emotions. It's about analyzing, understanding, and controlling your thoughts. Don't judge them, but calmly and logically assess why they exist and confront them if needed. I'm currently deeply afraid and even paranoid, but that's because I'm in a situation beyond my depth. I'm away from home, weak, and without any help. What do I do to change that? The best way to remove my fears would be to become stronger. But that's not possible. No, it is possible. Since the soul exists, perhaps I can utilize abilities like soul attacks. If I have the means to defend myself, I don't have to worry about other creatures. Well, Not worrying is too much. At least, I can fight for a chance of survival. Wang Wei was a man of action, so he immediately put the idea to action. He started with the basics. Since he could control his soul with thought, he tried ordering it to attack. His body released a purple shock that created slight vibrations around him. That's it, Wang Wei thought before trying a few more times. However, after his fifth attack, he felt weak and drained. Let's focus on reducing how draining this attack is. Wang Wei did not know how long it took him to develop his soul attack. The technique was simple, a direct soul blast to annihilate the soul instantly. It was so simple that even a supernatural realm cultivator who had just opened their sea of consciousness could use it. However, the beauty of this technique was also in its simplicity. Wang Wei dedicated countless Yuan epics training that simple and direct soul attack. Through manual, slow, and steady trial and errors, he cultivated such a simple technique to the level of art, to the level of Tao. His achievements in this technique were similar to a swordsman who only uses basic attacks for their entire life, cultivating that simple skill to the pinnacle of the chaos universe. Wang Wei paused his memory. This soul technique has plenty of potential, he thought as he absorbed it. Let's see how far I took it. Wang Wei's soul utilized his immense focus and dedication to develop the basic soul attack technique. Once he felt he had reached the limit, he started his voyage again, but things were different from before. He was confident, maybe too confident since he wanted to test his increased strength. As fate would have it, he soon encountered his first life. They were a group of pirates who lived in primordial chaos. Chaos pirates are common in primordial chaos. They hunt for rare ruins, kill any weak individuals who cause chaos, and even invade and plunder weak worlds. The group Wang Wei encountered were a humanoid lizard race. As soon as he noticed them, he was on high alert. These lizards were in a destroyed boat, floating without any direction. Furthermore, their eyes were listless until they saw Wang Wei. These guys looked like they were waiting for their death, Wang Wei thought. He saw the pirates put on armor before flying toward him. I guess it's time to test out that technique. When the pirates were near, Wang Wei's body released a swift purple light, and one of the pirates stopped flying. It remained motionless in this empty space. Everyone stopped to look at this person who no longer showed any signs of life. The pirates then looked at each other. One of the fundamental rules of their occupancy was never to attack the strong. However, their rulers only gritted their teeth before continuing the assault. Wang Wei released 3 purple lights, killing 3 more pirates. However, they did not stop their assault. Let's try the group attack. I should leave one alive. His soul released a swift, intense light that made everybody pause. Then, all the pirates except one started floating in the void as if they had lost access to gravity. Wang Wei focused on the person leading the charge. This is my first time searching someone's soul, so be mindful that I want to do a good job. Before the leader could respond, Wang Wei had invaded his soul and searched his soul. The leader screamed in agony during the process. Unfortunately, his cultivation was weak, meaning he could not produce any sound in primordial chaos. As expected, I did a terrible job, Wang Wei thought as the pirate leader's soul was annihilated. Fortunately, he did acquire some information. He learned that the pirate had just failed a raid on a world, and their leader, who was known as a paragon, had died. The pirate fleet dispersed, and they were one of the few vessels that successfully escaped. Unfortunately, their ship was destroyed, and without a powerful leader guiding them, everyone had to wait for their death. Wang Wei rushed into the ship. Unfortunately, the navigation system was destroyed, rendering it useless. He couldn't even get any kind of world coordinate from the wreckage. He sighed to himself before continuing his endless journey. After the pirates, Wang Wei would occasionally meet many creatures. They were all aggressive, resulting in a battle. Each creature was more powerful than the previous one, allowing him to improve his technique rapidly through fighting. The process also slowly built his confidence, allowing him to overcome his previous fear and paranoia. Hongjun couldn't not be more obvious, Wang Wei thought as he paused the memory. But I wonder what he was thinking. He tried to put himself in the latter's mind. Hongjun had a major plan, but saw an anomaly. Instead of eliminating it, he became intrigued and decided to allow things to take their course. Then, as he became more intrigued, he started minimal interference and guidance. While that's fine and all, but in the one suffering, Wang Wei complained. He shook his head. He knew he would have died if not for the latter's protection. His fate seed status did not guarantee his survival. Wang Wei continued to recall his memories, and soon, the next major event appeared. His soul discovered what looked like an egg. Chapter 1529 Myriad Devourer's Experience 3. Wang Wei carefully approached the egg, and upon close examination, it was indeed an egg. A creature being nurtured in such an environment? It must be extremely powerful. Wang Wei took a look and prepared to leave. He was worried that this creature's parents might come back and eliminate him as a threat. Then, an idea suddenly popped into his mind. What if I took its body? He has been in soul form for so long, and the idea of flesh was enticing beyond words could describe. But it's probably not human. No, that doesn't matter since I can probably change my form. However, is there any danger in body possession? According to what he read, there is usually some danger from body possession from the residual will of the body. However, this egg looked like a creature that hasn't fully developed yet. So Wang Wei thought the process might be less dangerous. He looked at the egg, hesitating. Time is running out, and I need to be decisive. He strengthened his resolve before rushing into the egg. He immediately made a connection to something, which he theorized was the creature's body. However, the connection was not that deep, preventing him from knowing what he looked like. Along with the connection, Wang Wei felt a power nourishing his soul. He did not know what it was, but it was potent, and the feeling of growing stronger was quite pleasurable. Sadly, his happiness did not last long. An unknown intruder suddenly attacked him. Is that the original owner's soul? Wang Wei thought as he saw a blurry humanoid-shaped cloud attacking him. Wang Wei sneered before using his soul attack. He expected the attack to obliterate his opponent, but it did not. The humanoid creature's soul suddenly became blurry and was about to disappear, but another power manifested and prevented its death. Then, that unknown power or entity attacked Wang Wei's soul. He immediately resisted by using as many soul attacks as possible, but it was pointless. The entity took a significant chunk of Wang Wei's soul with one attack. By the second attack, Wang Wei had only 25 of his body left. Is this how I'm going to die? No, I refused. I've come too far to accept such a fate, he thought before using all he had learned about the soul to condense a barrier. His attempt was valiant, but the entity took another 10 of his soul. Wang Wei stacked as many soul barriers as he could, but the fourth attack only left him with 5 of his soul left. Despair rushed into his mind, but he did not give up. He removed all negative emotions and focused on his defense. The next attack should have instantly annihilated him, but Wang Wei barely survived with only 1 of his soul. However, the endgame was near. The entity attacked one last time to annihilate him. Wang Wei remained undeterred. He did not allow despair to take over his mind and focused all his mind on protecting what was left of his soul. At the last moment, an unknown power woke up deep from his soul. Willpower manifestation, Wang Wei muttered as he paused the memory. He understood where his willpower cultivation started. He looked at the egg and smiled wryly. It seems I have some destiny with the fiend god race. Fiend gods do not reproduce like humans. Instead, after being fertilized, the female fiend gods will lay an egg. Wang Wei believed they developed his ability to prevent weakening the female during the pregnancy period. What his soul encountered was a fiend god egg. However, from its location and lack of security, something must have happened to its parents. The entity that almost killed him was the protection of the primordial will. Wang Wei observed around himself from a 3-dimensional point of view, trying to see if he could detect whether Hongjun was nearby. He knew it was futile, but he wanted to try. The result was as expected, so he continued with the memory. With the power of willpower, Wang Wei's soul barely survived the onslaught from the primordial will. However, he also knew it could not survive another attack, so it desperately tried to run away as it protected itself from its new power. The primordial will struck again, severely injuring what was left of Wang Wei's soul, but he managed to run out of the egg. Unfortunately for him, he discovered his soul was on the verge of dissipating. He used all the knowledge he had and this new power to prevent the last bit from dissipating as he ran away, trying to find a way to survive. As fate would have it, he soon discovered something. At first, Wang Wei thought it was another egg, but he soon realized that it was a world. It just looked like an enormous egg from his point of view. He hesitated briefly before entering. The process was so smooth that even the natural barrier of the world did not react to his intrusion. Wang Wei was immediately confused. He saw a dark world full of what he thought was lava. The sky was cloudy as a putrid miasma blocked the sky. He saw no sun, moon, or stars. In fact, he did not see any mountains, forests, or even water. Is this a world in its infancy of creation? If that's true, then I'm lucky. Wang Wei has read prehistoric novels and knew that the reason Hongjun was so powerful was because he was one of the first creatures born. He then used this opportunity to preach the Tao and become a heavenly Tao saint who controlled the entire world. If those novels are true, then my future will be set. However, before that, I need to find a place to rest and recuperate. He looked around, and there was nowhere appropriate. Just as he was about to give up, his intuition warned him of a place advantageous to him, so he rushed over. Wang Wei entered what he believed to be another dimension. The place was all white with an endless blue lake. Why does this blue lake look familiar? Forget it. Let's just rest here. He was tired and only wanted to rest, so he floated above the lake. His soul instinctively began to swallow the blue lake as his consciousness went dark. Wang Wei did not know how long he had slept, but he could say that he had had the best sleep of his life. That was wonderful, he muttered as he slowly woke up. He may have dreamed, but he was not sure. Regardless, this was the best nap he had had in his entire life. The blue lake is gone. More importantly, why do I feel better than before? He checked his body and realized he was not 5 times larger than before entering that egg. He spread his divine sense to check every inch of his surroundings and his body. Wait, what happened to this world? According to his calculations, the world should already have life by the time he woke up. Then he could start pretending he was the Tao ancestor to create a cultivation path and merit, slowly rising to the pinnacle so he could find his way home. However, all he saw was chaos and destruction. Did I do this? He asked himself, and the answer was obvious. The blue lake he absorbed was the energy core of this world, and by taking it to heal, he doomed the newborn world to destruction. Sorry about that, he said apologetically. However, he was not truly sorry. His death was imminent, and his survival was more important than the development of this world. The original plan is gone, so we need another. I guess it's time to continue the journey. Wang Wei sighed to himself, preparing to leave. He entered primordial chaos and watched this dying universe for the last time. He sighed deeply before leaving. However, Wang Wei never noticed a red spot surrounding his body. On his journey, he continued training his soul attack. Now that his soul was more potent, he had much room for improvement. Additionally, he wanted to learn about the new power he unlocked and whether he could fuse it with his soul. Time was meaningless, a fact which allowed Wang Wei to take his time to improve himself. Everything proceeded smoothly until he encountered a battle. A woman and a man fought against an enormous black tiger. By the look of it, they were losing and on the verge of being killed. A mother protecting her son? Wang Wei muttered. He did not know these people, but that's what he felt seeing the two of them. Mother? Despite her flaws, I missed mine. But why can't I remember her voice? Her face? No, not just her. My life on Earth. I can barely remember it. Wang Wei focused his mind and realized all his memories from Earth were a blur. Besides his name and a few other things, he barely remembered anything else. Memories are what make me who I am. I can't forget them. Chapter 1530 Myriad Devourers Experience 4. Wang Wei previously wanted to help the mother and son pair, but now he had more important things to do. He immediately ran in the opposite direction, startling the tiger demon who was on the hunt. Wang Wei did not notice others' reaction, nor did he care. His entire focus was on his memories. He realized most of his memories were now of the endless darkness of this void. So, he tried to divide his memories into two, the central core and the miscellaneous memories. The central memories were the ones from Earth that formed his main personality, while the rest were his experiences as this eternal soul state. The process required all his focus, which forced him into a deep meditative state, limiting his ability to process information from the outside. So, when his intuition activated and even went on overdrive, he did not notice a single thing. I should be fine now, Wang Wei thought as he tested his photographic memory. His memory was saved, and his core personality was set. As such, Wang Wei felt that he would not have to worry about changing due to the passage of time. Of course, such confidence was simply the arrogance of an ignorant man. Time was the enemy of every cultivator, so none of them would confidently declare that it would not change them. Wang Wei was free to notice his surroundings, so he finally regained consciousness. He immediately felt an immense weakness. However, the feeling was not the same as when most of his soul was annihilated. The feeling was more like he could not control or access his previous power. What's going on? Wang Wei thought as he looked around. His divine sense used to be quick, powerful, and effortless. However, things were different this time around. It took him a while to spread, and even when he did, the process was incredibly draining. Additionally, he seemed limited to a small area around him. Wang Wei noticed that he was in a cage with a magic circle floating above. Have I been captured? Is that a formation? It should be why I feel so weak. It's probably a ceiling formation. He focused his mind, trying to gather as much information as possible. His action paid off as he heard a sound. Two people were arguing, and from the voice, it was a woman and a man. Gentle Fist, what are you doing? The woman asked. Wen-Si, stay out of my way, Gentle Fist said sternly. It seems I may need to be more straightforward. Wen-Si said, were you the one who killed all those mortals? Yes. So, you're not even denying it? Your Majesty is severely wounded and needs to recuperate as soon as possible, or our world will be invaded and conquered, Gentle Fist said. That creature is the perfect nourishment. Unfortunately, it's not sufficient. Although he has a paragon quality soul, the quantity is barely at the Empyrean tier. I need to make up for it before His Majesty can swallow him. The creature's soul was enough to awaken the Emperor so that he could find a solution to his injuries. There was no need to kill our people. You've lived so long, so why are you so naive? Gentle Fist sneered. A sleeping emperor is not much different than an awakened one who is severely injured. He needs to return to his peak as soon as possible, and if sacrificing a few mortals is the price to pay, I'm willing to make that exchange. A few? Do you know how many souls you need to raise his soul to the next level? You'll have to kill more than 80 of the mortal population. So what? They'll repopulate in less than 1,000 yuan epochs, Gentle Fist said casually. Enough. I'm the current regent while His Majesty is out of commission. So, do as I say, Gentle Fist commanded. Wang Wei listened attentively to the conversation. After figuring things out, he immediately concocted a plan. He hid the fact that he had regained consciousness or displayed any signs that he was intelligent. Meanwhile, he also started brewing a terrifying attack. His plan was simple. Gather as much power as possible and, with one burst, break through the seal and regain his freedom. However, this was only the first part of the plan. The second part was the information he had just learned. Less than a minute after the conversation, Wang Wei felt a power entering his soul and nourishing it. It's not as enticing as the Blue Lake, but it will do for now. Wang Wei focused on absorbing the souls given to him, while also mastering his increased power. Time passed, and Wang Wei grew fatter. He looked like a massive purple blob inside a cage, surrounded by numerous dark red hues. However, his physical appearance did not matter. During the time he was being fattened, he condensed a terrifying technique that was ready to be unleashed at any time. More importantly, he had successfully integrated his willpower into his soul attack. Now, he was just waiting for the right opportunity, and his time soon came. After what felt like an eternity, Wong Wei's cage was finally moved to another location. Someone brought him to this dark room with countless humans looking carefully at a coffin. A handsome middle-aged man lay peacefully inside, with a pale complexion. "Let's start," said a deep voice, which Wang Wei recognized as Gentle Fist. The man was dressed in all black, with a stern expression, which was further aggravated by his heterochromia. Gentle Fist made a hand seal, and the magic circle above the cage brightened. Wang Wei immediately felt his power being drained and knew that the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. His body released an intense purple light accompanied by black lightning. The sound of soul protection artifacts cracking echoed in the Golden Hall, followed by all the ministers present bleeding from all orifices before dropping dead on the floor. The attack tore apart everything in its path, including the cage and the formation. The walls and pillars of all four sides of this throne hall cracked due to the sheer power of the attack. However, it was not destroyed. "How dare you?" A booming voice shook the hall. Wang Wei watched as the man in the coffin slowly stood up, revealing a noble aura that is accentuated by his golden emperor robe with dragon designs. Unfortunately, the blood dripping from his nose and ear ruined his majestic aura. Wang Wei's first instinct was to run, but he controlled himself. The enemy was weak and injured, and showing his back was not the best approach in the current situation. He did not hesitate to release another attack. However, the Emperor summoned a flame dragon around, protecting him from the attack. The flame dragon trembled, and the flame diminished slightly, but it did not dissipate. Wang Wei noticed this change and continued his attack. His tactic was simple: attack until he couldn't anymore. His soul technique was designed for a quick burst of intense destruction, which was a great approach given his lack of battle experience compared to his opponent. So, after 3 swift and intense attacks, the already injured emperor could no longer hold on. "Damn vermin," he yelled as he waved his hand above his head. Numerous magic circles manifested as he activated the palace's formation. Then, he started bombarding the palace from the outside. He shouldn't be able to hold on for long, Wang Wei thought. The formation may have boosted the emperor's strength, but it was draining on him to keep using it due to his injury. Wang Wei bet he could outlast the bastard. "You vile, disgusting excuse of an existence. You forced me to do this," the emperor's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Then, Wang Wei saw a white dragon manifested in the heavens before slowly transforming into an armor that perfectly fit the emperor's body. Wang Wei's danger alarm started ringing at the highest volume, and the emperor soon proved why. The sky turned red as it was covered by flame spears. They rushed toward him, falling like rain, but with the beauty of a meteor shower. Wang Wei was now slightly masterful at controlling his willpower, so he created a shield to protect him. However, he barely lasted for a few seconds before he crashed into a green sea. "The strength difference is too big, and I don't think I will until he reaches his limit," Wang Wei analyzed. "If I want to survive, I need more strength." A ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He condensed a willpower armor before flying out of the green sea. He spread his divine sense to cover as much territory as possible, focusing on all the mortals. He did not immediately move, but waited until he had covered as many people as physically possible. Meanwhile, the emperor had released his second attack, a black flame. Wang Wei did not need his intuition to tell him this flame was dangerous. His ignorance also did not prevent him from guessing that this flame targeted soul life forms like his current state. Now he thought, with one move, he forcefully stripped the souls from all the mortals his divine sense had covered, swallowing them whole. Chapter 1531 Myriad Devours Experience Finale. Dirty Worm, how dare you? The emperor roared as he released his soul flame. Wang Wei scoffed sarcastically before releasing another attack, blowing most of the flame away, blocking the remaining part that he could not deal with. It's not enough, Wang Wei thought, his eyes flashing with a deep red hue. There are still a few more mortals, and more importantly, there were numerous cultivators. Wang Wei quickly finished digesting the souls before going on the hunt again. The Emperor became even more furious, releasing a domain attack to kill Wang Wei, but it was pointless. With one burst of willpower attack, Wang Wei tore apart the domain before continuing killing and swallowing souls. Once he finished killing all life on that world, he finally focused on the Emperor. "Repulsive demon," the Emperor said as he looked at Wang Wei with the utmost disgust. He despised the latter's red eyes, and more importantly, he could not stand the nauseating scent of negative karma. "Now it's your turn," Wang Wei said before rushing toward. The Emperor struggled for a few minutes, but ultimately his injury meant he could not sustain his previous power. However, the Emperor proved he was worthy of the title of Paragon. Before his death, he gave Wang Wei one last mocking look before exploding his body. "When I see you again, I'll ensure your death, you low-life sinner," the Emperor said, his last words echoing between heaven and earth. Wang Wei's soul appeared from the wreckage, and more than half of it had disappeared. "Damn it, all my efforts are wasted," Wang Wei cursed as he looked at the grave injury he had sustained. He could not accept that all his efforts were wasted, and with his injury, it was a risk to travel in primordial chaos. He took a moment to think of a solution. He had swallowed many souls and learned much information, which greatly benefited him. "I need world source," he thought. By now, he had realized what the blue lake he had discovered was, and he even knew that they were the same as the blue spot that improved his soul, except more concentrated. Wang Wei looked at the destroyed world. The Emperor's last desperate attack left the world devastated, with numerous void cracks and world-ending natural phenomena like earthquakes and tsunamis. Wang Wei concentrated and sensed a power trying to heal these changes. He followed the source of the power. With his previous experience, the new knowledge he had acquired, and his intuition, he was confident he would succeed. However, before he could get far, an enormous eye appeared above the sky. "Heavenly Tao?" Wang Wei thought as he reviewed one of the cultivator's memories. "Am I going to be punished?" He sneered because this was the perfect opportunity. Heavenly Tao did not waste time and started releasing dark lightning bolts. Wang Wei was not going to be outdone and began attacking the eye as if the latter was responsible for killing his family and loved ones. Such an act would usually result in his immediate death. Fortunately, this world was the lowest of the chaos world, which could only give birth to one paragon every generation. The noble flame paragon was this world's 120th paragon, and all the others had long left to find more potent chaos worlds to continue their cultivation. So, after his death, this world was vulnerable. Wang Wei tore apart Heavenly Tao before following its origin to find the world's core, where the source is located. He finished the last remaining consciousness of Heavenly Tao before greedily absorbing all the world's sources, healing his injury. This time around, Wang Wei did not lose consciousness and calmly watched this world fall apart. The cultivation world is cruel. If I don't have the strength, I will either die or worse, lose my freedom. I cannot allow this. I need more strength. The red hue of his eyes intensified, and once the world completely collapsed, Wang Wei left, searching for a new world. He soon found what he was looking for, but when he sensed more than one terrifying aura compared to the noble Flame Emperor, he ran away. In fact, those aura detected him and chased him for a while. Wang Wei then became strategic with his search, targeting only weak chaos worlds. Once he discovered his target, he would eradicate all life in the world before absorbing their source. As time passed, the negative karma on Wang Wei reached a point where it started to affect his mind. Without knowing it, he lost consciousness, relying only on his greed and intuition to keep himself safe. He killed anything that was weaker than him and continued his path of destruction, garnering him the title of Myriad Devourer. At some point of time, Wang Wei heard a shout that temporarily awakened his consciousness. He was shocked as he discovered numerous resentments surrounding him. All the people he had killed had manifested in the form of resentments, trying to eliminate his mind and soul. Wang Wei could not accept such a fate, so he desperately fought against them. He used his soul attack and willpower repeatedly to eliminate these resentments one by one. He did not know how many Yuan epochs he spent killing every single one of them. However, all he knew was that he had spent too long only fighting these resentments. This explained how my willpower had reached beyond 90, Wang Wei thought as he paused the memory. He had to rewind the memory after losing consciousness, seeing things from a three-dimensional perspective. Wang Wei to know if he had learned some secrets by accident, and in some ways he had. The memories from all the people he had killed were valuable, but his previous self never truly digested them. He took this opportunity to condense these memories into crystals to read later on. Wang Wei continued the memory. Once the myriad devourer awakened, the horror of what he had done dawned on him. Luckily, Wang Wei's willpower had now reached the highest echelons, allowing him to sit with his decision as soon as possible. But now what? He could now see how much negative karma he had accrued. Most cultivators will stay away or hunt him after seeing him, and reincarnation was out of the question. He knew what fate would await him if he tried. He would either be sent to hell and tortured to pay off the karma, or, if he were lucky enough to be reincarnated, he could only be a devil race or an Azura. Maybe I can join that heavenly demon league, Wang Wei thought. While in his previous state, someone approached him and offered him to join the Heavenly Demon League, which he said was a subsidiary of the legendary True Devil sect. Wang Wei did not dare attack the latter and ran away, but the person also did not chase him, allowing him to escape. Being a devil cultivator is not the ideal path, but it's a starting point, Wang Wei thought. How about a deal? A soothing voice suddenly said. Wang Wei was able to tell it was male, but that's all he could analyze. Who is there? Wang Wei looked around, but there was no one in sight. No need to look, you can't find me. How about it? Are you interested in a deal with me? What kind of deal? You should understand your situation. I will solve your problem by allowing you to reincarnate without any issue, even blessing you with luck. But, Wang Wei asked, there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. That's right. The voice agreed. If one day you can reach my level, I need you to do something for me. Your level? And what do you need me to do? Don't worry too much about it. As for your task, I need you to protect something at all costs. At all costs? Even my life? Wang Wei asked. Well, maybe at all costs is a bit extreme. Anyway, I just need you to protect it to the best of your ability. I don't really like how vague this promise is, but I am tempted by your offer, assuming you can do what you promise. A scroll appeared before Wang Wei with a brief explanation of their agreement. He reviewed it and repeated for a few minutes, hesitating to sign it. Do I have a choice? If this person can communicate with me without my detection, he probably can do worse. Wang Wei analyzed before gritting his teeth and signing the contract. What he needed now was a new life and proper cultivation training. Only when he was strong enough could he deal with circumstances such as this one. The scroll turned into a golden light that entered his body. He watched as all the karma turned into a red orb hidden deep in his soul. Additionally, he saw a purple dragon swimming above his head. Is this my luck? Wang Wei thought. However, he didn't have much time to admire that beautiful dragon as a portal appeared next to him. I hope to see you again, the soothing voice said. Wang Wei nodded before entering the gate. Chapter 1532 The Birth. As soon as Wang Wei stepped out of the portal, he found himself before a dark throne with two lava pools on the side. A towering man with red horns, bull face, and muscular body sat on the throne, looking down at him. Someone of your soul level wishes to reincarnate. That's rare, said the bull-headed man. Paragons do not reincarnate, since they can regenerate or revive themselves from any injuries. And if they ever have a need for reincarnation, they usually separate a small part of their soul. Who are you? Wang Wei asked. Yame Kink Flamebul. You're not a mortal, so I'm in charge of your reincarnation. Let's take a look at your file. Flame Bull answered as he summoned a book with the words life and death on the cover. Wang Wei was not familiar with the language, but he instinctively knew what was written after a single glance. You're one of those unregistered people who have recently appeared? Flame Bull said as he looked at Wang Wei strangely. Is there an issue? Wang Wei asked, his guard already raised to the highest level. No issue. They'll just register you now, Flame Bull said as he tapped on the book, which released a black light that scanned over Wang Wei's body. A black brush appeared and wrote his name. Let me see. Name, Wang Wei. Origin, unknown. Death, accidentally entering primordial chaos. How unfortunate. Life, undetermined. That makes it harder for me to judge you without knowing your past. Well, what's this? It seemed a supreme entity blessed you to ensure a prosperous reincarnation. That's good enough for me. Flame Bull wrote something on the book before waving his hand to manifest a bowl with dark water that shone brightly like the starry sky. What's this? Mengpo soup? Wang Wei asked. Who's Mengpo? Never mind. Well, all right. This is forgetfulness soup. Drinking it will seal your memory for the reincarnation process. Must I drink it? Wang Wei asked. Those are the rules. However, you don't need to care too much. With your soul, your memories will be awakened before you turn 5 years old. I see. Wang Wei hesitated briefly before swallowing the soup. He felt a power washing his mind, making his memories slightly blurry. However, to his surprise, he discovered his Earth memories were perfectly intact. Is this because of my previous training or Hongzhen's power? Wang Wei had no answer, so he did not think too much about it. Very well, Flame Bull said as he waved his hand to manifest a dark gate in the room. I hope. Is something wrong? No, it's just another special guest has arrived, Flame Bull said casually. Yes, where was I? Your reincarnation. He pointed at the gate, and it shone with a slight black light. I hope you have a great reincarnation. Thank you. Wang Wei nodded before looking at the gate. He took a deep breath before walking through. A new life awaits him, and all signs indicate it will be an exciting one. Once I reach the pinnacle of the cultivation world, I will be free to travel anywhere between heaven and earth, including returning home. Something is wrong, Wang Wei said as he paused the memory. He rewound everything, focusing on Flame Bull's expression. The way he looked at me changed after the pause. Additionally, the second wave of his hand was to cast a spell on the gate, not activated. He focused on the gate, trying to detect what had changed. However, the memory was not deep enough to detect. I need a better look, Wang Wei said as he opened his eyes in his seclusion room. He put a hand on his forehead to remove his sealed karma. He immediately felt a subtle change to his karma-unbound physique, granting him greater protection and affinity to Karma Dao. Wang Wei smiled in satisfaction before focusing on the red orb on his palm. Is so much. He expected to have amassed a great deal of negative karma, but he did not expect it to such an extent. This will be useful, Wang Wei smiled before putting it away. He stood up and immediately entered the river of time before turning into an enormous fish to swim downstream the river, trying to reach his past. Wang Wei traveled countless yuan epoch into the past until he reached the time for his reincarnation. However, he did not immediately descend into this time period from the river. As expected, it is protected, Wang Wei muttered. Since this involved samsara and the afterlife, he expected protection. Regardless, this was his timeline, so with his mastery of Time Dao, he could still experience what happened. He just needed to be extra careful. So he activated his emptiness state and entered an invisible state before descending into that time period. He secretly watched his past self enter the gate, and soon afterward, Flame Bull shook his head before muttering, "What a poor bastard." Wang Wei casually glanced at him before checking on the gate. This thing would not stay for long, so he needed to hurry. His spell was to purposely release the aura of my paragon soul. And given the fact that I was reincarnated into the eternal ascension world, this was a way to secretly kill me. But why would he do that? Wang Wei did not have to think too hard for an answer. He was ordered to do so, and there's only one person with a motive and connection to facilitate such a thing. The Fate Cardinal. He wanted to get rid of the Fate seeds, even during their reincarnation. Wang Wei sneered. Reincarnation might not be the Fate Cardinal's domain, but he should be able to use his connection with the Samsara Cardinal. I can't wait to slap you to death, Wang Wei thought before calming down. The plan should have worked, so how did I survive? Intrigued, Wang Wei jumped into the future to the time of his birth. He watched as his mother gave birth to him, sensed the vision outside, saw his father rushing in a hurry, and soon afterward, his grandfather came and loudly named him. Wang Wei raised his head to look at the sky, and his vision burrowed the boundary between the lower and upper dimension. He sneered when he saw the 7 parasites desperately searching for the person who dared break their blockade. Then, the situation became more complicated. The Eye of Heavenly Tao also showed up to participate in the search. So, even you saw me as a threat? Wang Wei thought as he continued observing. He waited a few seconds without any changes. Don't tell me this is one of those time loops in which I have to save myself. Wang Wei thought strangely. He decided to wait a little while before intervening. As for the consequences, he'll deal with them later. Luckily for him, something soon happened. A young man dressed in purple appeared towering over the firmament. As soon as Wang Wei saw him, he knew he wanted to be this person, as he seemed to be the embodiment of everything he pursues in life, free and unfettered. True transcendent me, Wang Wei suddenly thought. His instinct told him who this person was. However, he did not have time to think too long as Grand Daos I soon showed up after the young man, but the latter ignored him. Stop! As this single word was uttered, it echoed throughout the chaos universe, imprinting in the minds of all sentient and non-sentient beings. A supreme will then manifested from the young to enact his orders. Time and space froze, and everything began to stand still. The cycle of life and death stopped evolving, and all living things in that moment became eternal, able to live forever, frozen in that single moment. The shackles of fate were removed, or to be precise, changed ownership to this supreme will. The fate of all living things was no longer their own, as it always was and always will be. All cause and effect, all karmic ties were cut, thus freeing all living beings from the consequences of their actions. All their sins and altruism were washed away, turning them into blank sheets. Yin and Yang were separated. All living things were free from the concept of good and evil, day and night, fire and water. They were no longer divided. Wang Wei looked at everything in shock and awe. The vast difference in their cultivation meant he could not completely fathom what the young man had done, but he had enough knowledge to make an educated guess, and to say he was shocked is an understatement. And all of this just to give him an identity. Wang Wei smiled and muttered, "So that's what happened. Now, so many things can be explained. This single experience has confirmed many inexplicable things and many of his theories." Throughout his life, Wang Wei had experienced a few unexplainable things. Why did he have a heart demon while only a mortal after killing for the first time? Why did his last pagoda trial deviate from its program, creating a wrath of heaven that had a will of its own and wanted to break his will? Why was his awakening of the Dugu realm more complicated than others, even including the appearance of heavenly Tao that wanted to suppress his achievement and even his mind? Why can his luck turn black? Who forcibly changed his timeline? For what purpose? Why did Wu Hong send a clone to the past? What relationship does his fate seed status have to do with everything? What? His connection to his future self? Are they just him, or maybe even enemies? Was he truly the one responsible for the All-Haven fate calamity? All answers pointed to the young man, who is his future self, who has achieved transcendence. His battle to detach himself from the chaos universe and from Grand Daos rules to reach that level had already started before he was born. His battle against the Grand Tao has ramifications that span space and time, past, present, and future. Wang Wei looked at the young man. I will be the last winner. He understood something after seeing this young man. He was destined to achieve transcendence. It could even be said to be set in stone. However, this version of himself might not be the one to succeed. There are infinite versions of himself in the infinite trichiliocosm, and any of them could be the one who achieved transcendence and became the main personality. Although he had the advantage of being from the primordial timeline, that's only because his transcendent self was not too satisfied with the way the previous timeline went. He's redoing it because he wants a better outcome, a stronger state of transcendence, Wang Wei analyzed. In other words, he's reestablishing his foundation by changing his timeline and how he achieved transcendence. There are paths after transcendence, and my future self is trying to reach higher levels. A seed of ambition was embedded in Wang Wei's mind. He had yearned for the quintessence realm, but now he wanted more. He wanted to be the strongest Tao quintessence powerhouse possible, ensuring he achieved the strongest transcendent state possible. If there is more cultivation after transcendence, it means his pursuit of freedom was not completed. His motivation was further fueled by the realization that if he was not the best among all his infinite variants, his future self might just choose another timeline to be the primordial timeline. I won't lose to anyone, even myself, Wang Wei thought with immense determination. The purple-dressed young man looked meaningfully at the baby and Wang Wei before smiling lightly. His presence disappeared, leaving memories of what had just happened only to his younger self. The journey has begun, but also already ended. Chapter 1533, one of 3 requirements. Wang Wei exhaled to calm down. He now had a clear path forward, which increased his focus and determination to achieve his goal. He took one last glance at his parents, who looked so young. Wang Wei smiled before continuing looking all his life. He wanted to find any clue about the time nexuses. Wang Wei had to fast-forward the process, but he observed everything closely. He discovered nothing unexpected until after Gu Xian's trial, when he fought the hooded figure that was probably from the future. That event was the first time Wang Wei had tasted true death, and he only survived because Wu Hong reconstructed his existence. Something is wrong with that event, Wang Wei thought as he changed his perspective. He observed his timeline from a lineage perspective. His eyes saw a single thread that represented his life from point A, his birth, to point B, the future. Wang Wei observed a slight chunk or weakness on the line that corresponds to that event. More importantly, he saw more flaws. My intuition tells me that something horrible would have happened if Honger hadn't revived me, Wang Wei thought as he analyzed the situation. He jumped to the next flaw, or time nexus, and it was when he proved the Tao and became an immeasurable emperor. That day was a decisive moment in his life, and Wang Wei once again felt something terrible would have happened if someone successfully killed him. Wang Wei visited all his time nexus, becoming heavenly emperor, establishing the perfect foundation, entering the Empyrean realm, his ascension to the upper dimension, entering the Empyrean taboo realm, and his immeasurable tribulation. I have a bad feeling about this, Wang Wei thought as he had an idea of what the time nexus was, but he wanted to ask Mithriel more information before he formed a complete opinion. He looked at his future, searching for the next time nexus. Becoming a primal. That makes sense, Wang Wei muttered. Now that he knew what was coming, he decided he would only become a primal while hiding in the safest location possible. Wang Wei sighed. He had much work to do. He entered the river of time to return to the present. He did not immediately leave his retreat, but focused on the soul attack he created as the Myriad Devourer. The technique was indeed simple, a powerful and quick attack that annihilates the soul and body. The soul power attacked the soul, while the willpower destroyed the body. This technique is technically an ultimate skill, Wang Wei muttered after analyzing it. The technical part was because the technique required gathering strength for a few minutes before launching an attack on par with an ultimate skill. I just need to remove the casting length, and it'll meet the first requirement to be a primal, Wang Wei thought. He had an idea on how to achieve that, so he sent a talisman to his fiancée outside, asking whether she had finished his soul ring technique. Wang Wei received an information talisman, and he did not waste time learning it. The idea behind the soul ring technique was to condense unique soul rings in the sea of consciousness. Wang Wei created 2 types of soul rings, efficient and replenish. He designed efficient soul rings to reduce the burden of using perfect or ultimate skills on the soul. The replenished soul ring would then help the soul recover all the energy exhausted using the techniques. That soul ring required resources, but he had ample soul energy awaiting him to utilize. I can design a storage soul ring to store the ultimate soul attack and use it instantly when needed, Wang Wei muttered. This idea was excellent, but Wang Wei rejected it. Such an approach would mean he would need to prepare the soul ring beforehand, and they might run out during battle. The attack has reached the border of ultimate skills, so I only need to boost it slightly to cross that level, Wang Wei thought. Instead of the storage soul ring, it would be best to create a boosting soul ring. My previous self relied on perfecting a single skill for countless Yuan epochs and continuous usage of his willpower against the endless resentments as the foundation of the technique. However, this meant my understanding of the soul and willpower was not complex. I just need to make up for this aspect, and the technique will be completed. Wang Wei was a man of action, so he started. His solution to adding complexity to the technique was simple: Soul Dao. One of his secondary Dao is the soul, but it was still in the Great Emperor stage. Wang Wei drew upon his memory of the soul and converted it into an understanding of the soul Grand Dao source. He also added his knowledge and experience in the subject. Wang Wei watched as his soul Dao rose to 100 at record time. He could not achieve this result if he had a lake full of merit. It seems I didn't suffer for nothing, Wang Wei sighed in relief. He had spent so long comprehending that single technique. Now, he was transferring all that knowledge and experience into cultivation. With 100 soul Dao, Wang Wei swiftly completed his first ultimate skill. He observed the rings around his soul in his sea of consciousness. He had 12 red soul rings, 12 blue soul rings, and 1 yellow ring. He stood up from the lotus position to test his strength. The red soul rings trembled, and Wang Wei's body released a purple light that vanished as fast as it appeared. The void around him tore apart. Luckily, the room's formation was activated to block and repair all the damage. Wang Wei closed his eyes. The blue soul rings were already releasing light to soothe his soul. I can use at most 12 attacks. Then, he'll need the yellow soul rings to recuperate, Wang Wei calculated. However, he did not have enough resources to condense all of them. Wang Wei exhaled deeply. I've met the first of 3 requirements. With Grandma's Samsara training talisman, I should meet the second requirement soon. Wang Wei planned to review his memories to find useful information. However, he decided to be lazy and outsource this job to someone else. So, he sent the memories to Red Mask, tasking her to find useful information from them. Then, he activated the Samsara training talisman. A portal swallowed Wang Wei, teleporting him to this dark place shrouded in a gray mist. He observed his surroundings, especially the fog that enveloped everything. He realized it was some kind of unique in-key that increased his comprehension. Is this to ensure I improve as fast as possible? I'm envious that the Yama Kings have access to such a valuable resource. Wang Wei waited a few seconds before someone finally appeared. It was him, a perfect clone with even the same soul aura. The only difference was the coldness in the latter's eyes and the lack of vitality in its eyes. Interesting, Wang Wei muttered. The training clone did not say a single word. Black lightning flashed across his eyes before teleporting before Wang Wei and punching him. Wang Wei did not want to be outdone and moved forward, meeting the punch with one of his own. He thought their strength would be similar, but he was wrong. The training clone's true will tore apart his defense and embedded itself into his body, inhabiting his regeneration. Wang Wei immediately tried to remove it, but his actions were like a child attacking a building with its small hand. The training clone continued his assault, each attack utilizing the pinnacle of true will. Wang Wei immediately entered a passive mode as he tried to analyze this ultimate Dao will skill. Is that the power of fate? He added the attribute of fate to the true will, granting it the status of fated to be here. My attempt to remove it from my body is useless because I'm literally fighting against the true will's destiny. If the river of fate said a particular true what was destined to remain in someone's body, how hard would it be to remove? This was the essence of this ultimate Tao skill. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. He had many ideas about his Tao skill, including fusing his Tao with it. The talisman seemed to have created the training clone from a version of himself that had completed the idea and had him fight and learn from it. What a brilliant technique! Wang Wei praised as he focused on learning it. Unfortunately for him, when he was only a quarter done, he received a talisman from Wu Hong that the Grand Assembly was happening, and it would be in less than 1,000 years. It seems I have to pause this training session, Wang Wei sighed. He could learn much in 1,000 years, but he had something else to do. So, he deactivated the talisman, returning to the retreat room. He first conjured a projection before activating an array that protected the projection. The last thing Wang Wei wanted was for Hong Jun or someone else to use the projection to affect him. After ensuring his safety, Wang Wei waved his hand to summon the karmic line connected to Earth and the prehistoric world. He sent the projection through the line. I hope this trip is worthwhile, he thought. Chapter 1534 Pangu. The prehistoric world. Wang Wei's projection looked at the immense world that looked like a blue egg. He took a deep breath before descending. Wang Wei immediately felt a power scanning his body. The power detected his status as a former resident and allowed him entry. So, Wang Wei followed the karma line and instantly reached Earth. The first sight that caught Wang Wei's attention was both a surprise and expected. Dozens of spaceships flew from a port on Earth before flying deep in outer space. Wang Wei calmly looked at this planet that was both familiar and foreign. It's been 25,000 years, Wang Wei thought as his eyes saw a brief history of the world before his disappearance. The catastrophe that killed him released spiritual energy into the Earth. However, the process was slow. It took more than 1,000 years before someone could cultivate to Tier 4 or the supernatural realm. Now, in the year 25,654 of the evolution calendar, cultivation and technology have developed at a rapid pace. Earthlings have developed various cultivation systems tailored to their respective cultures. The West has magic, genetic warriors, and even the faith path. The East has immortal cultivation, martial arts, way of samurai, yin-yang conjurers, and many more. The South has spirit manipulation, ancestral worship, totem warriors, and more. The Southeast has Buddhist and Hindu cultivation systems and others. It's a melting pot of cultures and ideas, Wang Wei commented. He found the Earth's cultivation system beautiful. Something tells me that's how the outside world would have been had it not been for Grand Tao's strange xenophobia. Wang Wei looked at the development of humanity with a slight smile. The most powerful cultivators of the Terran Federation is only Tier 6, and they are currently fighting a civilization with a Tier 7 cultivator. However, Wang Wei did not worry about Terra since he could see their luck was prosperous. Now what should I do? Wang Wei thought. His family and friends had long since departed. He could travel to the past to meet them, but he did not dare mess around with time in this place. As soon as he arrived, he sensed countless gazes fixed on him, and 3 of them made his spine shiver. Lord Hongjun, I think it's time we have a conversation, Wang Wei said as he bowed politely. A portal manifested before him, and Wang Wei stepped in. He found himself in a simple room in Hongjun's Purple Heaven Palace. Hongjun was an elderly man dressed in a light purple robe, with a butterfly-shaped jade pendant hanging from his side, a short white beard, and long white hair, his deep eyes reflecting the river of fate. Please sit. Hongjun motioned to the cushion before him. Wang Wei thanked him before sitting down. I would offer tea, but you're only a projection. If the tea has any benefit, I don't mind taking it away with me, Wang Wei said, making Hongjun laugh. Sadly, nothing can easily leave this place, Hongjun said with a gentle smile. You must have a lot of questions. Go ahead and ask. First, I want to know what it is you want me to protect, Wang Wei asked directly. That's not an easy question to answer. Before I answer, can you tell me how much you know about the history of the Chaos Universe? I'm not a historian or an expert, but I do know more than most, Wang Wei replied before telling him many things he knew, showing he knew a lot more information than regular paragons. Of course, he hid many secrets as well. Perhaps Hong Jun knew these secrets or didn't care. Regardless, Wang Wei did not want to take the risk. You do know a lot. In that case, let's start from the beginning, Hong Jun said before waving his hand. The surroundings changed, showing a visual representation of history. At the beginning of heaven and earth, the world was in a state of transition between nothingness and existence. Grand Tao was young, so it created numerous creatures with the intention that they would help it complete the world. Wang Wei saw a beautiful and voluptuous woman in a green robe, with a cold and indifferent expression, slowly creating these weird-shaped creatures. Wang Wei's lips twitched when he realized this was the form that Grand Tao took. The first two creatures Grand Tao created were Perfection and Observer. Hong Jun continued. Grand Tao took its time to mold two creatures. Perfection was a golden sphere, and Observer was a floating eye. Grand Tao spent eons discussing the creation of the world with these creatures. Perfection and Observer soon proved themselves talented in this area, especially Perfection. It had all the ideas on how to create a perfect world. Meanwhile, Observer recorded all the ideas, laws, and failed products of their discussions. Wang Wei watched as Grand Tao sat before all these creatures, talking with them as if this was a sermon. It took a while, but Grand Tao soon realized Perfection's plan was not feasible. The creation of a perfect world meant no room for growth, improvement, or development. Grand Tao did not know why, but it knew the world needed to evolve. What happened next is like most tales. Perfection could not accept its mother's denial of its ideal, so it revolted. It convinced the other creatures to side with him by promising to perfect them. Grand Tao realized its mistake. It had given her children too much power. Wang Wei watched as numerous creatures besieged Grand Tao, trying to eradicate her. He held his breath, listening deeply to every word. Grand Tao ran to her other child for help, but Observer refused to participate in this battle. It remained neutral and continued what he believed was his purpose to exist. Record everything. Without any choice, Grand Tao had to find aid. She relied on the ideas for completing the word to create new children. No, it would be better to say she gave birth to generals. Wang Wei saw 5 humanoid figures slowly manifested. Meet creation, destruction, time, death, and her favorite, fate. Hong Jun continued. She gave these generals immense power, but did not give them intelligence. They were nothing but programs dedicated to winning this war. Her plan worked. Wang Wei watched as the 5 humanoid creatures with different colors systematically slaughtered all the creatures who rebelled against Grand Tao, including Perfection. Grand Tao won, and the first thing it did was create the first taboo, banning Perfection. Its second action was to take control of the last variable in the world. However, before she could move, something unprecedented occurred. Observer used all its knowledge to become enlightened and reached a level higher than its mother. It transcended. Wang Wei saw the eye standing above what looked like the chaos universe. Observer did not stay long after detaching itself from the chaos universe. However, its presence fundamentally changed things. Grand Tao received a reward or nourishment from beyond the chaos universe, from a place with many names, Prime Origin, the Alpha Genesis, the Beyonder, and Hong Meng. Hong Jun saw his calm reaction to the term Hong Meng and secretly nodded. Observer's ascension showed Grand Tao her purpose. She knew that she needed to recreate her second son's success, but she also knew things could not be chaotic again. So, she started her plan. Observer had left detailed records, including laws. Grand Tao used these records and her general creation to create the first grand construct, primordial chaos. She turned time into the river of time to allow the sentient creatures to grow. She turned death into the underworld, an early version of samsara. The underworld was simply to ensure that the future lives in this world could die more easily in case they rebelled, and the underworld could recycle their soul. Finally, fate turned into the river of fate. I said he was her favorite. Do you know why? Because he would be to ensure her control over everything. Wang Wei answered, exactly. Fate was the link connecting everything, ensuring her control and dominance of the entire world. Han Jun nodded. What about destruction? Him? He vanished, Hong Jun replied. The vision showed destruction bowing to Grand Dao before disappearing. Rumor is that he is the final guardian of Grand Dao, and he will only appear when the chaos universe needs to be reset. However, that is not completely true. Hong Jun waved his hand to change the vision. After the birth of the constructs, the Genesis age ended, and Grand Dao started the next age. It created a new life, the Chaos Demon Gods, born from primordial chaos. She was smart this time around. First, she limited the number of creatures to only 3,800. She ensured that all of them were weak, being born only in the Emperor realm. However, she gave them access to the Observer's record, allowing them to understand the truths and laws to slowly improve themselves. She also gave them a mission to populate the world. She promised them rewards for the good job they did. Wang Wei saw the 3,800 Chaos Demon Gods slowly create a world from primordial chaos to give birth to life. However, these were not humans, but primordial lives that could passively absorb power from primordial chaos. It seems Grand Dao was still in the mindset that innate life form was better than acquired life, Wang Wei commented. Indeed, Hong Jun nodded before continuing. I'm sure you can deduce some of the story from there. Among the 3,800, Pangu was the youngest, but he was also the most talented. He understood the records with unprecedented speed. Additionally, he had a kind heart. He cared for the lives he created and taught them patiently. At one point, he was deeply loved by Grand Dao. However, he suddenly changed after becoming a Grand Dao saint. Grand Dao saint? Wang Wei asked. It seems you haven't heard the news yet. It's the Dao Quintessence realm, Hong Jun explained. Continue. Wang Wei nodded, not asking more questions. Pangu started his transcendent path, but he chose the most heinous way of doing it. Have you heard of the myth of Kaitian? Yes. Pangu used his axe to chop primordial chaos, giving birth to heaven and earth. Wang Wei succinctly summarized. Hong Jun's vision showed a giant wielding an axe. Myth is a myth. Pangu's act of splitting the heaven did not create the prehistoric world, but to open a tier through the chaos universe and reach Hongming. Wang Wei took a deep breath. Is he mad? There's a chance he was, Hong Jun replied. As you know, in the reincarnation of the Destiny Chaos Demon God. And although my memories are mostly gone, I remember he was a kind person. His sudden change in temperament was abnormal. Hong Jun looked at the vision of Pangu, slightly lost in his memory. The Pangu he knew would never do such a thing. What happened next? Wang Wei asked, but he had an idea. In the myth he read, the Chaos Demon Gods attacked Pangu to stop him. Grand Dao ordered us to stop him. However, his mastery of power origin was beyond everybody. He killed all of us with a few attacks before continuing his madness. Without any choice, Grand Dao summoned her general, Destruction. The two flights for many years, killing all life in the universe. In the end, Pangu was defeated. However, it was too late. He had made a large hole through the universe. At the last moment before his execution, he made a bargain with Grand Dao. He would use his body to plug the hole. Grand Dao reluctantly accepted his plea. At this point, she had more concerning worries, as the world was crumbling due to the battle between these two. Then, Pangu sacrificed his body to turn into a world. His left eye became the sun, his right became the moon, his breath turned into clouds, mist, and wind. His voice transformed into thunder, his head into mountains, his blood into rivers, and so on. I'm sure you know the myth. Wang Wei nodded. Is this what happened in the Lost Age? That's right, Hong Ju nodded. The Lost Age was a result of Pangu's madness and Grand Dao's rebuilding. She learned from her mistake and became stricter as a result. She turned observers' records into the Grand Dao source, no longer granting sentient beings direct access to the fundamental laws of the world. In fact, during the Essence Age, few people could access it. Wang Wei thought briefly. What happened to that hole? Is this why Grand Tao is harsh toward the prehistoric world? The hole has long been patched, and yes, it's the source of everything, Hong Jun replied as he waved his hand to end the visions. Have you ever wondered why the outside world is so culturally homogeneous? Why are the people of the prehistoric world locked in their home, unable to leave this prison? I have, Wang Wei nodded. We didn't know at first, but when Pangu tore a hole through reality, he brought a few unnecessary things into this chaos universe. The Elder Gods, Wang Wei exclaimed. That was one of the major ones, Hong Ju nodded. More importantly, he brought information and diversity. Wait, are you saying all the information in the novel and movies is from other chaos universes in Hongmeng? And the people of Earth have their origin from Hongmeng? That's precisely what I'm saying, Hong Ju nodded. Grand Tao used to be strict, not allowing any form of influence. Then one day, Siddhartha Gautama became enlightened. His spirit broke through the restrictions of this world, and he started spreading Buddhism outside. He died afterward, but he was the first to succeed. I waited for a while and observed. I noticed Grand Tao saw the benefit of Buddhism and tested the ground. I left Gautama's method of sending his spirit past the restriction to see if someone could reach that level. The barbarian race, Wang Wei muttered. You know them as the Mongols, but I knew them when they were the She people. A small tribe that gives birth to a talented leader. He broke the barrier and became the ancestor to the barbarian race, Hong Jun said before sighing deeply. Sadly, his fate was the same as Gautama's. Is their death a retaliation from Grand Tao? Definitely, Hong Jun nodded. He let his words breathe before continuing. My next test was Ing Zheng, or the human emperor. He was supposed to be the first true success without dying, and he was supposed to be the guardian of the group afterward. Unfortunately, he was a failure for many reasons. Chapter 1535, The Grand Escape. I figure there were others, Wang Wei said. I'm guessing their purpose for existing is the same as mine? I've always had one purpose, Hong Jun said, to protect this world. Panga took advantage of the crack to utilize a bit of the power of Hongmeng to cast a protective barrier around the prehistoric. The barrier has severely limited Grand Tao's intervention into our worlds. Hong Jun sighed. Gautama's action showed us hope, but it also weakened the barrier. Grand Tao realized that the spread of Buddhism, or adapting ideas from the prehistoric world, was the best way to assimilate our world and remove the barriers. I knew it was only a matter of time before the protection period would end, and we would be in danger. However, I also thought I had more time. I knew sending these people through the barrier would accelerate things as they share ideas from Earth. However, you were beyond my calculation. Hong Jun looked Wang Wei in the eyes. Do you know that besides you, 2 other people miraculously survived after entering the void? Wang Wei squinted. Other fate seeds? That's right. These people were lucky to swallow 2 pieces of world source to sustain their soul before miraculously being sucked into the nearby worlds for reincarnation. According to Grand Tao's script, this was supposed to be your fate. However, you diverted from your destiny when you chose to rely on yourself to survive. Hong Jun smiled gently. When I saw you, I was shocked and awed, but also terrified. I planned for 3 people to reincarnate and return to the prehistoric world to protect the world. The other 3 were chosen by Grand Tao to compete with other fate seeds for the cardinal position. I saw your potential and knew I could not allow someone like you to become Grand Tao's lackey. Your first instinct was probably to eliminate me, Wang Wei said. It was, Hong Jun admitted. Then why didn't you? You're a diviner. So you should understand that the best and worst things for us are unknown or unpredictable variables. I figure I should observe first. The worst that could happen is you die an untimely death, and, if possible, I can guide you to be a variable on our side. Then, as I watched your actions and knew what kind of person you were, I decided to gamble. Wang Wei nodded. He now understood Hong Jun's mindset and why he helped him during his time as the Myriad Devourer. With 5 people from Earth spreading ideas, the destruction of the prehistoric barrier accelerated. But it was nothing compared to you. Your existence destroyed all the calculations and predictions I made, Hong Jun said. Regretting your gamble? Wang Wei asked. It's too early to say, Hong Jun smiled. However, my intuition tells me I have made the right choice. A cultivator should trust their senses. Wang Wei nodded. He thought briefly about everything Hong Jun said. To clarify, the thing you want me to protect at all costs is the prehistoric world? Hong Jun nodded. I know people like you are intrinsically paranoid, so I'll lay everything on the table. My path is similar to Supreme Unity, except more complete. I condense my soul quintessence by linking with Heavenly Tao, and, unfortunately, my connection is even deeper than Supreme Unity. If something happens to this world, I will not survive. I understand, Wang Wei said. He did not completely trust or believe Hong Jun's words. There must be many things the latter is hiding, but for now, it appears his task is only to protect this world. This place is also my home, so I have no issue fulfilling my oath. However, you should understand that I cannot do that alone. Don't worry. The other three have the same oath as you. When the time comes, you can work together, Hong Jun reassured. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. But is that it? I have a feeling that this is not the end of this conversation. As astute as ever. However, the next conversation does not have anything related to me, Hong Jun said. Don't say that. You couldn't have facilitated the world collision or other plans with us, said a booming voice. You can't sell us out now, said a captivating male voice. Wang Wei saw two people appear in the room. The first one was an old man with white hair and a thick white beard, dressed in all white, with his eyes naturally glowing. He radiated holiness, divinity, and nobility, and he was the one with the booming voice. The second one was a middle-aged black man dressed in African garments with the design of a spider. The man was slightly handsome, but the mischievous look in his eyes distracted from his handsome features. As soon as Wang Wei saw this man, he felt he was a cunning bastard that he should be careful against. Yahweh and Anansi, Hong Jun introduced. As I said before, he's not a part of the plan, so you need to negotiate with him on your own. Wang Wei frowned. He recognized the name Yahweh, but it took him some time to remember Anansi, the Western African god of story, wisdom, knowledge, and trickery. He only remembered it because he once read an online novel that mentioned it. In hindsight, that novel treated him poorly and was probably racist. Lord Yahweh, Lord Nancy, he stood up to bow. No need for the pleasantries, Yahweh said before two cushions appeared next to Hong Jun. Wang Wei then returned to his sitting position. He observed these two soul quintessence powerhouses, focusing on Yahweh first. A path of faith? But why is the aura weird? He thought. He did not dare stare for too long before observing Anansi. His aura is familiar. Could it be? Not faith, Yahweh suddenly said. It's the power of myth. I spread my legion through the universe to condense a mythical self before fusing with it. The myth you used must be outlandish and would require an extraordinary amount of faith to condense into reality, Wang Wei analyzed. Wait, it's rude to read people's minds. I didn't read your mind. I don't need to read your mind to know what you're thinking. A form of nigh omnipotence? Interesting, Wang Wei muttered. And you should have used the quantum realm to achieve soul quintessence. Human wisdom is a marvelous thing, Anansi said. After discovering the quantum realm, I spent years studying it and encouraging its development. Then, I created a method to turn my soul into a state similar to quantum entanglement. My soul existed and did not exist. It existed in the future and the past. It was corporeal and incorporeal. This idea sounds like an yin-yang approach to the universe soul quintessence that we created, Wang Wei analyzed. There is a saying that all paths lead to the same destination. Another saying said that the end of science is theology, and Anansi was the proof of this saying. Hong Jun said you had something to negotiate with me. Wang Wei asked, not hiding his intrigue. You know what Hong Jun wants. Can you guess what we are after? Anansi asked. Why are you wasting time? Yahweh asked. You've heard the news about Tao overlords. Aren't you interested? Not really. Well, consider this, Anansi said. We need to know whether he's truly capable of helping us. You have a point, Yahweh nodded. He looked intently at Wang Wei, awaiting his answer. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He exhaled before entering deduction mode. Can I assume you two are not restricted like Lord Hongjun, and your priority is not the protection of the prehistoric? That's a fair assumption, Anansi nodded. Let me think. People on your level only want to go higher, but this world must be restricting your progress. There's a slight possibility that Grand Tao allows people of my race and ethnicity to leave the prehistoric world in the future, but the chances of it doing the same for all races of Earth are slim. So, if I were in your case, the only way forward would be to escape. You want me to make another hole into the chaos universe, so you can enter Hongmeng and continue cultivating in other chaos universes. I guess it wasn't all bragging, Yahweh said. You guys must be mad, Wang Wei said. Even if he had this kind of strength, why would he put a target on his back? He had already known Panga's path was a dead end, so why would he repeat it? Calm down, Anansi said with the soothing voice of a storyteller. Your thinking is too extreme. Too extreme? Oh, right. I may not need to make a hole in reality for you guys to escape. Maybe there are other ways to leave the chaos universe without damaging it. However, such an approach will probably be more complicated. Everything was possible, meaning there might be something he doesn't know. Now you're getting the full picture. Anansi nodded. Wang Wei frowned. This idea is sound on paper, but there are many problems he can think of. Can you guys even survive in Hongmeng? According to our calculations, the minimum requirement to survive is our realm, Yahweh replied. That's good to hear. Do you have any leads for an exit? Chapter 1536, the second condition, no, but we know there is an exit. Wang Wei looked at Nancy with a look that said, Are you kidding me? We've been stuck here with access to limited information, Yahweh complained. True, Wang Wei nodded. If you think about it logically, you'll know there must be an exit. Wang Wei squinted. Grand Tao should have learned of Hongmeng after the observer's transcendence. Even if she controlled herself, she must have been curious after the whole. It's very likely she sent an expedition to learn more, and that's only if she's not aware of her existence in relation to Hongmeng itself. Exactly, Anansi nodded. Since she can leave, you can do the same. We only need you to send us, or even a piece of ourselves, out. Well, color me intrigued, Wang Wei said as he stared at them directly. I don't mind helping you. What can I get for my service? We will offer you our soul quintessence method, Yahweh said. I already have a method that is perfectly suited for me, so yours will only be icing to the cake, Wang Wei said. His words made everyone slightly surprised. They would not be surprised if he had said he had an idea for the way forward. These three expected as much from the people reincarnated from the modern era. However, it was something else to have a completed method. We have also done numerous attempts and calculations for a flesh quintessence method. Well, add all the information, Anansi added. Now we're talking. However, it's still not enough given what's at stake. It's apparent that you have something on your mind. Why don't you tell us your condition? Yahweh asked. On top of your previous offer, I have two conditions. Yahweh was speechless at this brat's greed, while Anansi only smiled. However, no one knew what he was thinking under that approaching visage. Go ahead. You are the god of knowledge, and you have nigh omnipotence ability, or something similar, Wang Wei uttered. In other words, the knowledge you two possessed is unparalleled. I want all of it. Wang Wei had to think of his future wife. Her path was all about knowledge, so he wanted something for her. Of course, he'll also benefit immensely. Unfortunately, that's not possible. At least not now, Anansi replied. Why? The method we were offering you was protected by a special method, Yahweh explained. However, if we were to offer you all our knowledge, your fate would be the same as your science and technology world. Yes, that pest Grand Tao would not allow me to leave here with such powerful knowledge, Wang Wei nodded. Unless I can protect it like you do. But you're currently too weak to do such a thing, Anansi finished his thought. I still want this condition, but you can pay when I'm strong enough. Wang Wei compromised. That's fine by us. What's the second condition? Wang Wei became serious. Is this place protected? Don't worry. Even Grand Tao cannot spy in this place, Hong Jun reassured. He had used Panga's remaining power to protect his Purple Heaven Palace. Good. But before I say my condition, I want a binding existence contract that you guys won't overreact. Are you serious? No, you seem serious, Yahweh said. And you only want us not to overreact? Yes, and that goes to you as well, Lord Hongjun. Me too. Well, it seems things are getting interesting. Hongjun smiled before condensing the contract. It was simple since Wang Wei only wanted them to listen to him and not attack. After everyone signed, he did not utter his condition out loud, but sent it into their mind through divine sense. Their expressions changed. All three accidentally revealed their aura, which almost crushed Wang Wei's projection. In fact, if not for the protection of Hongjun's Purple Heaven Palace, the aura would have leaked, causing chaos to the entire prehistoric world. Yahweh said, that is a taboo topic for us, Anansi said with an unpleasant face. Those are my terms. Accept or no deal, Wang Wei said calmly. Hongjun summoned a pot of tea and sipped it to calm down. Sometimes, being too smart is not a good thing, he warned. I'm well aware of the burden of knowledge, Wang Wei replied. You know that we might not be able to convince them, Anansi said. Are you really entertaining this? Yahweh asked. Some things have to be faced sooner or later, Anansi sighed. I understand this. Wang Wei said, as long as you try. The three groaned simultaneously. Fine. Anansi was the first to relent. However, the other had reservations. Once we escape, we'll have to confront this uncomfortable truth, Anansi persuaded. Hongjun can wait until he transcends, but he also cannot escape. Might as well try to help him. Maybe he will introduce a new variable. All right. Yahweh resigned to his fate, and Hongjun only nodded. Good. Let's have in writing. Wang Wei smiled. Hongjun condensed the contract, and Wang Wei read it. He immediately frowned. I want everybody's help, not just you three. You're going too far, Yahweh snapped. How much help can the three of you be? Plus, there's no guarantee that you have more influence than them. Wang Wei's request had a significant impact. In fact, even he was not too sure to what extent. The idea came into his mind, and his intuition told him it was extremely important, maybe even more important than his true, transcendent path. We can't force others to sign such a contract, Anansi argued. Can you honestly say you're the only one escaping? You won't bring other people with you? Wang Wei sneered. Since they can benefit from my action, they can take the time to help me. Anansi and Yahweh looked at each other, communicating through their minds. Fine, you win. They sent the contract out to numerous people. From Hongjun's disciples, their descendants and close friends, to Anansi and Yahweh's pantheon, to other powerful entities with origin or connection to Earth. Everyone received the contract. They all had the same initial reaction as the three before signing the contract with gritted teeth. However, most of these people deleted or sealed their memories of this encounter to deal with the existential crisis. Wang Wei received a contract with hundreds of names, all of whom are big shots from mythology, stories, or religions. He clicked his tongue in wonder before signing his name. Even as a projection, the process was binding since it was tied to his existence. Pleasure to do business with all of you, Wang Wei said as he reached out for a handshake, but everyone gave him a side eye. No need to be mean, he uttered. Yahweh snorted coldly before teleporting away, leaving a talisman glowing with golden light. Anansi sighed, am usually on the other side, looking at the aggrieved individuals. He shook his head before teleporting away, also leaving a talisman. Wang Wei smiled sheepishly before taking the talismans and absorbing the information. He immediately had a terrible headache. The pain was so intense, and it was unlike anything he had faced before. How petty, he muttered with a slight groan. He now had 2 more soul quintessence methods in his mind, along with enough knowledge to raise his flesh quintessence method to 60. Wang Chong will love this information, Wang Wei thought. He did not know whether the latter had finished his retreat, but with this information, he expected him to return immediately. Do you want to see your parents now? Hongjun asked. Lord Hongjun, even you no longer welcome me, Wang Wei sighed in an aggrieved voice. He could feel the latter's hint that he should leave. However, he had many questions he still wanted to ask. Hongjun's mouth twitched. He was so glad he rejected the idea of accepting this bastard as his disciple. This kind of cause and effect was not something his short life could bear. Is that a no? Hong Jun asked. Now is not the time to meet them, Wang Wei admitted truthfully. His soul quintessence method requires him to condense his past self. And this would be the ideal time to meet his parents. In that case, wait, Wang Wei said. How about you share your transcendent method? You see, although supreme unity is sealed, he is still a problem. Maybe I can find a way to deal with him after learning from your superior method. Hong Jun stared at him. This kid's shamelessness surpassed his disciple, Junti. All right, how about we exchange? He'll use a flawed method for yours. Why not use a complete one? My method is universal, meaning it's more valuable than yours. Mine is also universal, but you need a source chaos world, Wang Wei argued. Anyone can cultivate mine without any stringent requirements. I doubt yours don't have any strict requirements. You only need some achievement in time Dao. Hong Jun chuckled while staring at him. All right, you win. But let me ask you a question. Does your method also use the three corpses technique? It's the essence of the technique, Hong Jun admitted. Good. We can trade, Wang Wei said. The idea of dividing three corpses, good, evil, and obsession, fit perfectly for his three selves, past, present, and future. Chapter 1537, A Peak of the Highest Level. Hong Jun calmly watched Wang Wei's projection disappear. He continued drinking his tea while in deep thought. Today's event was clear in his mind. This was not what was supposed to go, Anansi said as he reappeared in the room. That kid is dangerous, Yahweh said. Are you sure we can rely on him? He did not fully believe in the existence contract. After seeing what Wang Wei was capable of, he would not be surprised if the latter found a loophole. Do we have another choice? Anansi said. Ying Zheng was a disappointment, and the other three, despite being years ahead of him, Wang Wei has nearly caught up to them. More importantly, it's the all-heaven fate calamity. Anansi looked at Hong Jun. Do you think it's him? If it were before, I was only 50 to 60 sure. But now, it's more than 70 to 80. Is that so? Anansi muttered, thinking of the implication. It may be good news for us that he is the aggressor. It also meant we have no choice but to pick his sides, or we're screwed, Yahweh added. Grandao is already set on eliminating them. So if they choose Wang Wei's side, they have no place left for them in this infinite chaos universe. We don't have a choice. But they still do, Anansi said, looking at Hong Jun. I would be foolish to betray him and choose Grandao's side. Hong Jun said calmly, not happy with the latter's insinuation. You may feel that way now, but that doesn't mean you won't change in the future, Anansi sneered. Or that others might have the same sentiment, Yahweh added. I can't control what others do, Hong Jun shrugged. You're not taking this seriously. If the day comes and Grandao tries to lure you into her side, a civil war will start, Anansi warned. Other race powerhouses cannot leave the prehistoric world, meaning they will have no choice but to choose the mad emperor in the prophecy. Hong Jun frowned, thinking deeply about these words. Then, let's start preparing. They need to avoid a civil war at any cost, so it's best to prepare now. Although the choice will not be an issue for a while, it's best to start acting now. Hong Ming. Wang Wei opened his eyes and looked at the chaos universe. Then, he started laughing out loud. I have to give credit to myself. I can't believe he figured it out on his own. With so little information, Wu Hong said. This version of yourself is indeed the best so far. Indeed. But he's still a little naive. Let's help him, Wang Wei said as he snapped his finger, supplementing the idea that Wang Wei had when he was asking for his second condition. You're going to pay for that, Wu Hong said. It's worth it, Wang Wei smiled. Do you think they will help us? Wu Hong asked. She was worried they would stop the plan instead of helping. Why not? These people are as ambitious as we are. They've been searching for a way forward even longer than we have. Now, they have a guinea pig to show the way forward. Why wouldn't they help? Wang Wei smiled. Maybe, Wu Hong muttered. Is something wrong? Are you sure about this plan? You're doubting things now? Wang Wei said with a wry smile. I'm not doubting it, but I just think we could be more conservative. You could try the 8th transition first before proceeding with the 9th transition. Wang Wei was quiet. He understood her worries. If his plan works, he will achieve two transitions together, immediately reaching the level of the five supremes. However, this plan is risky. Wang Wei sighed. We've discussed this before, and I've already set things in motion. It's too late to have regrets or worries. Anyway, the worst that will happen is I will be sealed for a while, and you'll be alone. I don't like how nonchalant you are about the consequences. If you are sealed, our family will lose face, and I will be alone for a long time, Wu Hong complained. At their level, with death being a non-factor, reputation and face have somehow become the key factors in maintaining the hierarchy. Why would I care about face? Wang Wei always found it baffling why these transcendent entities cared so much about such a trivial thing. In the end, he chucked it to the fact that it is their way of preserving their humanity with all that power. You may not care, but what about the sect's reputation? What about our children? The sect will be fine, and those two little bastards will also be fine, Wang Wei replied casually. All right, if you don't care about reputation, don't you care about me? Do you really not care about leaving me alone? How about you accept the seal with me? Wang Wei asked. You, Wu Hong said in anger. I won't speak with you anymore. She disappeared, and Wang Wei sighed. He took one last look at his origin before standing up. He knew he would have to chase her through countless chaos universes before they could make up. However, he did not mind. Eternity was a long time, meaning they needed ways to keep the spark alive. Drama and conflict are the best way, even if it's artificially created. I wonder how long she's going to make me chase this time. Wang Wei hoped she breaks her last record, since the makeup afterward was legendary. That woman made him feel sensations he never thought possible. So, with a grin on his face, he started his search. While these lovebirds were renewing their passion, 5 individuals suddenly received a premonition. The first one was Mother Earth. She was a black woman with green, long, natural hair, a crown made of leaves, and a pure white dress. She was watering a towering tree with trillions of branches, in which each leaf was a chaos universe. Among the 5 supremes, Mother Earth was the most famous because she was essentially responsible for the birth of 2 other supremes. Earth exists in countless realities and chaos universes, but that was not always the case. At one point in time, there was one Earth in one chaos universe. Mother Earth achieved transcendence from that chaos universe, and she brought the Earth with her, spreading it to countless realities. Mother Earth sensed something, and she extended her mind to meet the others. Taoist, all beginning, was focused on his painting of a mountain. He did not care about all the paints on his black Taoist robe, as all he cared about was the painting. If anyone had access to this painting, they could probably achieve transcendence in less than 3 years. That's how remarkable it was. The Taoist sensed something, stopped, and frowned. He was annoyed, but still extended his mind for the meeting. An elf wearing a black magic robe focused on engraving runes on a wand. He would occasionally dip his fingers into a golden dust as material for the rune engraving. The dust was created from purple Hongmeng Qi and a chaos universe grinding to sand size. A simplification of things, as always, the source mage muttered. The source mage sensed something and stopped his engraving to attend the meeting. Monster Queen was an enormous creature with numerous body parts of different creatures. Dragons, killins, ghosts, banshees, nymphs. The monster had a part of every creature in existence. To be precise, all creatures, in fact, had a part of her. The strange thing is that this existence had a strange beauty to it despite all the different parts that should not be together. That last part was not necessary, the Monster Queen said. Apologies. Do you want me to delete it? Sage asked. No need, but watch yourself. All right. The last Supreme refused to be shown, but they have allowed their names, Evil Incarnate, to be used. Did you sense it? Mother Earth asked. Why are you asking something so obvious? We know the boy is trying an ascension. The question is whether we should stop him, Evil Incarnate asked. Why should we stop him? Taoist All Beginning asked. We've been lonely for so long. Isn't it good to have another fellow Taoist? I don't care either way, the Source Mage said. Me either, but I'm tired of you Earthlings, the Monster Queen said. I second that, Evil Incarnate said. It's not our fault Hung Ming loves us, Mother Earth shrugged. Let's not go too far, the Monster Queen argued. Can we get back on topic? The Source Mage said. Time is of the essence. But it's really not, Taoist All Beginnings said. We have all the time in the world, and I don't like to waste it, even if it's endless, the Source Mage rebutted. Now, have we decided not to intervene? I have no issue. Fine by me. It's a good thing to get a newcomer. Can I at least annoy him? Everyone ignored the Queen's words. Good. In that case, I'm leaving. The Source Mage ended the link. What a boring guy, Evil Incarnate said. How about we bet on whether he'll succeed or not? Why not? I bet he'll succeed, Mother Earth agreed. She had always had faith in all her children. I second that, the Taoist nodded. We can't all agree. So I said he fails miserably and is humiliated, the Monster Queen said. I also bet he's going to fail, Evil Incarnate said. He's too ambitious. He should have done things slowly. All right, what are we betting? Mother Earth asked. I want the root of your Earth Source tree, the Monster Queen said. In that case, I want your source blood. Deal. The Taoist looked at Evil Incarnate. Do you want such high stakes? Why not? All right. Chapter 1538, The Framework expands. Wang Wei opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He took a moment to review the conversations he had with the three of them. He did not miss a second word, a single micro-expression, or even a second body movement. Wang Wei microanalyzed every aspect of that meeting to ensure he did not miss anything. I need to discuss this with the wife, he muttered. He stood up while checking how much time had passed. Is there less than 1 year until the Grand Assembly? An interesting time difference. His conversation with these people was not even an hour, but more than 1,000 years had passed. Wang Wei teleported outside, calculating how long he spent in retreat. He first spent 70,000 yuan epoch in his first retreat before meeting Mithriya. Their discussion took only 500,000 years, and Wang Wei had to retreat again. Now, he has spent another 30,000 yuan epoch. It's not that bad, he thought before walking toward Wu Hong's workroom. As he approached, the twins had just left the room. Running into him, their bodies stiffened for a second before saying, "Congratulations on your retreat, Uncle Master." Wang Wei smiled smugly. "Thank you, and congratulations on becoming primals. Master told us you contributed to our success, so we would like to thank you," Song Jiang said. He waited for his sister to say something, but her mouth was quieter than a mouse trying to sneak food. So, he had to elbow her. "Yes, if not for your nurture core, who knows how long it would have taken us to reach that level," Song Lulu said with a forced smile. "No need to thank me. Your accomplishments are the result of your talent, hard work, and your master's unrelenting effort," Wang Wei said. He knew that he had mostly accelerated their progress, but most of it was due to their own effort. Well, I'm sure you're busy. "They'll go see your master," Wang Wei waved before walking inside. He saw Wu Hong surrounded by scrolls and jade talismans, reviewing papers and signing orders. He was immediately distracted by her unparalleled beauty. He was about to ask her to role-play as a strict CEO with glasses, and he would be her dutiful secretary, assisting her with the workload. However, he was immediately distracted by her aura. "Your aura. Have you completed the 13 Transcendent Foundation?" Wu Hong replied without raising her head. "There wasn't enough time, so I've only condensed the spirit seed." Wang Wei immediately frowned. "Can you stop the process of foundation reestablishment? With the right trick, it's possible." The backlash? More pain. Then, it wasn't wise to risk it, Wang Wei said. He did not want her to suffer. The Grand Assembly is important, and I couldn't waste time waiting for its arrival. Wang Wei sighed. He found a seat next to her and prepared tea and snacks, waiting until she finished all her paperwork. The process took more than an hour, a sign of her workload. "Why are you so busy all of a sudden? Don't you have a continent lord to do all the bureaucratic work? We have entered war mode, and I need things to be perfect," Wu Hong said as she drank her tea and snack. "This is not bad. You made it? It's one of the recipes from the Hui clan," Wang Wei replied. He once invested in a man named Hui Meng Wei and even sent the latter to study under Chen Xilan's teacher. "It's a decent recipe," Wu Hong praised as she finished her snack. "Your aura is also different. I reckon the results of your retreat were satisfactory? Oh, you have no idea, Wang Wei said before telling her everything that happened, except about his second condition. It's not that Wang Wei did not trust her, but he did not want information to be revealed. He was more confident that the situation of the prehistoric world was better equipped to hide the information from Grand Dao. Wu Hong listened attentively without commenting, and when he finished, she muttered, "So, it's true." "What is?" "I heard rumors that there were hidden grand constructs, and one of them was the Hall of Records, said to contain all the knowledge, truth, prophecies, and secrets of the world. From your story, it's like Grand Dao used the Observer's record to create the Grand Dao source that contained all laws, and the Hall of Records to contain information. Now that you mention this, I thought of something," Wang Wei said. "The 5 supreme outlaw Daos each have a grand construct except for creation, destruction, and heaven. However, we know destruction might still exist in the form of a battle puppet or something. But the Hall of Records may be the construct for Heaven Dao. The pool of creation," Wu Hong suddenly said with brilliant eyes. "I once read that term on a parchment. Ever since, I've been trying to understand what it was. Now, I'm sure it's the grand construct for creation Dao. It's very likely that the general destruction was also turned into a construct after building primordial chaos and the grand Dao source. Do you think the grand mist wheel is connected to the pool of creation? Although the source of energy for the mist comes from the source key space," Wang Wei commented. "Everything is connected, so it's possible." Wu nodded. "True. Speaking of the source key space, Hongju never mentioned when it was created. Do you think it came later?" "Definitely. Its purpose is not just about sharing energy with different worlds, but also about resource management. So if I had to guess, Grand Dao created the space after the Essence Age to prevent cultivators from using too much power," Wu Hong analyzed. "True. What about the Cardinal and the Tribunal? Do you think they existed before or after the Essence Age? It doesn't have to be either or. Grand Dao probably had the concept of the Tribunal during the Essence Age and only completed it afterward. By that logic, the Source Key Cardinal is the youngest. However, that does not truly matter," Wang Wei said with squinted eyes. "The real question is whether there are cardinals or people in control of these hidden constructs. After seeing what happened with the Observer, I doubt Grand Dao would grant anyone full control of all the world's secrets, even if she had already separated the law aspect from the Hall of Records. The power of destruction is the sharpest stick in her hands, so that only leaves the pool of creation," Wang Wei muttered. The idea that there might be a hidden cardinal had numerous implications, especially with how the world is about to drastically change in the Transcendent Age. So, the two chose to make a mental note of this possibility. "What do you think caused Pangu to choose this path?" Wu Hong asked. "Do you think his personality has always been this dark, and he's been hiding it for so long? Or do you think something changed him?" "I think he was indeed a kind soul." "Are you saying that with something to back it up? Or is there some bias involved?" she asked. "No bias. My thinking is that it would be challenging to perfectly hide from someone as conniving as Hong Jun, especially when the latter was the Destiny Chaos God." "That's fair. So, what do you think happened to him?" "The answer is kind of obvious if you think about it logically," Wang Wei said. "For Pangu to do all he did, he must have been a very powerful third-step Dao quintessence cultivator, and by that point there is only one thing that could influence him. Perfection ou un muteur. A creature of that level cannot be eliminated easily. It's possible it left a spirit, a remnant, or even worse, an obsession. Panga might have encountered it and was manipulated. The idea that perfection is still a threat in the universe is not a comforting one," Wang Wei grunted. "Yes, with your ability to attract trouble, I do not doubt you'll probably encounter it in some form or shape," Wu Hong said, looking at him strangely. Wang Wei's lips twitched as this was a great possibility. "Hopefully, we'll have the strength to fight by then." Have you forgotten what you signed for?" Wang Wei said as he raised her hand to show the ring. "All my troubles are now your trouble. Why does this feel like I'm a young girl who married someone, only to discover the person is riddled with severe debt?" Wang Wei laughed at these words. It's not funny, but it is. Wang Wei exhaled. He controlled himself. Otherwise, he would be laughing all day. Wu Hong rolled her eyes before moving on to another topic. Something has been bothering me about Hong Jun's story. Why did Grand Dao take on a humanoid shape? And more importantly, why did she have human clothes? Do you think he created her appearance? Or is there some truth to it? Chapter 1539 Hongmeng. Well, I had the same question. Wang Wei nodded. All creatures will eventually turn into a human shape for cultivation, which is the Dao shape modeled after Grand Dao. There are theories that the reason the human race is so powerful is because they are born with a Dao shape, not required to transform, unlike other races. Grand Dao started to take the one-eyed shape, probably copying the observer's shape. You think Grand Dao's human shape is due to her imitating someone else? Wu Hong asked with a raised eyebrow. But who? Do you think our chaos universe has a creator? It would make sense if Grand Dao copied and learned from its creator. Her attitude would also explain her xenophobia. Perhaps Grand Dao only wanted life forms that resembled her creator. I don't think there is a creator. Wang Wei shook his head. Or if there were, the latter is very irresponsible. If you look at history, it's obvious that Grand Dao was ignorant and spent a long time creating and perfecting the systems of the chaos universe. Now, compare that to when we create a word with the Grandmist wheel. The world was too disorganized, especially during the Genesis age. Grand Dao didn't even know she had to cultivate transcendent tier cultivators to benefit itself. If we follow your train of thought, Grand Dao and the chaos universe were created naturally due to a system that exists in Hongmeng to create more worlds and life, Wu Hong analyzed. It looked like this because it passively received information from Hongmeng, like the people of Earth, and was influenced to take that shape. While that's the most likely case, there are two other possibilities, Wang Wei continued, his eyes embodying the essence of wisdom. First, some random female transcendent passed by when the chaos universe was still in its infancy. Her presence subtly affected Grand Dao, and she modeled herself after this transcendent being. Secondly, the chaos universe is a micro-representation of Hongmeng, meaning Hongmeng has its own controlling entity like Grand Dao. When that entity ordered Grand Dao to create a new world, it also left some information, and Grand Dao chose that shape from the data. No matter which is the truth, I do believe there is such a thing as a Hongmeng will. It's the only organization system that makes sense. Heavenly Dao, true Heavenly Dao, Grand Dao, and Hongmeng will, Wu Hong deduced. However, her words immediately created a tension in the room. The two looked at each other, knowing their conversation had reached the threshold of alarming Grand Dao. Wang Wei looked at the sky. He always wondered how Grand Dao seemed to know when people were discussing taboo topics, even in a protected area. Now, he had a feeling it was an ability similar to Yahweh. Grand Dao may not know exactly what people are discussing, but it knew who was doing it and the general idea. Let's talk about something else. Wu Hong said, why were you so vague about your second condition? It'll tell you when you condense your soul quintessence and update the heaven deception array, Wang Wei said. It's that serious? It's that serious, Wang Wei nodded. I understand. They told each other everything. So he must have a good reason why he insisted. Wu Hong did not think it was a matter of trust, but more of safety. Do you think we could trust Hong Jun? He's shown us enough goodwill, enough to have a decent relationship, but not enough for trust, Wang Wei immediately replied. There are many unknowns about Hong Jun and his real motive. Wang Wei already predicted that the Chaos Demon Gods wanted to return to the world and Lin Fan was their pawn for that. When that happens, what will happen to the Destiny Chaos Demon God? Will Hong Jun use this opportunity to regain his former body and strength? Would someone else inherit the strength of that demon god, forcing Hong Jun to fight for its previous lives' power? For now, Hong Jun's status as a chaos demon god is a variable that makes Wang Wei wary to trust him in any capacity. So, while he has no issue working with the latter, he would never truly trust him until he has answers to these questions. Well, that's fair, Wu Hong nodded. Anyone who can enter the first step of transcendence before the ultimate taboo is not someone to treat lightly. Not to mention that Hong Jun achieved success in a strange world like the prehistoric world. Let's learn these techniques before I forget. Wang Wei said as he summoned a talisman with unique power attached to them. They then used their divine sense to memorize the technique inside. Meanwhile, Wang Wei connected to her soul and shared the other two methods with her. It's a lot, Wang Wei complained. No transcendent technique was simple, and even memorizing these techniques could put a burden on a paragon's soul. By the way, did anything major happen while I was in seclusion? I mean, besides the upcoming Grand Assembly? One major and two minor events occurred, Wu Hong explained while digesting the three methods in her mind. She regulated her mind before answering. The first minor event is the Skill Path Association found their luck condensing artifact, the Dao Path League. Wang Wei chuckled at this news. It seemed miscellaneous, finished the copy. The second event is that news about the exchange scroll was leaked. From our side, or Kong? Wang Wei asked with a frown. Kong, Wu Hong revealed. He was gathering merit by forming a secret coalition with small factions and the Devil Cultivators. While he was successful, he was also too greedy, and the news was revealed. Kong's probably now a peak paragon with all that merit. Wang Wei thought. More importantly, as the Chosen One, it won't be long before he has a fortunate encounter to start his path to Primal. By now, these people should have deduced that the sect has an exchange list, and they also realized why you asked for such an exuberant price for the information about the gate. That's right. You should be careful, as these people will try to force the Dao opening sect to make the scroll public for everyone to use. They didn't do that to Kong. They tried, but once again, Buddhism came to his defense, Wu Hong explained. As expected as the protagonist, the top dog is already protecting him, Wang Wei commented with a chuckle. Kong did a great job by building the coalition with small factions, deepening his academy's foundation. However, it was stupid of him to make such a grand mistake by revealing such information. Wu Hong looked at him strangely. Why are you so calm about this information? You should understand that if the majority votes for the Dao opening sect to hand over the scroll, there is nothing you can do to stop it, unless you can fight everyone, or get Mithraya's support. It won't get to that point, Wang Wei said calmly. Wu Hong looked at him, and a flash of understanding glistened in her eyes. You think Heavenly Dao will make the exchange list official at the assembly? It's the perfect time and place, isn't it? Wang Wei smiled. The exchange list was for everyone to benefit and prepare for the disaster. Now that the previous and current Chosen One have already benefited, it's time for everybody else to have access. That is the best move true Heavenly Dao can make right now, Wu Hong nodded. What was the major news you mentioned? News about the Quintessence realm has already spread among paragons, Wu Hong revealed, and there are titles with the respective realms. Oh, first step is called Primordial Chaos Saint or just Primordial Saint. Saint, huh? Wang Wei muttered. He could not help but think that the name was chosen because of the prehistoric world. There are many systems with Saint in their cultivation name, but in the prehistoric world, that name is reserved for the people who stand at the top of the pyramid. Was the name chosen to symbolize that they were now the peak of the primordial chaos? Probably, Wu Hong nodded. She was not entirely sure about these names, as she had not been part of the meeting that decided them. The second step is called Tribunal Saint, probably chosen in order not to piss off the cardinals. Wang Wei nodded. It could also mean that the second step is on par with the cardinal. Then, it will be the same for the third step, as they are called Grand Dao Saint. But being on par with Grand Dao, Wang Wei muttered. Hongjun used that name to describe Pangus realm. Wait, who decided these names anyway? A group of primordial saints had a meeting, and for what I hear, 2 tribunal saints from the primeval body mansion and the Desire Heart Palace revealed their presence and acknowledged these titles. The transcendent age is coming. It makes sense that these factions wanted to show their presence to warn others. They probably wanted the luck and destiny for naming these realms. Wu Hong added, and Wang Wei agreed. Chapter 1540 The deal is completed. The transcendent age is taking shape rapidly. I feel we should accelerate our preparations, Wang Wei sighed. He then suddenly remembered something. How is your recruitment of Sun Junyao? He wanted his wife to have a transcendent tier talent to boost the strength of the Origin Seal continent. She's almost convinced, but it seems she has some reservations after knowing our relationship. Wu Hong replied truthfully. Reservation? Does she think the invitation is set up? That we are trying to gang up on her? Or maybe we are plotting something? I don't really know, but she's hesitating. Maybe she'll be more open to the idea after you break the fate line between you two. Wang Wei groaned. He was so close to cutting all ties with her. He only needed one more significant karmic event, and he'll meet the requirements. Wang Wei was about to say something when he suddenly received a talisman from the sect, and he sighed deeply after reading the content. They want you to return? Wu Hong asked. That's right. This is a sensitive time, Wu Hong said. A war disaster is approaching, and everybody is preparing. As much as she enjoyed spending time with him, she understood there were more important things at play. Before I return, I need you to do something for me and accompany me to a place, Wang Wei said, sending 2 talismans. Where? The Void Illusion Realm, Wang Wei replied before telling her his plan and worry. Ma 1. The Ma clan's heaven chosen, teleported to the meeting room a few minutes later. Lord Wang Wei. Ma Wen bowed before glancing at Wu Hong. He recognized her as his training involved influential people at the top of the world, people he could not antagonize. So, he immediately bowed. Empress Wu. It seems like my efforts were not wasted, Wang Wei nodded. He sacrificed one of his precious tokens to ensure the deal with Ma Liqiu. I am forever grateful for your care, Ma Wen said with a deep bow. He knew he would not become a boundless paragon at such record speed if not for this man's help. In fact, he would not even have become an emperor in the first place if not for the Dao opening sex favor. You're welcome, Wang Wei nodded. By the way, why can't I sense your companion's karma? He still remembered that competitive girl, Ma Honghua. She's dead, Ma Wen answered, his voice with a tinge of somberness. Oh, she couldn't accept her fate and rushed to break through. She didn't make it through the immeasurable tribulation. It seems your Ma clan's destiny is nowhere near recovered. Well, my condolences, Wang Wei sighed. Thank you. Although they were competitors, Ma Wen still treated Ma Honghua as a sister. He believed that together, they could revive the Ma clan to its former glory. Unfortunately, that dream is now a fleeting shadow. It's your turn, Wang Wei motioned to his fiancée. Vous ne dites bifoitrine, don't resist. She condensed a blue light on her palm before fusing it into Ma Wen's body. The latter wanted to resist, but he did not dare move. He understood that his strength was nothing compared to these two, and any sudden reaction might cause his doom. All right, let's go. Wang Wei teleported the two of them to the inner area of the Void Illusion Realm, while Wu Hong secretly followed. As he looked at the barrier blocking his path for endless soul energy, he said, You understand that nothing is free in the cultivation world? I know. Ma Wen understood this truth. A sect like the Dao opening will not randomly select a declining family and spend all that time and effort to raise them for no reason. So, he's been preparing himself for when the foot eventually drops. I made a bargain with one of your ancestors. They'll cultivate a paragon for your clan, and in return, they will compensate me. Now is the time to get my reward. Wang Wei motioned for Ma Wen to approach the barrier, and after a deep breath, the young man took an enormous stride forward. The shield immediately started scanning his body, and after detecting his realm and bloodline, the barrier slowly disintegrated, and Ma Wen disappeared. Wang Wei rushed in, almost salivating at the endless pure soul energy in all states of matter. However, his joyous mood was quickly dampened after scanning the area with his divine sense. Ma Liqiu, do you think I'm a joke? His voice echoed in the void, but no one answered him. I've done the calculations, and even by the worst estimate, you've only left me with 40 of the soul energy gathered. Wang Wei did the calculations, deducing from Ma Liqiu's era and to the present how much soul energy there should be. I understand wanting to leave some for your resurrection, but I want at least 90 of the reserve. No one answered Wang Wei. It was as if he was speaking to the void. Since you want to do this the hard way, that's what we'll do. He snapped his finger, and an unconscious Ma Wen appeared before him, floating in the air. He snapped his finger again, and numerous symbols spread to every corner of Ma Wen's body. Wang Wei did not utter a word, and as expected, someone showed up before him a few seconds later. He watched as a beautiful woman clad in all white, with golden hair floating with a non-existent wing. Are you the void illusion realm spirit? That's right. You can call me Zhenshi. Then, you should know what I want. Zhenshi looked at Wang Wei's face before looking at Ma Wen. She frowned, hesitating on what to do. Your creator promised the highest control of the void illusion realm. Why aren't you doing what I want? Wang Wei asked, directly staring at her. All right, but please unseal young Ma Wen. You first, Wang Wei said. Zhenshi hesitated briefly before waving her hand, showing a large section of this area with even more soul energy. Wang Wei scanned the area, nodding in satisfaction. He first moved everything to his space ring before removing the seal and handing over Ma Wen. Zhenshi checked on the young Ma clan leader before teleporting him to an unknown location. She then looked at and bowed. Master. Wang Wei did not answer. Instead, he condensed numerous strings that sealed her. What do you think? This place is well crafted, Wu Hong commented as she appeared next to him. That Ma Liki woman, she was not only well accomplished in illusion Dao, but also in rune and array. I've only seen ancient runes used at such a high level only a few times. A pair of rune goggles appeared around Wu Hong's eyes as she observed her surroundings. The most interesting thing is that she's invented her own rune system. I'm guessing there are benefits to doing so? Many, Wu Hong nodded. Having a personalized rune system means they are designed to bring out personal strength, not having to make the system universal. More importantly, it makes it 1,000 times harder for other array or rune masters to decipher and change your work. What I'm hearing is even if I'm the highest authority of this place, Ma Ilikiu has a way to take control from me, Wang Wei commented. Exactly. In that case, this realm spirit cannot exist. It's best to destroy and create a new one. That will only delay her, not solve the issue, Wu Hong explained. Can you do something? Wang Wei asked with a frown. It will take too long to decipher her system and take full control. She shook her head. I don't have the time now, and even if I did, it would be pointless. Ma Likiu should return to her peak and take control by the time I'm finished. That's bad news, Wang Wei muttered. Why do you want this place anyway? You've got the soul energy, and it will be a while before it can amass more. Is it because it's a memorialized luck? I don't think your sect needs more destiny. You know how greedy I am. How can I let this opportunity pass? Plus, I don't like how Ma Likiu tried to cheat me. So out of pride and saltiness, I want this place. Wu Hong gave him a look. Don't look at me like that. You know what you were getting into. Anyway, this place is about to become the main form of communication during the disaster. It's a good idea to control it. You make a good point, but there's nothing you can do unless you want to use merit and buy something from the merit list. Wu Hong replied, holding the urge to roll her eyes. I don't want to get this place after making such a great investment when I could have gotten it for cheap. I think this is one of those situations where you have to control your greed. Either let this go or do a cost analysis and benefit, and see if it's worth using merit to get control of this place. Wu Hong shrugged. Or, I can force its owner. Wang Wei smiled devilishly. Can you leave a method that makes it harder for her to regain control? I want to delay her as much as possible and make the process a nuisance. You want to force her to negotiate with you? That's right, Wang Wei smiled. This place is instrumental to Ma Likia's transcendent path, and if she wants to have full control, she will have no choice but to negotiate and pay me a steep price. You know, you're a terrible person. I was raised under capitalism. What do you expect? Wang Wei shrugged. Chapter 1541, The War, Temple Pill Realm, that's not an excuse, Wu Hong replied. She was sure that plenty of people from Earth who lived under capitalism did not turn out as terrible as he did. Unfortunately, as horrible as he was her little monster. She waved her hand to summon a complex magic circle above the inner core. Wu Hong took her time perfecting the array before slowly lowering it to the ground and fusing it with the void illusion realm. We are good, right? Wang Wei asked. Not yet, Wu Hong replied as she focused on Jinsher. She clenched her hands, generating a powerful shield that surrounded the spirit before crushing her into spiritual dust. Wu Hong drew a few runes in the void, which proceeded to absorb Zenshi's spirit dust before condensing a new spirit. Wang Wei looked at the tiny creature with 4 wings. Now we're good? Yes. This new spirit is designed to fight against Ma Liquia's system, and buy you as much time as possible. Excellent. Wang Wei smiled while condensing a token to hand to her. What's this? Access to the soul energy reserve. You should need for your soul quintessence. Thanks. Wu Hong nodded as she put the token away. Have you made a plan? About what? About whether you're going to take the next step as soon as possible, or continue to perfect your foundation. I was planning on traveling to the infinite Trichiliacosm to get the immeasurable Emperor title after finishing with the 13 Transcendent Foundation. Maybe even find a way to make up for missing the Emperor Taboo Realm, Wu Hong revealed truthfully. Then, you better hurry up, Wang Wei warned. According to my prediction, the calamity will happen between 20,000 and 40,000 yuan epoch. So soon? Wu Hong said. This was not much time, especially considering all the things she needed to do. After all, she hasn't even modified Mithraya's technique to fit her. I wish my prediction were more accurate, but as you know, there are too many primordial saints involved in this disaster, and this is the best divination I can do. No need to blame yourself, Wu Hong reassured. Most diviners would die or suffer severe backlash, trying to get as close to a date as he did. So she would not blame him for not being as accurate as possible. I think I'll have to wait to see how the situation develops before making a choice, Wu Hong replied. That's probably the best move, Wang Wei nodded. If Mithraya can buy enough time, then Wu Hong can focus on establishing her foundation. However, if things are dire, she must concentrate on raising her cultivation. Well, it's time to leave. Wang Wei kissed her before teleporting away. As soon as he arrived home, he sensed something and smiled. He glanced at the new mountain in the distance with the name Pill Sage Mountain. He did not hesitate to teleport above the large mansion that smelled like herbs. As soon as he arrived, a bright light flew into his arm. You've ascended? It's been a while, Yin Liling said as she held him tightly. I came to see you, but they said you were in retreat. You should understand the current situation. I need to get stronger as soon as possible. Let me see you. Wang Wei ended the tight hug to better observe her situation. Yin Liling had her alternative Dao Root Foundation, Emperor Taboo Battle Realm, 11th Revolution Bloodline, Limit Indestructibility, Peak Empyrean Realm, Empyrean Battle Taboo Realm, Paragon Soul, and a Paragon Willpower. Excellent. It seems you did your best in the lower dimension, and the sect also spent much effort on training you after your ascension. They did, Yin Liling nodded. I left instruction for that old man Wang Bo to be your teacher. Did he accept you? I had to take a test, but yes. Afterward, the old man refused to leave me alone. Hey, girl, this is the way you should be talking to your master, said a deep voice from the mansion. However, Wang Bo did not show up. So, Wang Wei just nodded to salute. Boy, I heard rumors that you're engaged to the Empress. Of course. Titseha, Imzo en views. You better treat her well. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Old man, you and I will have a problem if you keep thinking about my wife like that. All right, I know I don't have a chance. Anyway, I won't get in the way of your reunion anymore. Wang Wei shook his head before focusing on Yin Liling. Let's have a small dinner like old times. Are you sure? It seems the ancestors are waiting for you. I should have a few minutes before I have to see them. All right. Yin Liling guided him to her kitchen. Wang Wei immediately began preparing the food, while Yin Liling mixed the drink, a unique concoction of her own. I don't sense Li Jun, so I'm guessing he continued training with the Yama Kings. That's right. He said he wanted to give you a surprise when you see him, and it should save the sect a lot of resources. He's as practical as ever, Wang Wei chuckled. Regardless, he was looking forward to their reunion. How was your reign? I think it was great, Yin Liling answered. Juner built the War Temple as his legacy. He gained permission from the Yama Kings to summon projections of talented emperors from other chaos worlds. His temple was even more popular than the Dream World's Battle Tower. That's a great idea. The lower dimension talent will now have a much larger talent pool to compete against, Wang Wei praised. But why are you giving me this strange look? Well, the War Temple doesn't just allow people to fight against the imprints of foreign great emperors. They can also use the imprints of other emperors. I'm guessing that Di Tian and I were the top, Wang Wei said. Although imprints cannot fully represent an emperor's power, it's close enough to determine the difference in strength. At first, that was true, but not long afterward, two anomalies showed up, Yin Liling explained. The first one was someone called Tian Xian. He defeated Di Tian's imprint after a long battle, but lost to you. However, someone called Heavenly Book defeated both Di Tian and Tian Xian and tied with you. Wang Wei squinted. It was a great shock to the lower dimension. No one thought someone rivaling you would exist, and people talked about it. Well, until we ascended, Yin Liling continued. However, there is more. Oh, Juner revealed the imprint was based on outdated information. The owner did not authorize the utilization of all his strength to protect his information. Interesting, Wang Wei muttered. He was not too surprised by this news. Based on Emperor Jia's cultivation, he had deduced that the Heavenly Book was an extreme version of Di Tian. The madman has most likely reincarnated and become an eternal emperor 9 times as a form of transcendent foundation. In fact, Wang Wei even believed that the latter has cultivated to the peak of the Paragon realm 9 times, achieving an even more advanced form of transcendent foundation technique. As such, he would not be surprised if Heavenly Book were more powerful than he as an emperor. Are you all right? Of course. No need to lie, Yin Liling said. I know you, and the way you reacted tells me you know who Heavenly Book is, and he may even be an enemy. He's just someone who's been lurking around me with an unknown purpose. While he's a threat, I'm already aware of his existence and keeping an eye out, Wang Wei said truthfully. One of the reasons he decided to stay in the shadows during the disaster was his weariness toward the Heavenly Book Paragon. You know you can count on me now that I have ascended? Of course, Wang Wei smiled. Yin Liling will be an immense help once her cultivation reaches the peak, or even when she becomes a primal. Good. She nodded. What was your legacy? Wang Wei asked. Moving on for the previous topic. The pill realm, she explained. I used Juner's help to gain access to the imprint of foreign pill refiners. Then I condensed them into phantoms or remnants for people to learn or compete against. However, that's not the primary objective of my legacy. The phantoms have sentience like spirits, and they have been tasked to ensure the prosperity of pill Dao in the lower dimension. In what ways? Can they create pill formulas, improve runes, or even create a new universal rune system? Or do they just condense the luck of pill Dao? They do everything you said and more, Yin Liling said with a smug look. That is indeed brilliant, Wang Wei nodded. Yin Liling hasn't realized it yet, but her legacy is the perfect prototype for her Dao quintessence. Once she reaches that level, she can just copy it or, even better, just absorb that prototype and upgrade it. Chapter 1542, Elder Ceremony. For the next half hour, the two talked, ate, and drank. Yin Liling did most of the talking, recounting everything that Wang Wei missed in the lower dimension. It appears the lower dimension is finally reaping the benefit of the First Origin War, Wang Wei commented. Finally? Hasn't it always been benefiting? Yin Liling asked. A part of her training was history and learning the secrets of the world, so she knew the significant events of the upper dimension and their overall impact on the world, and even the chaos universe. Think about it carefully. Before I came, the number of Etern in power was pitifully low, with no world having double digits of Eternals. If the lower dimension was the Destiny Center after the First Origin War, why was such a small number of Eternals produced compared to the upper dimension? I figured it was a matter of quality over quantity, Yin Liling said. It was. That destiny allowed people like the Ancestors, Empress Wu, and many other Eternals to prosper and change the world. However, so now, destiny is manifesting in another form. Quantity, yes and no. The Forerunners have perfected the destiny and improved upon it. They showed the world it was a wise move to give control of the upper dimension to people from the lower dimension. Now, with the improved destiny, the lower dimension can now create both quantity and quality of cultivators, of eternal emperors, Wang Wei analyzed. That would explain why the heavenly emperor was so prosperous even after 33 generations, with no signs of slowing down. Yin Liling nodded. Exactly, Wang Wei nodded. Of course, he knew there were bigger things at play behind the heavenly emperor's prosperity. But this was not something to discuss with Yin Liling until she reached higher realms. Wang Wei took a sip of his drink. Liling's craft had improved, making this juice even more delicious than the last time he tasted it. You sure are taking your time. Yin Hai's voice suddenly echoed in the room. You know, people are waiting for you. Wang Wei immediately stood up. I forgot, he said with a slight flush on his face. Hurry up. I'm coming, Wang Wei said before summoning a token to give to Yin Liling. Time is running out, so you must become a paragon as soon as possible, and this token is a shortcut. Did you bring as much merit as possible? As I reminded you? I did. Have you used them? No. The teacher told me to wait until I was a paragon. It seemed that old man is not senile yet. He was right. Use your merit to raise your realm in the paragon realm as much as possible. I understand, Yin Liling nodded. Kai Song is here, right? Yeah. How? Is her cultivation? Same cultivation and achievements, but her foundation is a little deeper since she ascended first, Yin Liling replied truthfully. That's good to hear. This token is for her. Don't you want to see her? Yin Liling knew her big brother had great plans for Kai Song, so she encouraged him to establish a deeper bond. We can talk afterward, Wang Wei said. It would be best not to waste time and focus on the upcoming Grand Assembly. He had a feeling great things were about to happen during that meeting. If you say so. Wang Wei said his goodbye before teleporting near Elder Council Mountain before slowly flying to the meeting hall. Everyone was here, waiting for him, and as soon as he arrived, Wang Wei noticed three things. First, only 3 of the ancestors showed up. Second, there were 3 new seats on the front beside his, signifying 3 new peak paragons. More importantly, there was a new seat in the ancestor side, indicating a new primal. He observed the person and recognized it as Yin Shurong. The last time he checked, Yin Shurong was only in the 9 heavens during the ultimate taboo, and probably achieved the peak during the taboo. But now, he has ascended into the realm of primals. He should have a fortunate encounter, Wang Wei analyzed, and the after effect of the ultimate taboo should be showing soon. Wu Hong and the twins should not be the only primals showing up. Most of the overlords should be given birth to new members. However, everyone knew this change was not as exciting as before. In the new era, primals were irrelevant. What will determine if factions rise and fall will be the number of primordial chaos saints. I deeply apologize for my tardiness, Wang Wei said as he bowed 90 degrees, showing the utmost respect. He knew how to play politics. He was a young man who rose to the peak at an alarming rate. He's world famous, is loved by his ancestors, and has been granted great power in a short period. To put it another way, many people are probably wary of him, whether it's due to his age, jealousy, concerns, or a desire for power. Many eyes were on him. So, the fact that he arrived late at such a meeting was not a good sign. So, Wang Wei chose the best approach to mediate the solution. Apologize sincerely. We all have eternity, so it's not an issue to wait a few minutes, Qiyuan said with a gentle smile. Many people wanted to say something, but since the founder had spoken, they would give him face. Wang Wei's attitude also helped. That is not an excuse to waste others' time. Wang Wei shook his head. He bowed a second time to all the elders before taking his seat at the front. He observed and recognized many people. He saw the Rainbow Emperor, who stuck her tongue at him, the somber and cool Shadow Ruler, the Miscellaneous Emperor with his scholarly aura, the Turtle Shell Emperor, who was not wearing his shell, but had designed it on his blue robe. The latter nodded to him before continuing to flirt with an elder in the back row. Hell Judgment had his eyes closed. It's apparent he was a loner. The first order of business is about your elder ceremony, Kiyun continued. Although it's a tedious process, it involves the luck and destiny of the sect, so this must be done. Since you don't want any grand celebration, let's use the next few days to get it over with. The ceremony process was not complicated. Wang Wei needed to isolate himself in mediation for 3 days, bathe in incense, and wear white. Then, he would salute a white altar with many of the elders as witnesses. As soon as Wang Wei finished praying at the altar, the sky changed. The sect's key luck dragon, a grand and noble white dragon, manifested between heaven and earth. Such a sight is normal for every ceremony, but what happened next shocked almost everyone. The dragon roared happily to the sky before manifesting grand visions around him. It then flew toward Wang Wei and motioned for him to get up on its head. Although surprised, Wang Wei nodded before jumping on. The dragon proceeded to condense a golden-purple robe that wrapped neatly around Wang Wei before parading him for half an hour around the sect. Now do you understand why I put so much energy and faith in him? Kiyun muttered to the other elders with a small smile. Before the meeting, Kiyun felt the sect's acquiring a new source of memorialized luck from Wang Wei's acquisition of the Void Illusion Realm. He hid the changes to the sect's luck out of caution and because he wanted to reveal it in the meeting to build momentum for Wang Wei. The elders were at a loss for words. Many of them have been in the sect since it was known as the Myriad Emperor sect and throughout their lives. They have never seen an elder so grandly celebrated after a ceremony. So, this is why you've been insisting he's the future of the sect, Yin Shurong uttered. He was a young man with bright blue eyes, incredibly handsome with a chiseled jaw as a defining characteristic. He wore a blue robe with clouds, with a scent of nature that was alluring to man and woman. If we want to become a true transcendent faction, one with many transcendent saints, he is our future, Kiyun said calmly. But don't just take my words for it. The catastrophe is coming, and you'll see what I mean. All I ask is that you give him the benefit of the doubt and time to acclimate to his role. Zanhai Snot Gon Li. The kid is indeed our future, but he still has a lot of room for development. Kiyun nodded slightly. He was a master of politics, so he understood Yen Hai's role to balance his enthusiastic support of Wang Wei. Ultimately, politics is a strategic game, and the 3 siblings have been playing longer than most of these elders have been alive. Chapter 1543, The Elder Council. This was quite the ride. Wang Wei muttered as he flew toward the Elder Council mountain. His glamorous clothes had been dispersed, meaning he was back to his white ceremonial clothes. However, Wang Wei changed to his iconic purple robe with golden stitching on the cuffs, featuring symbolic or decorative motifs of strings and control. Enjoying yourself? It was quite an interesting experience, Wang Wei smiled. But the records never showed any such precedents. No one has ever created as much memorialized luck for a faction, Kiyun replied. And I have a feeling the dragon also shares my view that you are the future of the sect. That's fine by me, as long as you don't drop all the heavy loads on me and act like you're retired. Of course not. I'm still young and have many things to do. Wang Wei looked at him, and for the first time, he believed these words. It seemed that Kiyun had worked out whatever spiritual crisis he was having after the ultimate taboo. All right, let's get started. Everyone returned to the meeting room and took their position. Our first order of business is the Void Illusion Realm, Kiyun continued. Grand Elder Wang Wei has recently acquired control of this realm, and you can imagine the importance of its acquisition. The disaster is coming, and it should be our main means of communication. Someone communicated. We used it during the First and Second Origin War. I don't see why we shouldn't use it again. Now that we control it, we will have more power during the assembly. Forget about the power, said Grand Elder Li Shengzong, the former patriarch of the Li clan. We should be worrying about security. What do you mean? In the previous wars, we didn't have to worry about the enemy taking control of the Void Illusion Realm. However, with primordial saints existing and probably participating in the disaster, this should be a major concern. I didn't think of that. But can we even ensure adequate protection? Do we need to rely on Buddhism for this matter? If we do, we will have to share control of the realm with them. Should we be worrying about such a minor matter? A disaster is coming, and we don't even know if we'll survive. Our priority should be our safety, not power or control. So, we agree to work with Buddhism? How about we wait a little while to buy some kind of defensive measures from the exchange list? We know there will be resources at the transcendent saint level. Can we afford it? And even if we can, is the price worth it for the void illusion realm? That's a fair point. Everyone shared their thoughts and opinions before silencing themselves and looking at the ancestors. What do you think? Qiyuan asked. We have two choices. Work with Buddhism or Heavenly Tao, Yin Shurong said calmly. The void illusion realm is a fundamental part of the eternal ascension world, and Heavenly Tao should be more than capable of ensuring its safety. Qiyuan nodded, as this was his train of thought as well. Wang Wei, what do you think? Under normal circumstances, I would recommend working with both. Communication is key to any war or conflict, and securing our primary means of communication should be a top priority. However, there are underlying circumstances that force me to recommend Buddhism. Oh, Qiyuan asked, slightly intrigued. He thought of something. Is this about Ma Liquiu that you mentioned? That's right. According to my prediction, she should be reviving herself soon. Heavenly Tao is about the overall situation, and after knowing that Ma Liquiu has a high chance of becoming a primordial saint with the void illusion realm, it will give her control or access. We can't let that happen, a Grand Elder said. I concur. It's fine if she becomes a primordial saint since the world needs her strength to survive the disaster, but it can only be after we have one or a few of our own. Exactly. Qiyuan raised his hand to stop everyone. He focused on Wang Wei and continued. From the way you previously talked about her, you plan to turn her into an ally. But your tone seemed to have changed? She's too smart for her own good. Wang Wei shook his head. She's not as reliable as I thought. That's unfortunate, Qiyuan muttered. He then used his divine sense to converse secretly with Yin Hai and Yin Shurong about this matter before declaring, It's decided. We will work with Buddhism. Grand Elder Long Zhuli will be the ambassador to the Buddha Haven to discuss the logistics. No one disagreed with the decision. The sect has operated under a hierarchical structure for many years. Most of the time, power resides with the sect master, but in times of distress, the council, and more importantly, the ancestors have all the power. Does anyone else have something to say on the topic? I have something to say. All eyes were on Wang Wei. Go ahead. I believe I sent the news about Kong's Mortal Soul Legion? Yes, we received your news and archived it in the information hall, Yin Hai said. Wang Wei nodded. Kong and Saint Methria should be suggesting this idea to the Grand Council, and I believe no one would reject it. However, for his plan to succeed, they'll need access to the void illusion realm. We need to prepare to accommodate his plan and all the mortals of the world. That is true, Qiyuan nodded. Who wants to partake in this endeavor? As soon as he said those words, numerous people raised their hands. The Tao opening sect still operated on a sect point system in the upper dimension. Many rare resources require sufficient contributions and sect points to exchange, and since the appearance of the exchange list, points can even be exchanged for merit at a decent price. In the end, Qiyuan chose a team of grand and regular elders knowledgeable in soul, illusion, and array Tao, along with people with skills for organization. After all, they had to deal with countless mortals. The next topic is war preparation, Qiyuan stated. For the next few minutes, people reported on the current situation. A lot of resources have been invested in training as many talents as possible. The sect has also increased its recruitment numbers, even lowering the requirement slightly to compensate for the high casualties in the disaster. However, someone suggested that since they lowered the requirements, they should increase the intensity of the disciples' training. Almost everyone agreed with this suggestion, with a few disagreeing, feeling the sect should continue its path of cultivating elites. These people wanted the requirements to be even harsher. Ultimately, the ancestors opted for the low requirement, high-intensity training approach. Wang Wei did not speak much on this topic, using the opportunity to understand the ins and outs of the sect. These people have more experience than he regarding preparing for large-scale wars and have basically perfected the sex system. His input was not required. Once the topic of war preparation ended, Kiyun was about to continue with the next topic when he sensed something. A shadow appeared behind him. The person lowered his head and muttered something in his ears that only he could hear. The tension in the room suddenly thickened when everybody saw the deep furrow in Kiyun's brow. They waited with bated breath until the shadow disappeared. We failed to find the disaster's origin. His words confused most people as they were not privy to the information. So, Kiyun sent the information into everybody's mind. Kiyun once insisted on buying news about the disaster gate from Wuhong because he had a special technique to find the origin of things. After years of preparation, he used the technique and was directed to a timeline in the infinite trichiliocosm. Out of precaution, Kiyun sent causality-free clones to investigate. However, he just received the news that all the clones died without the ability to resist. More importantly, that timeline disappeared. An entire timeline disappeared? What power is required to do such a thing? Unlike our primordial timeline, there are not as many rules and regulations. So, the power needed could be as low as the first step or as high as the third step. You might as well not say anything. An elder rolled her eyes. It's obvious that only the people in the quintessence realm could do this. So, saying any of the three realms could be responsible was the same as not saying anything. No need to panic, Kiyun reassured everybody. Heavenly Tao has been preparing for this disaster, so there is no way it will not control the scale. The highest cultivators appearing will probably be tribunal saints, and they will be the weaker end. A being on par with Grand Tao has no business in this tribulation. Ancestor, you've doomed us all, Wang Wei said with a crying face. Huh? Kiyun uttered, not hiding his puzzlement. Now that you've said these words, there will definitely be a Grand Tao saint involved somehow. Wang Wei said, wanting to cry, but had no tears. Kiyun wanted to deny his words and tell him to stop speaking nonsense to scare everybody else. However, he remembered that people like them, who are favored by destiny, are trouble magnets. It happened to heaven opening to Kiyun, and Wang Wei was the worst of the three. Chapter 1544, The Elder Council, 2. The law of balance of the chaos universe does not play around. The higher a person's destiny is, the luckier they will be, and the harsher their life will be. This rule applies to everyone. And when it comes to extreme cases like Kiyun and Wang Wei, the worst is expected to happen in every scenario. We may need to prepare for the worst-case scenario, Yanhai muttered. She's been with Kiyun the longest and was present for all the moments when the worst-case scenarios happened. It's all your fault, Kiyun said while staring at Wang Wei. Me? You're the one who decided to put those unlucky words into the world. If you keep quiet, we may have a chance, Wang Wei countered. Now is not the time to play the blame game, Yanhai said. We need a concrete plan. She already noticed several people who could no longer control their auras after realizing a Grand Tao saint might be involved in the disaster. But what can we do? Yin Shurong asked, his lips twitching. He had read the stories of his ancestors, and the current situation made him realize, in hindsight, how harsh their lives had been. He also realized he suffered the most during the ultimate taboo when he was with them. If the situation reaches that point and there's nothing we can do, we can only rely on our desperate safety net, Wang Wei said. You mean Su Dandan? Kiyun said. You put it nicely, calling it a desperate safety net. If they join the primeval body mansion as a way to save their lives from a Grand Tao saint, the Tao opening sect might cease to exist, at least until they can survive and cultivate a saint on that level. However, would the mansion just allow them to grow? That path was the last resort and could only be used after all other options have been exhausted. We need to give that little girl more support if she's going to be our safety net, Yanhai said. We should also increase our focus on body refining if we want to better acclimate to the mansion. So, should we increase our support in spreading the human fiend god bloodline? Yin Shurong asked. The new bloodline has significantly enhanced the sect's potential in numerous ways, including the creation of several potential primals. In the previous era, only pseudo-eternals had the opportunity to become primals, unless the cultivators walked the true Power Tao realm path and achieved willpower manifestation. Unfortunately, not many people possess the talent for body refinement, nor could they endure the pain that came with it. The human fiend god bloodline and the current spirit of cultivation of the sect have created numerous primal prospects that can use willpower manifestation instead of Tao will. Even more, we should establish a strict system that encourages the awakening and development of our bloodline. But what about the reproduction issue? Yin Shurong asked. The law of balance of the universe is prevalent everywhere. Fiend gods are born powerful, but they have a slow growth period and low reproductive abilities. Humans are born weak, but compared to fiend gods, their speed of breeding is comparable to bunnies. The human fiend god cannot escape this balance. They cannot be powerful and have high reproduction. Wang Wei has circumvented this balance by sealing the bloodline of clan members, requiring them to awaken at a certain age with a probability of failure. In other words, human fiend gods are technically born weak. However, this method will not be nearly enough once so many members of the clan have such a powerful bloodline. The way of balance is not a rigid rule or system, but more a will or consciousness that will change and adapt to any situation. Once the Tao opening sect becomes a bloodline faction with billions of members, it will trigger the balance mechanism. No need to worry about it, Qiyuan replied. Yin Shurong squinted as he understood the latter's meaning. Once they have one or a few transcended saints, they can deal with the mechanism, or at the very least, reduce its effect. Now, their focus should be to spread the bloodline to prepare for the disaster and possible fusion with the primeval body mansion. I understand. Qiyuan looked at the elders. No need to panic. Our sect has survived for so long because we have remained calm, no matter the circumstances, and we have prepared for all scenarios. So, even if a Grand Tao Saint is somehow involved in this disaster, we will survive it. Qiyuan's white robe, calm demeanor, profound eyes, and an aura that indicated he was the origin of all Taos were indeed reassuring. Most of the elders who were panicking felt appeased. He even instilled a sense of confidence in them. Even the ones who did not completely trust his words did not immediately despair, which was a good sign. Thank you, Ancestor, the elders said in unison, bowing slightly. The only person who secretly rolled his eyes was Wang Wei. He knew how terrifying Grand Tao Saint was. Although Hong Jun's storytelling used crude visions, he could still deduce from the context clues how terrifying an existence Panga was. However, he was also not panicking about this news. If everything goes accordingly, the person who will be involved in the cause and effect of the Grand Tao Saint is Emperor Kong, not him. Wang Wei plans to activate his black key luck ability during the entire disaster to remain unaffected by fate, destiny, luck, and cause and effect. He will do everything from the shadows and only show up when needed. I'm about to enter my puppeteer era, Wang Wei thought with a smirk. Qiyuan nodded at everybody's response. He noticed Wang Wei's anomaly, but he did not point it out. We have 2 more topics to discuss, he continued. The first is about the Grand Assembly. The Qin Saint Court is in charge of this session, so we should prepare for the meeting. Although unlikely, we should prepare in case the Qin people are planning something. Will they dare? Especially with Saint Methriau present? Don't think she is absolute. Who knows what people have brought from the ultimate taboo? One of the elders argued. Previously, everyone was injured or in limbo, so these methods could not be used. But that's no longer the case. There's also the fact that everybody now has contact with other worlds. Who knows if any of these people have already sold our world for profit? Aren't you exaggerating things? Maybe. But remember, if we can have the primeval body mansion as a backup, why can't they? That's true. The human emperor is a master of luck manipulation, so attendees should prepare. Additionally, their main array is a masterful creation. We should prepare in case they suddenly turn it against us. In that case, Wang Wei, Miscellaneous One, Shadow Ruler, Sir Wang Bo, and Tang Song will attend the assembly with us. The elders looked at Wang Wei. They understood all the other choices. Grand Elder Shadow Ruler was here in case they needed to escape. Miscellaneous, Wang Bo, and Tang Song formed a team of rune and array masters to deal with the Qin Court's array. So, why was this young Grand Elder chosen? Is this another case of the ancestors' favoritism? Wang Wei smiled before releasing the slight aura of his luck Dao. Then, an understanding dawned on everybody. They had no complaints. Although there were a few people who studied luck, none had such a pure aura. Maybe they would have protested before the ceremony, but now everybody chose to hold their tongues. Let's continue, Qiyuan said. One of the primary discussions is the fate of the Primarchs. What's your opinion? What is there to discuss? This is the perfect opportunity to weaken the temple. But is it that simple? We know the potential of the demon race. They have been occupied dealing with the innate demon gods, preventing them from growing and prospering. But once their enemy is out of the way, they will become a major problem. Not really. They still need to battle the temple, which means they will suffer immense casualties in the process. When they take the time to recuperate, we will use that opportunity to leave them behind. Why be so nice? We can secretly destabilize their faction and ensure they never recuperate. I strongly disagree. We always had a somewhat amicable relationship with the demons. If we interfere too much in their affairs, it may drive them into cooperating with the Grand Sect Alliance. You guys need to stop thinking like it's the previous era and think about the future. Saint Methria has already shown signs that she expects cooperation from all the overlords to survive the catastrophe. Do you really think she'll allow anyone to weaken the demon race? You have a point. So, do you think she will not allow the Primarchs to perish? Hard to say. They are an unstable variable, which may sway her decision. Deep sigh, I miss the days when everything was relatively balanced. Now, she holds all the power. Don't say these words out loud. Your words make me even sadder. We have to adapt to the current situation. We allowed our pride to get in the way during the taboo. And this is the price to pay. Chapter 1545, Elder Council 3. What do you think? Qiyuan asked, looking directly at Wang Wei, who did not immediately answer. Instead, he took the time to access the information hall and reviewed all the news gathered by the sect during his absence about the temple. Things will not proceed as smoothly as most people think, Wang Wei finally said. The Primarchs are not stupid. They should have realized that their compatriot is setting them up, but they have remained calm and composed until now. They must have something to rely on to survive this ordeal. Based on the information, Wang Wei realized these Primarchs remained seated in their position without doing anything. They didn't fight with the Emperor Path Demon Gods. They barely try to clear their names, and they haven't secretly tried to move some of their people away. The only explanation for their behavior is that they have accepted their fate, or they have something up their sleeve to survive the ordeal. Wang Wei believes it's the latter, especially after his deduction during his retreat. However, he did not bring it during this meeting because he was not too sure, and he hoped he was right. So, he decided to keep this news to himself and let things develop accordingly. It's indeed odd. At first, I thought they wanted to argue their case fairly during the assembly, but these old beasts should not be this naive, Yin Shurong added. These innate demon gods should understand that people want to eliminate them to weaken the temple and finally settle the battle between innate and acquired life forms. Well, it's not much of a debate anymore, since the acquired have won. However, many people still find them an eyesore, and they will be more than happy to eliminate them entirely. But what could their way of surviving be? Don't tell me they've sold themselves to foreign worlds, Yin Hai said. It's not impossible. They are not desperate and will probably do anything to survive, Qiyuan frowned. Who would they join? An elder asked. It could be any transcendent faction, or maybe the Heaven Law World, someone suggested. Transcendent faction can provide them with better protection, and the Heaven Law World was ruled by Primarchs, so it made sense to join their fellow compatriots. Does it matter who? We should focus on how to respond if it's true. It does matter. These traitors must have sold our news to other chaos worlds. You don't think these foreigners already know the state of our world? These hyenas have already prepared to benefit from the chaos. They haven't shown themselves because they are waiting to see the scale of the disaster. They want us to bear the brunt of the first wave of attacks. Wang Wei frowned after hearing these words. Why wasn't the Hong protection system activated? According to his fiancée, the system was not designed to protect the world from invaders, but it could also intercept communications. In other words, it was the wise move to activate it to keep news from leaking. The system is now completely under Heavenly Tao's control, Yanhai explained. So it wants the news to leak? Wang Wei uttered. He did not hide his sneer. It makes sense. If we fail the disaster, it would want foreign factions to take our place and continue the prosperity of the Central Destiny Chaos world. Although Wang Wei's words were harsh, it contained some truth. Heavenly Tao has planned the rise of the Eternal Ascension world for too long, meaning it's prepared to do whatever it takes to ensure success, even if it means replacing the current inhabitants with foreign forces. We have never trusted Heavenly Tao, so our sect has long been prepared to compete with foreign forces to preserve our spot at the top of the hierarchy, Yin Shirong sneered. Wang Wei nodded. The disaster has many implications. On the lowest level, it is a reshuffling of the power board, removing the 13 overlord system and setting up a new system with transcendent factions at the top. However, at the highest level, the disaster's purpose is to launch the transcendent age, pushing the chaos universe into a new era. A few historians have argued that the transcendent age began with the revelation of the quintessence realm, and some extreme scholars have even suggested that the end of the ultimate taboo marked the start of the age. However, Wang Wei believes the age will officially begin when the first true and complete primordial chaos saint from the Eternal Ascension world is born. This idea is why he encourages and tries to ensure Wu Hong is the first to do it. Let's get back on topic, Qiyuan said. What should our stand be about the fate of the Primarchs? I say we vote with everybody else and wait to see how they plan to save themselves. If they're indeed traitors, maybe we can put some of the blame on the temple and use this opportunity to weaken them. That's not a bad idea. I'm not too fond of how they're using us to clean up their house. The general consensus has been determined, and since the ancestors did not object, it was decided. The following discussion was still about the Grand Assembly, but it was more of a speculation of what other people might propose. The council also talked about the possible steps the Assembly will take to prepare for war mobilization. This discussion lasted for several days before it came to a close. Then Qiyuan and the other two had a serious look. For this next conversation, only the Grand Elders can participate. The others looked at each other before slowly and methodically leaving the meeting room, leaving the first row of individuals. Once everybody was out, Qiyuan, Yanhai, and Yin Shirong moved. They acted together to activate an array that covered the meeting room. Their cautions increased the tension in the room, but everyone waited with bated breath. Grand Elder Xie Yuan, Grand Elder Yin Shirshing, Grand Elder Wang Liping, Grand Elder Two Fingers, and Grand Elder Zhou Shihong. Please stand up. Everyone was now confused, so they looked at these five with suspicion. However, even these five elders were perplexed as to why they were called out. However, they followed orders and slowly stood up. All eyes were on them as people wondered whether it was a good or bad thing to be called out. Qiyuan did not waste time giving them an answer. He waved his hand to manifest black chains that instantly captured these five. Ancestor, what's the meaning of this? Wang Liping yelled. Yes, we did nothing wrong. Cooperate and you'll be released and compensated if you're discovered to be innocent, Qiyuan said calmly. He did a hand sign to activate the array, materializing a large mirror that shone on these five elders. Well, Yin Hai asked after a few minutes. Most of them are only unknown pawns. They probably didn't know their existence was tempered, Qiyuan replied calmly. That means there is a traitor. Who is it? Wang Liping. All eyes immediately shifted to a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, wearing all black. The man looked so bland that it was hard to believe he shared the Wang clan blood, or that he was a paragon in the first place. Ancestor, this must be a mistake, Wang Liping tried to argue. Who's behind him? Yin Hai asked, looking at him intently. Her sword will make many people in the room suffocate. I don't know. Kiyun shook his head. What I know is he has been replaced long ago with the original Wang, Liping long dead. Such a perfect copy? Yin Shirong uttered. That's the scary part. Kiyun nodded. What do we do with him? Do we try to get more information? Or just eliminate him? Yin Shirong asked. The power that can make such a perfect copy is not something we can meddle with currently. So he must be eliminated, Kiyun said firmly. No, you can't do this. I am... A sword strike with unparalleled speed strikes out, instantly eliminating his body and soul. Yinhai then closed her eyes to sense something. Less than 20 minutes later, she entered the river of time and returned a few minutes later. Everybody then sensed a slight change in the sex luck. They understood what had happened. Grand Elder Liping was dead. They looked at Yinhai with deep fear. They knew primals were scary, but this was on another level. The person most shocked by this event was Yin Shirong. He was on cloud 9 after becoming a primal. But after seeing how fast and easily Yinhai found Wang Liping's time mark and killed him, he realized there were levels to primals. What should we do with the rest? Yinhai asked. Wang Wei, can you help them? Kiyun asked. He'll try. Wang Wei approached the captured elders and observed for a few minutes. Then, he started putting acupuncture needles all over their bodies. Chapter 1546 Elder Council 4. Once Wang Wei's treatment ended, 3 of the Grand Elders vomited weird things like gas, bugs, or a weird substance. However, the last one, Grand Elder Zhou Shihong, only perspires for a few seconds. They should be all fine, except Grand Elder Zhou Shihong. Whatever methods used on him is behind my ability, Wang Wei said. What do you think we should do with him? Kiyun asked. Put him into isolation until my method is improved, Wang Wei suggested. Since Zhou Shihong was innocent, there was no need to kill or lock him in a harsh prison. Understood. What about the others? Wang Wei asked. There should be people with problems among the other elders, or even the lower deacons or disciples. Shadow Ruler is in charge of monitoring and drawing out the people behind them, Kiyun revealed. That's the best approach, Wang Wei nodded. Grand Elders have the most power and access to sensitive information, so it's understandable why they must be dealt with. However, the others can be used as pawns to draw the chess masters behind them. You should be careful, Wang Wei warned. People who can bypass most means of detection and leave means of control deep into someone's existence are never simple. I will, Shadow Ruler nodded simply. Kiyun waved his hand to send Zhou Shihong away before focusing on the remaining 3 Grand Elders. I apologize for being so harsh. And as I said, you will be compensated. No, we understand, replied Grand Elder Xie Yuehan with a horrible expression. The Xie clan was in charge of the sect's shadow network, but as someone with such power in the clan, he was unknowingly compromised. He was lucky he was not executed for his crimes. Now, let's continue the meeting. Kiyun waved his hand to summon jade talismans for everyone. However, there was a seal on the talisman with a contract that everyone must sign before reading the content. This contract seems to be an alternate form of the existence contract. It seems the sect has already started adapting to the upcoming age, Wang Wei commented as he signed the contract. However, his lips twitched immediately afterward. The content was the information Wang Wei provided. It was about the importance of the lower dimension and his heavenly emperor era, and his deduction about how the transcendent age will shape up with the cardinal tribunal creating new envoy positions like the Netherworld Emperor. Ancestor, is this news true? Someone asked. Yes. Grand Elder Wang Wei has deduced all this information and received news from a trusted Yama King, Kiyun nodded. Everyone glanced at Wang Wei for a few seconds, with some even nodding to him. We need a plan for the future now. For starters, we should increase our connection with the lower dimension. Communicate with them more often, try to provide more resources within the rules, and recruit more talent. Recruiting more talent? Are you suggesting we send a projection to the lower dimension to bring recruited talents back? That's right. You think Heavenly Tao would allow this? Such a method would mean people from the lower dimension can ascend without powerful cultivation, ending the concept of separation between the lower and upper dimensions. Don't be too quick to dismiss the idea. Heavenly Tao should understand the importance of the lower dimension, and that what we are doing is the future trend of heaven and earth. So, maybe we can start a new precedent. Grand Elder Savage Body has a point. Plus, even if Heavenly Tao is uncooperative, we can designate one immortal sovereign in each generation to ascend and bring the recruited talents, someone suggested. The rules stated that ascending immortals can bring people with them, so this was a way to achieve their goals. I agree with these suggestions, but I should remind everybody that with the upcoming disaster, the lower dimension will probably be isolated once again, Miscellaneous stated. We can start now before the blockage, setting up the foundation for later. I agree with this idea, but do we really need to start recruiting now? Grand Elder Wang Wei deduces that in the future, the people in the lower dimension will have a higher chance of entering the quintessence realm. The key phrase is in the future. All eyes were on Wang Wei, waiting for his opinion. It's been more than 33 generations in the lower dimension, Wang Wei said calmly. By now, the mindset of all cultivators or heaven chosen has changed. The moment they start cultivating, they also start to plan what their legacy or minor construct will be after proving the Tao. So yes, the effects should have already started. The elders mulled over his words, and soon afterward, many showed a look of envy. Imagine if they had started planning on how to build a construct, which is something crucial to Grand Tao saints at the age of 14 and 15 when they began cultivating. The benefits of such an advantage are immeasurable. Maybe we should start training our disciples with the same mindset, Yanhai suggested. What do you have in mind? We apply a new system that, after proving the Tao, they must create a minor construct that either benefits the mortal civilization in our territory or the sect in general. We grade the final product and reward based on the effect. But wouldn't such a move alarm the other factions? Someone asked. I doubt it will be much of an issue, Kiyuan said. Few people will be able to deduce that a grand construct is the key to becoming a grand Tao saint. And even if they did, they might not be able to connect it to what the Tao opening sect or the lower dimension is doing. More importantly, their sect is known for trying different methods of training their disciple. So many people will think as such for a while. By the time everybody catches up, they will have an overwhelming advantage. What do you think? Yin Hai said, looking at Wang Wei. I support the idea, but I think our focus should be on the lower dimension. You don't think the effect will be the same? It won't. Wang Wei replied, a little too reassured. The concept of creating a minor construct has become a cultural zeitgeist in the lower dimension. Everyone wants to do it because it's the way for them to achieve fame, wealth, and to be forever immortalized in the annals of history. I would not be surprised if there's already a trend of selling or stealing other people's ideas for constructs. That's how vital and ingrained the process will be to the lower dimension. And you seem to have overlooked what makes these things minor construct. Heavenly Tao accepts these dimensions and fuses them as an essential part of the world, granting the creator passive knowledge of the essence of a heaven and earth construct. In other words, the one our disciple would create would be mere copies and not valid constructs, unless heaven and earth acknowledge them. I'm not even mentioning other things like the merit received for the achievement and the blessing of destiny of the Heavenly Emperor era. We could do our best to make our disciples here have a similar mindset and benefit, but it will not be the same. Wang Wei built the dream world and the Heavenly Emperor system, and during his retreat, he also learned the essence and advantages of these minor constructs. He plans to use the knowledge he received from the minor construct to help him create his flawed Tao quintessence. The room entered a momentary silence due Wang Wei's words. Everyone frowned or had a pondering look, especially the sect members with origins in the upper dimension. In that case, why don't we send our disciples to cultivate in the lower dimension? Grand Elder Li Shengzong said. Wouldn't that cause more problems? We want to set a positive trend for Heavenly Tao. But if we start interfering with the prosperity of the lower dimension, we will probably be punished instead of being granted an exception. We don't have to send many people. We can choose the most talented and send them when they are still mortals, forcing them to grow from the lowest level. We can even ask them to only compete in the heaven wills of foreign worlds and leave the myriad emperor world alone, Li Shengzong continued. It could help if their people stay away from the destiny center of the lower dimension. We could try and see Heavenly Tao's response, Miscellaneous said. However, I recommend we send projections to try and study these minor constructs. We may benefit more from this approach. That's not a bad idea. However, Grand Tao will not appreciate so many projections, even if we were to seal our strength to the limit of the lower dimension. So, how about a schedule? Turtle Shell suggested. I agree. In that case, let's create a concrete plan, Kiyua nodded. Everyone discussed and created a concrete plan for all the previously discussed topics. The council then elected individuals who would execute these resolutions and planned a reward for them in recognition of their work. However, the meeting was not over, as they had only discussed the issue of the lower dimension. The next topic was the division of the transcendent age and the role of the cardinal tribunal. And the person who started the conversation was Hell Judgment. Chapter 1547, The Elder Council, Finale. You mentioned that the Earth Emperor position will be a way to condense the soul quintessence? Hell Judgment asked. That's my theory, Wang Wei nodded. In that case, I want the sect support to compete for the position. Are you sure? You saw my deduction on the limits and restrictions on that path, Wang Wei said. Many people are hopeful for the future, thinking they can one day become a primordial chaos saint. However, I am a realist. I know the barrier for the next realm will be 1,000,000 times more challenging than the Paragon realm. Hell Judgment allowed his words to simmer. Will it be easy to enter the next realm? No one dares say that. Many people are optimistic, but realistically speaking, the number of people in the room qualified for that level can only be counted on one hand. I understand my limit, Hell Judgment continued. His words contained no self-deprecation, just assurance in who he was as a person. This path is my best chance at transcendence. His words plundered the room into a deep silence for a few minutes. He forced many people to reevaluate their future and how they can survive or thrive during the disaster or the transcendent age. If my theory is correct, Wang Wei said, heavily emphasizing the if part, it will be in the sect's favor to have someone controlling one of these positions, especially the one in the eternal ascension world. So, I support you. And as fate would have it, someone with deep connection to me and the Wang clan may be the one chosen to be the Netherworld Emperor. If they succeed, your chances of becoming the Earth Emperor should increase. Hell Judgment's eyes shine. The Netherworld Emperor? Who? I can't say any more since it's not guaranteed. Plus, it's not wise to get into the Yama King's affairs at this current state. I understand, Hell Judgment nodded. Since the sect is supporting people to compete for these positions, can we receive support for competing in other regions? Someone asked. According to Grand Elder Wang Wei's prediction, there will be 5 regions: Central, North, South, East, and West. A few people without confidence also wanted to try to compete in other regions. I understand everybody's enthusiasm, and we will support capable individuals to compete for these positions. But don't forget we are still acting on a theoretical level. I don't want you to get too excited, and the information is wrong. Kiyuan warned. That is true, but we can start preparing. Elder Wang Wei, do you have any theories on how the tests for these positions will be conducted? Yin Shurong asked. He felt these karmic positions might be an excellent backup plan for him. Although he was confident in himself, he also wanted a way out in case the normal transcendent path did not work. Unfortunately, there is too little information to go on. However, we may get more information from Li Jun once he returns, Wang Wei said. Most of the people in the room were familiar with the name Li Jun, as he was famous for being one of the 3 original clan stars. Wang Wei was already an anomaly, but people were shocked when Yin Liling, the new ascended, was granted the position of the Yin clan matriarch after entering the Empyrean Rel Peak. That decision itself is not shocking, as it is common to give the position to talented people to ensure their luck is entangled with the sect or the clan's destiny. The shocking part was the rumor that Wang Wei and Yin Liling would remain in their positions until they became primordial saints. Moreover, they also heard rumors that Li Jun would receive the same treatment once he arrived. These people were not stupid and understood that these rumors were just a way to prepare everyone else for when the news was officially announced. As such, Li Jun has been in the upper echelons of the sect for a while now. And when is he showing up? That's hard to deduce or divine since Samsara currently protects his information. Wang Wei replied truthfully. Is that so? Yin Shirong sighed softly. Can you at least give us a time reference or a hint on when we can have more faith in this theory? Another Grand Elder asked. Hell Judgment's words were a wake-up call to many of them who were still living on the confidence from the ultimate taboo. These people might have been prideful enough to refuse a flawed method, or most likely failed even to get one, but a restrictive path of transcendence was still acceptable. According to my calculation, the Transcendent Age will officially begin when the first primordial chaos saint from our world is born during the catastrophe. Wang Wei's words made these elders squint. His words hold many truths. The birth of the first quintessence realm powerhouse will officially elevate the Eternal Ascension world into the destiny center of the Chaos universe, which is the ideal time to end the Paragon Age and begin the Transcendent Age. Once that happens, there should be rumors or signs about a new change to the Chaos universe. We might also notice more appearances or interventions of the Cardinals. That's when we'll know if my theory is correct. We don't have as much time as I thought, Yin Shiro muttered. Although the ultimate taboo was a failure, it also served as a valuable learning experience. Yin Shirong knew that many of the old primals may have already found their way forward and have made deep strides. With the pressure from the disaster, it won't be long before someone reaches that level. No, soon it will be a competition to see who gets there first. No, we don't, Wang Wei nodded. The more reason we should do everything to prepare for the future, Qiyuan added. The meeting continued as everyone discussed, planned, and strategized for the upcoming disaster in New Age. The entire meeting took more than a month, leaving less than 5 months until the Grand Assembly. Once the meeting ended, the ancestors left, and everyone formed small groups to discuss personal things. Wang Wei looked around to find a group to join and noticed the 9 paragons from the lower dimension formed their own clique. He was about to join them when Grand Elder Li Shengzong walked toward him. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I have a small favor to ask, Li Shengzong said. Go ahead, Wang Wei said with a smile. How do I say this? The clan was looking forward to Li Jun's arrival, but he was still training with the Yama Kings. We have Li Wenling, who is also a great talent with enormous potential. I heard you have a few viable tokens for the Mortalhood trial. I figure you were probably leaving them for Li Jun, but since he may not need them. Li Shengzong smiled, a little embarrassed. You want a token for Li Wenling? That's right. And I would offer you something in return, but with your current stage of cultivation and your sect access, I doubt the clan has anything worthy of exchange. How about this? I'll give you the token, and when the disaster starts, the clan or Li Wenling himself must repay merit equaling the value of the token. Wang Wei said, the disaster should have plenty of opportunity to gather merit, which makes this a fair deal. After all, although the token was meant for Li Jun and the Li clan, it was still his private property that the rules deemed he could do as he pleased. With the disaster, the ability to enter the Paragon realm at record time will become even more valuable with time. Wang Wei plans to slaughter a few people with the remaining 3 tokens. That's fair, Li Shengzong nodded, so Wang Wei handed him the token before joining the others. However, as soon as he approached, he felt all 7 of them had a weird aura that perfectly synchronized. So you also have it? Miscellaneous said, I thought that after failing to summon you, it would not have any effect. Wang Wei remembered that Qin once used an array to summon all the original great emperors of the Tao opening sect to partake in the Second Origin War. However, something went wrong when they tried to summon the 10th emperor, Wang Wei. What is this? Wang Wei asked curiously. It's the result of the 13 Great Origin Emperor Array. There are many benefits, like sharing strength, health, and even exchanging places during battle, Turtleshell explained. It's the primary reason we survived the Second Origin War and the ultimate taboo. Wang Wei focused on the strange aura between them, and he soon detected these abilities. However, he also realized there was more to this ability than met the eye. This formation should not be only to link us, or even allow the ancestors to summon us to the past, Wang Wei commented. We figured as much, but they never gave us a full explanation, Rainbow said. Maybe they'll tell you, Miscellaneous added. Maybe, Wang Wei muttered. Chapter 1548 The Truth About Battle Maniac, you know? It's an honor to meet all of you. I grew up hearing your stories, Wang Wei said with a smile. Haha, your tales are way more legendary than ours, Turtle Shell laughed. True. Now, you're more powerful than most of us, Miscellaneous sighed deeply. Wang Wei smiled politely. Among all of them, only Miscellaneous and Shadow Ruler had met one of the requirements to become primal, with the former being in the same realm as Wang Wei, and Shadow Ruler having met 2 of the 3 requirements. Turtle Shell showed signs of reaching that level, but he wasn't quite there yet. Unfortunately, Rainbow and Hell Judgment were just peak paragons. I would also like to thank you for sealing my identity as the Myriad Devourer, Wang Wei said. It was the ancestors' decision. I just followed orders. Miscellaneous nodded. Regardless, Wang Wei nodded. This action might have saved him some trouble. There is something I'm rather curious about, but I don't know if it's appropriate to ask. You want to know how we could travel through time without repercussions? Turtle Shell asked. I want to know how you guys got away with it. Why don't you explain it? Miscellaneous wanted to roll at this guy's audacity. Since he answered the question, why not explain? Regardless, he still gave Wang Wei an answer. It started the same way for everyone. As soon as we ascended, we were given a strange cultivation technique in order to enter seclusion and not interact with anybody or anything from the outside world. The cultivation technique allowed us to summon our Tao imprint from the Grand Tao source and preserve it in a strange manner inside our sea of consciousness. Then, a magic circle appeared on the floor and teleported us through a turbulent journey through the river of time. Wang Wei listened attentively. Once we arrived at our destination, the ancestors ordered us to take out the Tao imprint, and they somehow used it to give us another identity. Another identity? I see. If you were technically someone else, then it removes the paradox of existing before you were born, Wang Wei commented. Exactly. While that makes sense, it won't change the butterfly effect of traveling to the past in the first place. Your very presence in the past could have created effects that prevented your birth, and more, unless your timeline was protected from any cause and effect. I really like talking to people like you. It saved me a lot of effort. Miscellaneous nodded gently. Wang Wei smiled. Was it easy to protect your timeline? No, it wasn't, Turtle Shell replied. We were given a list of events that were supposed to happen to us. Occasionally, we would return to the present and ensure that these events occurred. Not to mention the time wraiths that would attack us on occasion. The entire situation was absurd. Our entire life was reduced to a checklist of things we were supposed to experience. But the entire thing felt like a sham, Rainbow said with a wry smile. We were lucky that we did not travel that deep into the past compared to ancestrally. Oh, by the time we ascended, it was the middle to end of the Second Origin War, and we traveled to the beginning of the war, which is not too long a period in the grand scheme of things, Miscellaneous explained. The Second Origin War covered the entire Chaos universe, making it probably one of the longest and largest wars of the Paragon Age. So, it was indeed a short period compared to Li Ming, who was teleported to the First Origin War. Did you guys regret doing it? Wang Wei asked. I didn't. Hell, Judgment finally said a word. It made me who I am today. I don't think I would easily reach this realm without that experience. Me too, Rainbow nodded. Too much fighting for my liking, Turtle Shell responded. He never truly enjoyed fighting, which is why his Tao is primarily focused on defense. I'm half and half on the experience, Miscellaneous replied. It was fine, Shadow Ruler said. I see, Wang Wei nodded. The 6 of them chatted briefly before Wang Wei talked to a few other people, trying to get to know them. Then, he left the meeting room to teleport to Qiyuan's Origin Mountain. The mountain contained a large white river with 3,800 pillars, each containing an aura of a unique Tao. At the center of the White River was a luxurious, gold-white mansion, which was Wang Wei's destination. Qiyuan and Yin Hai were already waiting for him inside a simple room. Wang Wei found a cushion and sat down. "How did you feel about your first meeting?" Qiyuan asked. "It was better than I expected." Wang Wei answered truthfully. Many of these elders were intelligent or had extensive experience, enabling them to analyze every situation in great detail. In the lower dimension, Wang Wei often had to take charge of meetings like this, leading most of the conversation. Now, he only had to give his insight a few times. "You never had to because of how fast you grow and because I felt there was no need, but most elders must take an intense course in government and analysis after becoming a paragon. We design an entire world for them to learn and gain experience," Qiyuan explained, having guessed what he was thinking. "I remember reading about that." Wang Wei nodded. He saw that information in the introduction of the sect that he read. "Such a program reminded me of the Imperial exam. That was one of the inspirations for its inception," Yin Hai said. "Makes sense. So, why did you want to meet us?" Qiyuan asked. "During my retreat, I took a visit home and got some information I wanted to share," Wang Wei said before sending the information about perfection, observer, and so on with him. Of course, he did not mention his conversation with Hong Jun, Anansi, and Yahweh. "My theory was right. The last trial was all the failed experiments of the first transcendent. It was called the Observer?" Qiyuan muttered. "Do you think the reason Grand Tao never erased these flawed methods despite them not fitting the proper way of transcendence is because she feared it would make the observer mad?" Yin Hai asked. "Probably. Grand Tao might be bold enough to use something that belongs to a higher entity, but it would not dare erase any part of it," Qiyuan commented. However, he soon frowned. "The question is, how did our arrays summon these flawed records? Grand Tao should have them locked in a secure place. Didn't you already have your suspicions?" Yin Hai said calmly. "Someone was using us as pawns. Their target was probably the entire record, but it failed in the end, summoning only the failed experiments or the discarded record. The question is who? Isn't it obvious?" Qiyuan sneered. "The Trinity Venerable. Zanhai Mu De. I've always been suspicious of how that spirit became angry during that test and cursed brotherly," Qiyuan said with gritted teeth. "What are you talking about?" Wang Wei asked. "Oh, right, you don't know," Qiyuan said. "Originally, all three of us proved the Tao and became eternal. We grew together in the upper dimension and slowly established the sect. However, one day, while traveling in primordial chaos, we encountered the inheritance of what we now know was probably a primordial chaos saint, maybe more. The Trinity Venerable? That's right. His legacy was all about spirit, essence, and ki, and it requires three people who are either linked deeply by blood or by cause and effect." Qiyuan was momentarily lost in thought. "We needed two requirements before we could take the trial for the legacy," Yin Hai continued. "We met the first one due to our brotherly bond, and the second one was a significant amount of destiny. So, we returned home and started the First Origin War." "All three of you?" Wang Wei asked with squinted eyes. "Yes, all three of us," Yin Hai nodded. "During the trial, the spirit became outraged because of something brotherly did and cursed him as a warning. We watched in horror as his timeline was forcibly altered. Instead of winning his heavenward battle, he lost and had to seal himself and compete again. What's more, he failed to become an eternal. Once he ascended, we had to use convoluted means to summon him to the past, ensure his growth. Before we could take him to the trial, Yin Hai sighed deeply. Forcibly changing the timeline of a paragon without any resistance? Is this the power of a transcendent saint?" Wang Wei muttered. "This was a plot all along," Qiyuan said with squinted eyes. "The change in timeline was to create a paradox, a flaw in Grand Tao's system. Even the fact that brotherly failed to become an eternal was probably a means to use his heaven will to access the authority of Grand Tao. And with the flaw, the Trinity Venerable wanted to summon the Observer's records and find a way forward," Wang Wei added. "That's right. We used the legacy to summon the ultimate taboo, but ultimately, we were just pawns for a larger plan," Qiyuan said with a wry smile. Honor told me you learned the method of summoning people in the past from a deal with the Time Cardinal. Is that true? That's the explanation for how I summoned Brother Lee to the past after the timeline was rewritten. Kiyun replied before thinking of something. Are you saying? The Trinity Venerable is either in cahoots with the Time Cardinal, or he is strong enough to use the latter as a pawn. A tribunal sans. Kiyun muttered with a wry smile. He had to shell all desire for revenge now. Have you guys ever checked your existence? Wang Wei suddenly asked. Chapter 1549 marked, we did check ourselves with your artifact, Kiyun nodded. And you didn't find anything? Not really. What about the actual technique? The artifact has certain limitations, Wang Wei added. Do you think your technique is easy to cultivate? It's not? No, you guys should have no issue learning it. You didn't tell us there was a requirement to have a transcendent foundation to learn, Yin Hai said, almost rolling her eyes. There is? No, it wasn't like that when we learned it. I'm guessing Grand Dao already placed a limit on the technique to prevent me from spreading it, Wang Wei muttered. That technique has enormous potential, so I understand why it would do that, Kiyun nodded. You guys wouldn't have this issue if you followed my advice and entered the dark truth to cultivate the perfect foundation, Wang Wei shrugged. Boy, as much as we trust you, do you think we will blindly follow your words? Danhai, no. You have no basis for your assumption that we will be fine. You saw nothing happen to Hong-Er and me. We've studied the dark truth before you were even born. In its history, it's very common for people who are related to enter and only one to leave. No one has ever learned the criteria that determine a person's survival. All right, you make a fair point. Wang Wei stopped insisting. In that case, why don't you let me take a look? The two paused before looking at each other for a few seconds. All right, Kiyun finally said, and Wang Wei's eyes glistened with joy. His eyes immediately glowed as he observed them intensely. He observed carefully, but did not pry deeply into the meaning of the blueprint. Although these two trusted him enough to allow such an intimate action, he would not betray their trust by prying into their secrets. Well, that was what Wang Wei thought at first until he saw something related to him. He discovered something he had in connection with the two, which was the 13 Great Origin Emperor Array and its function. The array's primary purpose was to establish a transcendent foundation. The concept of the array was the power of origin. The lower dimension sect is the origin of the Tao opening sect, the origin of Kiyun's rise to power, and the origin of his future success. It also means that all the emperors from the lower dimension possessed this power of origin. Kiyun's array would gather all 13 emperors of origin and use their power of origin to condense a transcendent foundation. However, this was not the end. Wang Wei discovered that he would use the Trinity Venerable's legacy, which connected him to Yin Hai and Battle Maniac, to share that foundation. Kiyun would also return feedback to the other emperors. But Wang Wei discovered that the feedback could only raise the potential of others and not give them a transcendent foundation. In other words, it's useless to me, Father, Wang Chong, Dong Lifan, and Kai Song, Wang Wei thought. Well, it was better than nothing. Anyway, Kiyun's foundation was flawed since he failed to summon Wang Wei, and 11th to 13th emperors have not reached the peak of the Paragon realm yet. Besides this small part that Wang Wei pried on, he barely had a surface look on the other markings of the blueprint. He sensed he was missing something, but no matter how he tried, he could not find the answer. So, Wang Wei used a bit of his transcendent luck, his perfection aura, and his power of nothingness to boost his ocular technique. There it is. You found something? Yin Hai asked. The process of being observed was quite uncomfortable, especially since he was so closed and being so brazen. She forced herself to wait, but she was about to lose patience because of how long he was taking. Yes, there is something that does not belong. It's bad, and your situation seems even worse than my fate seed status. Kiyun frowned. Can you show us? Sure. Wang Wei touched their forehead to share his vision, and the two saw their blueprints for the first time. The entire thing resembled an art project created by a group of 2-year-old children who had accidentally stolen a marker. It's strangely beautiful, Kiyun commented. Indeed. Focus. This is the part I'm talking about, Wang Wei stated as he guided them to the anomaly he sensed. That feeling, it's indeed the power from the trial, Kuan muttered, a dangerous light flashing from his eyes. You should have let me cut off that spirit, Yanhai said with gritted teeth, and Kiyuan just ignored her. After that display of power, everyone was scared of that spirit, so she was just talking big. Boy, I know you. You must have found a way to remove this thing. What did you do? Yanhai immediately asked. I used the immemorial tribulation. But I don't think this method will work for you given how deeply entrenched the mark has been in your existence. Wang Wei replied truthfully. Damn it. Calm down. We still have hope, Kiyuan said calmly. What solution did you think of? Have you forgotten the exchange list? There should be a way to address this situation, or at least mitigate its impact. And if that doesn't work, we'll head to Paragon Fall. Wang Wei remembered reading about Paragon Fall from his wife's library. It's a dangerous area in primordial chaos that is constantly raining lightning. The interesting thing about that zone is that it has all types of lightning, including the one used for the immemorial tribulation, and even more potent ones. That zone is considered the heaven of lightning cultivators. However, many people believe there's a great secret deep in the zone, forcing countless paragons to rush to find it. Unfortunately, no one has returned from going deep into that zone. Hence the name, Paragon Fall. Anzai, Zanhai Sai deeply. Thank you for this, Kiyuan said. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. Although he has many flaws, one of his good qualities is his belief in reciprocity. Many people like to deal with him because they know they will gain something in return. Wang Wei might take most of the proceeds, but they will also benefit. When it comes to his family and close friends, Wang Wei has always been even more magnanimous. One more thing. I acquired 3 new soul quintessence techniques during my trip, but I can only show you 2 of them due to their nature. However, you'll need to wait a while until I process these techniques. Grand Dao can be a bitch about things from the prehistoric world. The room was immediately silent, baffling Wang Wei by their reaction. What? Is something the matter? So, you went into retreat and casually learned 3 transcendent techniques? Yanhai asked. Well, yes. You. She was so frustrated thinking about how much effort they had spent to acquire a few flawed methods. However, since they returned, this kid acquired 4 complete techniques in less than 100,000 yuan epochs. Yanhai exhaled to calm herself. She looked at Kiyuan and said, with every passing day, I understand more why you made that decision. Kiyuan chuckled. You would think you would stop questioning some of my sudden decisions after living together for so long. He smiled at Wang Wei. We have no issue with waiting. Good. Well, I have some last-minute preparation before the assembly. Wang Wei said as he slowly stood up. We know you're going to see my daughter-in-law, Yanhai said with a smile. She gave him a thumbs up. Good job, kid. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He decided to ignore her. By the way, what happened to Dong Lifen? Why can't I sense her in the sect? An accident occurred during her ascension, Yanhai replied. Oh, she was directly teleported to a hidden dimension with a fortunate encounter. However, after she passed the trials, she was teleported to another source chaos world. I sent someone to take her back. Is that so? Wang Wei muttered with a frown. What is it? I have a bad feeling about this. How about you send more people? I can go if that will appease your mind, Yanhai suggested. It's probably not a good idea to leave the world anytime soon. Let's send the newly condensed proxy avatars, Kiyuan suggested. All right, what about her husband? Wang Wei asked. I sense his karmic line. He's one of the top talents of his generation, having awakened one of the purest bloodlines, Yanhai explained. That's good. Well, I'm off, Wang Wei said. Wait, don't forget to hand over your Grand Mist World, Yanhai reminded. One of the resolution's preparations for the disaster was the Grand Mist plan. All Empyreans and above cultivators will hand over their Grand Mist World, and the sect will link them together to increase the manufacturing of creation lives as soldiers for the disaster. This plan has been a common tactic among top lineages in the upper dimension for some time during times of war. Linking all the Grand Mist worlds together boosts the number of creations one world can produce individually and increases the chances of the creation life forms from passing their tribulation. Additionally, The world can form a network that the sect can loan to individuals for cultivating. Empyreans and above can boost their speed of cultivation by linking their mind to the soul of all the lives in their world. However, with the network, they will have access to thousands of worlds. Unfortunately, the array used for this tactic is expensive to operate, especially since it must protect the souls of their cultivators from being influenced by the multitude of minds. Otherwise, it would have become a common tactic used even in non-war times. Oh, right. Wang Wei nodded before teleporting away. He handed his Grand Mist world before teleporting away from his sect. Unlike what Yan Hai believed, he was not going to see Wuhan. His destination was an old place with some history, the non-causality heaven. Chapter 1550. The chessboard. Wang Wei has some karma with this place called the non-causality heaven. He once found a Tao lord who was trying to enter the Paragon realm secretly, but he died and was turned into a karma puppet. Wang Wei stole the puppet and used it to improve his karma unbound physique. This place should have remembered me, so let's be careful, Wang Wei thought as he entered an invisible state with his power of nothingness. He also isolated all his causality to prevent this area from detecting him. He headed straight into the depths of this zone before summoning a chessboard. Anyone glancing at the board wouldn't be able to tell if it was based on Western chess, Go, Xianqi, or any of the chess games in the Eternal Ascension world. Wang Wei observed the board and nodded in satisfaction. His clone did an excellent job of using the Karma Jinx stone from his grandmother to refine this artifact. The last step is the pieces, Wang Wei thought, as he sat cross-legged in the void, with the board floating before him. He started drawing the power of the non-causality heaven to condense numerous circle chess pieces not bigger than a fingernail. Exactly 3,800 chess pieces were condensed on the board before something else started happening. Characters slowly materialized on the chess piece at the center, and it was the word for Kong. The chess pieces around the central one then changed to represent the characters of Lin Fan and Su Shi. Wang Wei hesitated a moment before condensing a piece for Bai Han. Wang Wei checked there were no issues before condensing more names. Most of the people he had met and had some karma with appeared as chess pieces, including figures like Ying Zheng and the Heavenly Serpent Empress. Should I add the ancestors? Besides his wife, the people in his sect were the only ones he did not condense a chess piece for. I don't need this to influence them, so better not. If his actions are discovered, it could complicate things, so it was better not to do it. Plus, he did not need the board to mobilize the power of his sect. Wang Wei's gaze then shifted to a group of pieces with vague characters. These names were all the primals of the other factions. While he had dealings with their faction, Wang Wei had never met them personally or formed deep karma with them. The assembly is the perfect time to condense these pieces, Wang Wei thought. He put the board inside his sea of consciousness, but he did not immediately leave. Instead, he condensed a new clone and handed him the negative karma from his time as the Myriad Devourer, tasking him to refine another weapon. Only did Wang Wei leave and return to the sect. He wanted to see his wife, but figured she was busy. So, he decided they could communicate with arrays when she had time. A few months passed quickly, and it was time to head to the Qin dynasty for the assembly. Is this really necessary? Wang Wei asked as he looked at this white gold luxurious chariot with drawings of 3,800 unique beasts. These events are all about face and fanfare, so yes, we must make a grand entrance. My origin chariot has never failed to gather attention, Qiyuan smiled. You think this is too much? Wait until you see how those stupid gods will show up, Yan Hai sneered. I always figured you were the showy type, Wang Bo commented. I could be in a showy mood, but am more about being low-key most of the time. Wang Wei shrugged. After you, Qiyuan motioned with his hand. I've told you guys to stop to know your status. In the cultivation world, seniority is really nothing, Wang Bo sighed. It's never a bad idea to show the young ones an example of respecting their elders, Qiyuan smiled, staying in his position. That's why this kid is my new favorite. He doesn't care how much I've done for the sect, Wang Bo complained as he slowly entered the chariot. Qiyuan and everyone else gave him a look. Don't listen to him. I've shown plenty of respect, Wang Wei denied, his lips secretly twitching. This bastard. I bet he's secretly cursing me now, Wang Ba's voice echoed from the inside. That damn old man, Wang Wei cursed. If not for the current situation, he would have beaten him up. Qiyuan did not say anything and slowly entered. Yin Hai's eyes were practically shining with glee. Yin Shirong followed after her. But it was apparent he was trying to contain his laughter. Miscellaneous and Tang Song, an elderly array master with blue robes with runic symbols, pretended they hadn't heard anything. Meanwhile, Shadow Ruler was as silent as ever. Wang Wei entered after Yin Shirong, followed by the others. Once everyone was inside, the symbols on the side of the chariot became alive, condensing into phantoms indistinguishable from real creatures. Then, these rare and mythical creatures started driving the chariot, making the entire expedition even more grandiose than it was. The interior dimension of the chariot was obviously extended, allowing everyone to have their own room. The other elders secluded themselves, but Wang Wei, Wang Bo, Yin Hai, and Yin Shirong started drinking and talking together. Is that your chaos brew? It's been a while since I've had a taste, Wang Bo commented as he swallowed the contents of his wine bowl in a gulp. By heaven, the taste is better than I remember. The last time you had was before you sealed yourself, Qiyuan said as he slowly sipped. I've improved the refining process more than a dozen times by now. You first brewed this after what happened to Li Ming, right? You wanted to drink your problem, Wang Bo said as his wine cup automatically refilled itself. I know you blame yourself, but there wasn't anything you could do then. Wang Bo remembered the state Qiyuan was in when he woke him from his seal to talk. I know, Qiyuan nodded. After that conversation with Wang Wei, he understood what happened to Li Ming was a plot. It could have happened to either of them. Li Ming might have just been unlucky. I'm glad you overcame that mental barrier. Wang Bo nodded before looking at Wang Wei. Kid, why aren't you saying anything? Isn't the wine to your liking? Wang Wei glanced at him before continuing his own thing, which was enjoying his wine and observing the outside. His action made Wang Bo laugh boisterously. Kid, don't you know how to respect your elders? Do you want to take out the bamboo? Zanhai feet then. However, Wang Wei just rolled his eyes at her and ignored everybody. You. All right. Qiyuan calmed her down, and Yin Hai snorted coldly. After everyone was inside, the chariot teleported to the outskirts of the Qin dynasty's territory before flying toward the central domain. Wang Wei used this opportunity to check the situation of the dynasty. Things were nothing like what he expected. Firstly, he saw signs of his mortal civilization. Everywhere in the dynasty's territory, enlightened mortals can be seen, and even if they have not awakened their spiritual powers, their bodies have been modified to be healthy and live a long life. Wang Wei was not surprised by this outcome, as he had expected these factions to steal his idea. However, he did not expect Qin to incorporate so much of his civilization into their rules. Wang Wei even saw some mortal military using Tier 9 power armors. The second thing that surprised Wang Wei was the culture. The Qin dynasty played a crucial role in China's history. It served as the transition from feudalism to a centralized government, making Yingzheng one of the most famous emperors in modern history. However, the Qin dynasty was not without critics. That period was known for its harsh and strict laws. For example, the punishment for stealing was chopping the culprit's hands, no matter the amount of money involved. Additionally, the Qin dynasty is famous for its anti-Confucian stance. Yingzheng is infamous for banning and burning books and killing Confucian scholars. However, Wang Wei saw too many literary scholars in many places in the territory, many of whom hold high positions of power. Well, it makes sense he would change his views. Yingzheng supported legalism and rejected Confucianism because the latter had too much power in the court and among the people. However, in the cultivation world, Yingzheng now had godlike power, meaning no religion or ideology could threaten his power. So, it was in his best interest to use these ideologies as tools to rule and improve his dynasty. The journey took 3 days before the chariot reached the capital. A small battalion of soldiers dressed in black armor waited outside the capital. led by a woman in blue official clothes with a hat. Everyone slowly descended. "Welcome to Great Qin," the officer said with a bright smile. Wang Wei looked at her and recognized she was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Peak Paragon, Fan Shifeng. Chapter 1551, The Great Wall. 1551, The Great Wall, Mistress Yanhai. Fan Zifeng bowed. Zifeng, Zanhai not that. Before Shifeng joined the Qin dynasty and climbed her way to the top, Yanhai once supported her. Although they cut off their connection because Fan Shifeng wanted to show the human emperor her utmost loyalty, she still respected Yanhai for all the help she provided. "Lord Qiyuan and Lord Yin," Fan Shifeng muttered, her voice laced with a little bit of unnaturalness. She couldn't help it. Yin Shurong used to be weaker and of a lower generation than her, but now he was a primal, and she was still stuck in the same realm. Yin Shurong nodded. He never dealt personally with Fan Shifeng, so he did not feel too uncomfortable due to their sudden change in status. Fan Shifeng controlled her emotions before saluting everybody else. She had a pause before recognizing Wang Bo. Her rise was during the Second Origin War, so it took a while to remember the old, vital figures of the Tao opening sect. "And you must be the rising star of this generation, Wang Wei." "A pleasure," Wang Wei said calmly. "You are so young and handsome," Fan Shifeng muttered. "So I've been told. Interested in marrying a Qin princess? You can pick your share. Thanks for the offer, but I'll have to decline." "Why?" "You must know the Qin princesses are some of the most beautiful women in the world, and you can pick any of them," Fan Shifeng insisted. "I'm married to the Tao," Wang Wei replied. This woman was obviously trying to get some information about his relationship with Wu Hong. "Married to the Tao? I think I'm going to use that from now on," Qiyuan chuckled. "How much nonsense I could spare myself if I could use the excuse of being married to my sword." Yanhai shook her head. "Being married to runes doesn't have the same appeal," Wang Bo laughed. Fan Shifeng observed these people for a moment before putting on a business smile. "It's a shame, but I respect your choice. Now let's get back to business." Fan Shifeng straightened up her posture. "According to the Assembly Covenant, I'm here to announce in advance that we will deploy the Great Wall for this assembly." These words immediately made Qiyuan raise his eyebrow. "Is this necessary?" Strict security is always required during these assemblies, but no one ever goes as extreme as the Qin Saint Court. His Majesty feels there might be a chance that someone might attack the assembly, so he has chosen the highest security level to ensure Qin's reputation, Fan Shifeng explained. No overlord faction would accept the great shame of something going wrong during an assembly. So, the human emperor's caution makes sense logically. After all, for these factions, a bad reputation can decrease their faction's key luck. "I understand," Qiyuan nodded. "Good. Will you use our accommodation, or make yours?" "We will make our own." "No problem." Fan Shifeng nodded, not surprised by this choice. In the history of the world, not a single faction has ever accepted the accommodation of the lineage holding the assembly. Fan Zifeng motioned for them to enter, and the team slowly walked through the entrance in the wall. The Qin's capital was called Ancestral Dragon City, and it was surrounded by an immense black wall more than 33,000 feet tall. And as Wang Wei walked through the entrance, he had a feeling this wall could become even more towering. "What's the Great Wall?" Wang Wei asked. This world's history was long, and he still hasn't learned everything in detail. Although he has heard these words before, and not just from Earth, he wanted to know more. "It's a luck artifact of Qin," Qiyuan explained. "It's primarily famous for two events. First, it saved Qin from destruction during the Devil's Conquest by protecting the capital for more than 100,000 yuan epoch. Qin had lost all its territory except the capital, but Yingzheng held on with the help of the Great Wall. They killed so many devils during that battle. I believe it was after that fight that Heavenly Tao started considering him for the human emperor position." "It was that important?" Wang Wei asked. The primogeniture devil might have sucked at using his artifact for his personal strength, but he was a master of using it to cultivate his devil subordinates, Wang Bo commented. "True," Qiyuan nodded. He had previously crippled most other factions before focusing on Qin, wishing to eradicate it. by standing alone for more than 100,000 yuan epic. Yingzheng bought everybody else enough time to recuperate from the previous heavy blow. Is that so? Wang Wei muttered. What's with your tone? Yanhai asked. I realized that I have been looking at Yingzheng with so much suspicion that I may have not given him the credit he deserves, Wang Wei revealed. You should never underestimate your opponent, Qiyuan warned. I know that, Wang Wei nodded. He wasn't a young cultivator who needed to learn such basic lessons. It's just that he had some inherent cognitive bias about Yingzheng, which he had not completely removed. Anyway, he has always looked at Yingzheng as a major threat. So, what's the second event that made this Great Wall famous? It once helped us block a hole in the Hong protective system, Qiyuan revealed. The system had a hole? The early version was not the best since Wu Hong did it just to repay her karma. Zanhai et lai. And even later on, after she upgraded it, there were a few times we had to concentrate on defeating our home world. Wang Wei nodded. The group did not immediately set up their resting area. Instead, Miscellaneous and Tang Song discussed the most appropriate location to set up camp. The capital was divided into 5 regions: the palace, the military district, the noble district, the commoner district, and the commercial district. With their status, they could get a temporary lounge in the noble district where officers and nobles of the dynasty live. However, it was too close to the palace, which made it the worst place to make a temporary base. The palace and military area were out of the question, leaving the commoner and commercial district. Ultimately, the team decided on the commercial zone. The team bought a mansion, and Miscellaneous, Wang Bo, and Tang Song immediately started laying out arrays. While these people were at work, the remaining people were strategizing inside the reception room. What do you think of the Great Wall's deployment? Qiyuan asked, sitting comfortably on a cushion and drinking tea. Yan Hai and Yin Shurong sat next to him, but Wang Wei was standing, looking out of the window. Their excuse is sound, Wang Wei said. Oh, we know the disaster is most likely an invasion from entities of the old ages. Since it's an invasion, they must have sent reconnaissance troops to gather intelligence and sabotage any form of resistance. But you don't think this is the main reason for deploying the Great Wall? Qiyuan asked. No, my gut feeling is Yingzheng is going to make a great move at the assembly. And then what? Take us hostage if we disagree with him? Yin Shurong asked. Maybe. Does he dare do that with a primordial saint attending? You put too much faith in one transcendent sage, Wang Wei rebutted. Are you implying Yingzheng has a means to deal with Mithraea? Yanhai asked. Wang Wei did not answer, but waved his hand to isolate the surroundings with his power of nothingness. Hong Jun gave him a piece of transcendent artifact, and I don't really know what level it is, but it's ancient and powerful, Wang Wei revealed. According to myths, the Jade Butterfly Pendant was Hong Jun's accompanying artifact when he was the Destiny Chaos Demon God, although Pangus' axe attack destroyed it. The fact that it survived in any form is an indication of how powerful it was. That's why Wang Wei was slightly convinced that Hong Jun might be able to deal with a weak transcendent saint if he can bring out the power from the piece of the artifact. That information changes many things, Qiyuan frowned. Yingzheng's threat was far greater than he had anticipated. You should have told us this sooner, Yin Shurong added. Wang Wei looked at him, but did not say anything. Yin Shurong was technically correct, but Wang Wei did not regret his decision. He decides the value of the information he has and when to reveal it. And before now, it was in his best interest to keep this news to himself. We need to reevaluate how we approach the assembly, Qiyuan said. It will not change things as much as you think, Wang Wei said. Yingzheng is operating under the belief that Mithraea is at the bottom of strength among primordial saints. But that should no longer be the case. Qiyuan sighed deeply after hearing these words, not even hiding his dejection. Their sect used to be one of the most powerful voices in the assembly, but for this one, the only one who truly mattered was Mithraeus. Chapter 1552, the cliché plot. Wang Wei understood how Qiyuan felt, but he did not appease since he made the wrong choice during the ultimate taboo. Someone should have sacrificed themselves for the future of the sect. Wang Wei guessed that Qiyuan ordered a few peak paragons to be the sacrificial pawn. However, based on the fact that only Mithriya and Supreme Unity successfully acquired a method, it's apparent that only the most talented individuals were qualified to fight for a flawed method. Sadly, all those top talents were too arrogant to accept such a path, and even the ones who could control their pride ultimately failed in their attempts. The transcendent path was not for everyone, and Wang Wei believes this is a lesson that many of the primals from both the old and new generations will learn soon. By the way, how is your negotiation with the Sword Path League? Wang Wei asked. I've signed an agreement with them, but they said they needed time to prepare my reward, Yanhai replied. You didn't hand over the destiny before receiving the reward, right? Do you think I'm stupid? Just checking, Wang Wei said. Zanhai snot. Honestly, I was hoping I would get the reward before Heavenly Tao officially revealed the exchange list. The Sword League has no reason to believe you've made a bad faith deal with them based on your previous behavioral patterns. But even if they do suspect something, you'll be fine as long as you gather the merit faster than they can react. I understand that, but I feel the exchange list might complicate things, Yanhai sighed. True, Wang Wei nodded. The exchange list is the ultimate variable, so he understood her worry. Well, I'm going to experience this city. Going to see your wife? Zanhai did that? Wang Wei looked at her speechless. You do know that even if we're engaged, it doesn't mean our lives revolve around each other 24/7. Whatever you say, Yanhai replied, her eyes indicating that she did not believe his words. Unlike you old people, I'm young and inexperienced, meaning I haven't seen what this city has to offer, Wang Wei explained before disappearing from the room. Did this bastard just call me old? Well, you better watch your words, Yanhai snapped, and Qiyuan immediately swallowed his words. Yin Shurong, on the other hand, pretended he hadn't heard anything. Shurong, come and play civilization chess with me, Qiyuan said, trying to run away from his trouble. It's been a while since we last played. All right. Wang Wei walked in the streets full of beautiful buildings of a variety of colors. Ancestral Dragon City was a cultivator-only place despite most of the Qin dynasty's population being mortals. Recently, there's been an increase in mortals wearing power mortals, but their population is less than one of cultivators. Unlike the calm and peaceful commoner district, the commercial district was as lively as a circus. Almost everything can be found, from bathhouses to the Red District to gambling, monster hunting, and stone opening. I'm feeling lucky, so let's open some luck stones, Wang Wei muttered before heading to the stone opening area. As soon as he stepped into the area, Wang Wei's lips twitched. He discovered more than 100 methods of suppressing luck, destiny, divination, karma, calculation, or ocular techniques. Sometimes I feel the cultivation civilization of this world is too advanced, Wang Wei complained. Events like this are the time for protagonists to make a fortune, but he has to fight for his life. He shook his head before browsing around. There were hundreds of tables with dark blue stones of various sizes. People would use numerous methods, including strange ones like licking the stone, to detect whether they have treasures. Wang Wei's eyes glowed as he used his technique to fight against Qins. I want this one, Wang Wei said to the vendor, pointing to a rigged stone the size of basketball. Customer, are you sure? This stone doesn't look like much. How about trying this one instead? The vendor, a middle-aged man in black robes with a greedy look in his eyes, said. Here is the money, Wang Wei said as he handed him a space ring with the correct number of Dao sources. Pleasure to do business with you. Would you like me to open it for you? No need. Wang Wei tapped the stone, and the outer shell collapsed, revealing a brown tree root pulsating with green energy veins. A life-stealing root? The vendor exclaimed before his eyes flashed with greed and jealousy. However, he swiftly controlled himself. This was the Qin dynasty, where the laws were strictly enforced. Additionally, the way the customer casually opened the stone was a sign of the latter's terrifying strength. Luck stones are created using an ancient technique from the Tribulation era, with the sole purpose of preserving things. That period was turbulent, so this technique was used widely to preserve resources and legacies for the future. The stone's exterior was created to survive immense power, and a delicate process was needed to remove the shell without affecting what was inside. Yet this customer did it so effortlessly, a sign of his strength and control. Do you want to buy another one? Wang Wei ignored this man and everyone who was staring. The life-stealing root was a tier 12 material sought after by alchemists and individuals who cultivated wood and practiced the Devour Tao. Its value was 3 times what Wang Wei paid for the rock. The second rock he opened contained a small amount of gold merit, which placed a deep smile on Wang Wei's face. However, even more people were not paying attention to him. One more, Wang Wei thought before observing around. He ignored the people following him around. He soon had his eyes on a rock and walked over. However, immediately after touching the stone, someone else reached out to hold it. Wang Wei was immediately excited, thinking he was about to experience a face-slapping event. He turned to look at this small villain, and his excitement increased. Handsome face, noble atmosphere, luxurious but low-key robes. Peak Paragon cultivation, 2 followers, a squinting eye and a silent shadow type. And finally, a hidden arrogance. This man was the perfect villain template. "Young sir, may I have the honor of paying for this stone for you?" said the charming villain. "Oh, why would you do that? I like to make friends." It turns out to be the plot of friending the protagonist for him to help the prince ascend to the throne later on. Wang Wei thought, a little disappointed. With one look at this man, he could tell he was a kin prince. What's more, he could already foresee fate's machination. This prince was probably tired of his father, who had absolute power over the dynasty for billions of years. He appeared before Wang Wei because fate thought he might be an interesting pawn. Well, let's see if he will be valuable, Wang Wei thought. A new name appeared on the chessboard in his sea of consciousness. Ing Yongrui? What an interesting name. The prince's first name meant to be forever blessed, to be eternally lucky. Wang Wei wondered if he was worthy of his luck. As it turns out, I also like to make friends, Wang Wei smiled. That's good to hear. Ing Yongrui nodded before paying the vendor. Wang Wei opened the stone, revealing what resembled a white core with red grass growing on top. Numerous eyes were on this thing, but everyone had a puzzled look. "Friend, I consider myself knowledgeable, but I don't recognize what this herb is. Do you have any idea?" Ing Yongrui said. "I also have no idea what this is," Wang Wei replied. "But let's check." His eyes suddenly glowed silver as he channeled the power of fate. A smile crept on his face a few seconds later as he placed the herb inside a conjured jade box before putting it inside his dimension. "How fortuitous," Wang Wei muttered. His divination revealed that Yin Liling can use this herb to create a pill that helps people recondense their gate of ascension. Although he didn't need it, this herb can become a crucial material for the sect if Yin Liling can successfully reproduce and plant it. Ing Yongrui desperately wanted to ask, but he saw Wang Wei had no interest in speaking, so he controlled himself. The squinty-eyed follower wanted to say something, but the prince warned him through divine sense. "Friend, how about a meal?" "So direct, huh?" "Well, why not?" Wang Wei smiled. "I have a reserved room at the Dragon Phoenix restaurant." "Dragon Phoenix restaurant? That's a rather arrogant name to have in a place like this," Wang Wei commented. Dragons and phoenixes were the symbols of emperors and empresses. The owner used to be the royal chef a long time ago. After he retired, the human emperor blessed him with that name, Ing Yongrui explained. "In that case, I can raise my expectations for the food," Wang Wei nodded. He hopped in Ing Yongrui's chariot as they headed to the restaurant. Chapter 1553, a quiet but intense negotiation. Wang Wei and Ing Yongrui had a normal and regular conversation while eating great food, although not on the level of his wife's. The food was top tier. Ing Yongrui was a charming man and a great conversationalist. Wang Wei was a chameleon, able to mold himself into anything for the situation. So, the two enjoyed chatting with each other before departing. Ing Yongrui stayed in a well-decorated red and blue room, calmly watching Wang Wei leave. His 2 followers immediately entered. "Your Highness, is this really a wise move?" the squinty-eyed follower asked. "My father has started to suspect something. I need to throw him off." Ing Yongrui said calmly. But won't that make your situation worse? Now is the worst time for something to happen to a prince as famous as I, Rui said. More importantly, my father has become extremely confident recently. He operates with the mindset that everything is under control, including me. So, I should be safe for a while. If you say so, sir. Black Dagger, Rui called. "I'm at your service," said the quiet follower. "Go find the Grand Historian to see if he knows what herb my new friend found," Rui ordered. By now, the news should have spread, meaning countless people were searching records to find the answer. "As you wish." Black Dagger disappeared from sight, and the squinty-eyed one remained quiet. Rui looked through the window, deep in thought. He was playing a dangerous game, but he had no choice. He wants to sit on that throne, and that damn controlling father won't even allow him to build his own dynasty in another source world. Wang Wei had a thoughtful look on his face. The prince tried his best to act normal and hide all his information. In fact, Wang Wei could not see anything from him. But that alone revealed a great deal of information. Something tells me the power involved has nothing to do with Ying Zheng's jade butterfly pendant. In other words, this prince is some foreign, transcendent faction's pawn. Things are getting interesting. Wang Wei looked around. After that meal, he suddenly wanted some entertainment, especially the battle arena. However, as soon as he had this thought, Wang Wei took a mental pause despite not physically stopping. Someone has manipulated luck to direct me to the arena. Interesting, Wang Wei thought. He had an inkling who was behind this. So he did not hesitate to allow fate to guide him. He soon reached a black pagoda and entered. The beautiful receptionist asked him if he was a competitor or observer. Wang Wei wanted to be entertained, so he bought one of the best rooms. He received a token that immediately teleported him to a luxurious room. The token released a screen to show him the available battles. There was no peak Paragon battle, but a few Paragon battles were going on, so he chose one. His room changed, and Wang Wei found himself in a private room that separated itself with an invisible film with an enormous arena on the opposite side. The crowd screamed while the two contestants fought inside a potent magical barrier. Wang Wei conjured a lounging chair to relax as he watched the spectacle. The battle was between a loose cultivator and a lava spirit. With a single look, Wang Wei could tell the loose cultivator would lose without any unexpected variable, so he bet on the latter. He also ordered the most precious wine in this establishment to enjoy himself. The battle proceeded as he expected, and Wang Wei casually received his reward from the pagoda spirit. While waiting for the next match, he suddenly sensed something, and his eyes baradoed the pagoda. "The Tao Beginning Palace is here," Wang Wei muttered. A group of Taoists flying on beautiful clouds with sounds of the Tao following them rushed to the city's entrance. They had 2 leaders in the front, with 3 others at the back. Wang Wei squinted. The first thing he noticed was a new primal from Taoism. Secondly, he also recognized the other leader, Absolute Beginning. Has he returned to power? Well, Taoism needs all the help it can get. Wang Wei's focus to the people behind. It seems that girl is doing well for herself. Zhen Biu was part of this delegation, which was odd given that her cultivation was only 94. Zhen Biu used Taoism's weakness after the war to rise in the ranks and take power. It seems she had not lost that power, even after the ancestors returned. He did not focus too much on Taoism's arrival, since there was not much to pay attention to. The second match soon began, and Wang Wei placed his bet. Ultimately, he was still correct. "You're late," he suddenly said as he swirled his wine cup before taking a sip. "So, you were expecting me?" said a deep voice. "What do you think?" Wang Wei replied casually. "Do you want to sit?" He conjured another seat next to him. "No need," Ying Zheng said as he stood straight, with his black robe with perfect embroidery of a yellow dragon that appeared to come alive if you look at it closely enough. "I'm sorry about my son," Ying Zheng said in his deep, authoritative voice. "As a parent, sometimes we can do our best, and it's not enough. I don't have children myself, but I can understand." Wang Wei nodded. The room then plunged into an intense silence for a few minutes. Ying Zheng remained calm and stoic, while Wang Wei continued to enjoy himself. I can make a deal with you. This should be interesting, Wang Wei smiled. However, you're wasting your time if you're here regarding my half of the Nether Hell. No, that's not it. Then, is it about Hong Wei's location? My response is the same. I have no idea. Wang Wei added. Not that either. Oh, now I'm intrigued. Ying Zheng did not immediately say, and Wang Wei did not rush him. On the contrary, he acted as if he had all the time in the world. I want your support for a proposition during the assembly, Ying Zheng said slowly. Well, that's unexpected. What proposition? You don't need to know. You only need to sign a binding agreement that you and your sect will support me. Do you really expect me to agree to this? And even if I wanted to, it appeared you wanted me to represent the sect. Wang Wei looked at him as if he was a fool. I know you can be persuasive if you need to, Ying Zheng replied, his eyes remaining focused on the arena. I want to hear you're going to make me agree with such a unique request. Wang Wei decided to be nice and not call it stupid. War is quite an interesting thing, isn't it? Ying Zheng said. I have my fair share of experience in conducting war. Let's say I was invading a place. Do you know what one of my main priorities would be? Eliminate any threats that could impede my conquest, especially if that threat has the potential of a Grand Dao Saint. That bastard did remember how Wu Hong sealed supreme unity, Wang Wei thought. He calmly sipped his wine. So, this is blackmail instead of negotiation. You don't have to see it that way, Ying Zheng stated. My proposition will benefit everybody. I'm only doing this out of cautiousness. So you say? Wang Wei sneered. What do you say? It's a great deal. You benefit from my position, and in return, I keep my mouth shut. Aren't you afraid of being labeled a traitor? Wang Wei asked. By who? Ying Zheng scoffed. Everybody is preparing to work together to survive this disaster, while secretly planning how to weaken their competitors. The ironic part is Heavenly Tao, the entity who should be encouraging unity, is also encouraging this discourse. Ying Zheng was right. Heavenly Tao wants to use this disaster to reshuffle the board, while also wishing for some factions to survive this disaster and rise to the occasion. These goals appeared mutually exclusive, but they were not entirely. It's possible to achieve as long as Heavenly Tao plays its cards carefully. Do you need time to think it over? I can come back tomorrow. Mutually assured self-destruction is an interesting concept, Wang Wei said. I coined the term myself, but the concept is deeply ingrained in the fabric of the cultivator world. The weakest cultivator knows to try to take their opponent with them when they are on the verge of defeat or death. What are you trying to say? Ying Zheng said as he finally glanced at Wang Wei since he entered the room. When most people analyze my information, they usually focused on my talent or my mind, Wang Wei said while looking at Ying Zheng with a grin. They rarely noticed why I'm truly dangerous, my power of fate, my ability to peer into the veil of destiny, and my capabilities to deduce from the smallest information are a scary thing. So, tell me, Ying Zheng, do you think our invaders will be interested in your little artifact? A shock flashed deep in Ying Zheng's eyes, but he remained calm, with no change in facial expression. Yes, I'm talking about the one you probably received from your first life in the prehistoric world. A mighty aura leaked from Ying Zheng's body before it quickly retreated. You keep your mouth shut, and I keep quiet. Do we have an understanding? Ying Zheng quietly looked at him before disappearing from the room. He'll take that as a yes, Wang Wei muttered before sipping his wine. Chapter 1554, The Chessboard's Roll. Ying Zheng sat on a black throne surrounded by a profound darkness created by his terrible mood. He was reading a scroll intently, which contained a detailed analysis about Wang Wei. It contained information from the lower dimension, but all the events he participated in or is suspected of being involved in. He was right to say people don't focus on his divination ability, Ying Zheng thought. However, can I really trust his words? Ying Zheng was perfectly aware that Hong Jun would not just give up after him. And if the latter could reincarnate one person, he could reincarnate others as well. He's been keeping an eye out for signs of people from the prehistoric world. What are the chances of two people being reincarnated in the same world? Probability-wise, it was low unless someone was controlling it. However, Ingzheng knew he was not supposed to be in the Eternal Ascension world. He came here after deducing his transcendent path was in this place. Since I can predict early on the rise of the Eternal Ascension world, Hong Jun can do an even better job. It would make sense for him to send upon. Ingzheng paused as he realized something he had overlooked. He focused his attention on the information about Wang Wei's heavenly court. I should have caught it before, Ingzheng thought with an ugly expression. The way Wang Wei set up his court was eerily similar to the stories Ingzheng knew about the Jade Emperor and his heavenly court. Back on Earth, Ingzheng was once obsessed with immortality and searched everywhere for it. He studied myths and legends, learning about the immortals of the past. Unfortunately, it wasn't until his death that Hong Jun summoned his soul that he finally contacted extraordinary powers. Now that I know he's one of Hong Jun's lapdogs, I must eradicate him, Ingzheng thought. A deep killing intent flashed in his eyes, turning the throne room a deep shade of red. After many years of caution, planning, and due to a fortunate encounter in the ultimate taboo, he was now confident he had absolute control over the jade butterfly pendant. Ingzheng planned to become a primordial chaos saint before confronting Hong Jun, possibly even reclaiming the entire pendant from him. But now, he knew one of the latter's lapdogs might be in his territory, trying to get him to succumb to Hong Jun. Ingzheng dismissed the scroll in his hand before sitting straight. For the next 2 hours, he remained still, thinking only about his enemy and his future. This new revelation has altered some of his plans, so he has taken this time for a more thorough analysis. What's the result of the investigation? Ingzheng suddenly said. The herb is an extinct material called the core grass. It was used for body refining pills, primarily for the opening of the gates, a deep voice responded. It doesn't sound too valuable, so why was he so excited? Ingzheng muttered. Keep searching to see if there are any secrets to this herb. As you wish. Go investigate my second son to antagonize his elder brother. I need to give him something to do, so he doesn't ruin the assembly, Ingzheng ordered. The prince title of Qin is not based on birth. After all, Ingzheng had too many of those. It's decided on strength, and, unfortunately, Ing Yongrui has kept the first prince position for too long, which has gotten to his head. Yes, Lord. Wang Wei sighed as he looked at the battle in the arena. He's probably going to figure it out. Many people have already figured out he was reincarnated because of how he acts and the things he created in the lower dimension. These people are not stupid. It's one thing to have a few wonderful ideas, but something entirely different to have so many. And, on top of it all, these ideas and concepts have already been perfected upon their initial creation. The only logical explanation is that those ideas are from another civilization who have already perfected them, and Wang Wei translated them to fit this world. With Ingzheng's suspicious nature, he will start analyzing Wang Wei. And it's only a matter of time until he figures out the truth, since Wang Wei has left too many traces, especially in the lower dimension. However, he did not regret his choice. It's a worthy trade to protect Honger. Plus, Ingzheng and I were destined to clash anyway. This just raises the stakes. Wang Wei sipped his wine. The battle suddenly became interesting, and he was about to leave when he sensed something. It's good to see you. Someone slowly ascended from his shadow. Red Mask bowed. How are you? Master, did you forget about me? Of course not, Wang Wei said, his body shifting slightly uncomfortably. Then, why haven't you summoned me? Wang Wei coughed lightly. I knew you should be receiving the feedback from my cultivation retreat, and decided not to bother you. Plus, didn't I assign you a task? Red Mask looked at him, but did not say anything. I've shifted to all the memories. And? The majority are useless, and a portion contains useful knowledge, mainly about skills and techniques. No useful intelligence? Our divination has indicated that most of the intel was events that have occurred long ago, rendering them useless, Red Mask reported. However, we found a few secrets about fortunate encounters in primordial chaos, and 2 of them have been verified to still be useful. He'll give you a proxy avatar. Give him the coordinates, and hell check these areas, Wang Wei immediately said. He figured if he did not act sooner, that bastard heavenly book might take these fortunate encounters. Very well. Do you have anything to report? Wang Wei asked. A plethora of things, Red Mask replied, not hiding the accusation in her tone. I'm listening, Wang Wei said, ignoring her complaint. The initial integration of the Stealer's knowledge into our guard has been successful. Since then, our operation success has increased by 37. That's good to hear, but why is it only the initial integration? It takes time to train people capable of learning the new fate-stealing technique, Red Mask explained. More importantly, my talent is limited, and you need to perfect the technique. She handed him a talisman not only containing the fate-stealing technique, but also a detailed explanation of the new training programs she created for the Fate Shadow Guards. No problem, Wang Wei nodded. Now, for the main report. Red Mask continued. The pre-March Origin Temple has been uncharacteristically quiet. Meanwhile, the tribal Sacred Mountain is preparing for full-scale war. When you say war, do you mean with the temple? That's right. They've disguised it as preparation for the disaster. But subtle signs indicate it's to fight their old enemy. So, the tension is rising, Wang Wei muttered. He wondered whether they would start fighting before the catastrophe or wait after. Our people have detected a secret meeting between the Divine Faith Heaven and the Limitless Exchange Hall. There are talks of a secret alliance. You've actually got such valuable news? It's way easier for our guard to steal a person's fate and their identity, and many previous detection methods that used to work on us are now useless, Red Mask explained. It seems I did not fully realize the value of Jimin's thief Dao. Wang Wei muttered. Who initiated this alliance, and how far have the talks gone? The Divine Faith Haven initiated it. The Limitless Exchange Hall is open to the idea, but they want to wait after the assembly before making a decision. It seems those weaker overlords are starting to feel the pressure and decided to band together, Wang Wei analyzed. He squinted his eyes while sipping his wine. We can't allow them to ally. I can assassinate one of the negotiators and leave subtle proof that another overlord did it, Red Mask suggested. No, that's too obvious. I can make it look like someone from these respective factions that do not want the alliance, Red Mask suggested. No, that's too obvious. I can make it look like someone from these respective factions that do not want the alliance, Red Mask suggested. Unless you could impersonate one of the primals. Your plan would only delay the alliance. Wang Wei shook his head. Red Mask had run out of ideas. While the Lord Shadow technique was magnificent, it only reached the Paragon Peak realm. The ancestors have tried with no success to upgrade it, meaning she cannot access that power until Shadow Ruler becomes a primal. Or one of the ancestors becomes a primordial saint. Don't worry, I have a better idea. Wang Wei smiled before summoning his chessboard. He glanced at the chess piece with Tong Rubing's name and pointed at it. Far away, in the Skill Path Association's territory, Tong Ruobing, who was waiting for the result of the assembly, suddenly had an idea. Wouldn't it be great to ally with the Limitless Exchange Hall? These loose cultivators are always in need of resources, and the one thing their association never lacked was resources. Professionals require raw resources to refine them into pills, talismans, arrays, etc. However, the process of finding these raw resources can be dangerous and time-consuming. The best solution would be to have a large group of people collect raw resources in exchange for a small portion of the final product. The disaster is coming, and forming such a strategic alliance will benefit both sides, Tong Ruobing thought. After mulling it over for a while, she left her room to see someone to suggest this idea. Chapter 1555, The Unification's Importance, Wang Wei smiled. Between the Skill Path Association and the Divine Faith Have, which one was a better ally for the Limitless Exchange Hall? The answer was obvious. These gods are dreaming if they think they can escape their eventual fate. After the assembly, the association will start discussing an alliance with the Exchange Hall. Use your people inside the Haven to antagonize these two. Make it look like they want to stop the alliance. Before revealing the Haven's plan was to swallow the Exchange Hall all along. Wang Wei did not want a situation in which these three factions formed an alliance. So he needed to muddle the situation between them. I understand, Red Mask said. Wang Wei observed his chessboard. The way the idea was implanted was kind of sudden, which can make some people suspicious. It would be better if I could implant them in their subconscious. And it suddenly appeared at the appropriate time, just like a sudden epiphany. Wang Wei raised his arm to release a golden glow as he slowly fine-tuned this artifact. The process only took him about 2 hours, but he was satisfied with the final result. You can continue. Wang Wei suddenly felt a shift in the universe. No, it wasn't just him, but everyone in Ancestral Dragon City. This feeling, Wang Wei muttered before looking in the distance. All the laws between heaven and earth suddenly became agitated before lowering their sense of presence. It was like a lion king suddenly appearing before its flock, and everybody quieted down due to its sheer presence. Mithria, Wang Wei muttered. For people slowly approached the city. Mithria was walking while happily chatting with her 2 disciples, Monk Wuzhu and Feng Hong. Another primal thread behind, keeping a respectful distance. Another new one, Wang Wei thought. Both Buddhism and Taoism previously had 3.5 primals, with a half part resulting from the acquisition of the luck and destiny of ancient Taoism and Buddhism and condensing them into a powerful protective artifact. Although limited to only being used when these religions are in great peril, it was still an advantage. However, now, they both acquired a new primal. Which other factions have recently cultivated new primals? Wang Wei suddenly asked. Besides us, only the Origin Seal continent, Buddhism, and Taoism. Red Mask responded. No more? Are you sure they're not hiding it? I doubt that. The disaster is coming, so it's most advantageous for them to improve their luck and destiny, Red Mask responded. Our information has revealed many people in retreat trying to achieve that level. But only the 4 have succeeded so far. Is that so? Lord, why the sudden interest? It's only a matter of time before primals become as common as dogs, Wang Wei explained. However, currently, the fact that only 4 factions have succeeded is a manifestation of luck. Buddhism and Taoism benefit from Mithria and Supreme Unity's existence. Our sect receives the benefits for successfully summoning the ultimate taboo, and the Origin Seal continent is riding on Wu Hong's talent and potential. Once these people realize this, all eyes will be on the continent. I could take the identity of a peak paragon of one of the overlords and fake ascending to the primal level. That could buy you time, Red Mask suggested. Her duty was to help her lord and offer solutions. No need, Wang Wei rejected. With his mastery of luck Dao and enough preparation, he could fake the birth of a new primal. However, such a plan requires too much preparation and carefulness to execute, making it too easy for something to go wrong. More importantly, the disaster will start in less than 30,000 yuan epoch, meaning these factions won't have time to be staring at the Origin Seal continent. And if push comes to shove, he'll do something to distract them. Wang Wei took one last look at Wuzhou and Feng Hong. A slight jealousy flashed in his eyes. These bastards had access to the best time acceleration array in the world. And now, their cultivation was the same as his. All right, what were you reporting? The Grand Sect Alliance has been on the move. They were the first to arrive, and every time a faction arrived, they openly visited, except for us. Are they trying to gather support to pressure us about the exchange list? What a pointless endeavor, Wang Wei sneered. The Grand Sect Alliance has always considered the Dao opening sect their greatest threat. Maybe not entirely, Red Mask added. One of their delegates is from the Yin Moon Palace. So, their target is Kong? No, not just Kong, but Mithria. They want to see how much she's willing to protect him, and maybe even how much power she will exert in the meeting. Mithria might be the most powerful entity in the world, but she's also a king's soul. Without enough support, it's not impossible for the Grand Sect Alliance to use her kindness to get her to back down on certain topics. I'm guessing Dugabatian showed up himself? He's the one leading all the meetings. That bastard has always viewed himself as a domineering, but charismatic leader, Wang Wei sneered. In hindsight, the way Dugabatian views himself is true. Only with his strength and charisma did he successfully convince so many factions to join and accept him as their leader. However, while Dugabatian is responsible for the creation of the alliance, he is also its greatest weakness. As long as something happens to him, the Grand Sect Alliance will crumble from internal contradictions. Everybody knows this and is waiting for an opportunity to remove him from the equation. In fact, there may even be some people within his alliance who are scheming for his demise. Keep an eye on these alliance's people, and report back if you learn something new, Wang Wei ordered. I will personally oversee their mission. No, your task is to keep an eye on the Qin dynasty. The human emperor is planning something, and I need to know as much information about his court as possible, Wang Wei said with a strict expression. Understood. Is there anything else? Yes, there's been trouble in the unions recently. Oh, it's about the human fiend god bloodline, Red Mask revealed. The heaven-opening paragon has refused to share the secrets of that bloodline with the other two primals. At first, this was an issue. After all, it's the Wang clan's property, and they can do as they wish with it. However, after our clan started to focus on bloodline and seeing the initial success, the others became suspicious that the Wang clan had secretly reunited. Wang Wei could not help laughing after hearing this. Who would have thought Wang Guo would have shot himself in the foot by stealing my idea? That's what you get, you lucky bastard. Wang Wei exhaled before putting the wine to the side. Has he denied it? Privately? Yes. However, they are still trying to keep things under wraps. These factions have spent countless years preventing the Wang clan unification. Not because we would have one more primals, but because unification represents a complete and perfect bloodline and destiny. However, some things are inevitable. But everyone knows that whoever of the clan can cultivate a transcendent sage will achieve this unification. No, he squinted while caressing his chin. They believe unification will increase the chances of cultivating a primordial chaos saint. I was wrong in my assessment that unification was not that important. Wang Wei had a gentle smile plastered on the corner of his mouth. This is excellent news, but how can I make full use of it? Should I use the chessboard on Wang Guo? No, ideas are useless in this situation. The Union's primals are not stupid. No matter how they feel about the Wang clan, they will not allow the latter to escape their grasp. But what if the Wang clan had an additional primal? Such an idea might be preposterous to anyone else, but Wang Wei had a trump card, the nurture card. As long as he finds the right talent, he might be able to nurture them into a primal. No, even finding the right talent does not guarantee success. The twins' success was a manifestation of their talent and Wu Hong's luck. So, until Grand Dao increases the world's primal destiny, allowing more people to achieve that title, this plan will not be as successful as Wang Wei wants. What about a flawed primal? Wang Wei thought, as long as this person has that level of strength, it doesn't matter if they have some other flaw. The flawed primal is the way forward, Wang Wei thought. He could use this idea for his plan toward the all-seeing temple and Grandma Ju. The Union is already here, right? They arrived before us and are living in the royal district, Red Mask revealed. They are as snobbish as ever, Wang Wei sneered. Here is the plan. They'll visit Wang Guo, and he'll probably refuse to see me. But as soon as I leave their compound, you need to slowly spread rumors about the Wang clan unification. Don't make it too obvious. Red Mask frowned. Lord, I don't mean to question you, but isn't it too obvious what you're doing? Everyone would think you're just fanning the flame. One flaw of smart people is they often overthink things. Wang Wei smiled. These people know I'm smart and wouldn't use such an obvious plot. Then, they will overthink, become suspicious, and come to a different conclusion. Our goal is to make things more difficult for Wang Guo and slowly isolate him. This is just the first step. I understand. He'll prepare immediately. Red Mask nodded before disappearing into Wang Wei's shadow. All right, let's go see the ancestor, Wang Wei smiled. Chapter 1556 Political Games. Wang Wei stood before the Myriad Clan Union's mansion, calmly waiting. These people didn't even invite him inside and allowed him to wait in a separate room. Normally, such rude behavior was enough for Wang Wei to make a scene or cause a diplomatic issue. After all, he was a grand elder from the Dao opening sect. However, he remained calm and composed, waiting to be notified. Luckily, he did not have to wait long before a man dressed in green, with peak paragon cultivation from the Wang clan, came to see him. Wang Wei looked at this person, and with one glance, he saw through him. The latter had a seal on himself to hide the secrets of his bloodline, just like Wang Wei and the members of the sect. Unfortunately, that seal was useless in front of his existence observation technique. In the end, Qiyuan's path was the correct one, Wang Wei thought. The Wang clan's bloodline has long evolved from the innate demon god that Wang Guo infused in his body. After so many years of evolution and improvement, the bloodline can be said to be a unique one that belongs to the Wang clan. Unfortunately, it did not change the fact that the origin of this bloodline was foreign. Under normal circumstances, the fact that only 0.001 of this bloodline was foreign posed no issue, until Wang Guo stole Wang Wei's idea and wanted to elevate the Wang clan's human bloodline to be on par with fiend gods. Such a difference immediately complicated the entire process. If your blood is not completely human, how can you condense a human fiend god bloodline? Wang Wei could tell that the other Wang clan probably have many problems during the awakening process. What's more, the other clan did not seal their blood at birth, meaning failure to awaken occurred while in the womb. And that's just one of many other issues. The rules of balance indicate that the more potent a bloodline, the harder it is for them to reproduce. By sealing the clan's bloodline and forcing everyone to experience a bloodline awakening, Wang Wei has successfully preserved the human's part of the bloodline for higher reproductivity. Meanwhile, Wang was branched did differently. The rules of their unions encouraged their members to have as many wives as possible to increase their chances of having children. They've created potions, arrays, and other means to increase the productivity of their clan members. The bloodline is called Human Fiend God, with the human part in front to show its importance. Meanwhile, it appeared Wang Guo only wanted a Fiend God bloodline disguised as a noble human bloodline. Now, I understand why Qiyuan separated from the other clan. The Wang clan's division might have started because of the fight over leaving imprints in the bloodline for others to revive. But the actual reason for the divide was a divide in ideology. Qiyuan believed the clan's obsession with bloodline was the wrong path, but Wang Guo thought it was the future. After so many years, it was apparent that Qiyuan's path was correct by how many primals they have and the fact a talent like Wang Wei was born into their clan. However, the most critical thing is Wang Wei's human fiend god bloodline was the perfect way to breach these two opposing ideologies. Grand Elder Wang Wei. The man bowed. Director Wang Xiong. Wang Wei nodded. The union had a system based on directors, secondary and tertiary directors, which was similar to sect master, grand elder, and elder. He had read the history of their union, and Wang Wei remembered Director Wang Xiong. He was famous for convincing more than a dozen foreign bloodline clans to betray their worlds and join the union during the Second Origin War. I'm sorry to say, but the ancestor had an epiphany and entered seclusion, Wang Xiong said with a gentle smile. Really? Wang Wei asked. Your timing is sadly unfortunate. Wang Xiong continued. Is it possible for me to wait for him? I mean, he can't stay in retreat for long if the assembly is about to start. That is true, and under normal circumstances, we would welcome you with open arms, Wang Xiong continued. However, you heard what the Qin court said about a possible attack. Our union is currently on high alert to prevent anyone from disturbing the ancestors' retreat. You understand how rare epiphanies are at such a level. The last thing I want is to disturb the ancestors, Wang Wei smiled. In that case, I'll take my leave. But would you pass on a message for me? Bang Xi's lips wisha. He then asked with a fake smile. What would that be? Tell him I expect reciprocity for the gift I gave him, Wang Wei said. He could not have Wang Guo think he was trying to scheme against him. So Wang Wei must make his visit seem like he was acting out of pettiness because the latter had stolen his idea. This bastard, Wang Xiong cursed. He understood how much these words would cause, especially the word gift, which he guessed was used on purpose. He also knew he needed to say something, or who knows what would happen. I'll take my leave. Thank you for the hospitality. I wish the ancestor success in his retreat, Wang Wei said before bowing in one fluid motion, and then turned around to walk away. "I'm so glad their clan is not benefiting as much from my idea," Wang Wei sneered. He was still unhappy with how Wang Guo had utilized his powerful cultivation to discern his bloodline and steal his idea. The help he received at that time was insignificant in comparison. At some point of the unification, Wang's branch must be trained to remove their pride, arrogance, and excessive reliance on their bloodline, Wang Wei thought. The groundwork has been set, and all he has to do is slowly isolate Wang Guo. The Union is ruled by 3 clans, Wang, Shao, and Yi. But the Yi clan is a soul clan, meaning they're the only non-human clans in the Union with a primal. For many years, their clan has been suppressed and bullied by the Wang and Shao clan, but now, with suspicions on Wang Guo, things will become interesting. The Shao primal won't easily abandon the trust and rapport he's built with Wang Guo and make friends with the Yi clan. "I need something to cause friction," Wang Wei thought. He first thought of the issue with the celestial race, but that has long been dealt with. The deal he had with Wang Guo was that the Union would not punish the celestial race for their supposed betrayal. And from what Wang Wei knows, the issue was dealt not long after all the ancestors returned. Let's just wait and see. Maybe an opportunity will come. If not, he'll analyze their situation and manufacture one, Wang Wei thought. He stopped worrying about these things and focused on enjoying himself. Where should I go next? I heard Qin's red light district is famous for cultivating some of the world's best courtesans, Wang Wei thought. But I'm a soon-to-be married man with a scary wife. I can't just visit a brothel, can I? If he knew he could get away with it, he would have done it. After all, he wasn't going there to sleep with the women, but to experience and appreciate their beauties and, more importantly, their art. Damn it! Why does this woman have such a wrap around me? Wang Wei cursed. It was humiliating for a man whose pursuit is freedom not to do something because he's scared of his wife. He'll just do it. What can she do to me? As soon as he said these words, he felt a chill run down his spine. Let's not find out. Wang Wei had a pained look on his face. He really wanted to go. How about I ask her permission? Yes, that's a good idea. He thought before writing invisible characters in the air that turned into a talisman that disappeared in the void. He received a reply a few seconds later that said, "The Qin's courtesans are indeed world-class, and it's been a while since I last heard one of their works. They'll be here soon, so we can watch together. But record anything interesting in case I'm delayed." "That's my girl," Wang Wei smiled. "What's healthier than a couple enjoying a brothel together?" I knew I chose the right woman. Wang Wei headed to the red light zone with a happy stride in his steps. He searched for the most famous one, leading him to a place called the Pure Art Blue Mansion. To Wang Wei's surprise, so many people were lining up to enter, and he was almost barred from entry until he showed his cultivation and status. Then, someone gave him a private room. He also learned about a legendary courtesan called the Butterfly Princess, who would share a piece for the first time since the Second Origin War. Chapter 1557. Wang Guo's secret. Damn, this bastard. Is he really that petty? Wang Guo cursed out loud, his voice so powerful that his beard danced from the shockwave. As usual, he wore his loose black robes that could barely hide his muscular frame, and the ancient, barbaric, and desolate aura surrounding him was even more intense than before. The character analysis said he did not like to suffer a loss and would usually find a way to pay back anyone who wronged him. So he might be just acting petty. But is it really so simple? Wang Guo was deep in thought. He sensed something and looked in the distance. Ultimately, the truth doesn't matter as much as what people believe is the truth. Under normal circumstances, the Yi clan and one of the 2 human clans would attend such a meeting to prevent leaving the Yi clan alone and with complete access to their bases. However, the Wang and Shao clan came for this meeting. It doesn't matter what you do, I want hand over this secret, Wang Guo thought. He has been pursuing a fiend god bloodline for many years, but he did not want to infuse it into his body directly. Otherwise, with his strength, Wang Guo could have even slaughtered an ancestral fiend god, which was on par with primals, and get their blood. Wang Guo wanted his clan's bloodline to be as powerful and noble as fiend gods. In other words, without knowing it, he has been pursuing the path of a human fiend god bloodline. After many years of research and attempts, Wang was successfully created a flawed or diluted fiend god bloodline. Then, he met Wang Wei and was inspired. Wang Wei realized his approach was wrong. He's been absorbing fiend god bloodlines and has his bloodline assimilated. However, he failed to know they were fundamentally different things. After meeting Wang Wei, Wang Wei realized he should have focused on breaking the limits of his bloodline to reach a higher level. Then, he could model his blood to be similar yet different from that of the fiend gods. After his return, Wang Wei focused on this aspect, and he finally achieved his dream to make the clan's bloodline as noble as the creature considered the epitome of the flesh. However, another issue arose. The bloodline was not easy to spread. In fact, this problem existed even before Wang Wei's idea. The Union's Wang clan is divided into two branches. The main branch, who has inherited Wang, was diluted fiend god bloodline, and the side branch, who still has traces of his innate god bloodline. After his upgrade, Wang Wei's main concern became the small percentage of people who inherited his true bloodline. The number was already small when it was diluted, meaning it was 100 times worse for the true bloodline. And that's not even mentioning the issue of children dying in the womb or being born with developmental disabilities. Wang Wei walked before a window in his room and crossed his muscular arms while looking at the sun. People believe Qiyuan's path was correct, but he knew this ideological fight was far from over. He knew a secret about the relationship between fiend gods and chaos demon gods. That secret will be the key for his flesh and bloodline to reach transcendence. Even better, it may be the key to raise the Wang clan to become a transcendent bloodline clan. That secret is why he's refusing to share the human fiend god bloodline with the Yi or other clans. It's why he's extremely wary of Qiyuan's branch and the Dao opening sect. Xiao Ingjia, who can rise to our position, is not ambitious. You want to turn the Union into vessels of your Xiao clan. So, why can't I want the same thing? A ruthless light flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he grinned. His eyes were those of a hunter, but not one that went after normal prey like animals. No, he was a hunter who killed gods, demons, devils, or entities that mortals worship or fear on an instinctual level. Wang Wei looked in the direction of the commercial district. And you, Qiyuan, let's see who can sanctify first. The butterfly princess, huh? Wang Wei muttered. She was an interesting character for a variety of reasons. Firstly, she held the title of the most beautiful woman before Sun Junyao appeared. However, she was not only known for her beauty. The butterfly princess entered the Dao through art. Having made achievements in many fields like music, calligraphy, painting, and poetry, her works are extremely famous because they can help people break through bottlenecks. Her last work, The Grieving Path, was a painting of a woman walking through primordial chaos with a trail of dead worlds behind her. After she painted that masterpiece, she handed it over to the war effort, resulting in the birth of multiple new peak paragons, which immensely helped Qiyuan and the Eternal Ascension world to win the war. Is she going to create another masterpiece? It's possible. Another disaster is coming. Maybe she wants to repeat her grand achievement from the Second War. Wang Wei thought before an idea suddenly struck him. He reviewed everything he knew about the butterfly princess. No, she's a true artist at heart, meaning she would not want a repeat of previous events. She would want to create something even better than her last work. And what would be better than her last performance? A piece of work that can create a primal. This idea sounded stupid, but Wang Wei knew there was something to it. If destiny were an indication of which Overlord would have their next primal, the Grand Sect Alliance was the obvious choice. They are the largest and have the most luck. However, their luck was already used for whatever Dagobatian discovered in the ultimate taboo that allowed him to block Honger's memory wipe. That means the true answer is kin. The luck of the Jade Butterfly is manifesting. And the first sign is to give kin a new primal. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. What realm is the butterfly princess? She must be at least a peak paragon to create a work capable of helping others become a primal. She also needs some sort of assistance. Why can't I sense her? Has she not arrived yet? Wang Wei observed the fate lines in this pure art blue mansion, but he did not sense her. Maybe she's waiting for all the overlords to arrive to start her performance. Wang Wei immediately speechless. If that were the case, he came way too early. Let's just reserve the room and come back during the performance. Wang Wei turned his focus to another VIP room not far from him. He smiled before extending his divine sense. Why are you here? Aren't you a married man? Lin Fan was so shocked by the sudden voice that he almost spilled the wine cup in his hand. Wang Wei, he asked as he recognized that voice. It's me, and answer my question. I should be asking you the same question, Lin Fan sneered. Are you me? I can do whatever I please, and no one can tell me otherwise. You might have fooled someone else with those words, but I know who your supposed wife is. Fair point, Wang Wei nodded, which is why I've asked and received permission. But what about you? Do you expect me to believe your wife knows and allows you to be here? I came here with her, Lin Fan said. You did? Wang Wei's confusion was not because Su Sure had enough trust in her husband to bring her to a brothel. It's because he did not sense her presence when he looked at all the fate lines in this mansion. How does a brother have such a deep means of hiding information? Wang Wei wondered. Things were getting interesting. Shire has recently rediscovered her interest in music and wanted a place to learn. As soon as we arrived in this place, she rushed here, and I was dragged. Does she want to learn from the Butterfly Princess? Yes, but it doesn't appear that it will happen, Lin Fan sighed. Wait, do you have a way? How in heaven and earth would I have a way for such a thing? Who knows? You always have a connection in the strangest places, Lin Fan shrugged. But now that I think about it, she's from the old era, so the chances of you meeting or having any relationship with her is slim. Sometimes I can't tell whether you're smart or not. Rude bastard, Lin Fan cursed. Since I can't cause trouble for you, I'll do it for someone else. By the way, do you want to come drink together? Why not? Lin Fan stood up before teleported to Wang Wei's room. What are you doing here? Wang Wei, Xiao Tiandi said calmly. You haven't answered my question. Why should I answer you? So, I don't tell your Yaoer that you fancy another woman. My Yaoer master would never believe you. You're so easy to read. Wang Wei teased. Shut up. Chapter 1558, Lai Paiki Xiao Tiandi accepted Wang Wei's invitation, so he teleported to his room. Lin Fan, this is Xiao Tiandi. Xiao Tiandi, this is Lin Fan, Wang Wei introduced them. We know each other, Lin Fan said as he saluted Xiao Tiandi, who returned the favor. You do. Our masters know each other and are considered friends, so we've met and can be considered acquaintances, Xiao Tiandi replied, but he was slightly distracted. He observed how comfortable Wang Wei's lounging chair was and condensed one for himself. I forgot about that, Wang Wei nodded. He remembered Kong used to buy information from Sun Junyao, just like he did. Since he invited everyone, Wang Wei poured the wine. The Pure Art Blue Mansion had its own unique brew called the Lustful Immortal Dream, which would be considered top class among all the wines in the world. You still haven't told me why you're here? The Butterfly Princess invited my master, Xiao Tiandi replied as he enjoyed his win. A meeting between the current and former most beautiful woman? Lin Fan commented. His nose almost bled thinking of such a sight, and he wasn't the only one. Pervert, Wang Wei mocked. Don't tell me you weren't picturing it too? Lin Fan sneered. They'll have you know I also imagine my wife being present. Can you say the same? Lin Fan was immediately tongue-tied. All right, we know we can't argue with your golden tongue. Speak for yourself, Xiao Tiandi rebutted before looking at Wang Wei smugly. I don't need to picture other people. So, you admit you have impure thoughts about your master? Xiao Tiandi almost spilled his cup. Bastard, can't you show a little bit of respect? Wang Wei ignored him. Bullying these two was too easy. Their wives might put up a better fight. Why does the Butterfly Princess want to see your master? She claimed it was to help with new work. As you know, my master enjoys great art. Indeed, Sun Junyao was renowned for her passion for art. That's why her birthday required a performance by all the participants. As soon as you said these words, I smelled conspiracy. I'm surprised you didn't, Wang Wei commented. Conspiracy? Why would there be a conspiracy? Do you suspect the Butterfly Prince is scheming for my master's perfection? If you look at the prince's life closely, you will find many anomalies. She has never left the Qin dynasty. She has rejected every marriage proposal she received which wouldn't be an issue if not for the fact that no one from kin has ever proposed to her. Well, that's not entirely true. The one prince who died was soon exiled and never returned to the capital. The odd thing is that even the human emperor himself was never tempted by her beauty. You could argue he's a disciplined man, so he controlled himself. But you mean to tell me such an ambitious man would not be tempted by her talent to help people break through? Based on the human emperor's personality, he should have already acquired or destroyed her, not just imprison her in this city. It's also odd that a courtesan has the word princess in her title, Lin Fan added. Unless the human emperor accepted that title, many people would have impeached her and even destroyed the mansion out of fury or as an excuse to eliminate her. An idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Do you think she's a secret-kin princess? The name is indeed a great indicator, Wang Wei nodded. He felt like he was catching on to something. Forget about her name. What conspiracy could she have against my master? How should I know? I just think the invite is suspicious, Wang Wei shrugged. Xiao Tiandi stared at him. Forget it. I'll think about it myself. Conspiracy, conspiracy, conspiracy. The master said an artist to the princess level no longer has anything to prove. So her new work must be something crucial, something personal that surpasses her previous work. Her new work? Does the butterfly princess wish to use the master's physique to perfect her new work? No. Maybe she wants to create the perfect work of art. Xiao Tiandi stood up and immediately teleported away. Love, isn't it a beautiful thing? Wang Wei sighed deeply. However, Lin Fan did not answer him. Instead, the latter had a deep frown plastered on his face. What's wrong? I have a sudden bad feeling about this. You should. What do you mean? Now that your master is the destiny chosen, he and the people related to him will find themselves helplessly drawn to numerous events, Wang Wei chuckled. I could probably guess what happened. Su Shi went to improve her skill, probably learning from a top courtesan. In the process, the butterfly princess caught her attention for one reason or another and invited her to participate in her new masterpiece. He wasn't able to sense Su Shi, Sun Junyao, and the butterfly princess, which explain a lot. Lin Fan's face turned ugly, so he immediately teleported away, leaving the laughing Wang Wei. It feels so good not to be the one having to worry every day. The two returned a few minutes later. Well, they have already isolated themselves for the finishing touch, Xiao Tiandi said with gritted teeth. Wang Wei clicked his tongue. Imagine how much security you would feel about now if you had a powerful faction behind you. Do you think this is the time for this? Xiao Tiandi said with a slightly raised voice. I'm just saying, Wang Wei shrugged. I'm leaving, Lin Fan said. He wanted to inform his teacher about this situation. Good. And have fun being Destiny's bitch, Wang Wei chuckled. Lin Fan gave him a hard stare before disappearing. Xiao Tiandi snorted coldly before returning to his private room. The party is already over? What a shame, Wang Wei laughed. He relaxed his body on the chair. It's good to allow myself to get tipsy once in a while. Wang Wei enjoyed himself in the next few days. The performance was indeed outstanding. If not for his peak cultivation, a few of them might have allowed him to become enlightened. 3 days later, the origin seal continent arrived. Wu Hong's arrival, as expected, was extraordinary. She stood on a flying river with the twins behind her. However, it was not a common river. No, it was an artificially created grand Tao source with intense and pure Tao rhymes from all 3,800 primary Taos. The origin seal continent left a trail of people being suddenly enlightened from a quick observation of that river. That woman can make an entrance, can't she? Wang Wei smiled. He had to wait 2 more days before Wu Hong joined him, and he waited with bated breath. And as soon as she appeared, he rushed into her embrace. A little excited, aren't we? I miss your angelic face, Wang Wei smiled. I'm sure you did. Wu Hong gave him a quick kiss. That's it. I'm not going to be overly affectionate after you spend days lusting after other women. I did no such thing. I was appreciating their art. I'm sure you were. Wu Hong nodded as she lay in his chair. Where are my recordings? Here you are, my queen, Wang Wei said as he handed a few talismans to her. He poured wine for her before sitting in another chair opposite hers. Was it a good idea to bring the twins and leave the puppet as guardian? His name is Lai Paiki, and he's not just a puppet. He has a soul, consciousness, and his own will. I'm tired of the rest of the world treating him as an object. Vol, I'm sorry. I didn't know he meant that much to you. Woong Sigid. She took a deep gulp of her wine. No, I'm the one who should apologize. She didn't really talk about Lai Paiki, so it's understandable that he didn't understand. Did something happen? Wang Wei asked. Most people don't know this, but Lai Paiki can be considered my master. Oh, he's the one who taught and aided me to become a primal. Although our relationship started as strictly business, with me promising to fix him after I became a primal, we grew close, and I do consider him my master, even if he refuses to accept the status. Wang Wei listened quietly without interrupting her. I just finished helping heal the damages from the ultimate taboo and wanted to introduce him to you, even asking that he officiate our wedding. However, he told me that now that the continent didn't need him, he was going to leave. Wu Hong reached to refill her cup, but instead took the pot and drank the entire thing. I always knew this day would come. When we first met, all he talked about was returning home. You know, I wouldn't be so upset if he told me where his home was or allowed me to help. No, that stubborn idiot. He has to do everything himself. Chapter 1559, The Butterfly Princess. Wang Wei reached to hold her hand. I'm sorry you're going through this. I know it may not work, but do you want to talk to him? Would you? Wu Hong's eyes became animated. Sure, but as I said, the chances of working are slim. I know that, but as long as the chances are not zero, I still have hope. Good. In that case, they'll talk to Lai Paiki after the assembly. All right. Don't try to convince him not to leave, but to let me help him. No problem. Wang Wei nodded. He extended the space in a lounging chair before snuggling with her. With Wang Wei being the big spoon. Has anything interesting happened? Wu Hong asked. Many things. Wang Wei answered before telling her about his theory on destiny manifestation and the new primals. He also mentioned his idea of diverting eyes from her continent. I've noticed this sudden luck manifestation. Wu Hong nodded, moving her body slightly to find a comfortable spot in his arm. Your plan to create a flawed primal is feasible. Oh, any idea? Our target should be the Limitless Exchange Hall. I can use the Nurture Core to create a talisman that allows one of their peak paragons to permanently fuse with their primal array. Is that possible? Everything is about balance, so as long as there's a major flaw for taking such a shortcut, it's theoretically possible. You talk as if you can control the flaw and even have already thought of it? That's because I have, Wu Hong replied. The flaw will be his soul. He will need to constantly replenish his soul energy, and as time passes, the amount of energy required will increase exponentially. You want to drain the Limitless Exchange Hall of their resources? Think about all the possible benefits if they have to spend most of their efforts to support one man. Wu Hong asked. Their desperation would make it easier for them to ally with the Skill Path Association, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. Wang Wei analyzed. Their future plan will be heavily focused on managing the situation. They will utilize the exchange list to the fullest to solve their issues, and if we can keep them in debt, they will only have a few solutions. Find other factions to help or destroy the flawed primals. However, destroying the primals will mean destroying the array, reducing them to only one. For this plan to work, we'll need to prevent them from cultivating another primal. Wang Wei nodded. It may be in our best interest to hurry up with this plan. The exchange list will be revealed soon, and the disaster is coming in less than 30,000 yuan epochs. How soon can you start executing this plan? I can refine the talisman in about 5,000 yuan epochs if you help me. However, it may take another 5,000 yuan epoch to meticulously plan out a fortunate encounter for the hall without alarming them, Wu Hong revealed. You don't have to worry about the second part, Wang Wei said as he summoned his chessboard to show her. Is this what you've been working on? Wu Hong observed clearly. The ability of this artifact to protect others from tracing karma to you is astonishing. Isn't it? Samsara does have some unique things. And I must admit, I did some of my best work for this thing. Wang Wei nodded. By the way, how was your study of the Greater Samsara Genesis Stone? That thing is marvelous, and you've underestimated its value, Wu Hong said with shining eyes. Oh, just the effect of the stone is amazing, especially when I pair it with a nurture core. Isn't the stone used to train ultimate skill? You're not telling me? Yes, I'm on the verge of replicating its effect with a new formation. Wu Hong nodded. That's excellent news, Wang Wei smiled. The ability to cultivate in large quantities people who have comprehended an ultimate skill is an ability that any faction would dream, no kill, to have. That's not even the best news, Wu Hong smiled. You were right. The subtle aura of the stone is the power of samsara Tao quintessence, the fundamental origin of one of the grand constructs, the 6 paths of samsara. By studying it, I've indeed improved my samsara runes and the others related to it. I'm also building another array that can help you create your own flawed Tao quintessence. Wang Wei kissed her cheek. Have I told you how loving and giving you were? I know, and believe me, you'll have an eternity to repay me. I'll gladly do it. All right, no need to get too excited. The formation is not going well. One stone is not enough. Wu Hong reigned in his excitement. Grandma is busy, so I doubt I can contact her. The stone was not available on the exchange list, but it should be once the last section is revealed. It's probably going to be expensive, Wu Hong complained. Considering how thin the aura is and how few people could detect it, let alone utilize it, it probably won't be worth its true value. True, Wu Hong nodded. She suddenly wanted a snack, so she took out the rainbow grapes. She fed herself before reaching in the back to feed Wang Wei. What do you think about the butterfly princess? You're not the first person who suspects her identity. In fact, many people tested this theory by trying to assassinate her, but it was proven that Qin's dragon robe guards heavily protected her, Wu Hong explained. Have you met her? In a manner of speaking, Wu Hong revealed. When I was condensing my vibration rune, I studied music. I asked for her help, but the Qin people made me go through so many hoops, and in the end, we only communicated long distance through an array. Do you think this piece of work will be worth it? If it's anything like the last one, it should, Wu Hong nodded. Time passed, and a day later, the last 2 individuals arrived, the demon and innate demon gods. They arrived together, side by side, one in a gilded temple and another in an auspicious mountain. No one would think this was a coincidence, and everybody watched the play. Upon their arrival, the Qin Saint Court sent a notice to all participants. The assembly will start in a week, but 3 days later, the butterfly princess will reveal her latest masterpiece. The Qin Court invited everybody to participate. Wang Wei and Wu Hong had to separate, each staying in their respective factions' private rooms. However, they remained in direct communication through the Soul Link. The Qin Court is about to make a major move, Yin Shurong commented as he looked at the performing courtesan on the stage below. Despite the woman's best efforts, no one cared, as they had come for only one person. Ing Zheng is probably building momentum for whatever proposition he's scheming, Wang Wei said casually. It's worrying how aggressive and open he's been acting lately, Qiyuan said. Unless it involved military battles, the human emperor preferred to work from the shadows. No, even military battles are often left to buy Qi. It's obvious that something has given him immense confidence, Yin Hai sneered. It's about to start. The lights on the first floor stage went out, plunging the entire mansion into chaos. When the lights reappeared, a woman appeared, whose beauty cannot be truly expressed in words. She wore a blue hanfu with many layers, including a long cloth that left a trail behind her. Her eyes were perfectly accentuated with red mascara, revealing her charming and angelic phoenix eyes. Her small lips were as pink as the freshest immortal peaches. She had a red butterfly mark on her forehead, and her long black hair hung all the way to her knees. Then there was her skin. It was so smooth that even a most perfect jade would be jealous. Like all beautiful women and all powerful cultivators, the butterfly princess had her own unique aura. The best way to describe it was passion, not the passion of lust, but the passion of someone dedicated to their craft. Anyone looking at her can easily be inspired, whether to improve their crafts or to use her as a muse. However, her aura had something else underneath the surface. Did you sense it? Wang Wei asked. The power of transcendence is protecting her blueprint, Wu Hong nodded. And it doesn't appear this power was used to protect her, but an intrinsic part of her body and soul. There is also the subtle aura of perfection, Wang Wei added. Ying Zheng may have artificially created this woman with a jade butterfly pendant. Well, her name is the Butterfly Princess. He put the answer in front of everybody. The question is why? Why create her, and why leave her as a courtesan? Wu Hong asked. Chapter 1560. The Grand Preceptor. Her name is the Butterfly Princess, alluding to his butterfly jade pendant. Wang Wei replied. Princess is a position of authority, meaning she rules over the butterfly. However, he did not use other titles like Empress or Queen. But Princess, someone whose authority is derived from the Emperor. If you consider all this, the Butterfly Princess is the artificial spirit that Ying Zheng created to control the pendant better. It appeared she used some of Sun Junyo's aura to perfect herself. I didn't think Ying Zheng was the kind of person to use wordplays, Wu Hong commented. Forget about him. Is there a way we could kill her? Wang Wei asked. Not possible. Wu Hong shook her head. There's an impressive formation under the stages, probably the work of the Grand Preceptor. Even if I act, I won't be fast enough to reach her, let alone break the formation with one ultimate attack. Not to mention the political scandal that would cause. Wang Wei sighed softly. What's wrong? Qiyuan asked, wondering why his mood had suddenly become sour. She's protected by the power of transcendence. Wang Wei revealed. Since Miscellaneous and the others had their own room, he could speak openly. So it's true. Ying Zheng has mastered his artifact, Yan Hai commented. Transcendence power. Butterfly Princess, Qiyuan muttered. It can't be. It is, Wang Wei nodded. What? Yes, fill us in, Yin Shurong nodded. Qiyuan then explained what the Butterfly Princess revealed. So, he's been parading the truth in front of everyone. Yin Hai asked, her lips twitching in anger. If she's that important, should we try to assassinate her? Yin Shurong suggested. This is probably the last time the world will see her, Qiyuan sighed. Now that the princess had completed the reason for her existence, it was time to fulfill her destiny. It seems you were right when you said he's our greatest threat for the primordial saint race, Yin Shurong commented. I usually am, Wang Wei replied calmly. The show is about to start. The Butterfly Princess raised her dainty hands, manifesting a brush. A painting canvas manifested before her, but the strange thing is that no one in the audience could see what was on the front. No matter how these godlike beings used their powers, they could only see the back. As soon as she made the first stroke, the sound of the Tao echoed in the Blue Mansion. Everyone closed their eyes and allowed themselves to be guided by the music. A beautiful woman manifested in everyone's mind. She was breathtakingly beautiful, and everybody instinctively knew that. Oddly, though, no one could see her face or body, only a silhouette. The woman faced an endless ocean, and the audience could sense her determination to cross it. She took a deep breath before flying over. To say her voyage was tumultuous was an understatement. She faced tsunamis, underwater volcanoes eruptions, attacks from sea demons, raids from pirates, battles between powerful cultivators, void cracks, accidentally entering someone's tribulation, an intense bout of poisoning, Inki invasion, and countless more tribulations. To be precise, the beautiful woman survived 99 tribulations before she finally reached the other end of the ocean. The beautiful silhouette, having experienced all these ordeals, smiled brightly before turning into a golden butterfly to enter a new world. The audience only had a tiny glimpse of that world, but everyone who saw something different. Some saw themselves breaking through to higher realms, finally finding their Tao companions, reviving a loved one, and others saw themselves achieve their grand ambitions. An interesting piece, Yanshiro muttered. Indeed, she perfectly encapsulates the world situation with the upcoming disaster, preaches the idea of hope and a better future, while also symbolizing her life, Qiyuan nodded. However, I'm surprised she sees her upcoming fate as a positive thing. The fact that the butterfly saw a brilliant world at the end was surprising. She's either accepted her fate, or she's been programmed to see her end as her ultimate purpose, Wang Wei commented. After seeing this piece, he removed any thought he had of planting the idea of rebelling in the butterfly princess' mind. The chessboard cannot mind control people. Its purpose is mainly to influence them from the shadows by implanting ideas in their minds. But these ideas must align with the person's personality or current situation. Congratulations, Butterfly Princess, for this masterpiece. You've outdone yourself, someone praised. Yes, the return to simplicity and the usage of nature compared to the grand scope of your last work shows your improvement. Congratulations. This is truly a masterpiece. Am willing to offer half of my wealth for the honor, to name it. Half. Am willing to give everything I owe, including the clothes I'm currently wearing. Who wants to see you naked, you pervert? I will not only give all my wealth, I will also rob a few sex for this honor. Everyone, the butterfly princess said, immediately quieting the room. This work means much to me, so I've already named it. It's called the Unwavering Butterfly. What a beautiful name. It perfectly fits with the princess and the work. Lady Butterfly, a deep and powerful voice suddenly said. Everyone quieted down because it originated from the Grand Sect Alliance's booth. Lord Dugu, Butterfly Princess nodded. I don't mean to be rude, Dugabatian said. But can I have the honor to be the first to see this masterpiece? His words immediately increased the tension in the room. All these flowery words meant nothing, as these people's purpose was to see and own their own painting. If only the vision created by this work could benefit numerous paragons. The work itself must have miraculous abilities. I apologize, Lord Dugu, but the Qin court sponsored this work. I was only able to finish it due to all their investment, and, technically speaking, it does not belong to me. I'm just glad they allowed me to name it in the first place. After uttering these words, she waved her hand, and the painting flew to the Qin court's private room. All of a sudden, hundreds of auras were released in the mansion. Most of them were people who were desperately trying to catch a glimpse of the real painting, or those who could not control their greed, thus accidentally leaking their aura. The rest of them were people who did not care and blatantly attacked the painting. Sadly, their efforts were useless. A terrifying array activated and sealed these people inside their rooms. The Qin showed everybody their might. However, this was just the beginning. Everyone had watched with gritted teeth as this painting with unparalleled value slowly flew toward the Qin people. Then, everyone waited. Most people did not know what they were waiting for, but they waited. The wait lasted 2 days. Then, a powerful and all-encompassing will descended on the Qin court's private room. The primals recognized that will, since they all had to face it. A vision of an enormous scroll and brush materialized between heaven and earth. The brush then slowly wrote a name. Everyone was looking with their divine sense, and they recognized the name, the Qin Saint Court's Grand Preceptor. He was the man in charge of observing, interpreting, and protecting Qin's key luck. He's also in charge of the nation's most powerful defensive formation. The scroll rolled up before disappearing. However, the auspicious clouds and heavenly music persisted for the next few hours. Thank you, Butterfly Princess, said a deep, old, and wise voice. I've been stuck at that last step for eons. I thought I had no chance, but your paintings gave me the final push I needed. I don't dare take the credit. This is the result of your talent and hard work, Grand Preceptor. No need to undervalue yourself. Your painting allowed me to see the concept of will in ways I never thought possible. This thing will become the national treasure of Qin, helping it cultivate higher echelon cultivators for eternity. You have done a great service. The Grand Preceptor's words seemed to imply something, and Wang Wei caught it. The painting can help people cultivate the 3 requirements. I'm afraid so. Wu nodded. They were just discussing the use of the Genesis Samsara Stone to create a method of similar application, but the Qin Saint Court emerged unexpectedly and accomplished it. Hear my words, Ingzheng suddenly said for everybody to hear. The Butterfly Princess is beautiful, wise, and has great virtues. She has created a national treasure that will ensure the prosperity of Qin. I hereby grant her the position of Madam, the title of Lady Jade Butterfly, and a virtuous art palace for her to live in. Thank you, Your Majesty, for this honor. Lady Jade Butterfly bowed. Damn it. This bastard wants to connect the pendant to the dynasty's luck so he can increase his control over it, Wang Wei said. He was wrong in assuming Yingzheng would just use her as a spirit for the pendant. Once the butterfly princess becomes empress, Yingzheng can use her to absorb some of the luck from the pendant and become someone like you with transcendent tier luck, Wu Hong sighed. She had to give props to Yingzheng. This plan had been years in the making, and now it was brilliantly executed. Chapter 1561, 12 Scrolls, 33. 000 Pillars. I remembered Qin had an empress, right? Wang Wei asked. Yes, but she has no power and is just a figurehead, Wu Hong explained. In fact, the current empress is like the 30th one. I'm guessing her cultivation is not too high. It was 94 before the ultimate taboo, and she didn't even participate. So, she died during the moon's cleanup? But she must have been revived by now. Maybe, or since Yingzheng has been preparing this plan for so long, he never allowed her to revive, Wu Hong said. They'll have someone check, Wang Wei said as he sent an order to Red Mask. It seems that I may have to rely on Ying Yongrui if I want a chance at getting to the Butterfly Princess. He calmly watched a group of Qin's soldiers in golden armor, which symbolized they were part of the Imperial Legion, who only responded to Yingzheng, show up to lead the Butterfly Princess to the royal palace. The event ended after the prince's departure. Many people left, feeling like something was stuck in their throats. With one move, the Qin court's luck, destiny, and prestige drastically increased. The worst part is that for the next few days before the assembly, they have blatantly visited the weakest overlords like the Divine Faith Heaven, the Limitless Exchange Hall, or the Skill Path Association. No one knew what was discussed, but everyone sensed that something devious was going on at work. All the participants thought nothing unexpected would occur, but something did, and it happened the day before the assembly. Wang Wei was not with Wu Hong, but having dinner with Monk and Dulgun. Besides the barbarian clan, 3 other factions had one primal, and they could also participate in the assembly. However, while they could propose resolutions, they could not vote on them, which was highly unfair given how these were extremely powerful if combined. Sadly, the hidden rules of the Overlord are to suppress these 4 factions and do whatever is necessary to prevent them from allying with each other. The Limit Exchange Hall takes this rule extremely seriously and always keeps an eye on these 4. While the 3 of them were having a good time, they suddenly sensed something and looked at the sky. 12 golden scrolls suddenly materialized between heaven and earth, alarming the world. The scrolls shone brightly for a few seconds before rushing into the hands of each of the overlords. Then, 33,000 enormous silver pillars condensed in the sky before rushing and scattering in different places around the Eternal Ascension world. Are those? Monk asked. Exchange lists, Wang Wei nodded. One of the pillars landing in our domain, Dulgun commented. Their landing places were chosen carefully, Wang Wei said. All primal and top paragon lineages received one, and the rest fell in small areas occupied by powerful loose cultivators. Even with the disaster looming over us, Heavenly Tao is showing favoritism, Monk sighed. The overlords received exchange lists, while everyone had to use these pillars. Additionally, the exchange list probably has its advantages given its gold, while the pillars are silver. A look of determination flashed in Monk's eyes. He knew that Heavenly Tao did it on purpose. Its exact target is primal lineages, like the barbarian race, with the potential to cultivate a second primal and compete for an overlord spot. Heavenly Tao wants them to compete and destroy each other to reshuffle the board. But knowing the enemy's scheme does not mean he can do something. If there is one thing that Monk learned from his time with Wang Wei, it was that he had to play the game before he reached the level to overthrow it. I must leave, Wang Wei said. We understand, Monk said. In fact, he had to leave as well. With such a sudden change, many secret meetings were taking place or were about to take place. Wang Wei nodded before walking away. Long-distance teleportation and high-speed flying were banned in the capital, so Wang Wei had to control himself as he rushed home. As soon as he arrived, everybody, including Miscellaneous, Wang Bo, and Tang Song, was already seated. "What did I miss?" Wang Wei asked. "See for yourself," Qiwen replied before handing him their exchange list. Wang Wei sat down while reading the content. As expected, the highest level no longer displayed the question mark, but was labeled First Step Transcendent. Wang Wei's eyes shone brightly, and he read the content, starting from the bottom. He did not recognize most of these things except for the Samsara Genesis stone or the talisman he received from his grandmother. Luckily, the exchange list was responsive, and after focusing on something, it would show a visual and a description. The bottom part of this list primarily consisted of unique materials to train primals and items necessary to establish a transcendent foundation. Wang Wei salivated as he read the book, but this was just the beginning. Near the middle, he saw two things that caught his attention. The first was something called the Battle Realm Nirvana Stone, which allowed someone to compensate for missing the taboo battle realm in a previous realm. Although it could only be used once, it was a noteworthy thing. The second thing was called the Greater Transfer Mandate, which allowed a primal who was only a pseudo-eternal to transfer into a boundless paragon without any side effects. In the Eternal Ascension world, only 3 people, including Battle Maniac, became primal while only being a pseudo-eternal, not counting the ones who used a body refiner's willpower manifestation like Wang Chong. Wang Wei took notice of these 2 things before moving upward. He noticed a change in the middle section of the list because of the sudden price change. The lower list used purple merit as a payment unit, but the middle level used purple cloud as a measurement. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Merit was divided into colorless, gold, and purple, and the number of merits required to condense a cloud was astronomical, let alone using purple merit. He sighed before continuing to read. If the lower section focused on cultivating primals and establishing a deep foundation for the quintessence realm, then the middle section was about concrete ways to condense either the flesh or soul quintessence. Wang Wei saw numerous flawed methods, both for the soul and the flesh. He saw a talisman that contained preaching from primordial chaos saints. He saw access to dimensions that would bless a cultivator with knowledge from the heavenly Tao to help them perfect flawed methods or create their own. He saw pills that allowed cultivators to experience the life of a primordial saint from birth until their transcendence. Heavenly Tao truly went all out. Wang Wei contemplated. He could imagine how much luck and destiny Heavenly Tao used to make the things on this list available. He continued reading, believing he had seen everything this section had to offer. However, Wang Wei couldn't be more wrong after seeing what was at the top of the middle section. Transcendent Heaven Will, only 2 available upon absorption. A peak paragon will have their soul forcibly nourished by the essence of Heavenly Tao, thus condensing a soul quintessence warning 1. This path does not guarantee success, and failure will result in the transcendent heaven will being recycled. Warning 2. Using this method means the cultivator will be the weakest of its realm. This changes so much, Wang Wei thought. Forget how some desperate people will not care about the warnings. After all, most people lack confidence in taking the next step. The most important aspect is that these overlords have learned from their mistakes. They saw the result of not having a primordial saint as the protector for their lineage. With this heaven will, they will have a higher chance of surviving the disaster, while also buying themselves time to find their transcendent path without the heavy burden of protecting others. The sect must get at least one of those, Wang Wei thought. Even the scary number of purple clouds required for this transcendent heaven did not deter Wang Wei, and he doubted that it would influence the other overlords. Wang Wei calmed himself enough to check the list's upper section. The prices jumped from purple clouds to golden dragons. By condensing a large portion of gold merit, it will turn into golden clouds, and further amalgamation will turn into golden dragons. The lowest price in that section used golden dragons and the highest utilized purple dragons. At first, Wang Wei wanted to complain that heavenly Tao was ripping people off. However, he saw that all the things in that area were first-step quintessence tier materials. It included raw herbs and ores to finish pills and weapons. Additionally, it explicitly stated that merit was not the only accepted form of payment, suggesting primordial saints can use things of equal value for exchange. Wang Wei briefly scanned and memorized the upper area, not focusing too much on them. This area was above his pay grade, both literally and figuratively. Chapter 1562, The Businessman Strikes. Wang Wei stopped reading. This changes everything. Yes, the competition has started. Wang Bo nodded. Our priority should be getting our hands on that transcendent heaven will, Yin Shurong said. I suggest all sect members hand over 80 of their merit during the war. You want to slaughter everyone. Huh? Vank Bokamintit. You disagree? No. It may be a good approach to focus on buying this thing, sacrificing everything before we reach our goal, Wang Bo replied. We previously failed to create a protector for our clan, and now, this is the perfect time to compensate for our mistake, Yin Hai added, agreeing with Yin Shurong's radical approach. Wang Wei, what do you think? Qi Yuan asked. His words brought everyone's attention to Wang Wei, whose lips were twitching. It's obvious that this greedy boy doesn't want to give up all his benefits, Yin Hai sneered. Aren't you underestimating me a little? While it pains me, I understand this is the best approach. I know how to sacrifice for the greater good, Wang Wei replied. That's good, Qi Yuan nodded. Only 4 factions have a unity or structure for such a strategy. Us, Buddhism, the Origin Seal Continent, and the Qin Court. Buddhism does not need the heaven will, and it's in the best interest of the continent to focus all their resources on Wu Hong so she can fulfill all her potential. That only leaves the Qin Court. All signs showed that the human emperor might have the second highest success rate to become a primordial saint. So, their strategy could be the same as the continent, or he could compromise and follow our strategy. Wang Wei nodded. Qi Yuan's analysis was correct. The Grand Sect Alliance was too bloated to force all its members to hand over 80 of their merit. The Union was already showed signs of division because of Wang Wei's actions. The demons and innate demon gods are too focused on their battle, but if they stopped, they might have a chance. Taoism appeared all right on the surface, but Supreme Unity's reign has fundamentally fractured them. Now, there is a small-scale division between the younger leaders who rose during the Seven Moon Era, led by Jinbu, and the old members who either allowed Supreme Unity's rise or died during the Ultimate Taboo. Supreme God Shun Tian used to have absolute power in the divine faith heaven. His status was similar to Ying Zhang's. However, after he allied himself with some old gods from ancient times to meet the 2 primals requirements to be an overlord, his power was balanced. The Sword Path League is too individualistic. These swordsmen only care about pursuing higher realms of swordsmanship. The exchange list was an opportunity to increase their strength, so they would never give up on that for the betterment of the League. The Skill Path Association has the lowest chance of using such a strategy. The only thing that keeps all these different professionals bound together is their interest, so asking all of them to give up 80 of their benefits for the association is probably blasphemous to most of them. The limitless exchange hall situation might be worse. They might have the largest number of all the overlords, but most of their members are outer members or loose cultivators who use their services to access higher-level resources. Loose cultivators are even more individualistic than swordsmen, so asking them to hand over 80 of their hard work is tantamount to cutting off both of their hands. No one would accept such a rule. Even worse, these people who considered themselves non-law-abiding might even revolt. It doesn't matter what the Qin Court does, as long as we can get our hands on one of them. Yin Shurong said, it was unrealistic to expect the sect to acquire both of these heaven wills. We can perfect the merit system after we return, Qi Yuan said. The question now is who should use it? We should prepare in advance. The exchange list has hinted at the possibility of failures. So it's in the sect's best interest to choose someone in advance and train that person to increase their chances of success. Whoever it is, They must be an array master or of similar fields, Yanshurong suggested. Everyone understood his logic. If their primordial saint is going to be the weakest in that realm, it's best if the latter could use foreign help to increase their strength, and the best help would be a transcendent formation. Qiyuan hesitated briefly before looking at Wang Bo. Sir, how confident are you about your transcendence path? In his mind, Wang Bo was the perfect candidate. His rune Dao was essentially an array-based Dao, and more importantly, Wang Bo was fiercely loyal, making him the best protector. However, Qiyuan also wanted him to have a broader future. Wang Bo's body paused after hearing these words, considering them seriously. He understood the limits of his talent. Even without that accident, his cultivation talent was above average. Now, with the Wang clan's bloodline, his potential had increased, but was it to the level of being confident in walking the transcendent path? Give me some time to think, I'll boo it, Wang Bo replied. All right, but please don't take too long, Qiyuan said. It's best for the sect to decide such a thing now and start the training program for the chosen person. He then glanced at Miscellaneous, but did not say anything. The next best choice was him, but it would be cruel to give the latter hope when Wang Bo might be the one chosen. Additionally, Qiyuan believes that Miscellaneous still has some untapped potential. Any other suggestions? I have something, Wang Wei said. We're listening. My motto has always been to work smarter, not harder. I knew he would try to weasel his way out of this decision, Yin Hai sneered. Ancestor, why are you questioning my moral character so hard? Wang Wei wanted to cry, but he had no tears. I just know how your mind thinks, Yin Hai snorted coldly. Let him talk, Qiyuan said. Wang Wei wanted to say something snarky, but he controlled himself. I just observed the silver pillars and got an idea. Most of the pillars' content is the same, but only until the first step transcendent tier. Their pillars do not have as much variety in that tier. They don't have an upper section, and more importantly, their princess is 10 higher. Wang Wei shook his head. With this move, Heavenly Dao continued its policy of strictly controlling the loose cultivators. It has always controlled mortals to limit the number of cultivators worldwide, but more importantly, the Heavenly Dao favored factions because they are easier to control. A faction means tethers and attachments, which are weaknesses to be exploited. Of course, Grand Dao also does not like when a faction is too bloated, hence why it's been side-eyeing the Grand Sect Alliance for many years. Meanwhile, most loose cultivators are lone wolves, only caring about themselves. Heavenly Dao cannot easily control them, and to be frank, their vast numbers are what make them a real threat. If Heavenly Dao did not use factions and clans to control the world's resources, who knew what these loose cultivators would do if they were allowed to grow unfettered? Boy, what are you getting at? Wang Bo asked. You people need to start thinking more like businessmen, especially at a time like this when resources are scarce and crucial, Wang Wei said, shaking Hai shed. Get on with it, Wang Bo snapped. This is the perfect time to start an underground market. We buy things in our exchange list and sell them at a price 5 higher to the loose cultivators. This is not a bad idea, Qiyuan muttered. Instead of paying the 10 higher fee in the silver pillars, those loose cultivators will jump at the chance only to pay 5. This plan is feasible, but how do we prevent other sects from doing the same? Miscellaneous asked. I doubt most sects will be thinking about using the exchange list for a business, at least not for a while. So, we can take this opportunity to establish ourselves, Wang Wei replied. More importantly, we can use price gouging. We lowered our price by 1 until we run everybody out of business. Then we raise the price. We can do that since our sect will have a significant reserve of merit since everybody will be handing over 80. This may work, Qiyuan said. While the sect will have to invest the merit intended for the transcendent heaven will, this investment will actually increase their overall merit, thereby reducing the time required to raise the funds. Except there's one problem, Yin Hai said. We don't have any merit for the initial investment. We used it all to train new peak paragons. We don't actually need an initial investment as long as we can make the loose cultivators believe we can offer them things at a discount price, Wang Wei said. They only need to convince the buyer to give them the money and procure the item on the exchange list. then they can pocket the 5 difference. Plus, most of them currently do not have the money to buy anything from the Transcendent tier. They won't have that kind of money until the disaster starts, which is plenty of time to amass the starting funds. Chapter 1563. Foundation Pillars. Since this is your idea, you'll be in charge of setting everything up, Qiyuan said. Sure, Wang Wei nodded. He is probably thinking about how to pass down his duty and be lazy, Yanhai commented. It's called delegation, outsourcing, and management, Wang Wei argued. It's called being lazy, being privileged. With the right word, you can make anything sound bad. That's your argument? Well, it's true, isn't it? Wang Wei said truthfully, making Yanhai speechless. All right, let us continue the meeting, Qiyuan said. However, one of Wang Wei's talisman suddenly lit up, and he summoned it from his treasury dimension. What happened? Lord Mithria wants to see me, Wang Wei replied, his brow slightly furrowed. Did she say why? No, but it's not hard to guess why. Then, hurry up. We can wait, Qiyuan said. Wang Wei stood up before secretly heading to the common district, walking directly toward Buddhism's headquarters. Feng Heng was waiting in the front for him. Donor, it's good to see you alive. And yourself, Wang Wei smiled. While it was an honor to serve the teacher, this poor monk is indeed glad to be in control of my consciousness again. Feng Heng nodded. It seems like your teacher followed my advice. Yes, and this poor monk is forever grateful for that, Donor. No need to thank me. Something tells me you would have started the spiritual practice path at one point in your life, Wang Wei replied. Feng Heng not only had an affinity with that path, but he seemed destined for it. But how many years would this poor monk have wasted then? True. In that case, I'll accept your gratitude. Much appreciated, Feng Heng uttered as he bowed slightly. Now, Donor, let us not make the teacher wait. Wang Wei followed him to a small room, where Monk Wuzhou was waiting. Wang Wei saluted him before entering. He saw his wife already waiting and was not too surprised. Wang Wei took a cursory glance at this simple, almost empty room before sitting down next to Wu Hong and opposite Mithria. You look more awe-inspiring than the last time we saw you, Wang Wei commented. Thanks to you too. I've made great progress, Mithria said with a smile. And this is why I brought you here. So, this is about the soul quintessence technique. Yes, I want to ask for a favor. Oh, I plan to sell the technique to Heavenly Tao, but I want you to loan me your share of the merit. Of course, I promise to repay it in the future with a 30 interest, Mithria revealed. Wang Wei and Wu Hong looked at each other. The couple did not use their words or divine sense, but they instantly communicated with their eyes. Then Wu Hong finally said, the technique is universal, making it extremely valuable. Why do you need so much merit? Do you know that primordial saints are classified based on their foundation? How would we know that? Fair, Mithria said before she raised her hands to manifest 6 golden pillars behind her. They are called foundation pillars, and it's the most effective way to determine someone's strength at our level. Although it's not a perfect method, it's the best and most common. Wang Wei and Wu Hong observed these pillars, but aside from the different symbols, such as clouds, dragons, and weapons, they saw nothing. They attempted to use their blueprint observation technique and observed that the pillars were composed of numerous golden and silver stars, but they could not determine what these stars represented. No need to force yourself. You'll know what they are during your breakthrough process. Mithria explained before dismissing the pillars. There could be a total of 12 foundation pillars. 1 to 3 means low foundation. 3 to 6 means middle foundation. 7 to 9 means top foundation. 10 to 12 pillars are human, earth, and heaven foundation, and the 13th pillar is called the source pillar. Wang Wei and Wu Hong frowned after hearing those words. You think my foundation is weak now? Before I completed the soul technique, I only had 2 pillars. Wang Wei took a deep breath. And the technique only raised my foundation by 2, Mithria continued. The rest came from my enlightenment. And because Heavenly Tao offered to help improve my foundation as long as I make an oath to be the world's protector and die with it. As always, that thing will take advantage of people's weakness, Wu Hong sneered. To be fair, I probably would have still died with this world, even without the oath, Mithria said. This was her home, and she would fight for it until her last dying breath. Are flawed techniques so harmful? Wang Wei asked. It made no sense for a primal with Mithria's talent to have such a weak foundation in the quintessence realm. Yes, Mithria nodded. The foundation pillars are created based on a cultivator's entire cultivation journey. Everything you've done counts, including achievements, titles, uniqueness, and even aspects like cultivation speed, which can be an achievement that enhances your foundation. However, all of these things will mean nothing if you do not walk a unique and independent transcendent path. This changes everything. Wang Wei muttered before finding it odd he had said those words twice in a few hours. Indeed, Wu Hong nodded. She was still indecisive about whether to focus on strengthening her foundation or advancing to the next level. But with Mithria's words, the choice became obvious. I plan to buy a world source leaf to see if I can achieve an advanced foundation, Mithria continued, which made Wang Wei's lips twitch. He remembered the price of that thing. But what irked him the most was its description, cleanse the foundation. It was so vague that it was impossible to know its true value without knowledge about primordial saints. So what do you think? Can you lend me the merit? There is no issue on my part, but you have to give us a timetable on when you plan to repay it, Wu Hong said. Immediately. I will not buy anything during the disaster until I've repaid your share. You have my words, Mithria said, and Wu Hong was satisfied with that, leaving Wang Wei. I also have no issues, but I have one condition and two questions. Em listening. My condition is that after you've gathered the funds to repay me, do not immediately give it to me. Secretly notify me, and I will come get it at the appropriate time. Wu Hong immediately gave him a suspicious look, while Mithria gave him a knowing look. No problem. Wang Wei's face remained calm and composed. He knew he was technically evading tax, but he did not want to pay 80 of such a large amount of merit. Anyway, he'll do his part to contribute to the sect, and that should not affect his own independent fund. My first question is about the person on the other side of the gate. How strong were they? They probably had 4 pillars. I didn't get a good look, but given how they defeated me with one move, their strength should be around that level. There is such a vast difference. Is there no mechanism that allows for challenging higher power? Wang Wei asked. The battle realm still exists, but accessibility is based on the foundation, and more importantly, how many times someone enters the taboo battle realm, Mithria revealed. Really? Yes. And technically speaking, you've accessed a weaker version of it. I have. Wang Wei was puzzled, but he immediately tried to deduce what she meant. Mithria was about to explain, but she sensed something. That is all I can say for now. Are you satisfied? No, I still have one more question, Wang Wei said. He originally had 2 questions to ask, but he asked more because of the conversation. Go ahead, Mithria nodded, not showing a hint of impatience. I want to know about time nexuses, Wang Wei asked. He always mysteriously forgot to ask Mithria about such an important thing. I can't tell you that, at least. Not until you've become a primal. What? Why? For some reason, Grandau is actively delaying your knowledge of this subject. It's to the point that revealing it to you is a small taboo, which is odd given that this knowledge is common for primordial saints. I'm afraid there is more involved here than I'm privy to. Wang Wei groaned. What if you tell me? Wu Hong asked. Maybe he doesn't have to know now, but if I do, I can maybe help or protect him if necessary. Maybe that's feasible, Mithria muttered. She closed her eyes to do something. Upon opening them a few seconds later, she tapped her finger on Wu Hong's forehead, directly instilling this secret into her mind. Thank you, Wu Hong said with a serious expression. She then gently took Wang Wei's left hand. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I got your back. I know, Wang Wei smiled as he held her hands tighter. Chapter 1564. Night Conspiracy, this is the contract for our agreement, Mithria said as she summoned a scroll to hand to them. Is this necessary? We trust you, Wu Hong said. And for that, I'm grateful, but it's best that we separate business and friendship. All right. Wu Hong read the existence contract and was surprised. She signed it before handing it to Wang Wei, who was intrigued why she had such a reaction. The answer was the consequences of breaking the contract. If Mithriaz fails to repay them, she will lose 3 of her foundation pillars. Is she teaching us how to make contracts with primordial saints? Wang Wei thought. From this contract, Wang Wei now knows how to deal with these transcendent beings, how to affect them in a way that hurts. So, he signed his name with a smile on his face. One more thing, Mithriaz said as the binding contract entered her body. She looked at Wang Wei. There are things we must do because of the greater good, even if we don't like the people involved. Huh? What does that mean? Just remember my words, Mithriaz sighed. Wang Wei frowned briefly before nodding. The 3 did not talk for long before ending the meeting. As they walked out of Buddhism's mansion, Wu Hong asked, "What was that about?" "I don't know exactly, but I have an ominous feeling," Wang Wei replied. He had an idea, but he was hoping that he was wrong. "Let's not talk about this. Do you have a strategy on how to utilize the exchange list?" "Our initial decision is to focus on increasing my strength so I can sanctify as soon as possible. But now I'll be focusing on increasing my foundation. Our sect is doing the opposite. They're sucking everybody else dry to get one of the transcendent heaven will." "That would explain your little condition." Wu Hong gave him a nasty side glance. They knew what kind of person I was, and they still suggested such a thing. They can't blame me. Plus, I will also contribute in other ways. Wang Wei answers before telling her about his underground market. "If there is one thing I can count on you for, it's that you will always find a way to make your money." Wu Hong shook her head. "I have a method for you. Do you want to hear it?" "Oh, the transcendent heaven will probably only allow for a 1-pillar foundation. However, if you can make that array to help people condense a flawed Tao quintessence, you may ask a hefty price to let the sect use it. It should be enough to raise the foundation to 3 pillars. Wait, I just thought of Mithriaz. Maybe it can help her reach 8 or 9 pillars. This array, no, your existence itself has changed the game." Wang Wei has shining eyes, thinking how much money they could make by offering people a way to improve their foundation. "You talked as if the array is already built, or that it guarantees success." "True, but we can still charge a hefty price as long as we warn people there is no guaranteed success." "No, forget it. The ability to have a flawed Tao quintessence means a higher chance of becoming a grand Tao saint. Who knows how many people will go to extreme lengths for such an opportunity, so it's best to hide that you have such an ability. While I appreciate your concerns, it's still a good idea to use it for the people close to us." "Are you sure?" Wang Wei asked. He would prefer if she hid such an ability forever. "Yes. Who knew you cared more about me than making money?" Wu Hong nudged him playfully. "My lady, all the wealth in the chaos universe is not worth a single pinky of your toes," Wang Wei replied as he held her in his arms. "I can't tell whether you're being romantic or if this kind of talk is a result of your feet kink." "Maybe both," Wang Wei said before initiating a passionate kiss. Ahem. The 2 stopped to look at a random monk passing by. "Donors, this is still a place of Buddhism. Please be respectful." "Sorry about that," Wang Wei said as he separated from her. The monk nodded before walking away. "This is all your fault." "How is it my fault?" Wang Wei asked. "You're the one who distracted me." "This is so embarrassing." "You don't look embarrassed," Wang Wei replied. "Instead, you look like you're enjoying yourself." Wu Hong snorted coldly while waving her hand. "I despise what you're insinuating." She walked away with great strides. Wang Wei laughed and tried to catch her, but she was too fast and disappeared after a few steps. So, Wang Wei returned to the sect with a large grin on his face. As soon as he returned, he told everybody about the meeting and the foundation pillars. After bringing this news, Wang Wei successfully convinced Wang Bo to accept the heavenly path. With Wu Hong's method and using the universal method after he becomes a primordial chaos saint, Wang Bo might achieve a 4-pillar foundation, which is probably the level he would reach on his own with a proper transcendent method. The Tao opening sect was not the only faction with an emergency meeting after Heavenly Tao revealed the scrolls and pillars. No faction had any rest that night as they strategized for their future. Qin Saint Court Royal Palace. Ing Zheng finished his meeting and waited until the middle of the night before sneaking out, heading directly to the Grand Sect Alliance's headquarters. He was extremely sneaky, only allowing Duga Baitian to detect his presence. Ing Zheng, what do you want? Duga Baitian asked, standing straight with his arms crossed. He did not invite Ing Zheng to sit down, offer him tea, or show any hospitality. Ing Zheng did not say anything, just staring for a few seconds. These two were dressed in a similar fashion, wearing black clothes with dragon symbolism. The only difference was that the dragons were on Dugu Baitian-esque cuffs, signifying that even such noble creatures would be suppressed under his palm, while Ing Zheng's dragons were on his clothes, a sign that he considered himself one of the noblest creatures between heaven and earth. The rumors were true, weren't they? Ing Zheng asked. What are you talking about? That heavenly Tao despised your alliance. Did you come here to spit this nonsense? Nonsense? Ing Zheng smiled. You spent all your time here rallying people to pressure the Tao opening sect to reveal their exchange list. But right before the meeting, Heavenly Tao makes it public. Coincidence? I think no one will believe that. People like you who use luck Tao always preach the nonsense that there is no such thing as a coincidence. Duga Baitian sneered. The chaos universe is vast, and statistical anomalies happen all the time. I know even you don't believe what you're saying, but let us say you were right. Ing Zheng continued calmly. What about that little mouse, Kong? Don't tell me you haven't noticed that his academy's destiny and prosperity are linked to the demise of your alliance? Isn't that a clear sign that Heavenly Tao despises your existence? Dugu Baitian stared at him, his demeanor calm and composed, but only on the surface. Long ago, during the Golden Era, I predicted the birth of 9 primal factions since the number symbolizes extremes. I also predicted 3 factions above them, 3 transcendent factions, since 12 represented perfection. However, my prediction became useless because of you. You escaped your destined fate when you betrayed your allies during the First Origin War and decided to preserve yourself. You successfully gathered the luck and destiny of numerous factions that were destined to perish in that way, solidifying your status as one of the overlords. However, your existence was an anomaly, one that Heavenly Tao had to change its entire plan to accommodate your existence. By your look, it seems you don't believe me? Ing Zheng smiled. Duga Baitian did not answer, but that was an answer of its own. Haven't you wondered why you were so unlucky during the Second War? No matter how you try to play puppet master and use this war to weaken the Tao opening sect, your plans would backfire, resulting in your sect facing considerable danger. In fact, overall as a faction, you guys contributed the most to the war, but your reward was the least. Do you think it was an accident? No. Heavenly Tao wanted you to make up for all the destiny and luck she had to compensate for creating a world pattern of 13 overlords. I must admit, I and everyone else should thank you. Based on my calculation, there will now be 7 transcendent factions instead of 3. And we owe everything to you. Ing Zheng, why are you here? Duga Baitian asked calmly. I'm here because we can help each other out. Ing Zheng smiled. Chapter 1565. The assembly starts help each other? Now, I'm intrigued. How can you help me? Ing Zheng ignored his arrogant tone. I need your help to kill Wu Hong. Now, that's unexpected. That woman is the epitome of talent, and without any variables, she will be the first official primordial chaos saint of this world, Ing Zheng uttered. It also did not help that she has an unknown relationship with that new pest in the Tao opening sect, who is the only person who can argue his talent is better than hers. Their union is a catastrophe for everybody. So it's true? Duga Baitian asked. Yes. Her fate love line is with that kid, Ing Zheng revealed while secretly observing Duga Baitian's reaction. He knew this man had an overinflated ego, which led him to believe that only a woman like Wu Hong was worthy of being with him or giving birth to his descendants. I'm guessing you want us to hold off all the Tao opening sec S primals while you eliminate her? That's right. Ing Zheng nodded. What about? Duga Baitian stopped himself before condensing a small sun behind him. You can say her name. This is Qin, and even a primordial saint has to coil like a snake in my domain. I'm intrigued by your confidence. But you still haven't explained my question? Just know that Mithriya will be too occupied to notice what is happening in the world. That is it? I'm supposed to take your words for such an important thing? If you agree to my proposal and sign the agreement, I will, of course, share more of my plans with you. Ing Zheng replied calmly. Wait, you didn't contact foreign powers, did you? Duga Baitian didn't care whether Ing Zheng was a traitor, but he did not want to be associated with such a person, as it would affect the Grand Sect Alliance as prestige. Do you think I would do such a stupid thing? I wouldn't be surprised. Then you don't know me as well as you think, Ing Zheng rebutted. It's pointless talking about your personality. Now, what will I get from this deal? An opportunity to eliminate Kong and his little disciple. Are you serious? You think I'm not capable of squashing such a small upstart? The upstart is not only protected by destiny, but also by Mithriya, Ing Zheng sneered. And if you can't see him as a real threat, then you're a fool. You keep using Mithriya as a threat. Do you think you're the only one with the means to deal with her? Duga Baitian countered. I know you had a special encounter during the taboo, but I also know whatever you discovered. While it has potential, you have no idea how to tap into it. How do you know this? Duga Baitian asked, his eyes sharper than before. You don't need to know this, Ing Zheng replied calmly, ignoring his aura or threat. Now that he had complete control over the pendant, he could start using its power of destiny. I see. It seems you also had your share of a fortunate encounter, Duga Baitian uttered. No wonder you're so confident in killing Wu Hong. It's common knowledge among primals that while Yin Hai has the highest attack potency, Wu Hong was the hardest to deal with. Her attacks were powerful. Her defense was unparalleled due to her terrifying body refining accomplishments. Her skills were superb due to her vast knowledge and talent. Her methods were diverse due to her Tao, and when fighting her, one mistake could result in being permanently sealed. Yes, I am. Color me intrigued, Duga Baitian said as he stopped crossing his arms. Instead, he calmly placed them behind his back. How does your plan help me? The distraction I will create will not only incapacitate Mithriya, but Buddhism as a whole. Then, after you help me hold off the Tao opening sect, you will have plenty of time to focus all your power to eradicate Kong and his academy. And what if the Tao opening sect insists on protecting them? Now that we have the same number of primals, they can easily restrain us. Do I have to do everything? I'm sure you can figure out the rest on your own, Ing Zheng said. Oh, really? Your plan is perfect, but you're leaving me with a complicated situation? Duga Baitian sneered. Do you take me for a fool? I'm already doing the most dangerous part by removing Mithriya from the equation. What else do you want from me? Since you are so capable, it won't be an issue to stall the Tao opening sect or anyone else from protecting Kong. Anyone else? You might as well admit that you're useless, Ing Zheng sneered. Fine. As long as you can stall the Tao opening sect, I'll deal with anyone else who tries to intervene. Ing Zheng stared at him for a while. All right. Do we have a deal? We have a deal. Ing Zheng waved his hand to manifest an existence contract that he bought from the exchange list. Read the terms and sign. The next day arrived, and early in the morning, all Kin citizens saw a white place with 13 rainbow paths floating above their capital. All the overlords arrived early, standing before their independent rainbow path. Wang Wei took this opportunity to observe the other factions. The first thing he noticed was how both demon chiefs showed up, but only one of the temple lords from the innate demon gods appeared. However, the temple showed up with more than 5 heaven primarchs, and it was noticeable that the primarchs and paragons stood some distance from each other. Wang Wei looked around before focusing on the Kin people. Ing Zheng was not waiting in front of the rainbow path, but the other primals were here. Bai Qi and the Grand Preceptor. Wang Wei's gaze was primarily on Bai Qi, known as the Heartless Slaughter God. Bai Qi was a famous Qin general in Chinese history, known for his cruelty, as he would often massacre cities during his campaigns. Ever since Wang Wei knew the latter was one of Qin's primals, he wondered whether the original Bai Qi had reincarnated with Ing Zheng, or did he inherited the latter's spirit. The most likely scenario is that Zheng created him during his first life and reincarnated with him. But I shouldn't rule out that he inherited Bai Qi's spirit, just like how Dafu might have inherited son Wukong's spirit, Wang Wei thought. Bai Qi was a middle-aged man dressed in black armor. He had streaks of gray hair in his temples, but his most noticeable features were his blood-red eyes and the fierce aura his body naturally exuded. Even if he controlled himself, he was naturally intimidating. Bai Qi seemed to have noticed someone gazing at him, so he turned to look back. His path is the purest and most vile form of slaughter. I have a feeling Li Jin will enjoy fighting him, Wang Wei thought before moving his head away. He looked around, and nothing garnered his attention except for a slight anomaly in Wu Hong's area. What is wrong with Song Jiang? Why does he look like a lost puppy? He refused to tell me or his sister, but the best we can gather is he fell in love and probably got his heart broken, Wu Hong replied. Really? At a time like this? What can I say? Love strikes at the most unexpected time. True. Can you talk to him? Wu Hong asked. Me? He sees me as an authoritative figure, making him shy to talk about such a thing. Wouldn't his twin sister be the best person for such a conversation? Lily tried, but Song Jiang seemed embarrassed and refused to talk about it. I figure he might want to talk to someone who can relate. Doesn't he have other fellow disciples who would be better for such a conversation? He has, but since he has a higher seniority, I don't think he'll be willing to talk to them. Plus, they don't have your way with words, Wu Hong explained. All right, I'll talk to him, but I can guarantee he'll talk to me. Not long after these two lovebirds finished their conversation, the White Palace suddenly trembled and 13 doors appeared. Everyone slowly walked through their rainbow path, heading for the doors. In the process, Wang Wei caught sight of Mithria and realized he had not even noticed her presence until now, making him shake his head at the wonders of transcendent saints. After the overlords entered, for golden roads appeared, forging a path for the primal lineages. Once these people entered, hundreds of gates materialized around the palace for other paragons to enter. However, there were no paths for these people, which garnered the complaints of numerous cultivators. However, as soon as a small riot was about to occur, a terrifying pressure descended on the groups of paragons. These people understood that this was Qin's warning, and quietly waited in line to enter the palace. Chapter 1566. The first proposition, unedited chapter. Every member of the Tao opening sect sat in their booths, observing their surroundings. Wang Wei immediately took notice of the layout. All the overlords had a private room at the top of this palace, and they were all at the same level. Wang Wei noticed the Qin court did not give Buddhism a higher room. Instead, they placed them at the center with 6 rooms on the left and right. Below the Overlord's room was the area of the 4 primal lineage. And slightly below, there was a zone for a few famous individuals in the Eternal Ascension world, which included Sun Junyao, a few famous loose cultivators, or lineages with a famous peak paragon, including someone Wang Wei has heard much of, the Danyuan Emperor, who is now the Danyuan Paragon. Wang Wei checked the 3rd area and noticed something. How petty, he thought. Emperor Kong was not placed in the 3rd area. Instead, Qin treated him like a regular faction and forced him to sit with the crowd. Wang Wei turned his head, and, as expected, he saw Kong, Su Shi, and Lin Fan sitting together. Zheng is getting bolder. He dares to humiliate them, knowing of Buddhism's support. However, what else with their reaction? Master Kong appeared calm and composed, and even with Wang Wei's ability to read hidden emotions, he could not discover any anger or agitation from the latter. Meanwhile, Su Shi and Lin Fan could not completely control their emotions. The odd thing was that their emotional state was not entirely due to their current humiliation. Su Shi must have benefited somehow from the creation of the Butterfly Princess's masterpiece, which would explain her state. But what happened with Lin Fan? Wang Wei was confused and wanted answers. So he contacted Red Mask through their link. What happened to Lin Fan in the past few days? Give me a moment. Red Mask contacted the agents in charge of monitoring the Academy's personnel. Once she retrieved the reports, she reported to Wang Wei. The only noteworthy news is that yesterday afternoon, he participated in opening luck stones. He bought 5 stones, and 3 contained something valuable. However, he refused to reveal what was inside the last stone and left excitedly. So, the wheels of destiny are already spinning. Wang Wei commented. Although he did not know what Lin Fan found to make his emotions so agitated, it must be something crucial. Do you want us to find out what he discovered? No need, Wang Wei reported. Just keep the normal level of observation. Wang Wei continued his observation and noticed something. The Heavenly Serpent Empress was not present. As a primal, she was worthy to stay in the second area, but Wang Wei did not see her name before any of the private booths. He checked the group and found someone with some karmic connection with her, but the attendant was just a normal paragon on the 6th heaven. Is she still pretending to be a peak paragon? But I'm sure the news has been revealed by now. Wang Wei analyzed. No, she is not staying low-key to hide her strength, but to protect that artifact. She has no choice but to stay in her territory, since it's south the place where she can use her greatest strength. The way Qin organized this assembly resembled an auction rather than a gathering of the world's top political powers. However, no one complained since the organizers have full control over the event, making each assembly different. At the right time, Yingzheng appeared on a podium that faced everybody. This time around, Yingzheng was not wearing his black dragon robe, but a pure white robe, which drew many people's attention. Anyone who saw him would immediately think of him as the human emperor instead of the ruler of the Qin Saint Court. Yingzheng composed himself before speaking. According to the Grand Assembly Covenant, these are the rules that everybody agreed to abide by. First, for the next 10 minutes, Yingzheng patiently recited all the rules that had been agreed upon during the first assembly, as well as the ones added later to perfect the system. Does everybody understand and agree to these terms? Yingzheng said. His words condensed a contract in the air. Yes, responded all the attendants. Then, a golden orb that represented their faction's luck flew from their bodies and entered the contract. Under normal circumstances, the contract should have been dispersed on its own, but it remained in the air. Yingzheng, or anyone with experience, was not surprised by this outcome. At every assembly, there are a few people who think they can refuse to sign the agreement. Yingzheng snapped his finger, and a red mark manifested above 15 individuals in the crowd area. Sign the covenant or leave, Yingzheng said calmly. The people put on the spot were immediately embarrassed. This contract was directly connected to their luck, meaning it will affect them individually or their entire faction, unless they can find a loophole. They thought they could pretend to sign and get away with it. We don't have all day, Yingzheng warned after seeing their slow reaction. In the end, 13 of them signed in shame, while 2 chose to leave the assembly. Now that everybody is on the same page, anyone who has something to discuss can take the stage, Yingzheng uttered before disappearing. All eyes shifted to the demon and innate demon god's private room. This assembly began as a result of the conflict between the two. However, to everyone's surprise, before any of these top factions could do anything, Emperor Kong flew onto the stage. Chief Battle Ape snorted coldly from his room, releasing the terrifying aura of a primal. He did not affect anyone, but focused all his ire on Kong. I guess you're not as calm as you look, Wang Wei muttered before focusing his eyes on Buddhism's reaction. Kong remained calm and did not budge or react due to the immense pressure. The disaster is coming, and we need to protect the most vulnerable among us and make good use of them, Kong started. Yes, I'm talking about mortal. That's why I'm proposing the Mortal Soul Legion. Kong waved his hand to manifest a projection that detailed his plan. The first step of our plan will be the reallocation of all the mortals in the world, moving them away from the harm of this terrible tribulation. Prior disasters have shown us the importance of mortals to our civilization. Trying to use Taoism's guilt to support your cause? Not bad, Wang Wei thought with a smile. Once the mortals have been placed in safe environments, the next step can start, Kong continued. Mortals make up the largest demographic in our world, and my plan is to harness their power. Kong had already completed the array needed to condense numerous mortals' soul power to form potent battle spirits. According to Kong, The weakest spirits can be as weak as an immortal venerable and as strong as a great emperor. However, that is not the most critical aspect of these battle spirits. Their number is substantial, but not comparable to the amount of Tier 10 cultivators. After all, it takes a lot of mortals to condense one battle spirit. The true advantage of these spirits is their immortality. As long as there are enough mortals and they recuperate their soul strength, the battle spirits can be condensed after their destruction. Once Kong finished introducing his plan, he waited for questions. You said each faction can have its own soul legion, but you also recommend combining all the battle spirits' legions into one army controlled by a commander. Who's going to take that role? A voice from the Grand Sect Alliance asked. The plan is mine, so someone from my academy would be the commander, Kong said, and he received numerous sneers and subtle mockery. However, he remained composed and continued. The legions require the use of the Void Illusion Realm, which the Tao Opening Sect now controls. As such, they will receive a vice commander post. Empress Wu has optimized and perfected the array for this project, so her continent gets one vice commander spot. Lastly, Saint Mithria has reinforced the Void Illusion Realm to prevent any accidents with this plan, so Buddhism would have the last vice commander post. Kong's words made everyone silent as they discussed how to respond. What do you think we should do? Yin Shurong asked. Should we fight for the commander position? No need, Qiyuan said. If the person we choose is competent enough, they can balance the academy as commander and maybe even take full control. We can also ally with Wu Hong if Buddhism decides to try something funny, Yin Hai added. After a few minutes of deliberation, it was time to vote. Buddhism was the first faction to show full support of this plan. The Tao Opening Sect and the Origin Seal Continent followed up. Chapter 1567. The pre-March S fate with 3 factions voting for this proposition. Kong only needed 4 more for a majority. So, he started conversing and negotiating with the other factions through divine sense to gain their votes. It didn't take long before Taoism also voted positively. After what Supreme Unity did to the mortals' population, the Tao Beginning Palace cannot afford to vote against a plan that involves the preservation of the mortal population. Although they would like to get some advantage from Kong, in the interest of their religionist reputation, they voted positively. Wang Wei, are there any positions underneath the vice commanders? Monk asked. Yes, there will be many generals under the vice commanders, Wang Wei replied. Any requirements for the position? They must be knowledgeable about the soul to direct the battle spirits. And it wouldn't hurt if they had accomplishments in the arts of war. Give us 20 positions and we'll vote in your favor, Monk said. It's not my project, so talk to Kong, Wang Wei said. All right. A few minutes later, the barbarian race voted in favor. This vote did not count as a tally, since only the overlord's votes counted. According to the Assembly S rules, the primal lineage S vote only matters when something that directly negatively affects them is being voted on. Kong S Mortal Soul Legion is about increasing the individual faction S strength and power, meaning their vote did not count. However, their support increased the momentum of Kong S proposition. It also helped that less than 10 minutes after the barbarian race voted in favor, another primal lineage, True Essence lineage, also voted in favor. Wang Wei glanced at Buddhism S room. Why haven't you said anything? He knew Mithria was a compassionate woman, so she would save the mortals even if she had to use force. Do you have faith in Kong? Or do you know something we don't? Wang Wei was deep in thought, trying to figure out her mind. Because of how much more powerful Mithria became, it was hard for him to deduce her thoughts or actions. After all, Wang Wei did not know the limits of a primordial saint. Heck, he barely knew the limit of primals. Forget it. I'll do it myself, Wang Wei thought. Time was of the essence, and he did not want to waste it here in this mindless political game. He would rather this meeting ended so that he could continue training to become a primal. He gazed at Kong on the podium and thought, since you already have the momentum, let me give you a little hand. I have a question. His words brought everybody's focus to the Tao Opening Sect. Listening? Kong nodded. What will happen if this plan does not pass? Wang Wei asked. A light flashed in Kong's eyes. I'm sure the relocation will pass, since this is the perfect opportunity to gather a small amount of merit. His words caused the room to pause for a moment. There is no doubt that the first step of this plan would not be accepted. Now that everyone knew the value of merit, no one would refuse. As for the Mortal Soul Legion, Kong continued, if this council fails to accept the proposition, I will just continue the plan with my academy, the 10,000 Buddha Haven, the Tao Opening Sect, and the Origins Seal Continent. Kong's words caused another pause, and this time it was a deep one. These people have been fighting and trying to maintain a balance for eons, so it's in their nature to prevent their competitor from having any advantage. Kong's bill took advantage of that mindset. No one wanted these four factions to have a Mortal Soul Legion, while everyone else did not. By accepting this plan, they will have a legion of battle spirits, and they will have some control over this legion. They can even compete for positions below the vice commanders. However, if the proposition does not pass, they will have nothing. After figuring this out, the Limitless Exchange Hall, Skill Path Association, and Divine Faith Heaven voted in favor, achieving the 7 vote requirements. The other factions did not continue voting after the 7th, but the fact that no one voted revealed a lot. Kong grinned. Thank you for your support. The plan has already been set up. After relocating the mortals, you can have them enter the Void Illusion Realm, and they will be transported to the training area. Kong cupped his fist to salute the crowd before flying into his seat. Anyone else want to take the floor? Ing Zheng's voice boomed into the palace. Everyone then remembered the main event, the eternal battle between the demon and innate demon races. As expected, the Battle Saint and Myriad Star Rabbit chiefs flew to the podium. The Battle Saint ape hasn't changed much, still barefoot and wearing pants and an untied, loose robe. Meanwhile, the Myriad Star Rabbit still wore her white hanfu, but her pink hair was braided into a long ponytail. All of us here have lived a long life and experienced numerous wars, Battle Saint Chief started. And one fundamental truth of war that I'm sure everybody has learned is that the rear cannot be chaotic. Our base cannot have any unstable variables. But recent events have shown us a great flaw in our rear, the Myriad Star Rabbit continued. How can we focus on the disaster when our people can turn against us with a snap of the finger? If we want a chance to survive, we must eliminate this unstable factor, no matter the cost. The two chiefs did not say much, but they got their points across. So, as soon as they finished talking, all eyes were on the pre-March Origin Temple. Do you think it's fair for our existence to be wiped out because of who we are? Said an ancient voice. Most people did not recognize the voice, but the primals did. Elder Touch Dragon, one of the few insurgent heaven pre-March of the world, and probably the strongest insurgent. Elder Touch Dragon is considered the old living cultivator in the eternal ascension world, as his presence can be traced back to the tribulation era. We were born from heaven and earth. We are its children. And unfortunately, this means sometimes we cannot resist the call of our mother. This is not about fairness, Battle Saint Ape said calmly. It's about how you're a liability. Since you can be controlled once, it can happen a second time. I understand your concerns. That's why our kind is willing to cooperate with her esteemed one, Lord Methreya, to prevent this from happening again. We are willing to do whatever is necessary, even if it means temporarily handing over control over our soul. This is not helping as much as you think, Myriad Star Rabbit countered. I don't mean to be rude, but even Saint Maitreya's powers cannot guarantee the enemy will not control you again. If I use your logic, then doesn't everyone present at risk? If a transcendent saint wishes to control anyone in this room, besides the Lord, who can escape? Elder Touch Dragon argues. That's not the same. As soon as the enemy arrives in this world and learn of our history, they will learn that your kind can be easily controlled. And controlling you has a different implication, Battle Saint Ape added. You said it yourself. You are the children of heaven and earth. Through controlling you, our enemy can form a connection to heavenly Tao and gain access to the core authority of our world. I don't think I need to tell anyone how disastrous that will be. Elder Touch Dragon was quiet. These words cut off all his other paths, including migrating to another chaos world. He could ask to sever their clan's connection to the Eternal Ascension world. But even if Mithriya was the one who did it, the backlash was probably enough to annihilate what little remained of the Primarchs. Let us put it to a vote. Ingzheng's voice echoed after a brief period of silence. The result was overwhelming. Besides the temple that abstained from voting, everybody else voted in favor of eradicating the Primarchs. Even the primal lineages have voted, as this decision can affect them. Elder Touch Dragon's deep sigh echoed in the halls. Lord Mithriya, please show the Primarch a little bit of compassion. We don't ask much, just for the right to exist. These words immediately intensified the atmosphere in the assembly. Everyone waited with bated breath, knowing that the next words coming out of Mithriya would dictate how the assembly, no, not just the assembly, everything would proceed from now on. Do the remaining overlords still have any power left? Or is this world about to become Buddhism's show? Mithriya sighed softly. Don't you already know what path you must take? Your fate was determined long ago. You just refused to accept it. Now, there is no other choice. Many people were puzzled by her words, but a few, including Wang Wei, squinted as a flash of understanding quickly passed in their eyes. The soul race, Qiyuan muttered. Chapter 1568, Demon God Cave, and this month will be a one-chapter-a-day month with no double-chapter release. And honestly, I caution readers not to expect a regular schedule. The situation in the U.S. has worsened, and the things happening are affecting my community. I'm trying my best to live and survive, but everything is taking a toll on my mental health. Thanks for your understanding. Some things are indeed destined. Elder Touch Dragon sighed. Heaven and earth have three treasuries, essence, spirit, and key, and three powers, heaven, earth, and human. Fiend gods were born as the epitome of the flesh. They are the physical manifestation of essence. Acquired life, especially humans, are born with superior comprehension. They represent Qi, or the Tao. What about the spirit? Elder Touch Dragon paused, allowing his words to resonate with the crowd. Innate demon gods are born with their souls blessed by the power of law. Our destiny was to become the symbol of the spirit. But we went astray. We focused on our bloodline and abandoned our destiny. Elder Touch Dragon once again paused, but this time, everyone felt something enormous was about to happen. Old thing, why are you talking so much nonsense? Battle Saint Ape scoffed. They've been planning for so long to weaken the temple. And now that they are about to succeed, the last thing the demon race wants is for something unexpected to occur. Overseer of Samsara, I call upon thee, Elder Touch Dragon muttered. The Primarch accepts their fates as lives that belong to Samsara. Our soul will serve the afterlife for the remains of eternity. As soon as the old man uttered these words, everyone felt a shift in the surroundings. A black door suddenly manifested between heaven and earth, alarming every single individual living in the Eternal Ascension world. The door opened, revealing a single, pitch-black eye that oozed with the power over death. It was mighty, noble, and anyone who glanced at it felt like death was hanging above their heads. Samsara Eye? Is there such a thing? Wang Wei asked. There are a few worlds of the Samsara Eye, but only because their afterlife is completely isolated from heavenly Tao, Qiyuan explained. But that is not the case for our world. At least, it's the first time I'm hearing about it. In other words, something major has occurred, but no one was the wiser, Wang Wei frowned. Do you think it's because of the Netherworld Emperor position? That is the current most likely scenario, Qiyuan nodded. The back eye observed the assembly for a few seconds before it trembled slightly. Then, all the Primarchs in the world turned into white lights before disappearing. From now on, the Heaven Path cultivators, ironically, now belong to the underworld. Anyone who follows the Heaven Law path and becomes a Primarch can enter Samsara to serve. Is everything destined? Wang Wei asked himself as he watched everything happen. The battle between fiend gods, humans, and innate demon god was pointless. From their very first creation, Grand Tao already knew fiend gods were supposed to rule over primordial chaos. Humans and acquired life ruled over chaos worlds, and innate life would eventually return to the underworld. However, it allowed everybody to fight, maybe to see if the outcome would be different from what it predicted. But ultimately, everybody followed the path written for them. Wang Wei felt a little defeated after figuring this out, but he soon regained control of himself. He knew long ago it would never be simple to escape the machinations of fate. Anyway, not everything was under Grand Tai's calculations. Humans are now synonymous with acquired life, but they did not get this title because Grand Tao willed it. They crawled their way to the top to become the destiny race of this chaos universe. And that counts for something. What would have happened if the innate demon gods had won the war? Would humans have been extinct? Or could we have also survived by becoming samsara life form? After all, we are pretty adaptable. The issue would be whether samsara would want us. Roar. While Wang Wei was in deep thinking mode, a roar echoed between heaven and earth. A white dragon flew from the pre-March origin temple, roaring in pain to the sky. A golden orb located 7 inches below its head flew from the key luck dragon before dissipating. The dragon immediately started to collapse. "Seal," said a deep, powerful voice, instantly stopping the key luck dragon from collapsing. "Condense." A seal with the characters for demon and god written on each side manifested above the dragon to release a soothing light. The light not only stopped the creature's demise, but also reinforced it stronger than before. "Heaven and earth above, please be our witness. From now on, the pre-March origin temple is no more," said the deep voice, who is probably the former temple lord, Primal Mystic Ice. "From this day on, we are known as the Demon God Cave," Mystic Ice declared. A vision manifested in the sky, followed by a banner from heaven and earth itself, with the new name engraved on it. I was once again correct, Wang Wei thought as he watched everything unfold. He suspected the pre-March would save themselves by accepting their status as the soul-destined race. But he did not know the result would be their return to samsara. He also predicted, or divined, that the Primarchs had a way to silence and control the temple, even though 90% of the cultivators followed the Emperor path. Wang Wei looked at the Demon Clan chiefs. Their plan worked in the sense that they successfully removed the Primarchs from the equation. However, it also allowed the innate demon gods to remove the most significant flaw, withholding their growth and development. The Demon God Cave's key luck is currently unstable, which is the best time to eliminate them. But is it wise to fight in a large-scale confrontation when a disaster is approaching? Well, they might not know the disaster is less than 30,000 yuan epoch. Wang Wei observed their facial expressions and mood, and it was apparent that these two were preparing for a large-scale confrontation. They didn't even try to hide it. "No, these old foxes are testing Mithria's response," Wang Wei analyzed. "She is the only one who can stop them, and they want to see what she is thinking or planning." The two chiefs slowly flew back into their private room, and Yingjing's voice echoed for the second time. "The floor is now open. Aren't you a little eager?" Wang Wei sneered. He was sure Yingjing was waiting to be the last one in the stand for his proposition. And unfortunately for him, he will have to wait a little longer since Monk Wuji calmly flew to the podium. "Salutation to all the donors present," Monk Wuji bowed. "Salutation to you, eminent Monk Wuji," the crowd said in unison. "You honor me," Monk Wuji nodded. All his eyes were on him since he represented the most powerful faction in the world. Wuji remained calm and composed. The previous him might have been flustered in such an environment, but after his cultivation reached the Paragon Peak, he was more confident. A while back, during the Mortalhood trial, donor Wang Wei from the Tao opening sect used his wisdom to create a history lock, which used heavenly Tao's power to protect all the participants' information. Wang Wei's lips twitched. Why is this bastard bringing me up at such a moment? My teacher was inspired by his action and chose to work with Heavenly Tao to create a heaven history lock for the Eternal Ascension world, Monk Wuji continued. all of you present can represent the entire eternal ascension world. With your permission, the lock can be launched today, protecting divination, calculation, soul searching, karma detection, and many other threats. Wang Wei frowned. Why did it take so long to release such a thing? The information lock should have been the first thing either Mithriya or Heavenly Tao should have done after the return of the primals. After all, if the enemy has already secretly sent scouts into this world, they would have gathered enough basic information about the current situation of all the factions worldwide. As for secrets of the past, Time Eater should have already sold these things. Oh, right, Heavenly Tao is still acting shady, Wang Wei thought. Heavenly Tao is still double-dipping, wishing to eliminate a few of the overlords while also ensuring the world survives this disaster with 7 factions rising to the next level. Heavenly Tao was playing with fire, and Wang Wei does not believe things will proceed as the latter expect. There will definitely be many variables and unexpected changes. Now, we cannot guarantee absolute information protection since we do not yet know how powerful an enemy we will face or what they are capable of, Monk Wuji added. However, you can have faith since 2 powerful and trusted worthy entities worked on this lock. As soon as he finished speaking, a lock that oddly resembled Supreme Unity's Heaven Lock manifested in the sky, garnering everybody's attention. The only difference is that this lock did not give people a sense of dread and oppression, and it was still illusory. The only thing awaiting it was the final vote. Chapter 1569. Yingzheng's checkmate. Move the vote for the lock was unanimous. Although some people worried about the issue of privacy, considering the 2 beings involved, they probably had no privacy to begin with. Then, as soon as the voting went through, the lock in the sky solidified, and another vision spread between heaven and earth. A cloud-sized golden merit manifested in the sky before breaking into 2. A tenth of it went to Wang Wei, while the rest went to Mithriya. Numerous jealous gazes targeted Wang Wei, as they didn't dare be insolent towards Buddhism. However, he couldn't care about these things because of how Yin Hai was staring at him. Hand it over, greedy boy. Wang Wei's lips twitched. He wanted to argue, telling her the rules hadn't officially been said in the sect, but he knew it was pointless to argue with his diabolical woman. So, he sighed and cut off 80 of the merit and gave it to her. I know it must hurt. She grinned, but Wang Wei ignored her. Yin Shurong frowned after seeing Wang Wei's reaction. While sect loyalty is enough to convince the sect members, maybe we should also give an incentive to reduce their resentment. What are you thinking? Qiyuan asked. How about a contribution list? Everyone is included, including us, and the top 100 will receive direct instruction from Sir Wang Bo after he has been sanctified. We can also add other rewards for the ones outside the top 100. That's not a bad idea, Qiyuan nodded. Sir, since everybody will be working for my sake, it's the right thing to give something in return. Wang Bo nodded. Are you happy now? Yin Hai asked. The main event is about to happen, Wang Wei said, still ignoring her. All eyes focused on the stadium. Monk Wuji thanked everyone for their participation. And just then, Yingzheng's voice spread throughout the palace. Everybody, including Wang Wei, thought no one else would hope. After all, the affair of the pre-march was the primary cause of this assembly. However, someone from the sea race jumped in and boldly asked that the number of overlords be increased to include the other primal lineages, which included the sea race, the barbarian race, the true essence lineage, and the dynasty alliance. This proposition was immediately objected to, but this lion-turtle demon seemed prepared to cause trouble. The latter modified his proposition and asked that there be a 14th overlord, and that the primal lineages should form an alliance of some sort. His argument was logical and well-delivered, stating that the world has more powerful factions to face the disaster. He even strongly suggested replacing the limitless exchange hall from its position as overlords. Unfortunately, besides Buddhism, which abstained, everybody voted against his proposition. The top overlords might have disdained the weaker ones, such as the limitless exchange hall, but they understood the importance of preserving the status quo. If someone can challenge the limitless exchange hall now, they can challenge the Grand Sect Alliance tomorrow. What is the point of this pointless suggestion? Yin Shirong asked. Did they really think this would pass? Just based on how the other primals reacted in refusing to vote, it's apparent they were unaware of the C Race S plan before now. They're testing the waters, Qiyuan replied. Are they planning to attack the limitless exchange hall? Very likely, Qiyuan nodded. The hall has always been the weakest link, with only one proper primal, meaning the upcoming chaos will be a turbulent period for them. Forget about becoming a transcendent faction. They will be lucky to preserve their status as an overlord. Wang Wei smirked after seeing the situation. The Hall's plight increases the chances of his plan working. Now that they realize how weak they are and how everybody is eyeing them, they will be more open to alliances with other overlords, and also more desperate to cultivate another primal, even a flawed one. After the C Race debacle, no one had anything else to say, so Ing Zheng finally took the stage. In fact, he had to thank Buddhism and the C Race since their presence bought him a little time. The appearance of his samsara ruined a part of his plan, so he had to improvise. This assembly has a long history, Ing Zheng started. Even before it took its final form during the Second Origin War, we VE held assemblies to discuss current issues, negotiate, or work together. It's because of it that we survived numerous catastrophic events. It's because of it that we successfully orchestrated the greatest war this chaos universe has ever seen. Wang Wei rolled his eyes at how dramatic this bastard was acting. Greatest war? Maybe in the Paragon Age, but it was far from the greatest the chaos universe had seen. We are now facing a new challenge, and like we've done before, I believe unity is the key to surviving this disaster. Ing Zheng continued. Does he want to call for a council? That is what most people thought. During the first official Overlord Assembly, Qiyuan proposed the creation of the council in case of an emergency. Everyone agreed to work together during an emergency, and then Qiyuan used the council at a later meeting to propose the start of the Second Origin War. However, no one wanted the Eternal Council to be established in this meeting. Unlike before, where things were relatively equal or balanced, a council in the current political landscape would mean Buddhism has all the power. And no one wants that. We need unity to combat what is to come. And I don't mean the previous loose organization, but a true and official organization sanctioned by heaven and earth. This bastard, Wang Wei, suddenly cursed. The space around him twisted due to his agitated emotion. As expected, Ing Zheng's following words are what he just figured out. That SY suggests the establishment of the Heavenly Court, Ing Zheng announced. Now, before everyone overreacts, wait until I'm done speaking. Ing Zheng's words calmed down the agitated aura in the room. I know everybody's concerns are the division of power and benefits, and I've taken it upon myself to divide things, Ing Zheng continued. A projection of an image appeared behind him, first showing his face with characters written at the bottom. The position of Heavenly Emperor will belong to Qin. But Ing Zheng raised his hand to stop everybody from rioting again. We will not have absolute power, but share most of the power. The court will be run by a divine council of conferred gods who hold official positions. Besides controlling the court's power, the god's primary purpose will be to offset some of the burden from Heavenly Tao, allowing it to preserve more world source that can be better utilized for the upcoming disaster. This bastard is not even hiding it. At least, change the names, Wang Wei said with gritted teeth. To be fair, the concept of conferred god was not entirely his and derived from stories about the Jade Emperor, but he's the one who adapted it to fit this world's civilization. 50 of the god's seat will be granted to the Grand Sect Alliance, Ing Zheng continued. What? Repeat that again? Calm down and allow me to finish before you react, Ing Zheng said calmly. Once this system is enacted, Heavenly Tao will have ample world source, and it will grant us a bit of its reserve for the operation of the Heavenly Court. That's why the court will establish a resource management department controlling the reserve world source, and the Tao opening sect will run that department. The picture of Qin appeared in the projection behind Ing Zheng, with its position written in minor characters underneath. Taoism and Buddhism will be the official religion of the court, and in turn, the eternal ascension world. Lord Maitreya will be crowned as the saint of the court, receiving endless destiny and merit. The Myriad Clan Union will be in charge of training the court's divine soldiers. The Celestial Clan grants your union the ability to create Tier 10 and 11 powerhouses in great quantity. Additionally, you have many races with unique bloodlines, which allows you to train unique legions. With enough resources from the court, we can have a large enough army for the disaster. The Sword Path League will be in charge of the court's disciplinary hall. You will be in charge of ensuring that everybody follows the rules, but please keep in mind that you will also be deployed when the council deems necessary to fight foreign enemies. The Tribal Sacred Mountain and God Demon Cave will be in charge of the court's divine generals. While the Union trains the soldiers, you will be responsible for leading them. The court will have 2 pavilions. The Origin Seal continent controls the Divine Protection Pavilion. They are responsible for the court's array and other forms of protection. Then there is the Divine Manufacturing Pavilion, which the Skill Path Association controls. The court will provide the resources, and the association will dedicate many of its talents to refining pills, talismans, weapons, puppets, etc. For war preparation, the Limitless Exchange Hall will serve as the court's scout spy regiment. You can create a mission board for tasks about infiltrating the enemy's base and gathering intelligence. Lastly, the Divine Faith Haven will be in charge of disaster relief. Your people will be in charge of cleaning up and healing the world after a battle, thereby taking a heavy burden off Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1570. Strategic Negotiations. The assembly became eerily quiet. It would be an understatement to say the Qin Court's proposition was a large-scale explosion. The day prior, all these people became aware of the value of merit, and today, someone offered them a method to fill their pockets. As such, most of these overlords started to salivate. "We object," someone from the Grand Sect Alliance declared. "Why are you objecting? You hold half of the Divine Council's positions. We may have the number, but we have no power or responsibility," the Alliance countered. "The remaining half of the council will be shared among everybody else, while these individuals hold other roles and powers. Our palace doesn't have much power, but you don't see us complaining." Absolute Beginning's voice echoed from Taoism's room. "Do you think it's the same?" The Alliance countered. "After becoming the official religion of the world, Taoism's luck and destiny will prosper while suppressing the other religions or schools of thought, like the literary way. With your destiny, you might be able to cultivate another saint. The same argument can be said for you. With all the merit you'll receive from half the position from a council, you also have the opportunity to cultivate a saint." Absolute Beginning rebutted. Ing Zheng saw that these people were about to take over the debate. So he said, "The Grand Sec Alliance is more than welcome to exchange their seats in the council for positions in other departments." Ing Zheng's message was clear. There will be no changes. If they wanted more power, they could negotiate with others for it. And if they couldn't, that was their problem. Our demon race refused this proposition, and we don't appreciate your poor attempts at balancing our power by giving us the same position as these bastards. Chief Battle, Saint Ape sneered. Ing Zheng smiled after hearing these words. "What does the cave say?" "We are still contemplating our decision," Primal Secret Flame Dragon uttered. "Damn it," Battle Saint Ape cursed. "If they refuse this proposition, and the innate demon gods accept, they will be the ones losing. You know they will accept it, right?" Ing Zheng's voice suddenly sounded inside the demoness room. "They need a swift method to recuperate from their previous loss, and what better opportunity than this? You've been planning this for a long time, haven't you?" Chief Saint Ape said with gritted teeth. It was obvious Ing Zheng used their plans to drive the pre-march out to his advantage. "Tell us your purpose," Chief Star Rabbit said calmly. "Your focus should be the Union," Ing Zheng said. "The second greatest enemy of the innate demon god is the Myriad Clan Union. Their members include a few innate demon god clans and numerous other races that have stolen their bloodline. They should not be satisfied with only controlling the soldiers, but not the generals. You can negotiate position exchanges with them. Having power in the Divine Soldier Division should give you the edge over the cave. The two chiefs looked at each other and communicated through divine sense. Ultimately, they sighed before contacting the Myriad Union clan. Although this feeling of being manipulated was disgusting, they knew how to control their emotions and place the future of their race above their ego. The League has no issue with our position, but what with the deployment statement? Asked the Seven Strikes Sword God. All three primals from the Sword Path League used to use the name Sword Sage. But after Saint was used as a title for the Quintessence realm, they adapted the Sword God title, which used to be granted to worthy swordsmen in the Paragon realm. The Court's purpose is to fight the disaster. My comment is to prevent anyone from using the excuse that their task is internal protection to refuse to fight on the front line. Ing Zheng remarked. Are you calling us cowards? Asked the soft, lifting sword god, her voice soft and soothing, like the sharpness of most swordsmen. Swordsmen are the cultivators with the greatest strength of spirit. We would never run away from a fight. Do I need to remind you of the Great Rebellion? Ing Zheng asked calmly. The Great Rebellion was one of the League's greatest shames, despite its widespread impact. There were many highs and lows during the Second Origin War, and one of the most significant lows was the Great Rebellion. A foreign world successfully convinced numerous cultivators to betray Qun's cause, and a good deal of them were swordsmen. While most factions considered this event another failure of war, the League saw it as their greatest shame because the source of this rebellion was one of their own. A swordsman fell victim to a honey trap, losing himself to lust, which ultimately led to the entire rebellion. The worst part is that morale has hit an all-time low, resulting in many factions using various excuses to refuse deployment, including the League. I'm not attacking you, Ing Zheng said calmly. I'm just taking precautions. Seven Strike God snorted coldly at these words, but he did vote in favor. The ability to police the court was immense power, and he would not relinquish it. As such, the League became the first faction to vote in favor. We also have some concerns, said Old Man Black Chess, the primal from the Limitless Exchange Hall. The position of a scout is dangerous, and it's apparent that Ing Zheng wanted to use their large numbers of loose cultivators as cannon fodder. Could we have a position in the Divine Soldier Division? Or maybe an independent division? Loose cultivators do not do well in the military. In fact, there are many talented loose cultivators. The issue with them is that they do not function well under the strict rules and loyalty system of sects and other factions. They are considered lawless because of their free and independent nature. If you don't like it, I can give your position to the primal lineages, Ing Zheng replied coldly. He only needed 7 votes, so he did not care whether a few factions were not satisfied. Speaking of which, why aren't we included? The Sea Race Primal asked. I have reserved a few seats in the council for your lineages. You can also join the Divine Soldier and Divine General divisions and acquire a few positions. The concept of the Divine Council is a little too vague, don't you think? Yin Shurong suddenly said. Oh, the Heavenly Emperor is essentially Heavenly Tao's ambassador, the representative of heaven and earth, Yin Shurong stated. But heaven and earth is vast, too vast. So, wouldn't it be better to divide it? Ing Zheng squinted his eyes. We divide it into 5 sectors: Central, North, South, East, and West. The Heavenly Emperor rules over the center. Then, we establish the Black Emperor, who controls the North, the Red Emperor, who controls the South, the Blue Emperor, who controls the East, and the White Emperor, who controls the West. For the sake of fairness, one Emperor position should go to one of the primal lineages, along with many positions in one of the sectors. If we use this sector division, does our alliance still get half of the position? Yes, and you can choose to concentrate on one sector or spread them out, Yin Shurong nodded. That is fine by us. All eyes then directed to Ing Zheng. The top overlords have already deduced that Ing Zheng's transcendent path was about the 3 positions of heaven, earth, and human. So, could he accept such a method meant to counter him? Our court has already made a great compromise by asking for one thing. Ing Zheng said with a somber face. That does not change the fact that as the Heavenly Emperor, you will be the center of an entire source chaos world. Yin Shurong continued. No one should control this kind of blessing alone. Ing Zheng took a deep breath. Very well. We will compromise. However, it was evident that he was not in a good mood. You're quite the actor, Wang Wei said, keeping his voice to the confinement of this room. Are you saying this won't affect him? In the majority of mythos and stories, Hong Jun's pendant effect is to record the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, Wang Wei sneered. As long as Ing Zheng becomes the Heavenly Emperor, the pendant will record all the knowledge and mystery he needs for that part of his transcendent part. What now? Yin Shurong asked. It's a done deal, Qi Yuan said calmly. They could try to convince others of Ing Zheng's threat, which would mean revealing information about the pendant and its source. But even if they did, not many people would trust them, and even if they did, how many are willing to give up the tangible benefits for the future possibility that Ing Zheng might become transcendent? All the leaders present reach their level because they are confident in their talent and abilities. In their mind, Ing Zheng having a slight advantage meant nothing. Wang Wei took a deep breath, with numerous thoughts flashing in his mind. He lost on this move, but the game has just started. He contemplated and schemed for a few seconds. What do you guys know about the Dynasty Alliance leader, Chao Sikong? Chapter 1571. Hidden Threat Chao Sikong? He is what you would call someone with a grand personality, Qi Yuan commented. Very likable and charismatic. Hence why we chose him to lead the alliance and suppress Qin's power. Despite his appearance, he is actually extremely clever. He was supposed to be nothing but a puppet, but he successfully escaped numerous factions' grasp by consolidating power and using the possibility of joining Qin to counterbalance our threat. Since he got out of control, didn't you guys try to eliminate him? Wang Wei asked. We did, but before the plan even formed. He moved the alliance to a domain right next to Qin's territory, Qi Yuan replied. His action showed us he was willing to confront Qin's court, but he could also join them at any time. He sounds like a capable person, Wang Wei muttered. What are you plotting? Yanhai asked. Wang Wei did not immediately answer. Instead, he invited them to his soul network. Do you think he would be interested in Ing Zheng's Sage Emperor path? He asked. You want to give him your human emperor position? Qi Yuan asked. Not give, but for a deep enough price, I can sell, no? Lend it to him, Wang Wei answered. He thought about selling before remembering what Mithriya said about the pillar foundations. Of course, my objective is not to give him a chance to become a transcendent, but to see if I can lure Ing Zheng. He will immediately know you are being it after noticing Chao Sikong with that title, Qi Yuan said. However, a good trap can also lure someone even if they know it's a trap. It may be worth it for us to try. Everyone attending this meeting was powerful, so multitasking was no issue. So, while Wang Wei was plotting against Ing Zheng and Chao Sikong, the negotiations continued. What is the meaning of our position? Supreme God, Shun Tian asked. Although Ing Zheng wasn't detailed in his proposition, all of them here are aware of the changes in the lower dimension, including the operation of the heavenly court. For example, individuals with the God of Space positions will be responsible for healing spatial tears in the lower dimension. The God of Earth will deal with the aftermath of earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. Based on Ing Zheng's words, this court should be operating the same. However, he offered the divine faith heaven of disaster relief, which does the same thing. Ing Zheng looked at their room, and a slight annoyance flashed in his mind. The Disaster Relief Division was not a part of his original plan. The Divine Faith Haven was supposed to control the Life Pool Division. All the soldiers and willing generals would hand over their Tao imprint to that division. Once they die in battle, the Life Pool Division would use World Source from the Resource Management Department to instantly revive these fallen soldiers. That division was supposed to spread to non-immortal cultivators and even mortals. Ing Zheng planned to use them to get a glimpse of the Earth Emperor position. Unfortunately, things went wrong from the beginning. First, Emperor Kong suggested moving the mortals, which reduced the need for many of them to die and for their souls to be rescued. Then there was the appearance of the Samsara Eye. Zheng could ignore Kong's move, but he could not ignore a variable as serious as the Samsara Eye. So, he created the Disaster Relief Division for the Divine Faith Haven. Zheng thought about how to respond to this question. He could be rude and ignore them since he did not need everybody to support him, just the majority. However, it would be better to gather support with the right words. If you didn't say something, I was going to address you, Zheng said. Your department might be one of the most important. My thoughts were that the God positions only alleviated some of the burden from Heavenly Taoist's shoulders. Meanwhile, your division will do all the work, which also means you'll get most of the merit. Hold on. That changes everything, someone commented. It does. Zheng nodded. While the head of the Disaster Relief Division will belong to the Divine Faith Heaven, the members will be chosen from everybody, and only elites can enter. What are you talking about? Haven't you guys adapted to the situation yet? Zheng asked calmly. This war will be at home. With so many paragons, primals, and even saints fighting, can you imagine the devastation? We need a team of the best in the Disaster Relief Division to heal the world afterward. Zheng's words served as a reminder of the impending disaster's threat level and the importance of the Disaster Relief Division. What's the meaning of this? Shun Tian sneered. You said the department belonged to us, but now you're saying we only have one position? It sounds to me you didn't think this through. I wasn't clear enough, and for that, I apologize, Zheng said calmly. Words have meaning, human emperor, Shun Tian added. Since you said these departments belong to us, it should stay that way. Do you think you can handle such a responsibility? The Grand Sect Alliance sneered. You have a point, Shun Tian said, making everyone surprised by this sudden change. Then, they understood what this bastard was planning as soon as he said his next sentence. Such a department should be controlled by Buddhism, which has the power to deal with the power of saints. How about this? I'm willing to offer our department in exchange for Shintoism to become the third official religion. The room was briefly quiet before someone from the Alliance erupted the situation. Bastard, if there's going to be a third official religion, it should be our literary way. When will it be the turn of a bunch of soul parasites? What did you say? Shin Tian asked. Did I stutter? Sage Glasspen replied. Do you want to fight? I'm not afraid of you or your alliance, Shin Tian roared. I'm ready whenever you want. Order, Zheng yelled, activating the formations in the palace to isolate sounds and aura. We can discuss this peacefully. There is no need for a quarrel. Dao opening Sect S room. Wang Wei was deep in thought. He was thinking about how to convince the barbarian race to support Chao Sikong and the Dynasty Alliance for one of the emperor positions. After mulling it over for a few seconds, he contacted Monk and Dulgun, who introduced Wang Wei to their primal. The negotiations took a few seconds, and Wang Wei succeeded after promising the latter data on achieving flesh quintessence. Although it was not enough for a completed method, it should be enough to start, which was a major advantage since most people only have ideas with no idea on how to turn them into reality. All eyes turned to Kiyuan. What happened? Yinhai asked. Methriao wants to speak with everybody. So, she is finally making a move. Who wants to attend the meeting with me? Yinhai was the only one who responded positively. From the warning, Wang Wei already knew Methria's south position regarding this court, so there was no point in partaking. Instead, he contacted his fiancée. You've been quiet. There is nothing to say. I'm all right with our post, Wu Hong said. You should be more greedy, Wang Wei said. You should have asked to be in charge of both the court's array and talisman. With your ability, Zheng would have stripped the responsibility from the association. I've thought of that and already blackmailed the association. They paid me handsomely to keep my mouth shut and not take more power from them, Wu Hong replied. That's my HM? Did you notice that? Notice what? Hold on, Wu Hong said. Look outside. Wang Wei's vision burrowed the wall to look at what was happening outside. He saw a towering rock wall surrounding the ancestral dragon city. Is it the Great Wall? Why is my danger sense ringing louder than church bells? And that aura, it's the power of transcendence. Although the blueprint observation technique only worked on creatures or life forms, Wang Wei used it as a basis to create his own technique to detect transcendent tier auras or powers. The Great Wall and Qin Luck is used as a formation to channel the transcendent power, Wu Hong commented. Does this bastard want to kill everybody? No, it doesn't make sense to kill everyone. It's more likely that he wants to hold everybody hostage until we create the heavenly court and he gets the heavenly emperor position. P.S. bold. I'll give him that, Wang Wei frowned. If the situation becomes critical, can you do something? No. Even if you used your seals? Even if that were possible? It would be useless. Wu Hong shook her head. They were now at the core of Qin, meaning Yingzheng would be at its most potent. What about Mithriya? Do you think she could do something? I have no idea, Wu Hong replied truthfully. Wang Wei sighed deeply. He was not a fan of this feeling of helplessness. Chapter 1572. Chao Sikong unedited chapter here. This is for you, Wang Wei said as he teleported a small bag to her. What's this? My merit, Wang Wei replied. I figured since he'll only have access to 20 of my merit, I might as well give them to you, so you can sanctify as soon as possible and protect me. Well, that is nice of you, Wu Hong smiled. But there is no need. The bag appeared in Wang Wei's hands. Why not? I will have the entire sect supporting me, so I don't need any more merit, Wu Hong said. Plus, I'm sure you'll be able to buy plenty of things that can help you, even with only 20. All right. Wang Wei nodded. It seems I have to go. Did something happen? The barbarian clan is introducing me to Chao Sikong. Are you plotting something again? I'll tell you later, Wang Wei said before entering the spiritual realm for a meeting. He saw a man with a large belly, dressed in a fine yellow and black dragon robe, a small pointy mustache on his upper lip, and a patch of beard that could be grabbed with one hand. If at ISNT the world's rising star? Chao Sikong smiled as he approached Wang Wei. He held the latter by his shoulder and led him to a table in the spiritual realm. I've always wanted to meet you. When my advisors report to me on the things you've done, I've always been fascinated, wondering what kind of mind is required to think like that. Chao Sikong manifested an entire feast in the spiritual realm. Sit down and let us enjoy ourselves while we eat. Although the food is strictly spiritual, you can still enjoy the sublime taste. I heard you were a man who enjoyed himself. I hope you have a good taste bud, Wang Wei said. One of my greatest talents is that I always know my limitations, Chao Sikong smiled. But one thing I'm never humbled about is food. I can say for sure you're about to have the best meal of your life. Well, let us see, Wang Wei said as he took a bite at the dragon liver. This dish was a typical example of high-end cuisine in the cultivation world. What do you think? The liver is from a fire dragoness liver. But the chef used the blood of an ice dragon to make the sauce, using the concept of yin-yang to elevate the taste to a higher level. I knew you would understand, Chao Sikong said with a large grin. But I've had better. No way, Chao Sikong denied. Wang Wei tasted another dish, and this one was releasing a foul aura. He recognized the material was a devil creature called the bloodhorn sheep. He took a bite and realized this dish was similar in concept to smelly tofu. While the unpleasant aroma immediately assaulted the senses, making the first bite experience slightly unpleasant, the intense flavors soon followed. The food was indeed delicious, but as before, Wang Wei had better, and he was not shy about verbalizing this. For the next 30 minutes, he tasted every dish on this table. He would then comment on what made them unique before finishing with the words, I had better. By the third comment, Chao Sikong's smile, which seems to be always plastered on his face, was gone. By the 10th coming, the primal was fighting internally within himself not to lash out. What is the meaning of this? Did you come here to insult me? It seems Lord Chao is not convinced, Wang Wei smiled. How about I prove it to you? He waved his hand to replace the feast on the table with the dishes from his future wife. Chao Sikong looked at the table with immense skepticism. He condensed a pair of eating utensils before tasting the first dish, which he had intentionally chosen as Wang Wei's version of the dragon liver. Hiven, Gao Sikong Gawan Un Gondito Tan. The taste is so concentrated. His hand did not stop moving as he took bite after bite. The chef combined the subtle taste of 5 dragon livers, and each focused on the 5 elements. No, there is something more to the taste. The liver is the element associated with wood. The chef artificially created or transformed the livers of other dragons into the other 4 elements before combining them with a natural wood element liver, achieving the perfect balance of the elements and taste. Who made this? Chao Sikong did not give Wang Wei time to answer as he tried every meal on the table. The man ate with a fever and passion. As he ate the last bite of food, Chao Sikong sighed deeply. Here, I thought I had enjoyed the pinnacle of the culinary Tao, but I was nothing but a frog in a well. He looked at Wang Wei directly. I'll be honest. I'm willing to pay as much as 1 cloud merit for access to your chef. I'm afraid that even if you paid 10 times the price, she would not be willing to share her food with you. Wang Wei shrugged. She? Chao Sikong said with squinting eyes. He thought of a certain rumor and figured some things out. He sighed dejectedly before looking down at the empty table. I think I may have to fire my chefs after I return. No, these are talented people. Maybe I should share this spiritual meal with them and use the shame to motivate them to improve. He waved his hand to dissipate the feast, leaving only 2 bowls and a gourd of wine. Chao Sikong poured both cups. This is one of the best wines I've had. I would ask you to show me yours, but since I know I can't have the real thing, I'm going to restrain myself. So, it's finally time to talk business. Wang Wei smiled. He savored the wine. He had to admit Chao Sikong had taste. What exactly do you want? No, I should ask what your sect wants with me. Chao Sikong asked calmly. Have you heard about Ying Zheng's Transcendence Path? I have. Really? Although our Dynasty Alliance does not have the best shadow department, we leave a good part of our budget to buy information, Chao Sikong explained. So, we know about how the Qin court treated that woman called Honghua and the meaning of her existence to them. That makes things easier, Wang Wei nodded. Are you interested in fighting with him over that path? Novel Bin Chao Sikong squinted his eyes. He understood the Tao opening sect's purpose. Right now, your main spirit should be in a meeting with Saint Methriya to sort out all the issues for this proposition to pass. In other words, it's only a matter of time before Ying Zheng has his way. Our sect, or any other overlords, cannot allow him to build such momentum without humbling him. Gao Si Gong Juke. This was not the first time any overlords had used him to humble the human emperor and the Qin court. What exactly do you have in mind? We will invest in you in 2 ways, Wang Wei continued. First, we will loan you a human emperor title on par with Ying Zheng. Of course, you still have to pay a handsome price even for this loan. Wait, are you serious? Do you think we would joke about something like that? But where would you get? Chao Sikong slapped his leg. The advisor said it was odd you did not receive any benefit for everything you've done. It must have been done quietly. Something, it's better to operate silently. True. Gao Sikong note that. So, what are the other investments? We will offer you our deduction on how to use the human position to enter the soul quintessence realm. Chao Sikong put his drink on the table before sitting upright. He looked Wang Wei in the eyes, trying to find any anomalies. But the latter remained calm and composed. Lastly, I will convince the barbarian race to support you for one of the emperor positions. Chao Sikong's heart skipped a beat. His true self was in the middle of arguing with the other primal lineages because no one wanted to back down on such an opportunity. But if the barbarian race can support the Dynasty Alliance, the position will be his. What do you want me to pay? Chao Sikong asked. I'm glad you asked, Wang Wei said as he placed an existence contract in front of him. Chao Sikong took a deep breath before reading the content. He immediately winced after seeing the price for just loaning the human emperor title. He winced a second time after seeing the price for the idea. It's just an idea. Why is it so expensive? You can remove the clause if you want. I don't mean that, but you could lower the price, Chao Sikong complained. However, he knew nothing would change after seeing Wang Wei's smile. He had seen such an expression in countless greedy financial advisors in charge of the Alliance's treasury. All right, Chao Sikong sighed before continuing to read. You want me to loan you the Heavenly Emperor title? We will try removing Ying Zheng from his position and supporting someone else. If that happens, you will loan us the title for a period, Wang Wei said. He only placed this clause in the contract so that he could have the title as an achievement for his foundation pillar. But in truth, Wang Wei did not have much hope. The only way to remove Ying Zheng from his position is to kill him, but with the latter's strength and protection from the pendant. That is not something that can be easily achieved. There definitely is something more behind this request, Chao Sikong thought, but he did not ask. The rest of the contract was normal except for the last cause. What do you mean I must carry with me a special talisman at all times? Our sect's goal is obvious. Lure Ying Zheng to attack you, Wang Wei said directly. Unfortunately, we suspect he has acquired something from the ultimate taboo that makes him dangerous. We need precautions in case he uses it to sneak attack you. Something from the taboo? You don't mean? It's only a suspicion for now. Is that why he has been acting a little bit cocky? Chao Sikong muttered to himself. He lowered his head to look at the contract. It was very enticing. However, the price he will have to pay, including being monitored, was unacceptable. Time is running out, Wang Wei said. I suggest you take a deep look at yourself. Then, compare the amount of money you will have to use in the exchange list on your own for a chance at sanctification and the amount you'll pay for this contract. The prices were not exuberant because of his greed. He selected the prices based on things he expects most people would buy from the exchange list. Chapter 1573. Sign on the dotted lines, unedited chapter. Chao Sikong did the math in his head. He had a few things he planned to buy, the first of which was the booklet called Introducing the Transcendent Path. According to the description in the exchange list, this book will introduce everything someone needs to know about becoming a transcendent saint. However, this book is worth a hefty amount of purple cloud merit. Afterward, Chao Sikong has to buy the preaching of a few primordial saints in order to find his own path. He does not know how many of these sermons he'll have to hear before he finds his path, but he knows that it'll cost him a great deal. Once he has a direction, Chao Sikong will have to buy a flawed method before modifying it, and that's assuming he can change it. If not, he'll have to buy one of those enlightened boosts from Heavenly Tao to help, and those cost almost an arm and a leg. Additionally, he will need specific materials for cultivation. Just like how Ying Zheng's transcendent path requires the human emperor position and others, Chao Sikong's path will definitely require other materials or requirements, which you will have to buy, and that's assuming it's in the exchange list. After all, Heavenly Tao will not offer things like the human emperor title on the list. Well, doesn't he need to? If someone has acquired enough merit and contributed to saving the world, the title will belong to them. If I accept this deal, I will save so much merit, Chao Sikong thought. The downside is he'll be Ying Zheng's enemy, which he did not mind. And more importantly, he'll lose all the autonomy he had spent so much time and effort to acquire. Why am I hesitating? I want to escape the grasp of these people. Since I can do it once, I can do it again. No, this time, I will not only escape but rise to a level higher than them, Chao Sikong thought. He already knew the upcoming disaster was a competition for the limited positions of transcendent factions. Although he did not know how many spots there were, Chao Sikong knew it would not be many. Chao Sikong Suden Li Smai. I accept your deal, but I have two conditions. Go ahead. I want a clause that your talisman is only there to monitor, that it cannot be used for influencing or controlling me. Sure, Wang Wei replied casually. He had no interest in the dynasty alliance. According to his calculation, if the latter does not take steps to revitalize their destiny, these lineages have no chance of surviving the disaster, let alone compete for one of the transcendent faction spots. And if he ever had any interest, he would have used his subordinate, Jia Ping, as a means to infiltrate them and take control from the inside. My second condition is if Ying Zheng attacks me, I will not participate in the battle. That's fine, but I will add the clause that you also can't betray us and join his side. And the price for breaking this clause is true death. Chao Sikong frowned before nodding. Now that they had come to an agreement, they both signed their names. Wang Wei raised his palm to condense three things: the title, an information talisman, and the monitoring talisman. The monitoring talisman is a temporary one. I will send the real one a few years after this assembly, Wang Wei said. This talisman is currently mostly used to prevent Ying Zheng from using the jade pendant to secretly affect Chao Sikong's existence. However, Wang Wei needs to refine a better talisman to enhance other effects, such as warning of danger and so on. Chao Sikong took the talisman without saying much. When are you delivering the other promises? Don't worry. I've already come to an agreement with the barbarian race. Now that you've signed, they will support you. Wang Wei smiled as he stood up. He bowed politely. It was a pleasure, Lord Chao Sikong. Chao Sikong watched him disappear. He was silent for a few seconds before sighing deeply. I've met countless devils during the invasion that enjoyed playing with emotions and souls. I've even tricked a few myself. But not a single one of them ever made me feel as disgusted as this meeting. This was truly a terrible day for Chao Sikong. Not only did he find food more exquisite than his Zhong dynasty, food that he could not have, he had to make a dirty deal with a devil. He sighed deeply, collapsing this spiritual realm. It's done? Wang Bo asked. Of course, Wang Wei said with a smile. I suddenly feel bad for Chao Sikong, Wang Bo sighed. Why? I just made his path ahead clear and saved him plenty of merit, Wang Wei said casually. I'm sure you did. Old man Wang Bo rolled his eyes. A few hours passed before Qiyuan and Yin Hai opened their eyes. Everyone waited with bated breath to hear the news. But the first thing Wang Wei did was to check the Great Wall. He immediately detected that the sign of danger was gone. Ying Zheng got his way, huh? Well, Wang Bo asked. It's a done deal, Qiyuan said. So fast? Wang Bo asked. Did she? Qiyuan shook his head. She explained the situation to us. Apparently, Heavenly Tao would have set up the court itself, even if Ying Zheng didn't. Why? Wang Bo asked with a frown. Was supreme unity that destructive? Wang Wei asked. That's right. He absorbed a good portion of the world source to maintain the lock and other stuff. Additionally, Heavenly Tao also used a good portion to ensure the absolute safety of the lower dimension. The trend of heaven and earth, Wang Wei muttered. What are the final results? Wang Bo asked. Chao Sikong will be the Northern Emperor, Yin Hai said before glancing at Wang Wei. Buddhism insisted that Kong be the Eastern Emperor. The Divine Faith Heaven gave up their claim to the Disaster Relief Division and were handed the Southern Emperor position, along with many seats in the council. Lastly, the Grand Sect Alliance offered 15 of their council's position for the Western Emperor's seat. What about the Disaster Relief Division? The Saint is the department chief, Qiyuan revealed, but she claims she is on the figurehead. The department will truly be run by 3 vice leaders. Wu Hong, Sage Rune Halo, and you, Wang Bo. Me? It's the compromise for not participating in the fight for the Emperor positions. Wang Wei nodded. If there were one person who could figure out how to clean up the aftermath of a Primordial Saint-S battle, it would be his future wife, followed by Sage Rune Halo from the Skill Path Association. Wang Bo also possesses some skills, but he lacks in cultivation level. The Myriad Clan Union didn't he complain? Wang Wei asked. He knew the Union had the Rune clan, who had a bloodline similar to the Source Rune physique. They served as the professional foundation of the Union. Just like Wang Bo did for the Dao opening sect. They did, but they received other compromises, Qiyuan said. So, everything is finished? Wang Wei asked. Basically, Qiyuan nodded. About our department, do you want to take a role? You can reserve a post for me. But my current priority is to become a primal as soon as possible, Wang Wei answered. Although the court's position was an excellent way to gain merit, it was also a heavy burden, which was not something he was willing to take. I understand. Now that the proposition was accepted, the next step was the nitty-gritty. Each faction elected members to occupy various positions. That process took a few days, which then led to the official creation of court. Ying Zheng and Methria used that time to refine the physical location of the heavenly court, and 7 days after the assembly started, the ceremony began. Ying Zheng stood before an altar, followed by Chao Sikong, Emperor Kong, Shun Tian, and Duga Baitian. They prayed to heaven and earth as the heavenly court stood behind them. Visions manifested in the sky, before Heavenly Tao's eyes showed up. It first acknowledged these 5 positions by lowering a bright golden light that represented their statues. Then the eye lowered the conferred god list. Heavenly Tao conferred the saint position to Mithria, since it was the only one worthy of doing such a thing. Finally, the list was handed to Ying Zheng. Under normal circumstances, this should be the glorious moment for the Heavenly Emperor when it exercises its right to confer god positions on its civil servants. But this was not a court done in the proper way. Ying Zheng handed the list to Mithria for the conferring process. This event was one of the small joys that Wang Wei had experienced about this whole affair, as he knew Ying Zheng must be fuming inside. Of course, the fact that he did this knowing how it would proceed showed his determination and how far he would go to achieve his dream. Chapter 1574. The Assembly in Something is Wrong. Wang Bo said as he looked at Ying Zheng and the other 4 standing a small step behind Mithria. Why are their muscles so tense, as if they are under tremendous pressure? Almost all these people are primals, meaning they should have absolute control over their strength. Yet, even someone like Wang Bo can notice something wrong with them. Then there is Kong. He is physically sweating, Wang Bo added. Do you think it's a simple matter to alleviate the burden of Heavenly Tao? Wang Wei replied. This was not the lower dimension where a third-class emperor was on par with Heavenly Tao, or an eternal emperor could suppress an entire world community. They should be fine after more people are selected to bear the burden, Qiyuan explained. Will the burden be completely done? No. In that case, isn't the position a liability? Wang Bo asked. He has already perfected the system, Yanhai said. We will need to refine a special artifact to bear the brunt during battle. It seems like I need to read more about your adventure in the lower dimension, Wang Bo said while giving Wang Wei side eyes. However, the latter ignored him. I suddenly thought of something, Wang Wei said. How is the original concept of the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Court supposed to operate? The concept of Heavenly Emperor existed in the world, but Wang Wei created his own system and did not follow the established path. The Heavenly Emperor position was supposed to only appear when an error or problem occurred in the operations of the world as heaven laws. The Heavenly Court was a special area directly connected to the laws that the Emperor would spend countless years in isolation helping fix the issue, Qiyuan explained. That sounds like a miserable state of existence, Wang Wei commented. All he could picture was a man sitting on a throne, alone and isolated, bearing the ultimate burden as it helped save the world. That was the point, Qiyuan said. After serving their time, the Heavenly Emperor would be free and blessed with the title. They were not supposed to have this much freedom or political power. Your system redefined how this position operated, and it seemed both Heavenly Tao and Grand Tao like your approach better. They love my idea, but the amount of compensation I receive does not correspond to how valuable it was, Wang Wei sneered. You should take it to them. Maybe one day, I will, Wang Wei replied. By the way, there is something else that's been bothering me. Why are you so quiet? Excuse me? Everyone seemed to be making great moves. But you, the one who is usually the mastermind, has remained quiet. I don't believe for a second you're just waiting for me. You must have some things planned. I do, but now is not the time, Qiyuan said calmly. Are you waiting for all 13 original emperors to become peak paragons? That's one of the things I'm waiting for, Qiyuan nodded calmly. Wang Wei squinted. All this time, I've been worrying about Ying Zheng, but forgot about you. You already have a perfect and universal soul quintessence technique. All you need is a few transcendent foundations, and your transcendent path will be prepared. Qiyuan looked at him, smiled, and shook his head. If only things were that simple. Wang Wei looked at him, but did not utter another word. He knew this old and cunning bastard must be planning something. Therefore, there must be a reason why he hasn't mentioned it yet. The ceremony continued as Mithria continued to read names for the conferred god list. Kong, and probably the others as well, felt relieved as the burden slowly diminished over time. The ceremony lasted a few hours, and vision covered the sky for the entire duration. Then, as Mithria uttered the last name, the first round of merit descended from heaven and earth. These cultivators smiled from ear to ear, and even the weaker ones who still felt the pressure did not mind at this moment. The interesting thing is Wang Wei, who held no divine position, also received a decent amount of merit. It appeared as if Heavenly Tao heard his complaint and rewarded him for it. That's more like it. Wang Wei nodded as he put his share away. After the ceremony, everybody flew into the heavenly court to their division or position. Wang Wei and Yin Hai were the only ones who had returned to the sect. Qiyuan took control of his department. Wang Bo and Miscellaneous worked in the Disaster Relief Division, while Tong Song worked in the same association as division. Shadow Ruler worked in the Scout Division, cultivating spies for the upcoming war. Before leaving, Wang Wei contacted Wu Hong. "I'm guessing you're not going home anytime soon?" "Yes, I have a lot of work to do," Wu Hong nodded. She needed to create the formation for the court and discuss the operation guidelines with Methreya for the Disaster Relief Division. "You know you don't have to give your best for this court, right?" Wang Wei said. "It's hard to tell how effective this court will be with so many selfish people who only allied themselves out of temporary benefit." In Wang Wei's opinion, Methreya should have taken the Heavenly Emperor position and forced everybody to obey, just like Wang Wei did in the lower dimension. "I understand why you feel this way, but this court means a lot to Methreya, so I'll do my best," Wu Hong said. "Is that so? Well, take care of yourself." "I will." "Oh, where's Song Jiang? Maybe I can try to talk to him before I leave." Wong Sigid. "He already left." "So fast." "He said he wanted no affiliation with the court and prefer to stay home to look at the sect," Wu Hong said. "I really shouldn't have sheltered those two. He'll be fine." The first heartbreak is indeed hard, but time usually heals everything, Wang Wei reassured. "All right, I have a lot of work to do. See you later." "See you later," Wang Wei ended the conversation. He flew toward Yin Hai to return to the sect. Heavenly Court, Eastern Emperor Palace. Emperor Kong slowly walked through this exquisite palace that was the symbol of nobility and power. However, he felt no excitement, no sense of achievement. He only felt humiliated. First, there was the crowning of Taoism and Buddhism as the official religion school of thought of the eternal ascension world. As a person who followed the literary way, Emperor Kong understood how devastating it would be for his school now that they had these positions. The literary way was already behind during the Golden Era, as only one primal appeared, and they had no independent faction with the position of overlord. Now, the luck and destiny of Taoism and Buddhism have further consolidated and even evolved to a higher state. Ancient records spoke of how the three religions once ruled the world side by side, but now the literary way has been outclassed. That proposition had already dealt a serious blow to Emperor Kong. But what happened afterward was even worse. Kong had no power, no sway, no influence in the Assembly's discussion. He only received his position out of pure luck, out of the favor of the saint. "There is no need to let my ego get in the way," Emperor Kong told himself. "I have the positions. My disciples have decent positions, and the academy will benefit. I should put all my focus on using my current position to my advantage." Emperor Kong looked in the distance. Destiny was on his side, meaning if he played his cards correctly, he could become the Heavenly Emperor and slowly build his luck, destiny, and power. Emperor Kong exhaled before walking away. He had no political power in this court, so his primary focus for a while will be toward the creation of the Mortal Soul Legion. Western Emperor Palace. Duga Batian sat on a throne, deep in thought. In today's ceremony, he saw a glimpse of his dream, of his goal. He must stand at the top of all sentient beings, with paragons, the laws of heaven and earth, and even saints bowing to him. He must control all of creation, from the laws of heaven to the societal rules of the human world, and even the yin and yang of samsara. Ingzheng's path fit me rather well, but it's not quite the perfect fit, Dugabatian thought. However, I can start by taking the Heavenly Emperor position from him to see what it is that I'm missing. He turned around to glance at Ancestral Dragon City. Normally, I would be confident in killing him under the right circumstances. But now there is another variable. During the meeting, His emotion spectrum orb warned him of a danger that originated from the Great Wall. Based on how cocky Ingzheng was acting and the warning, Dugabatian guessed he was not the only lucky individual during the taboo. He suddenly sensed a summons for a secret meeting. Speak of the devil, and it shall appear. Chapter 1575. Suspicious attack, what do you want? Dugabatian asked. The plan has changed, Ingzheng said. What do you mean? Ingzheng's body straightened up. Something happened that we must speed up the pace of the plan. This was not part of our deal, Dugabatian said softly, but his demeanor was as harsh as the coldest winter. I don't really care, Ingzheng replied. I will begin Mithria's distraction. When the time is right, I will send you the signal. Whether you act or not is up to you. Ingzheng did not wait for a reply and ended the conversation. Does this bastard think I'm one of his servants? Dugabatian said with gritted teeth. He gripped the throne's armrest so hard that it disintegrated, releasing a slight spatial fluctuation in the process. Dugabatian exhaled. He slowly stood from the throne and flew to the window. He gazed in the distance, lost in thought. He wondered what made Ingzheng change his mind all of a sudden. Dugabatian was frustrated because he was the weaker hand in the negotiation with that bastard. Ingzheng. Fate, you dare become a stumbling block in my path? Fine, I will conquer you, Dugabatian sneered. Emperor Kong might have destiny on his side, but with enough strength, he can overthrow all the destiny bullshit and eliminate this trouble. Destiny is not absolute. If it has to pay too much to keep Kong alive, it will just select another candidate. And when the right time arrives, Dugabatian plans to bring despair to Kong, showing destiny it chose the wrong person. Qin Royal Palace. Ingzheng opened his eyes. Now that everything was set, he only needed to wait for the right time to eliminate Wu Hong. Ingzheng turned his head eastward. I can't believe you can resist such a temptation and leave. It seems destiny is trying to protect you, but it doesn't matter. I just need to accelerate things a little. Ingzheng sneered. He closed his eyes for a few seconds, but then he suddenly sensed something. What is it? A figure ascended from his shadow. Your Majesty, we intercepted this thing. Ingzheng raised his hand, and the letter flew into his hand. He did not touch it directly, but protected his hands with his power as he slowly opened it to read the content. It seems fate is smiling upon me. Ingzheng muttered. Anything else? We caught a few people trying to investigate Lady Jade Butterfly. Who is it this time? Ingzheng asked. It's the first prince. He controlled himself long enough. Ingzheng sneered. He probably thought this was the best time since I would be occupied. How should I deal with this situation? Keep an eye on him. I want to know who it is and whether they're trying to interfere in the affairs of our court or the affairs of the Eternal Ascension world. As you wish. Southern Emperor Palace. Shen Tian was in a meeting to organize all the positions of the Divine Faith Haven. However, anyone who knew him well would be able to tell he was distracted. As a Deva race, he is loved by heaven and earth, making him sensitive to laws and upcoming danger. For a while now, he has felt a looming threat of malice. At first, he thought it was the result of the upcoming disaster. However, after his revival, he realized someone was plotting his death and the extermination of his heaven. Shen Tian has been suspicious of Wang Wei and the Tao opening sect, but he cannot understand the latter's motif. He could not possibly wish to eradicate their faction because of the small contradiction regarding the mortal civilization. He has analyzed Wang Wei's character deeply. While the latter has shown signs of being petty, he values rationality and benefit above everything else. In other words,